Malia Lima, surfer in white, please check in. Malia Lima, please check in. We have current time is 7:56. We'll be starting at 8:10 a.m. So if you guys are friends with Malia, if you know her, please let her know. She's actually in the heat number 1. So again, Malia Lima, please check in. We'll start it and officially by us doing a prayer. Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for this opportunity to be hosting WSL Junior Championship. Lord, I pray for all of us here for safety, a clear mind and focus. And we also pray for all the athletes' safety. And we pray that this awesome event will just honor you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We'll be starting at 8:10 a.m. Free surfers, you have a few minutes before you paddle in. Heat number 1, Ellie Harrison from Australia, Sanoa Dempful Allen from Canada, and Malia Lima from Hawaii. 30-minute heats. Here we go. So we'll check the hooter. So guys, get ready. Hooter check. All good? We're ready. Phew.
Di kita masyadong marinig dito, boss, ha? Camera 1.
Lepas. It is a historic day for the country of Philippines and, of course, the region of Asia as well. First time ever we're crowning a world surfing champion right here in the Philippines at the World Junior Championships. I'm Mitchell Salazar, next to the former Triple Crown champion, Jesse Mendez. Jesse, very good morning to you. Your first time here in the Philippines. Exciting stuff. We're crowning World Junior Champions at the end of this week right here at a great point break known as Mona Lisa Point.
I know, it's been great to be here. We've been here only for, a little over 24 hours, but we got some fun surf yesterday, and it seems like the waves kind of lined up today. And we're looking forward to having a good day to start the event.
And a great draw, by the way. Luana Silva, former champ tour surfer, she's one of the favorites to win the entire thing. Jarvis Earl, former World Junior champion, he's in the draw. Sierra Kerr, defending event champion. You look at the names on the list right now, there's a lot of people who have had both CT and Challenger Series experience, Jesse.
Yeah, we have Ali Harrison on the first heat. She had CT experience before. And I like that you mentioned that because I feel like those surfers that had Challenger Series or CT experiences, they're going to have an advantage here because you're going against sometimes young people that come from maybe their first time surfing on the other side of the world, and the nerves get to you. So those guys that have the experience to surf against big names are going to have a big advantage.
Yeah, and obviously a monumental fact that we're in the Philippines crowning World Junior Champions here. There's been a longboard QS right here at Mona Lisa Point, but up until this point in the region of Asia, we've never had an event as big as this one, Jesse. And coming from Brazil yourself, you've seen the impact of having big events and major ones down there. What could that potentially do for the region here of Asia, especially of the nation of Philippines once we get things going here?
No doubt, because if you look historically speaking, there's not many surfers. There's one kid on the Challenger Series, and he's kind of leading the path. So for you to be the first one, there's so much pressure on your shoulders, and no one led you the way, so you kind of got to figure it out yourself. So it's definitely a bigger task than someone that comes from Australia that comes from a country with so much story and so many people for you to look up to it, that paved the way for you. So it's new for them, but it's important to have those big events because kids growing up watching this that like to surf are definitely going to take advantage of that.
Speaking of pioneers, one of the local guys, Luke Landrigan, had the chance to catch up with him yesterday and tell us a bit more about La Union.
The biggest island
Again,
in
surfer
the
in white,
Philippines.
Maria Lima, check in, the Bautista
So far, I would say
Maria
this
Lima,
is the biggest
check
event
in.
of the country. We will be crowning the World Junior Champion. All of the local boys are so stoked. The best junior athletes from all over the Philippines are here. They're both from Siargao. We have a local girl from La Union and another local girl from Baler. We'll drop a little bit tomorrow, which I think would be better for the point because the point is facing west and the best waves for here is when it's coming directly from the north and it wraps around better on the reef of the point, and when it's too big, it's basically closing out on the shoulder of the reef. So I think tomorrow we'll have better lined up waves, and after tomorrow the waves are going to drop a little bit, and on the 15 or the 16 it's going to start firing again. So half end of the waiting period we'll have really good waves. So there has been surfers here since the early 80s. There has been traveling surfers like Australians, Americans, and Japanese traveling up and down the coast, and it got more popular when there was an American base station in San Fernando. Then we saw more American surfers come here. It got more famous when the local surf club, La Union Surf Club, started promoting and doing events. And now here we are. We've got the World Juniors. Biggest event in the Philippines so far. Everyone has to fly to Manila. It's the main capital of the Philippines, and we're located 260 kilometers north of Manila.
Local pioneer and great surfing hero from the area of La Union, Luke Landrigan, speaking about the area and the development that we've seen so far, not only within San Juan, but within the Philippines as well. Well, let's go downstairs with Stace Galbraith for the official call with Marlon Harrison.
Morning, Mitchell. Morning, Jesse. The official call, Marlon, quite clearly on. Waves pumping. We're going to start with the women and get into the men's. But, Marlon, there's a lot of other things been going on around here. What have you been up to, mate?
Yeah, I got here pretty early. It's been pretty cool to see some more scenery and just been so fun. Every day the waves are great. Yeah, snapper and just mixed a lot of boards on the got my mum and my dad here, so I've been surfing a couple other ways as well, and just pushing my mum through a couple ways, and just been enjoying the whole kind of aspect of the plays.
And I know you're on the Gold Coast now, mate, but being a proud Victorian, Ellie Harrison in the first heat, you must be psyched to watch her get out there.
Yeah, she's like my sister from another mister, but yeah, she's gonna rip it. It's like bells out there for her, so she'll just do some big cars, big turns, and take home the win. Yeah.
What else have you been doing? I heard you've been going right on the course down the road there.
Yeah, shout out to Kersey and Sierra. I've been going golfing a little bit with them and just taking my mind off, this huge platform here. But it's been good, just a bit of balance. But my golfing, just been challenging my little inner, just good swing going down. But yeah, trying my best. Not doing too well.
3 minutes. We're about to start.
That's all you can do, Marlon. Thanks for your time. And you're right, it is a big deal. We are giving away a World Junior Championship this week, mate. We might see you at the end of the week. Well done, mate. Good luck. Thanks, Mitchell.
Good morning, Stace and Marlon. Thank you guys very much. We really appreciate your time downstairs. Great kid, Marlon Harrison. He's going to be coming up in the opening round of the men. But as Stace mentioned, 8 heats of the women to start things off, Jesse, and then 8 heats of the men. It'll be 16 heats today. All of them will be 30 minutes. Good time frame out there when you look at the consistency, especially starting with the opening heat of round number 1, Ellie Harrison, Sanoa Dempfleolin, and Malia Moana Lima, Australia, Canada, Hawaii, 3 different regions represented in the very first heat.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting heat. We definitely have a lot of different games. Obviously, Ellie with kind of an advantage, like Marlon just spoke right there. She comes from the area of Bells Beach, a little bit up the point from there, but similarities on the wave, kind of like a stretched out point break with very shallow banks all the way on the back, so it breaks it up a little bit as well.
2 minutes.
And it's hard to generate that speed, so I think it's going to be an advantage for her to have similarities on the wave that she grew up and surfing here.
So we will be starting at 8:10 local time. It is still about just over a minute to go from the start of the event. Just getting an update though, it seems like Malia Moana Lima might be a no-show, so it could potentially be a 2-person heat. Still, rules are applied. First goes straight into the round of 16, Jesse. That's a big jump right there, especially if you avoid the elimination round. Less heats that you have to surf, less time that you have to spend out there in a very humid water like we're seeing here at La Union.
Totally, and that's a huge advantage. If you think about statistics, you're going from 33% chances of making a heat to 50% chances, so it's an advantage for them. And that second round, we know how much it weighs, like we on tour or anywhere. Like if you go to that second round, you don't want to be eliminated that early, so if you can skip that, that'll be an awesome start for you, and they're having a little bit of an edge right there with Malia not showing up. I don't know the reasons on that, but I hope she's okay. And yeah, let's see how it's going to turn out.
So mid-heat adjustments like that, you get the notification literally when you're already in New Jersey, outside in the water. How do you kind of adjust that in your mind and just tell yourself, hey, it's supposed to be a 3-person heat. It's still round 1 though, so I could potentially avoid the elimination round. Do I apply man-to-man strategy right now, or do I still think that there's potential for her to show up halfway through the heat and maybe surf the back end?
I think you got to adjust. Every heat's so tight nowadays. Mostly talking about the best world juniors in the world. So if you have that disadvantage of going meet heat, like the chances of you making it's pretty slim. So I think they should adjust, and it's a positive change that they have. Sometimes you have negative changes, like the wind would come up, like variables would change, tide would come up, but this one, it's very positive on their side. So I think they're going to be not stoked that she's not there, but a little bit happy about it, and try to adjust to that. And you got to be a little bit more selective, because now there's only 2 girls, and it's going to be a big difference to find that good wave today in this heat. When you have 3 people, most likely you're going to have less opportunity because you have 1 more person in the water, but with two people, you just got to be calm, collective, and make sure you're in the right waves.
Well, the one thing I will say is the heat has started, so World Junior Championships officially on right here in the Philippines. A big day for Asian surfing, Filipino surfing, obviously as well, but for the judges too. Less people to focus on. If you're the priority judge, you only have 2 people to really relate to now in terms of your actual job and your productivity. But a lot of experience out there in head-to-head matchups. Sanoa Olin, one of the few Canadian surfers to actually make it to this point of her career. She's been an Olympian already in Paris 2024, silver medalist in Santiago 2023. Actually lost to Tati Weston-Webb in that final over there at Punta de Lobos. But number 37 on the Challenger Series last year, she didn't surf the entirety of the year. Pretty good stuff when you're still talking about a junior coming from the Great White North, Jesse.
Totally, and coming from Canada as well, you know, like there's tradition on surfing there, but not as much on professional surfing, competitive surfing, let's say. And she's paving the way mostly for women surfing, and I saw her compete plenty of times already, a few times with Tachi, as you mentioned at Punta Lobos on the Pan American Games, and she charges. She's very heavy-footed, solid surfer, and she's going to be one to watch here. That's actually a stacked heat for just round one, first heat of the event. Like, woman on woman, they're going to go. I hope they have a lot of opportunities because it's going to be interesting to watch.
And Ellie Harrison, number 15 on the Challenger Series in 2024, just outside of qualification. 5th place in Bolito was her best result on the CS, but she did surf as a wild card over at Bells Beach at the Rip Curl Pro. So a lot of experience, of course, in head-to-head matchups as well. But what we've seen from Ellie so far in her experience in big events, she's not really shying away from those moments in the spotlight, Jesse. She kind of thrives in them, and especially here being the first heat of the event, the first heat of the morning, that's almost something that you need to be able to advance in a situation like this one.
For sure. And like you mentioned, she shines on the spotlight. Like everyone likes to say, when you get a wild card or you get a chance to surf on the World Tour event, not being in, you have no pressure, and that's completely the opposite. I've been in that situation before, and for a professional surfer on a young age, you want to prove yourself and you want to prove to everyone. So you almost have an added pressure to it. And you're going against the best of the best. Mostly with the lowest seed on the first round, you're going to go against number one. So for her to step up and surf the way she did, she was very smooth, beautiful lines, beautiful carves throughout the whole turn of the events there. And yeah, she likes this type of pressure, and I hope she can step it up here as well.
So for our viewers watching at home, winner of the men and women's division, they automatically get a slot onto the Challenger Series for 2025. And the champions, of course, have been outstanding in the years that we've had this event. Jesse, Andy Irons, the inaugural World Junior Champion on the men's side back in the late 90s. Joel Parkinson, he's been a 2-time champion. But you look at Sally Fitzgibbons, obviously being one of the starlights right there. Just recently, Vahine Fierro, a champion a few years ago. She's going to be a rookie on the championship tour. So the champions, of course, have gone on to bigger and better things. But people that have lost in round 2, round 3 have still gone on to qualify for the championship tour and have very successful careers. So this event alone could potentially be a CT event when you look at the talent, but it just comes down to being in the right place at the right time, knowing how to compete in these types of scenarios right here.
For sure, and it's a great exchange. I think like there's steps for you to get to where you want to, and this is one of them.
Yes.
You can't skip steps. Like sometimes maybe you won't qualify for the World Juniors because it's very hard to qualify in all the regions, but specifically in the bigger regions with more surf history in it. But if no one's trying to avoid this step because they know how important it is. You're going to be surfing against people that you're going to surf on the QS, on the Challenger Series, and also on the World Tour. So it's very important for you to come over here and put on your best game. And I feel like everyone looks on point by just watching like every morning and yesterday afternoon. People are ready to go. They look fit.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely a sport that is growing and getting more serious.
And a really fun wave, too. Everybody's been ripping the day and a half that we've been here, Jesse, as you mentioned. I had a surf yesterday. Didn't necessarily go the way that we wanted it to. It was pretty difficult out there. Much larger in size. It seems like with the decrease in size, it's just a bit more polished and maybe further up the point. So structurally, much better today. 5 minutes have gone by in the heat, and it seems like we might have our first wave of the event at Sanoa.
First wave.
And the Canadian going to get caught behind right here. To the open face now. She's going to kick out, so it's just going to be a throwaway score for the first one of Sanoa Demfleolin. Priority will be going to Ellie Harrison. So just as the surfers adjust, so do the judges. The priority judge especially. Only 2 people out there right now instead of 3. Now priority will be established when only one person makes it back out to the primary takeoff zone, Jess.
Yes. And that's an advantage already for Ellie, obviously. She's now going to be able to put herself exactly where she wants in the point and have the right of way. Sometimes when you don't have priority settled yet in the beginning of the heat, mostly in kind of like a stretched out lineup that we have here, you can put yourself a little bit too deep and you can maybe get caught behind. So now you saw her as soon as Sanoa caught that wave after she started pedaling a little bit wider, so she probably positioned herself now exactly where she wants to sit. But not to mention, there's still a lot of room out there. It's a very open playing
It
field,
is.
and you can find like double ups underneath. So Sanoa could get lucky and sneak something underneath from her as well, maybe a little double up and grind through that shallower part of the reef a little bit better, and we'll
And
see how it goes.
Especially from our perspective too, right, Jesse? Because as goofy footers tend to fade a little bit more. You want those steeper pockets, the bullier ones. They don't necessarily have to be the largest of waves either.
I totally agree with you. I'm actually, if I'm as from what I saw it from yesterday, mostly today, I would not want to be seating out the back and a little bit wider. I want to be seating a little bit underneath, maybe getting that second wave of the set with a little bit more water on the reef. The wave tends to come a little bit more inside and it's stretched up a little better. Like you mentioned, on your backhand, you need to find vertical conditions. You need to find vertical faces if you want to extract the best out of it. Because if you're going carve to carve, backside, frontside, you're probably going to get the short end of the stick.
It's hard to compare that, right? Ellie Harrison up and riding. Her first ride of the heat.
Goes red.
Little setup. That's a big layback right there from Ellie. Coming out of Barwon, heads to Bell's Beach area. She's used to a lot of these right-hand point breaks. Going to have a slip right there towards the end, though. It will be the best wave of the heat, though. 7 minutes into this one, Jess. And, you know, you mentioned the different regions. 2 people qualify per region. There's 7 worldwide. There have been 10 wild cards awarded in this event, though. So 24 men, 24 women in the field. And you just look at the experience, especially from a lot of those surfers from the major regions, as you mentioned. Oceania, you have Australasia region, and of course South America, especially in Brazil. There's so many talented and good surfers right there. The people that still haven't qualified for this event might potentially make it to the championship tour eventually, but that just goes to show you how prestigious it is to be able to qualify for this one right here.
That's
opening wave for
the goal for
red,
this
super blue.
younger people right now is to win this
2.5
event,
on
and
her
for most
opening
of them,
wave.
because
Still
they
got
know that it's a process. It's a
21
process
minutes
for you to
and
get
40 seconds
to the
remaining
World
this
Tour and
heat.
be a world champ, and you cannot skip any levels of it because you gain experience, you gain baggage, and this is very important. They're going to be surfing against each other for the rest of their lives or the rest of their careers. And it's also cool because for us in 10 years to come, we're going to see a lot of rivalries that started right here today, maybe. So it's fun to watch and be part of it.
Well, just on the men's side alone, Ramsey Bukiem and Gabriel Medina, they've been going at it for 10 plus years. Actually, Medina's championship here at the World Juniors was against Ramsey. They've had multiple events against each other, both on the CS and on the CT. You obviously saw Julian Wilson dominate a lot of the juniors. He was never able to win this event, though. Same thing with Owen Wright. Those are 2 guys who a lot of people picked to be World Junior champions. Maxime Husino, a champion. Jetson Andre made multiple finals. So the legacy of this event really goes way beyond than what we see just on screen, Jess.
100%. And like just to like the few names that you mentioned, I just remember watching them actually during those events and how good they're ripping, how good they're surfing. It's really exciting for surfing to have this up and coming grums just tearing apart, and in no time they're going to be on the CT. You can count, like that's a fact. People from this event today are going to be on the World Tour in a matter of years, you know? Not all of them, but a few of them will.
I like how you broke down the stepping stone process of a lot of these events playing pivotal parts in people's career. Obviously, it all starts with the amateur events that you have back home within your region, especially, you know, South America. You have the United States with real good amateur programs. Australia maybe has the best one worldwide. But having those developmental processes, I think, are pivotal to people who eventually want to make the jump into the big stage. Then you have people that just skip everything, right? And they have that debut. They eventually make it there. Dane Reynolds being one of those guys. But that just comes down to talent, as we saw Sanoa right there briefly up and riding. But the cool thing about this one is that you're basically getting a feeling of what you should be expecting once you make it there. 30-minute heats, 35, the same kind of structure. You have 3-person heats. Eventually it goes into head-to-head matchups. But I think the most important thing we're seeing now, Justin, I hope you agree with this, is the use of priority that we're seeing at a lot of the smaller events now. Eventually it translates into big things right here on screen.
For sure, it's great. It's a great training ground for them. It's like an exchange, you know, like you're going to learn all of this and carry this through your career. Obviously, you have the freaks of nature that sometimes don't follow that path, like Dane Reynolds, probably the best surfer to ever step on a board. As far as talent, raw talent, you know, never worked out, never ate well, but he's still an amazing surfer. But overall, if you want to get there, you want to make sure you go through this.
Here's Sanoa now, the Canadian. from Tofino, a great area and really the surfing hub of Canada. You know, Peter DeVries was really the guy that people look up to from that region. Have a lot more now. Reep Latenius was in this event last year. Sanoa, older sister Matea, also an outstanding surfer herself. But Canada so far, they've seen a lot of support with the Olympic movement, of course. But most importantly, you're seeing a lot of people finally break away and leaving home a lot more. Just waves get real good there. It's not super crowded either. The only bad thing is that most of the year it's pretty cold in that region right there in British Columbia.
No doubt. It's definitely a tough, I'm sure it's a tough place for you to leave home because it looks beautiful. There's great waves and there's no crowds. That's like a perfect combination. If you grow up in those cold waters, you get used to it.
Yeah.
You don't mind about it. So for some of them, I'm sure it's very tough to leave a beautiful place like that and try and chase the QS grind that we call it. But she's doing well as far as she's starting because it seems like she's a competitive nature type of person. She really loves that game, and you need to love it in order for you to be there because it's very taxing on your mind and your body, and you're away from home and friends and family most of the year. So let's see how it turns out. She started the heat not bad. That last wave was great from her.
Could potentially be the best wave of the heat too. 17:30 on the clock. Seemed like Harrison was just a bit out of position for that one right there.
Your last wave is a 5.0.
We'll see where Sanoa Denfleolen is
We'll say that
right
again
now, and it seems like the score
she got to
in
dive on that wave.
just a 5-point ride for the surfer in blue, but it is the best of the heat so far. So she'll take the lead with just over 17 minutes to go. And, you know, Canada, outstanding waves, very consistent too. And you mentioned how beautiful it is. I had the chance to go there a couple years ago. Probably the coldest place I've ever been to in my life, Jess, but the consistency of waves was really something that surprised me a lot. And that's a major reason why a lot of people don't want to leave is because they don't need to. They have plenty of different types of waves, a lot of variation, but when it comes to competitive surfing, you can't necessarily call yourself the best in the world if you're only surfing against your local peers.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You have to put yourself out there, and it's part of the game. And I feel like for a girl like Sanoa, it's very clear in her head that she wants that. You can see that on her approach. For the little I've watched her compete, you can see that. She surfed against Tachi, one of the best in the world, silver medalist, and she wasn't scared to put down a good fight. Yeah. She was fighting for the inside. She was surfing solid. The waves were massive.
Yeah,
it was about big. 12 foot. And there's, not to mention, there's a huge cliff right in front of her at Punta Lobos. So for you to put yourself out there, it's not easy, and it's clear in my mind that she wants that with all of her guts.
So Ellie Harrison out there, only a score in the 2-point range so far for her, nearly halfway through this heat. The surfer from Barwon Head, so has had the chance to surf as a wildcard on the Championship Tour event that was back home at Bells Beach. Got a 5th place there last year, and you look at the local wildcards that we've seen at Bells before, especially a lot of local surfers. They've done very well in the past. Adam Robertson, former runner-up to the championship right there against Joel Parkinson. Ellie Harrison, of course. Xavier Huxtable, another one of those kids who's really done well. Tully Wiley, you have him on the Challenger Series right now. So that area, especially in Victoria, a lot of great surfers, tends to be very underrated when it comes to quality of the waves, though, Jesse.
Yeah, that's true. There's plenty of waves around. I love that area. You have very consistent ocean right there. I feel like you have waves all year long, you know? Like, you can drive down south a few hours and get that beautiful beach of Johanna, which is an amazing beach break. Almost feels like a beach break with a point break in it.
Yeah.
You have those long sandbanks that turns into like perfect lefts and rights depending on how the situation is, but super consistent, very good to set you up to being on tour because you have heavy type of conditions there and open walls, and you see Ellie Harrison up and riding.
Speaking of open walls, might be able to find one right here. Just going to be a short one for her. So it seems like so far Harrison just been a bit too far behind the peak. And for Sanoa, what you mentioned, found one to herself, got the 5-point ride. And at the moment, it's not a pretty lead, Jess, but it's enough for the lead. And that's really what you need to be doing, right? 14 minutes to go, want to be controlling the heat. So far, she's been able to do so.
Yes, and she's looking good. Both of them actually were looking good. I think Ellie Harrison's 2.67 was a missed opportunity for her. She was looking smooth, carried the speed throughout the wave pretty well, had that
Last
nice
wave for
second
red,
turn,
not
very
enough.
flary.
Surfer in blue still
It
in
showed into
first.
her, to the eyes very
Red,
nicely,
you still
but then
need a
she slipped on that last
2.91,
turn. She
a
would have probably got
2.91
something
needed.
close into that 5 rand, and she would have been right in the game. But now Sanoa just sits with priority and by far the best wave of the heat, so she's in a big advantage as far as 13 minutes to go, a little over 13 minutes to go now.
So I know you had a chat with our head judge, Lily Pejeda, this morning. Waves real fun, much better than yesterday. Any kind of advice that he gave you in terms of what they're looking for the best scores? I know they're usually looking at the good range for most of the waves, but could potentially see some excellent surfing out there this morning.
Totally, and something that he made it very clear as far as excellent surfing that they're looking for. You see this wave, I think we might see someone paddling for her. No, they might get caught. But you see as this wave, this is a good opportunity for me to show it. It goes pretty wide, so that shows that the bank is shallow all the way out the back. So that wave stretches out and it kind of loses a little bit of power in coping.
Right.
So they want to see the surfers identifying major maneuvers in critical sections, but they want to see them linking through those flat sections pretty well. And they said excellent scores are going to come down with major combination of maneuvers, but progressive surfing as well. Like, it's not just going to be, that's a nice turn for her to start, and you can catch that up.
So a good layback to start off for Harrison. Get on to work on the rail. And as you were mentioning, a lot of those waves, once they hit that channel, really, they go deep real quick and they don't steepen up anymore. But it seems to me like the goal is still to get that steep section on the outside and maybe have to grind something out just to be able to get a 5 or a 6 right now, because if you ask me, 10, 11 points is a good heat total by today's standards out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mostly with three people surfing. Obviously, this situation is a little different, but I think 11 points right now, Sanoa will be sitting in a very good spot with 12 minutes to go. But Ellie, was smart for her. She has no priority, so she set a little bit wider. You could see, like you mentioned, he hit that deep part of it, and the wave died out, but she's going to get a backup at least, because you don't want to be 2 steps ahead of your opponent. You want to be 1 step ahead only. Like, you don't want to leave that gap too far. And Sanoa, I don't think she committed a mistake. I think she should be patient now and close the deal. She needs to come on a good wave and just finish it up. She sits in a very good spot right now. She just needs to breathe through it, be smart, and select a very good wave right now and be strong on her foot. She doesn't need much right now. It's not a big science right now for her.
Both surfers tend to work with great coaches who are great surfers themselves. Coming from Victoria, Ellie Harrison, for the most part, working with Cale Bell Warren, a good friend of ours. Also a podcast host of the Lib podcast with James Miles, which is one of the best in surfing. And Sanoa Demfleolen comes from the camp of Matt Myers, who's one of the best in the business, Myers Surf Mentorship. But a good relationship with both of them right there. And I feel like in the end, even if you're not traveling with that person, you kind of always have their advice in the back of your mind, Jesse, knowing what they would probably tell you in a situation like this right now.
Totally. You train so much with them that you kind of know exactly what they're going to tell you to do. And I hope she can get all that experience, all that baggage, both of them that had to work previously and carry through here. I'm not sure if they have them here right now, but it's definitely an advantage, mostly in a young age like this, have someone in your corner kind of breaking it down and making sure you're on your toes before the heat and you're making the right decisions.
So Harrison does get the best wave of the heat, a 5.67. Just over 10 minutes to go. So now in the lead, that means that Sanoa Demfleolen needing just a 3.35 to retake first place. You know, the tides are difficult here. It's a combination of a reef, but really a lot of sand on the inside of the point break right here at Mona Lisa Point as well. So tends to vary with the swell direction, as Luc Landegan was saying. You usually want more of a north.
Grab your jerseys.
A little bit of a west would probably be good from my perspective as a goofy footer, because it gives you that little end section kind of coping that you potentially could have. He said, though, a north direction with this facing straight west is probably the best one. It's kind of what we're seeing right now. But in terms of the consistency, though, the tides do play a big factor in that. Yesterday afternoon, as soon as the tide got high, it got real fun again. But it's kind of this part of the morning, 8:30 right now, all the way to maybe noon. It's going to be challenging out there. You got to know how to surf a 30-minute heat with these kind of conditions.
Definitely, and you see a lot of ribs. Like in this part of the sea, we have very short period swell. So the swell comes, as much as it's clean and no winds right now, it's still a bit broken up. You can see it's lumpy. So you really got to find that wave that grinds nicely. Maybe not even so stretched out, but just that good cope that hits that right part of the bank well. Mostly on your backhand, you need you need to get vertical. Otherwise, you're not getting anything above 5-point ride.
Here's Sanoa looking for a 3.35. A bit of a smaller wave, but a great start on this one. Into the lip for the second one. That's a nice combo for the young Canadian surfer. 8 minutes 40 to go. Looking to retake the lead right here, Jesse, and it seems like she just might well do it, only needing a low 3 on this one.
Yeah, I think, I see that coming over at 3.35. I did think there's more opportunity to be taken out of that wave, though. That first turn was very nice, powerful, brought it all the way back around, but she kind of went lateral on the bottom turn before the closeout. Did get vertical, but not the type of vertical that the judges would be looking for. There was a little bit more there. There's like 10% more criticalness that she could have reached out of that section. But it's a tough heat right now. It's very close, and the nerves get to you.
And you don't want to fall is the thing either, right? You don't want to leave any kind of opportunity on the table, especially if you're the first heat in the morning. You got to have not only the guts to be able to surf a heat like this right now, but also the determination to be able to come back after such a weird start like we've seen in this one. It's just enough. A 3.67 for the Canadian surfer in the blue. And looking for a double up on the inside. She's going to let that one go. Seems like Harrison with priority on the outside.
See how wide those waves are breaking? Like, that's what happens here. It's a very stretched out bank, very shallow on the left side of the screen. We even had a left right there breaking. So, and I wouldn't be surprised if a goofy footer finds some ramps on the left.
Of course, it would have to be a goofy.
He has, obviously. No regular footers are looking for lefts right now, but maybe you find a Luke Swanson, you know? Well, like maybe if the winds are blowing from the right to the left, and he can maybe try and find an advantage right there.
I'm not doing us a favor. I went left a couple of times here yesterday.
I looked at it. I looked at it as well. I didn't go, but I looked at it.
Of course, only a goofy footer would go left at right point break. So Noah having a look. Double up on the inside. Noah going to let that one go. Harrison with priority, though. Only needs a 3-point ride or better to retake the lead. A wider one, as you said, Jesse. This one might have potential, though. She's going to be going on this one. Deep bottom turn. Great carve. This wave a bit flat, though. Needs it to steepen up. The good news for her, though, doesn't need a big score. So just needs to grind out a 3 or better. She might have done that already. But trying to keep things under her control, she's going to kick out. And that's where it gets difficult right there. It's still part of the reef, but it starts connecting with the sand right there at the end of the beach break, right here at the point. Just over 6 minutes. Is this enough to change the situation once again? It's going to be a back and forth heat, this one.
Yeah, I mean, put it into perspective of what we have on the heat. That was a big wave. First section was critical, but both of them live in some room and some points to take on both of the waves. I think the nerves are getting the best of them right now, which is totally expectable. They're the guinea pigs. First heat of the event, and that first section right there, I thought he had a cope and he had more open face. I think she should have got a little bit more vertical. Let's see if Sanoa just missed it. Kind of looked like a good double up.
Yeah, it seemed like it had potential on it for sure. She's going to retain priority, though. Luckily for her, 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Harrison scores coming through. It's just under a 2.77. So needed just a little more steepness on that one to be able to get the score. And I think that's good judging right there, too. Nothing super critical. There was one judge that did give it just enough, the 3-point ride, but the average comes out to a 2.77 right here with 5 minutes to go.
And I like what I see it because there was more opportunity. And when I spoke to Lula this morning, I forgot to mention that, but he said, we want to see people flowing throughout the wave and keeping the speed because the wave has different rhythms.
Right.
But as soon as the opportunity comes, we want to see them go big. And she had that first section, and she kind of went safe. She went underneath the lip, tried to carve. The wave broke it a little bit on top of her rail, so it kind of made the turn look a little bit smaller than it should have maybe. But she did have the lip. If she would have delayed herself a little bit more and went straight vertical, she would have probably be getting a decent score. And the judges identified she had the opportunity, but she didn't capitalize on it, and they kept the score on the low side.
On average, how long would you say, Jesse, that it kind of takes you to adjust to the speed of the wave for the most part? A couple of sessions, maybe a day or two, or typically in the first couple of waves that you catch?
I think it's so personal. Like if you put someone, let me think Kanoa, right, for an example. It's a type of guy that reads waves very well, and mostly in these conditions. He's going to adapt to this in 2 waves, you know? Like you're not even going to notice that he doesn't know this wave after he gets 2 waves on the board. Let's see. But you can have people that have a little bit more trouble doing, like a guy like Ramsey, like just a big, powerful stand guy. Like he's going to take a few days to actually get used to mostly a condition like this. But it's just very personal. Some people are just great at adapting, and the other ones take a little bit longer. But overall, like I would say they'll feel comfortable and on their feet maybe 2-3 sessions if you get enough repetition. Sometimes you get too crowded of everyone's on the water and you get 2 waves every session, but if you have a lot of repetition, you probably 2 sessions you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable, unless it's a condition that really doesn't suit your surfing.
So about a day if you're catching waves. If you're not catching waves, maybe 2 or 3 days.
If you're not catching many. Like let's talk about pipeline, you know?
Well, yeah, that's a hard one.
It's a hard wave itself,
Yeah.
and you're going to get 2 or 3 waves maybe on a session, you know? Like if you get lucky, you get a little bit more. So it definitely takes a little bit longer. But then if you go on an easier pace wave or a wave that suits your surfing very well, you get that a little bit quicker. But there's definitely a few names: Gabriel, Kanoa, Felipe, Griffin, Ethan. They're magicians on just adapting to the conditions. So that's just a few names that came to my head.
Those are
there's obviously
top
more.
of the pack guys, though,
They
right
are,
there.
yeah.
The very elite of the elite right there.
You expect, right? But then you see someone that's on the elite that I think would have a little bit more trouble, and depending on the conditions, it's John. John could have trouble in a few conditions, you know? Obviously, very powerful waves, you won't have any trouble, but...
Speaking of power, Harrison, that's complete, so it took her a little while to ride out of it, but still only needing the 3. Won't ride out of the second one, though, and had the chance right there. And we're talking about timing, pace, the use of speed, and being able to integrate it into a singular wave.
2 minutes.
She had the combination right there, and with just under 2 minutes to go, the previous ride wasn't enough. It was a 2-point ride, still needing the 3.0 or better with 1:45 on the clock. So Malia Moana Lima, she did not show up. It's a 2-person heat out there right now. But still, the winner advances straight into the round of 16. Second and third will still be going into the elimination round. And it's under, again, at 2.27. So the missed time and perhaps the lack of a completion right there towards the end did not give her the score. 1:25. What an odd way to start off a World Junior Championship event. A no-show, a really low-scoring heat, and a couple of mistakes out there. And unforced errors, really, by both surfers. As here, Denfleola now, she's looking to capitalize and improve on the 3.67. It seems like she's just trying to reposition herself, though. Let's see what happens with Priority right here, because they're both close together and not really at the takeoff point right now either, Jesse.
Yeah, that's the competitive nature that you see on Sanoa. Very young, but just smart. Like, kicked out, knows that she doesn't need to get a better score right now. She just needs to make sure Ellie's not on the next 3-point ride. That's all she needs to do. Let's see if she's going to make sure that happens, because she just let Ellie go on a very good potential wave. Luckily for her, Ellie pushed a little bit too much on that first turn, got caught, and somehow...
Well,
no, she does have priority.
Yeah, priority's established with Denfleola, and just a block right there won't change the nature of her score line. But 20 seconds to go. Where's Harrison now? A bit caught inside right here.
15 seconds.
And with 15 seconds to go, it seems like this heat's going to go the way of the Canadian, Jesse, and a big start to the event for Sanoa Denfleola, and it's going to be, I would call maybe the biggest win of your young career so far. If she makes it into the final, she's going to be one of the few North Americans to do very well in this event, especially on the women's side.
Totally. I think that's a great start for her. They both look shaky. They both had a lot of mistakes, but hey, that's how you learn. You move on, don't get attached to that, and into the next heat.
So be right back with heat number 2. Sofia Medina, Gina Maria Conradi, and Kohai Fierro about to hit the lineup.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships right here in La Union, the Philippines. Mitchell Salazar with the former CT surfer and Triple Crown champion Jessie Mendez. Heat number 2 out there of the women starting off the day. Sanoa Dempfleolin, our first victor of the World Junior so far in the opening round for the women. She'll get a chat with Stace down there in just a bit. Sofia Medina in the red, Hina Maria Conradi in the blue from France, and Kohai Fierro representing French Polynesia is in the white. Older sister Vahine, former World Junior champion at this event herself, back in Australia a few years ago. She's now a rookie on the championship tour. And speaking of people that want to be a rookie on the CT, this young lady looking to join her brother in the elite of the elite, Jesse, Sofia Medina, but it was Hina Maria Conradi with the best wave of the heat so far. This came in as a 3.5.
Yeah, just smart surfing for her. She's a quick surfer, bringing it all the way back around, but the wave had not much opportunity, not the coping that you're expecting, not the lip to give that criticalness. She got a 3.5 on it to start. Not a bad start, but not the greatest start as well. Sophia, on the other hand, went massive on that turn. If she landed, she would have get a big score. That was probably the biggest wave we've seen Reedon so far on the event, and looks like she's finding a double up.
Yeah, and the surfer from Maricía, Sao Paulo. Great style, maybe the most improved surfer on the Challenger Series last year. Had a couple of great results, and this is a great wave to start things off for Sophia as well. Had the chance to ride out of that last one, and unfortunately an unforced error right there by Sophia. Should still be a pretty decent score, though, with the activity that she had before the fall. 27 minutes on the clock, but you're from Sao Paulo yourself, from a different city, Guarujá, but Maricías, man, Jesse, those waves get good down there. Pretty heavy wave right there at the beach break, too.
Definitely. It's an amazing beach break, good barrels and everything you want. I like this turn right here. She got a lot of flare out of it. Obviously, wasn't the best angle for you to see that turn specifically. Finish it off strong, but just missed the opportunity again. We've been seeing a lot of that in the last few waves, and that's a bummer for her because she would have got a decent score. She's still going to get an okay score, but yeah, could have started very well.
4.67, so as you had said, the previous heat, anything really above a 4 is considered a decent backup, right? You get 10, 11 points right now by today's standard. You're having a good heat. You get something more than 15 points, I'd be very impressed. It's very fun out there, contestable, of course, but those real big sections, few and far between. And on her first ride, the incomplete turn, you land one of those. Less is more in those situations, right, Jesse? You get rewarded based off of what you did and not what you can potentially do out there.
Totally, and not to mention it's quality over quantity as well. So if you get one big turn, I would have seen her getting close to a 6 in the 0.83 that she had on the first turn. It was a massive section, big turn, very critical, kind of down the line, lip line type of glide, and it was just kind of got unbucked right there, and looks like bites up and riding.
Yeah, this is Kohai coming out of Huajine, beautiful island in French Polynesia. Going to be a quick wave for her. Father Scott, originally from North County, San Diego, been living in French Polynesia for a good number of years, has 3 daughters, Kohai being one of them, and just a great family, a lot of great surfers, and always with a smile on her face, those Fierro sisters. Obviously, it's pretty hard not to smile when you live in one of the most beautiful places worldwide, especially with a good consistency of waves too. But the one thing that I really like about the 3 sisters from this family, they still go out and try to compete and prove themselves worldwide. Vahina, she's going to be a rookie on the CT this year too.
I mean, let's talk about the toughest place in the world for you to leave to go surf grindy conditions on tour, you know, like on the Challenger Series or on the qualifying series on your region. So for them to actually leave the best waves in the world with warm water, beautiful people to go do that just shows what they want, and it's very clear in their heads. So that's why Vahina is where she's at right now.
Yeah, and was very close to qualifying a few years before that too. Finally cracked the code last year in Saquarema, was able to get a good enough result qualify for the championship tour, and younger sister could potentially become a world junior champion at the end of this week and kind of start her pathway just the same way Vahine did. An Olympian last year, obviously qualifying for the CT, but most importantly, I'd say, Jesse, you created a momentum shift for that generation of surfers from that region. Kali Voss has been able to do that, but of course Michelle Perez, really the one person that everybody look up to from those beautiful islands in French Polynesia.
No doubt, Michelle was definitely the strong force of those chain of islands right there. I remember also Tamarua Metcomb.
Yeah.
It was from my generation. He
What a
didn't
great
go
surfer.
into the Key West, but he was probably the most talented surfer we had on our generation as far as that period until he was 16 years old or 18. Unfortunately, just went to another path and didn't pursue the competitive surfing. But yeah, just a few surfers that are just so talented and so used to those crazy conditions. You surf with them and they just feel like literally they're at home.
Speaking of talented surfers, one of them up and riding here. This is Sofia Medina.
So let's do this.
Oh, that's a big turn right there from Sofia to start things off. Seems like activity is the name of the game of this heat right here for Medina. 23 minutes on the clock. She's going to extend her lead and throw away the 0.83. Downstairs, Sanoa Denfleolin with Stace.
Thank you, Mitchell. Sanoa, congratulations. First heat win of the event. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good to win that last heat. I was definitely nervous going into it. Obviously, Ellie is an amazing surfer. I mean, I think we both would have liked to get a lot more waves, better waves, and, show our surfing a bit more. But, yeah, a grindy one and definitely, funny at the end with her needing such a low score, but always happy to make it.
Ever heard of Curse of the Horn?
I hadn't previously, but then you were just talking to me about it when we came up from the beach. And, yeah, I think that definitely might have been a case of it. Lots of sets before watching, and then definitely seemed to slow down in our heat.
Yeah, you seem to think it might be a heat on, heat off kind of a day.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but right now that sounds about right. I feel like I've seen the girls out there get a couple already.
How have you been enjoying your time in the Philippines so far?
Yeah, I've never been to this part of the world before, so I wasn't sure what to expect, but I've loved it. We've been super lucky with waves, kind of just felt like a surf trip the first couple days, just to and from the hotel surfing and nothing much else. So I'm definitely enjoying it, and everyone here's so nice, so I'm grateful.
Yeah, awesome, and it's a good time of day to watch surfing on TV back home in Canada. Did you want to sing out to anyone?
Yeah, I want to say a big hi to my mom, my sister, brother, my grandparents, anyone at home watching. Luckily, they didn't need a 4 a.m. wake up today, so I hope you guys had a nice day, and thanks for the support. I'll call you in a bit.
Cheers, good for the chat. Thank you, Mitchell.
Congrats to Sanoa. Thank you, Stace. Great job down there as always. Here's Hina Maria Conradi, one of the 2 qualifiers from the European region representing France. As you mentioned earlier, Jesse, has a lot of speed going into these turns, and I really like the aggressiveness of that second one too. Good variation with the calm maneuvers right there, but riding the 77 from Sharp Eye, one of Felipe's original models right there, and seems to be working quite well out here at Mona Lisa Point.
Definitely, that board's great for this type of conditions. It's good on point breaks. It has a lot of drive, that board, and looks like White was up and riding. Started off with a nice turn and then a closeout. Ooh. Very vertical as well. A lot of flare. Both of surfers kind of surf different stance, but they surf similar. And Sofia as well. A little bit of a flatter section right there for her, and it seems like it's going to be one of those waves that just hit.
Last wave is a 3-point.
Yeah, that's
your last
part of shallower part of the bank, and it just kind of gets very wobbly right there. All the water kind of exits all the way on the very bottom of the bank, and it gets a little bit tricky to ride, and that's what happened with Sofia. But yeah, the other surfers made the most of that first waves they had.
So the previous one of Sofia comes through as a 3.93. That's now her backup. Last one doesn't go into her top 2, a 3.27. And Hina Maria with a 3.5 at a 2.97. And Kohai with the one single turn, 3 points. So into the heat right now, needs a 5.6 for the lead. And for Conradi, she needs a 5.1. Tides are interesting here in La Union. We had a negative 1 point tide at 6 in the morning. It is local time 8:51 right now, but there's not a huge difference. 8:08 p.m., 3 feet tide. So
and only one low, one high throughout the whole day. It's so interesting, right?
I've been trying to get my head to wrap around it, but I still can't fully figure it out. It's you know, this
First
part of Asia
priority
that can
surfer
be a
in
bit
white,
different like this. And,
second
you
priority
know, us coming
surfer
from the
in red,
Americas,
and
we
third
tend
priority
to
surfer
be
in
used to
blue.
the Pacific Ocean and what it
19
normally
minutes
does,
and
which,
25
especially
seconds
this time of
remaining.
year, you can have major tide changes too. Not here. It's either a very low tide or a somewhat low tide out here at Mona Lisa Point, Jess.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And I think it's actually kind of decent to keep the consistency throughout the whole day, right? Because like you go to Indonesia maybe and you have a massive tide change. We'll probably have to stop at some point of the day, which the tide would be a little bit way too high for the bank or way too low. That happens a lot. But here, most likely we're going to have the same thing all day long, at least today. And probably the next few days until maybe the moon changes a lot and the tides fluctuate a bit more.
Did you like competing in France because of that reason, that you could be on hold all day and know that you had maybe 8-10 hours just to spare, and then you could potentially surf a heat in 6-7 of the afternoon over there in Hossegor?
Hossegor was probably one of my favorite events, but not for that reason, because that puts you too much on standby. I can count how many times I was about to put on a jersey and I had to go on hold for 2 or 3 hours, and it's just not enough time for you to turn off the button of just relaxing, and you kind of got to stay warm, you got to stay active, and yeah, it's just very tricky. But on the other side, it makes it very interesting because you have one of probably the best beach break in the whole world, and the tide really makes a difference on it. It makes different banks pop up in matter of hours or even sometimes minutes, and it just turns on. So it's an exciting place, but for competing makes it very tricky.
You saw Catalina Zariquier right there from Peru. She's going to be coming up in the next heat. Interesting fact here, Jesse. The two surfers that qualified on the women's side from Latin America are both Peruvians. And Sofia Medina, she was awarded a wild card, going to be one of her last years competing here in the juniors still. That just goes to show you how impressive the region has become so far. Latin America, South America specifically, Peru, Chile, Brazil, of course, has always been at the forefront of competitive surfing for the last 20 to 25 years down there. But I think the quality of waves that we're seeing in Peru and Chile specifically, there's a lot of potential to maybe return for a CT event back there in the next few years too.
I'll be so happy to see that. And there's only lefts out there, so you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong.
Even better. Here's Conradi now. She's needing a 5.1. That's a big turn to finish right there for Gina Maria, and that should help her cause. Just under 17 minutes to go, and the only surfer to qualify from France on the women's side, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri from the Basque Country. She's our European junior champion, qualified for this event. Gina Maria, though, I mean, a name that we're not normally used to hearing a lot more, but I feel like we'll be hearing it in the near future a lot more, Jess.
No doubt. Great way to finish. When you have a section to close out, that the section's coming bigger than you, it needs a lot of power for you to match and a lot of speed for you to go through that section, so that was critical from her. It's going to be interesting to see. She needs a 5.1, which is the best wave of the heat, and on the downside of that wave, she did go very lateral. Every turn she did was down the line, so it's going to be a turning point for us to notice what the judges want to see, because from what I spoke to the head judge earlier today, they want to see critical major maneuvers and variety on, and she lacked a little bit of that on that wave. She was critical on the last turn, yes. Ticked one off the judging criteria, but the rest I think was a little bit more on the conservative side.
So needing a 5.1 would have to be the best wave of the heat, and we'll see if it gets to that point. I think the big comparison, even though it's a different heat, is still the 5-point ride that Sanoa had in the previous one. Different surfer. Obviously Goofy versus regular too, so really hard to compare the two of those things. But just talking about our judging panel, of course you have the head judge from the Championship Tour right here, which is a big saying. William Cardoso, Pandinha, though, he's part of our judging crew right here. Tori Gilkerson, a great surfer, also the longboard head judge. He's part of our panel right here, and everybody from different regions worldwide. As the score comes in for the surfer in blue, it's a 3.57. Now needs a 5.03, but that's also a beautiful thing about the criteria and the way we score surfing, isn't it, Jess? Because you have people from different parts of the world. Of course, you want people from different regions, as we see Luana Silva, one of the favorites to win this entire thing, a former CT surfer. He's looking to make it back onto the Championship Tour. But it comes down to the way you integrate your abilities from where you grew up and how you can apply them to the spot that you're looking at, right? Because Pandinha can have a very different way of surfing this wave as to what Sofia does, and boy, she has just been on a heater so far in this heat, finding the steep sections at the beginning and Unfortunately, once again, though, that wave just fading out afterwards. 14:30 on the clock. Medina still in the lead, and she's looking to keep it in the back end of the heat once we come back from break here at the World Junior Championships.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Back at Mona Lisa Point for the World Junior Surfing Championships right here in the Philippines. Mitchell Salazar with the former Triple Crown champion, Jessie Mendez. That is Catalina Zarique from Peru. She's going to be coming up in heat number 3. This is Kohai Fierro, though, the surfer from French Polynesia. It's a big turn right there on a larger section. She's looking for a 6.04 to move up into the lead. Before the break, we saw Sofia Medina catch a wave. It did improve her backup score of 4.37. So she is in a solid spot right now to move through straight into the round of 16. And Kohai Fierro, she's looking for at least a 6.04. Last of Conradi doesn't seem like it'll make that much of a difference. Needs a mid-5 at the moment just to be able to take first place. And with 12 minutes on the clock, Medina's been active. She's caught 5 waves so far. Same thing for Hina Maria. And unfortunately right here, an unforced error at the end of this one.
Yeah, that was a critical section right there for her. That's what they want to be looking for. Like, you see, like, a lot of waves lacking that wall, and she had the opportunity and kind of missed that. And this one here on the bottom turn, you're going to see her catching a little bit of her heels right there as she was bottom turning, and kind of put her in that awkward position that you have on her backhand, where you're too close from the board and you can't really extend the turn. So had a little bit more opportunity on that wave for her, even though I don't think there was a 6.04, but she could have probably improved that 3-point ride.
I want to give credit where credit's due. Your English, by the way, is excellent now. And I remember when you first started off and you were a bit nervous. Now look at you, man. You're like speaking in 3 different languages with me. You're doing the broadcast for the World Juniors and everything. I'm just super happy to work with you right now. And I feel like not only are you doing a great job, your insight is very valuable, because we were talking about speed management in the last heat, right? And you saw that right there with Conradi. Unfortunately for her, the steepest section that she's had in this heat so far was a misused one. And that's the important part of the judging criteria right now. Less is more, but once you do get those sections, you need to take advantage of them.
First of all, thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure.
I love you, brother.
You
I love
too,
you. Te quiero,
buddy.
carnalito.
You too, buddy. And I mean, it's just fun talking about surfing, right? Like, that's what we do if we're here on the booth or if we're just watching the event. That's what we do every day of our life. So it's fun to be here, and it's sometimes you got to be critical with your stuff, but you got to break it up. And yeah, she did have a missed opportunity right there, as much as Sofia had a missed opportunity on her 4.67, and on the previous heat, Ali and Sanoa. But I think now, next heat coming up, they're warming up, they're getting better, making less mistakes, and we're going to see Luana, which is a World Tour surfer, which has put in way heavier jerseys than this one right now. So we're probably going to see, and this, not to mention, this conditions actually suit her very well. We're talking about that this wave kind of looks like, has glimpse of Ibeira Gilles in Portugal, which she won her Challenger Series in a few years back, and on her first year on the Challenger Series. So it's a wave that she's going to, I feel like she's going to suit this wave well.
I feel like it has shades of a lot of different places.
It does, totally.
I'm still trying to like fully figure it out. El Sunsal in El Salvador, to me, is a very comparable wave to this one. Ribera de Islas, as you mentioned as well. But I'd even say shades of Sunset Beach, more Sunset Point though. And that's where Lulu's from. You see her doing very well. To me, she was one of the standouts in the free surf because of that. But same thing, Bells, Winky Pop, a little bit of that. And
Rincon?
Yep, for sure.
And I think, obviously, every wave has its own character. This wave, you even mentioned Sunset Point. We'll get back to that after this wave. But I think the similarity that makes all these waves like kind of look like, it's the rhythm change on the wave. Like they speed it up and they get slow. They speed it up and get slow. So it's hard to dance. It's not easy, and that's a very good looking wave for Sophia.
Oh, she's done her homework so far in this heat, and a big blast right there at the end. And once again, the tempo change on that one right there, going from one speed to the next, making sure that she was managing it well, and she found an inside runner right here on the same ride. Looking to get something more, she won't, but the damage was done on the outside. Only looking to improve on a 4.37. I think what a lot of people always forget about is that the biggest factor in an event like this still has to be experience in your favor, right, Jesse?
100%, and she's the one with most experience out of these three surfers. And right there, look how tough that was for her to time it. She had a flat section, and then she carved it down, had to cut it short because the wave steepened up, and that's basically the only critical part of the wave she had. And then after it went flat again, but she was very smart to keep herself calm and collective, brought the board around, nice style, kept the flow throughout, and got some extra points. This is going to be a great score for her.
And should be, at least in my eyes, the best wave of the morning so far. Great combination, especially the second turn, very critical. She's done her homework. Most importantly, I feel like she's just fallen into a rhythm of being on the right waves at the right time too. Good priority rotation. Now that's something you learn on the Challenger Series, right? Get the 4-person heats, you move into the 3-person heats, and eventually get to head-to-head matchups. She knows how to compete in this kind of scenario right here.
She definitely has the edge on that. Like, and in my opinion, in this event, like, you see mistakes committed in every sort of level, but the lower the level, the younger the level, you're gonna see the tendency of surfers committing more mistakes, and that's just normal. You have less experience. So for the surfers that have the advantage of have surfed on the World Tour before, or an event or two, in this case her, have surfed on the Challenger Series, almost qualified. It's a big step ahead of everyone. So make the most of it, and it looks like she is so far.
Yeah, she's looking great in this heat, and she does get the best wave of the morning. It's a 5.4. Extends her lead. Low score now at 4.67. There's Luana Silva, representing Brazil from Sunset Beach, Hawaii. I mentioned Sunset Point being very similar to this wave. Sharp eye looks good underneath her arm, and just talking about her performance yesterday during the free surfs, big smile on her face, was real stoked to be here. Got a wild card opportunity, kind of last minute too, and taking advantage of it right now. You do well at this event, you win the event, you don't have to do the regional QS. It's a big jump right there. You go straight to the Challenger, and for her, the goal is obviously to requalify for the World Championship Tour as well. Priority is with the surfer in blue, Conradi, and she's going to miss this one, unfortunately, with just over 6 minutes to go. And the worst part is that Kohai was interested in that one, but with lower priority, she had to let that wave go right there, Jesse.
I know, and that's a big bummer for her, because that looked like, for me, the best shaped wave we've seen. And that's the type of wave we were mentioning about, kind of like the second wave. So there's a little bit more water in the bank, and what that does, brings that second wave a little bit underneath, and it just has that perfect groomed face all the way through, and that wave looked like a great double up. Like, you for sure had at least, from what we saw, 3 major maneuvers back to back, and that's what the judges want to see. And if you want to go excellent, do that with the progressive surfing. A lot of high risk, and you're going to get rewarded.
Yeah, I'd say 2 to 3 maneuvers was probably already getting you something in the good, maybe even potentially excellent score today. But the issue is, you sometimes see a lot of these waves from the beach perspective, and you're thinking to yourself, I can grind out an 8 with 7 or 8 turns on this one. Whereas you paddle out and you can't find that wave, right? And next thing you know, it has to come down to those 2 turns that you're thinking about.
And one thing that I had trouble yesterday, we paddle out, obviously, is great for us to actually know the lineup so we can talk about it, but we see Sofia and Perrado. We'll get back to that later.
Yeah, looking to improve on a 4.67, and she's just been on point with her wave selection so far. Looking to improve on the mid-4 once again, not rushing anything, making sure that she's finishing her waves now. Just under 5 minutes to go, but yeah, you were talking about the placement of surfers too. There's not necessarily a marker per se either where you can necessarily sit at the point, because it's a big takeoff zone out there at Mona Lisa.
Today maybe a little bit better than what we had yesterday, but like you mentioned, for me yesterday was kind of like all over. The waves were at least twice as big as what it is right now. So there's waves breaking everywhere. And what I found it very hard is it wasn't so hard to identify the wave you had to go, because when it came it was kind of obvious, but it was hard to find a criticalness on. Like I felt like I was trying to get my bottom turns deep, delay myself a little bit to get vertical, and I couldn't figure it out. And that's what you kind of have on this wave. It's hard to find that lip, and once you connect it to it, make sure you make the most of it, because you're not going to have that many opportunities out here.
I had the same feeling too. You want to go a little bit deeper on the bottom turn, thinking that it's going to steepen up. It doesn't. You have to change your line a little bit, and potentially for goofy footers, that could be something much more difficult for them. Whereas the regular footers, they have an advantage to change their line much quicker, don't they? So on the forehand out here, could be an advantage. We've seen it with the highest heat total of the morning so far, given we're only in the second heat with Sophia, but still, 10, 11 points, that's a good heat by today's standards.
Yeah, that is not bad. 4.8 to back it up on this last wave, and she's looking solid. She's looking solid to take this heat. Obviously not so far behind the other girls. Hina needed a 6.63, but we haven't seen it today, so she's going to have to be the first one to do it. And it's usually not easy when you haven't figured out what a 6.63 looked like for you to get it.
So ooh. Oh boy.
That's an interference right there. And she didn't even see it.
So
she still hasn't seen it.
At least on our screen, second priority was with the surfer in blue, Hina Maria Conradi, and the heat leader, Sofia Medina. She had third priority. So
she might haven't thrown everything she's done in this heat down into the sink right now.
Wow. That would be crazy, and luckily we're not judging this heat right now, because if not, I think there's probably going to be a good amount of confusion. But based off of what we had on our screen, what we're seeing off of the scores tablet right now, that was the priority situation. So if it does go through, it'll be a priority interference red on blue, which means that her entire second best ride will be eliminated, and she'll go down to, at the most right now, a 5.4 heat total. That'll bring her all the way from first down to third, Jesse.
That's crazy, and she's not even going to know. Once they announce it, if that's actually what happened, which makes total sense. She had a 4.8, and she was still paddling back out, unless something happened that we didn't see it on the meantime, and the surfer in blue lost priority. She's going to go to third place, and she's not even going to notice. As soon as she hears that, she's going to be mind blown.
Well, and the wave you interfere on doesn't get scored either. So say you do get a 10, it turns into a 0 anyways. And then once the surfers get back out to the primary takeoff zone, priority will go to the person who was interfered on too. So she's going to go down all the way, at least the second priority right here, because Kohai was up and riding. Here's the situation. It seemed very clear from what we saw on our screen that second priority was with the surfer in blue, and Red just dropped in there, and it's official, Jess. She goes down to third place after the interference.
Yeah, this is crazy to think. What a missed opportunity for her to skip that second round and start with the right foot forward. But actually, when I saw her paddling, like, she kind of like identified the wave and made the decisions for the other surfers that they weren't going. So she just had the tunnel vision. Oh, they're not going. This is not that great of a wave. I'm going. And she didn't look back for once, and she doesn't even know what happened, because she didn't look back the whole wave. She didn't even see Hina on that riding that wave behind her.
That is the biggest unforced error you're probably going to see throughout the entire year right now. Somebody who was leading the heat by a significant margin, in complete control of the heat, and goes all the way from first down to third. So a priority interference, red on blue. Sofia Medina still has a chance to win the heat. She needs at least a 7.07 to retake the lead, and this is the last of Kohai. Doesn't go into her top two, a flatter wave, just a 2.73. She only needs a 4.07 now, since Hina Maria is in the lead. Only bad news, though, with 10 seconds to go, it's going to be the French surfer with the 7.07 heat total, Jesse, taking away the win after she got interfered on. It doesn't matter how you win, as long as you get the W.
Definitely. This is a great way to skip second round. Mostly you're in trouble right there, needing a 6.63, and all of a sudden you're in first place.
So it is official. Hina Maria Conradi takes away the win. She'll be talking with Stace in just a little bit. Heat 3 coming up. It's one of our top seeds, Luana Silva in the red, Catalina Zariquié, and our local surfer, Mara Lopez, about to hit the lineup here in La Unión.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
And a very good morning from the beautiful shores of the Philippines. It's the World Surf League's Junior Championships, presented by the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. And straight down to biz on a first day of the waiting period. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jessie Starling. Good morning, Jess.
Good morning. It's nice to be here. It's been a pretty good morning so far, I'd say.
Yeah, it's been lots happening, some good surfing, bit of drama as well. In that last heat, we'll unpack that and talk through it at the moment. Set this one up, having a look at one of the big favourites for this, Luana Silva, out of the North Shore of Oahu, of course, representing Brazil. Couple of laps of the CT from her already back in 22 and in 24 last year as well. Taking on surfer out of Peru, Zariquié, who has shown us a couple of glimpses from what we've seen of her in her fledgling career so far. She's a good surfer. We've got a no-show actually from Lopez. She's feeling a little unwell. She's hoping to be back in round 2. She just decided to sit this one out, so we'll be just 2 surfers in the water, Jess, and just instantly a little more room in the lineup, a little more opportunity for these two.
Yeah, well, we had something similar this morning. We had Ellie Harrison and Sanoa. You know, they had a 2-man heat to kick us off for the event, and to be honest, it's probably a pretty good practice round. When you get further in the draw, you're going to have these 2-man heats, and so I would actually be pretty happy to have a 2-man heat in this first opening round, but to come up against someone like Luana would be a little bit scary.
Yeah, from deep there, just trying to get open in this heat, find something, just kind of force the issue. She's a little bit caught behind, so these two at the moment really just trying to strike the first significant blow. We got that 3-point ride dropped in for the Peruvian Zariquié so far. But Luana Silva, I was actually quite surprised to see her in the draw. You know, we've seen her around.
Yeah.
She came on the scene so young, kind of bursted in with that Challengers performance. Got the qualification done for that 2022 season, but still in the juniors and obviously a big favourite here.
You know what? I had so many times where I was looking at the draw and I would just think to myself, they're still a junior. Just because they've had such a long and kind of successful career so young. And Luana was definitely one of those names for me, because I just think because she's so dominant on the tour, she's also an Olympian. You just wouldn't think that she's still a junior. She's under 20. So, yeah, Luana, I actually think should be like one of the harder ones to draw, I feel like, in this event, just considering how much heat IQ she'd have now with all the competitions she's surfed over the last couple of years. So, yeah. But you know what? It's from what I was just talking to Luke Landrigan, and he's kind of like one of the local legends around here. He was one of the first ever Filipinos to have like an international sponsor, competed on the QS, and he's from here, and he was telling me this wave, it is like a kind of anyone's game. It chops and changes a lot, and here we have it, Catalina.
Yeah, nice slice off the top from her. That board looking really loose for her, and that's going to be key to unlocking on these sections. Just a little sticky for a finish, but she gets it done. We've seen a few surfers go down in kind of nervy moments at the end of this wave, but gets the completion and she'll get a little bit of a margin now. Already that 3 locked in, another score heading her way, and she's been, industrious so far.
Yeah, definitely. She's kicking off on the right foot, and I think that's exactly what you have to do. You know, she's probably looked at this draw and thought, all right, we've got Luana Silva, Mara Lopez. She is the local legend around here. She's the junior Philippines champ. She's also a longboard champ. She's from here. So I feel like looking at her heat, she's probably thought to herself, let me get in there, let me get amongst it and try and put pressure on from the early start. And if that was her plan, she's executing pretty perfectly right now because she's already put Luana on that back foot.
Here's the scenes at Mona Lisa Point. The whole surf community just nestled along the shore here. Absolutely beautiful part of the coast with a bunch of surfing options up and down. Our attention's focused on this wave and some of the kind of key attributes that it will take to do well out here. Just revisiting Luana Silva, think about her surfing in particular. A really nice match for this wave, but as yet to see it really unlock. Someone that did that in the last heat via way of an interference. Ina Conradi is with Stace.
That's right. Thank you, Paul. Hina, a win is a win. How are the waves out there?
Yeah, the waves are fun, but a little bit complicated to understand when you are to be and which wave you are to take. And yes, it's complicated to understand the technique.
And is this your first time to the Philippines? And what do you think of San Juan?
Yeah, it's my first time, and it's a very good place, very beautiful. The people, it's very kind, and the food, it's excellent. So yeah, it's a very good place.
You told me your English wasn't so good, but your English is fantastic. Although I'd love to hear you speak to your fellow friends and family back home in France and in the Reunion Islands. So parlez-vous français?
Bah, j'embrasse tout le monde, surtout que là-bas il est pas très tôt, il est pas très tard, pardon. Et voilà, bah, je pense fort à vous et je vais aller le plus loin possible et voilà.
Thank you very much. Well done. Back to you, Paul. I'll let you talk the French from here.
Super. Yeah, thanks, Stace. Yeah, she said it's early back home. She's going to go as far as she can. And it's nice to get, not an emphatic performance from her, but sometimes in an event, it's a long path to victory. Sometimes you need these kind of things to just happen for you, and sometimes life just kind of lines up.
It's just one of those openings, and you just have to kind of take it as it comes, and she did it beautifully. And it's not even like she didn't surf a great heat, she did. And unfortunately, Sophia just making a mistake at the end of that one. Luana up and riding here. Big first turn here. This is that kind of CT experience we want to see. We want to see her attack those sections. One thing I really love about her surfing, which you see her do on this wave, nice finishing turn there, she moves her back foot up and down the board a lot. And I think that's really important for a wave like this. It can get some fat sections. She moves her weight up the board to get through them. And yeah, she's got a really great read on the ocean and these waves. And I feel like if that's just the start and Luana's going to build from there, we're going to be looking good for the next 22 minutes.
Getting involved in the heat there. The wave that was a little bit kind of disjointed. First turn and then had to connect through to the inside. But that trademark forehand from her, she's so good at attacking right-handers kind of late into the lip. Haven't really seen her unlock some big energy so far in this one. She'll get a number and stay in contact with the Peruvian. But at the moment, it is Catalina who is leading this one as we take a little look down the coast and see the sweep of the swell as it bends in out of the North Pacific and lights up this wave here. We're enjoying already what we've seen so far this morning. Pretty big and wild out here yesterday. Powerful as well. Things have come down. This is much more of the size our local surfers have been telling us. This is more kind of, this wave works best in conditions like this.
Definitely. So the reef faces west here at this beach, and when we get these north swells, it really wraps around the reef perfectly, and we have a good north swell on our hands today. And I feel like as soon as the sun came up this morning, it was just kind of, we knew it was game on. The waves were fun. It was a lot more manageable size, like you said, Paul. And I think even watching the free surfers before the start of their heat, it was just, the talent was incredible. It definitely looked a lot more manageable than yesterday. We had quite the travel day to get here yesterday. I was looking at it going, I can't be bothered with it today. That's how kind of wild and woolly it looks. So this morning, sitting and watching the first couple of heats, I was like, would love to be out there right now.
Yeah, woke up this morning, first light, beautiful early dawns here in the Philippines, and you just sort of It looked like someone had just pulled the sheet tight on there. It just looked all nice and orderly and tidy. Good lines wrapping in here. Just think about that conversation we touched on it about some of the surfers you kind of expect to do well. And here, the World Juniors, there's not a lot for surfers, maybe just in the draw, not a lot of pressure on them. And just flip that over. You're a big name. You've done a couple of laps of the CT, and there's a little bit of expectation to go all the way into the event. So, you know, maybe one of those ones as well where surfers in the draw without a lot of pressure, they can shine.
It's funny how different athletes work and like how much pressure or how little pressure you can put in yourself. And I think, coming in with someone who is Luana, who hands down has the most experience out of any competitor in this draw. She's been on that top level twice. For her, maybe it is that little bit of added pressure because maybe people expect her to do well. Especially in the juniors, coming down, you think she'd have like a good handle on what's going on here. So, I agree with you, Paul. It's going to be interesting to chat to her throughout the event and be like, are you feeling the pressure? Is it really getting to you? You're kind of smooth sailing right now. And I don't know if she's the type of surfer who's going to take it heat by heat and, just try and pace herself through it. Like I've always thought she's been, especially on the tour, that surfer's just shown up from the start. So I'd love to see her kind of get amongst it and not feel that pressure, because that's where I think she does her best work. And feel like if you've been on that big stage, I don't know, I could be wrong. I just feel like if you've been on that big stage, you just should be more comfortable in yourself than a lot of the other competitors. Not sure what that was though, diving in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, something fishy. Big jump out the back there. A live and thriving ecosystem in the ocean here, tropical waters. And absolutely beautiful as well. You look back at the mountains inland, see how lush and green it is. So a really vibrant part of the world here. We're absolutely stoked to be in the Philippines and just buzzing as well. The local surf community here, it's a really tight-knit one. It's centered around this wave. It's a bit of a rep as there's a good longboard scene here as well. We've seen World Surf League longboard events go down here, but some rippers in the shortboards as well. And just another region where I didn't know loads about this wave of the community here. What I've seen so far, they're stoked.
It was kind of the surf spot of the Philippines before Cloud9 really took off in the early 2000s. I mean, there's 7,000 islands in the Philippines, so
it's a lot of islands.
Imagine how many incredible waves that would still be undiscovered, but La Union was one of those places that was kind of on the map before everywhere else. Especially there's a wave called Belair not too far from here, and it was here that all the pro surfers kind of flocked to if they wanted to come to the Philippines. But like I said, we had that boom of Cloud9 in the early 2000s, and then the WSL went there, and so I think it's really cool to see like the different shifts in quality of waves. You can go to Cloud9, get this incredible barrel, plenty of waves around there, but you could also come here and it's kind of the land of the right-hand point breaks. There are so many point breaks around here, and I know the locals are giving our competitors the lineup for the week and not surfing, so really lucky competitors like this lady Luana Silva. Big tail jam there. I'm liking it. I'm liking what she's bringing to the table right now.
Yeah, it's a trademark term for Lulu, that one. Very smooth and powerful, just glides out of the section. Very nice indeed. And I think identifying, we saw the big set, just kind of, she was caught in side bite a little bit and just kind of realizing maybe we're getting towards half the heat, go on, just take an opportunity, one section. Let's see where the judges go with that.
Yeah, that lady in the yellow who was just on your screen, Kathleen, she's actually the youngest competitor in our draw. She's coming up next, 12 years old, Paul, and competed in her first QS 3000 when she was 9. I was like, okay, that's pretty young, but Luana getting an inside one here, Paul.
Yeah, ripping in off the top, carving with the speed, comes out of the turn and another really nice carve in the pocket. That smooth style from her. And again, that one all the way back to the white water, giving it a good belt as well. So 3 squeezes of the juice there from Luana Silva, and that's much more the flow we've expected. Been a little bit disjointed so far from her in this heat in terms of waves she's caught and just the way she surfed them, but now she's looking like she's kind of going through the gears a little bit.
Yeah, you could kind of see she took that one from down the point there, and it's that end of the point where it almost fools you, the wave. You think it's going to stand up and you're going to get this end section. It still kind of bends away from you. You do just find yourself getting stuck in carved territory and just, you know, keep wrapping it back. So where Catalina is, that's kind of the mid peak. There's a peak there. There's also a deeper peak, which you saw Ellie Harrison and Sanoa start the event. They started it way up, and that's actually where it seems to push to as the tide gets higher. So I feel like positional changes will happen throughout the day for our competitors, but it seems like a bit of a sweep has actually picked up. I feel like we're constantly seeing the women paddle down at the moment, paddle up, I should say. So, yeah, maybe just another thing for all the competitors to take into their consideration. But there's definitely some steeper ones just to the right of your screen as well. But this bank looks super fun too. So I would just be probably picking the eyes out of it a little bit more before my heats. But yeah, Luana probably got her last one right where she is now. And yeah, unfortunately, that is just cutback territory down there.
Surfers come into town a couple of days, several days before competition to get a chance to figure things out. But at the moment, they're looking at some fun conditions with opportunities. It is Luana Silva who'll go to the lead here. More live action from the Philippines when we come back from break.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
And a very warm welcome back to the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. Right now in the water, Luana Silva representing Brazil, taking on Catalina Zariquié. Representing Peru, it is Lulu Silva in the lead in this one. She's got herself. She's banged out a couple of fives really in quite quick succession, and something of a sluggish start from her. She's just kind of filling out the lineup, but this is much more what we expect from her. Really.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like any given day you're probably going to see Luana get at least a couple of fives in a heat, and that's how she started it. She's got the first half of the heat kind of in the bag right now. She's got to hold on for that back half, but we were tuning in a little bit during that break. There was actually a pretty well surf wave there from Catalina as well. She got a bunch of maneuvers, a really good combination. But yeah, the tide's starting to fill in, so potentially waves will start to get a little bit bigger with this higher tide. But Catalina, she's going to kind of crawl back right now, get on that front foot. She did apply the pressure at the start, but these waves, this is definitely going to help her get back in the action pool.
Yeah, this is that wave we saw just during the break. She's sprightly, a ton of speed on the opening section, but couldn't really go into the lip. It was a little slopey.
Yeah, she went to this end section here and kicked the fins out a bit. I thought potentially she might have gone off the other end because she did go out of our screen when we were watching it, but she's held on. She's got a score to lock in. I quite liked that combination from her. I thought it was definitely a step in the right direction for Catalina, especially considering the strength that Luana has. She's probably going to have to rely on these combinations to match those scores we're getting just from one turns of Luana. So she's getting there. Scores are coming in. It's going to be her best wave of the heat so far. But it's interesting, like, you do have to win this heat to get through to that round 3. We do have the elimination round coming up yet. So even if you put your best foot forward in a 3-man heat and you come away with second, you still have to go and fight for a spot in that further round. So she's got a 4.67. She needs a 5.83 to find herself back in progressive position, so needs to do a little bit more in the next 11.5.
Yeah, back in the game though. Think about those numbers from Luana Silva. A couple of fives from her is very much a gettable score as well for young Peruvian Zariquié. With that 4.67, she's in contention, looking for a slightly bigger 5. She just needs to keep surfing as well. She was a little quiet, didn't she? After kind of opening up busy, went a little quiet. She just needs to keep catching waves now.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, Paul, like, it's not very often that you're going to come into a World Junior event and come up against an Olympian and a CT athlete all in one. You know, that's a pretty tall task, and I think she's really kept her cool, kept her head really strong, stuck to her strengths, and each wave she's getting better at this point. So I actually think you know, nerves can get, like we spoke about at the start of the heat, nerves can get the better of most people, but I think she's really holding her own right now, and 10.5 minutes definitely has the chance to do so. It's a two-person heat. She can really take whatever she wants once Luana has a look at this wave here. She's going to have to scratch hard, and she's into it.
Silva spins and goes. The first section will drop around her, and then the wave will go a little soft, so unable to unlock. It will be priority with Zadikier, and a chance for her now with just over 10 on the clock. See if she can get applying a bit of pressure back onto Silva now. She'll try and find a bit of a quality wave. I tell you what, in terms of a lineup, what wave you're looking for, seen a couple of heats this morning, it's still quite hard to identify what exactly you're looking for, because it seems like there's opportunity up and down this point.
Oh, even chatting to some of the locals, even when those sets come through and I feel like you think they're going to be a really great wave, it's surprising how maybe the mid-size ones just might have that better shape. And one of the local Filipinos, he was like, I still get confused with this wave. You know, you really have to put the time in, get your lineups right. It's so important. You see a lot of these athletes now have coaches on the beach who also be like double analyzing it for you. So these guys know, though, they haven't got to the World Juniors by just kind of, you know, putting a couple heats together. Like, they know what's going on. They've surfed enough heats and enough ocean to know, okay, this is probably what I'm looking for. But I agree, Paul. Like, I feel like once I head out for a surf this afternoon, I'll probably spend the good hour confused out there looking around thinking, where are these steep faces? But they're definitely out there. I just think you got to know the bank and the tide and how it shifts. If you can figure that out, that's half the job done.
Yeah, definitely feels like a bit of an element as well. If you kind of stay in motion a little bit, waves will pop up. It isn't one of those perfect ruler edge kind of things where priority is like really key, and you kind of know which way every wave's going to break. So even just getting yourself a wave, maybe might not surrender a score, but just pick yourself a little wider. Something will pop up where you're paddling back out. Let's see.
Yeah, let's definitely keep an eye on it. Something to note, though, Catalina, part of the Peruvian surf team. What a cool team to be a part of. And they have had pretty good results. I haven't had much to do with a lot of the South American sort of areas, and I was chatting to my friend Leilani, and she was saying that Catalina, she's actually one of the most rapidly improved juniors coming out of that Peru region, and you know, she's just won her first Pro Junior in that 2024 season that they're competing for now, and she got second in the Pan American Games. It feels like it could be one of those fast trajectory stories that's starting to happen. It's slowly started to like snowball and connect the dots for Catalina. But Luana looking to improve, tags this one down the line. She's got some speed here, hits it again, hasn't really attacked yet. Got that last one in, but felt like maybe just the type of wave where she's just connecting the dots, figuring it out.
Yeah, super smooth and joined up in the right place with the speed, but never really getting a chance to completely unload on the wave. Just kind of had to keep doing speed turns down the line. She will appear a little wider. Meanwhile, from deep, a good-looking meaty section here. Catalina, first wrap off the top. It's a nice big section, big turn. If she sticks this, oh, and she'll just about hang on. Well done to her, and she will nail that turn, and this will be interesting to see where this goes with the judges. That was a big section there, Jess.
Oh, that was a roller coaster. I felt like I was going, oh, yes, no, the whole time through that last section, trying to see if she was going to hold on for that ride out. But Catalina, she got the job done. I really liked it. We haven't seen one of those big end sections this heat, so found it, got the job done. It was one of those mid-sized ones. You know, she wasn't, I love the fact she's not sitting and waiting for those sets. So I feel like that 3 is going to kind of go out the window. It was a really nice end turn, and she's putting it all on the line, which I can completely respect, Paul.
Yeah, solid hammer on the end. You'd like to just come out with speed in front of the white wall, just make it look a bit cleaner for the judges, but at the same time, that degree of difficulty comes into play, and you see her hang on. It was a solid section. She hit it pretty hard. Let's see where this puts her. Just under 6.5.
Yes, 6.5 minutes to go now. So it's a shame that we couldn't see Mara Lopez, but like you mentioned, she's a little bit under the weather, but she wants to fight back in that elimination round. She'll be back. So will this lady right now. That is the Luana Silva. We know, strong first turn. She's putting it together for a second one. See if she can get this inside section through here. Bit of a steeper face now, Paul, and just lays into it. So Luana Silva, feels like it's just been one of those heats. I hate to say it, but she's just been building, you know, every single time. And yeah, I just love the way she surfs. She's really smooth and really powerful, and all that experience is paying off right now.
Just over 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this third heat, the opening round for the women here. And the World Junior Championships, the young local, just 13 years old. What a story that is. She'll be coming up in a heavy heat as well. We see preparations getting ready for Heat 4 right now, and our thoughts are still with that, well, essentially that last exchange. As we're looking for a number to come through for both of our surfers. Luana Silva with that longer wave was a smaller one to open up. Didn't really, there's no like crazy big turn. By contrast, bit of a hammer from Catalina on hers. And let's see where that puts things. Chance for a change of situation. It needs to be a bigger high five for Catalina.
Yeah, it has to be the best wave of the heat so far. And I think if you just look at matching the power, I think Luana's probably got her on power. But wave selection-wise, yeah, Catalina, that was definitely the best wave and best section we've seen of the heat so far. So it could potentially go her way.
Tell you what, scores are starting to come in. We're just waiting for one judge here. And she's going to be right up close to that requirement from what we can see coming through. Chance for a lead change. We do have a score to come through as well from Lulu. She gets a 5.93, goes to first, the young Peruvian. And how about this? She's kept in the game. And she has found herself a score and found herself the lead right now. Pressure right back on Luana Silva.
Nerves of steel right there from Catalina. I mean, she had the pressure put on her, needed to answer back, get the best wave of the heat, found the best section, and she just hammered it. And the judge is loving it. That 5.93, I feel like we haven't seen the women quite creep out of that 6-point range, but she's getting close to it. She's really pushing the bar right now for the women in this first round this morning. Luana, you didn't think she'd be on the back foot, you know, and this is where that she's going to have to, you know, find her strength, find her strides, use that knowledge that she's got and get herself a 5.28. Good news is she's done it before. She's got a 5.33 in her lineup already. 3 minutes 40, Paul. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to these last few minutes. But you know what? This wave, and the judge is putting down a kind of clear marker here, and they're saying, you know, it is a point. If you kind of snip down the line with flow, you'll get a reasonable number, but it will be kind of low. And this is degree of difficulty. It's taking risks and just throwing everything at a big, heavy section. The high score of the heat coming in. Almost a couple of waves that Luana caught after that, in a way, kind of contributed to you thinking that was a much better wave. You get a soft one that kind of just runs a little bit down the point. It's a little bit underwhelming by contrast. It's a bit of excitement there for us. You know, there's something to kind of look at and go, is she not going to come out? And right now she's in the lead. Upset on the cards. There's still 3 on the clock.
Yeah, I loved it. I love the drama. I love the drama in that end turn. That, oh, is she going to know? And, you know, you're just thinking in your head, hold on, just hold on. And she got it done. She got the job done. And I actually went and saw a rodeo for my first time, and it's kind of like riding a bull in those, probably not, but it's kind of like riding a bull in those end sections, especially in heats. You're doing anything to hold on, you know, trying to get that finish. So, yeah, hats off to Catalina. She's got, you know, our CT Olympian on the ropes right now.
She's got priority as well.
Wow.
A chance to control the last couple of minutes and this and that. I mean, Luana Silva might try and slip away underneath here. We have seen some scores and some bigger waves come a little wider from the initial section, but right now Luana Silva will go here. So from under the priority of the Peruvian, and that's why there was very little interest from Catalina. Nothing doing on that wave for Lulu Silva. We talked about the experience under pressure. She's going to need to show us a bit of that.
Yeah, she's going to have to rely on that knowledge. She's going to have to really back herself, back the amount of heats she's probably surfed over the last 4 years, and know that she can do it. And this is where we talk about, you know, we said at the start, the nerves. They've got to stay pretty still. And Catalina, you know, we've seen her. She's been able to stay present, stay backing herself for the entirety of what has been 28 minutes, and then to get her into that first place. But she's playing her cards right now. She's just that annoying little fly that won't go away for Luana right now. She's just going to stick super close to her for the next minute 20. And if you're Catalina, it actually does kind of feel good to like have that control. But if you're Luana, it is the worst feeling in the world.
Luana just sitting slightly underneath and trying to sell something, trying to force the issue here. She needs a number. 5.28 is the score. Catalina will go and use priority. There's the block. There's the first aggressive snap. Love that. There's another really nice turn. A little release on the tail. The third section good as well. I tell you what, she's got some spark as Catalina And a well-surfed wave. She looks, the game face is on a fourth hit. She looks cool as you like. Then a chance just to breathe and kind of express herself on the end. But I tell you what, a bomb out the back. Silva off the bottom, driving really nice. Carving snap from her and then into the lip. Beautiful linked up surfing. Really nice combo on a solid section. A good wave for Luana Silva here. And she'll build up speed through the inside. The wave will go steep. And a little snap of the tail to finish. Great exchange to finish this heat.
Oh, that was just beautiful. They were two of the best waves in this heat. Both of them just went to town on both of them. Luana didn't back out. She held her nerves just like we said she had to. Let's look at this replay though. So this is Catalina. She's looking the most freed up and explosive on that one. We'll come back to that. Lulu. Beautiful first turn. Really drives through it. Comes up to this second section. Belts it. And then kind of paces herself through here, comes back around, knows she needs more, so she's just waiting, biding her time to get to this last inside section, and then get some speed and make something happen there, kicks the fins out. I feel like Catalina's going to improve, Luana's going to need more, but honestly, that was a really epic end to that heat. It was a really great matchup between the two ladies as well.
More of that, please. That's how we want to see all heats to end, really. Both surfers getting an opportunity, and their best ways, arguably, it's with the judges right now. We'll find out exactly where that one's going to go when we come back from break. More live action from the Philippines, from the World Juniors, right after this.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa. The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Juniors. Live action from the opening round of the women right now, and a great finish to our third heat of the morning. Luana Silva in a tight heat against Catalina Zerikie of Peru, and numbers all in as we'll wrap things up. And Zerikie getting the better of that heat, and ultimately a big scalp for her. That'll be big confidence, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. I said at the start of that heat, not every day you're pulling a CT and an Olympian all in one for your first heat at the World Juniors. But not only did she pull her, she beat her. Like, that is such a huge attribute to her, considering she's only had her first Pro Junior win in this last season. Yeah, I just think that is 110% the biggest confidence booster at the start of an event like this. And now she's going to have a few days off to sit and just feel good about herself.
Great entertainment from that one. Speaking of which, turn our attentions to our fourth heat of the morning. Have a look at Sierra Kerr, defending World Junior champ. There's a little disappointment from Luana Silva. She'll be back for more in the second round, though. Also out in the water right now out of Japan, Kana Nakashio. We're going to see Kathleen Castles, the junior, as well, out of the Philippines. So 3 surfers in the water, but a lot of attention with very good reason on Sierra Kerr, who's already been absolutely blazing in the regional QS. She's got, 4 wins on that tour, as well as being the defending champion. So a lot of pressure and expectation. I just can't wait to see what she can do.
Yeah, well, the last 2 events she's competed in, she's won. And they were co-sanctioned events, so it was all the best from Australia. They were all the best surfers from Asia. And she dominated. She was so impressive at Cloud9. She's had a win here in the Philippines. Then she went to Taiwan and just dominated again. The only thing she's got 2 obstacles though in this heat, right, Paul? So Catalina, she is the local girl. She actually is a bit of surfing royalty. Her family has a pretty solid name here in the Philippines for surfing. But Kana Nakashio, last year we had a QS 3000 right here at La Union, and Kana took it out. So she knows what it takes to win at this event, and I think that edge and that knowledge she's already had, she's competed here in the years prior, it's definitely going to add, because we spoke about it in that last heat. Sometimes you can get lost out there. Sometimes the waves you think are going to bowl all the way through just don't. So I think Kana, if she was smart, she could use this to her advantage, and we could see another Catalina Luana moment if she can be smart and stick to her strengths against someone as big as Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, love these storylines and watching them unfold. Already some relative upsets, you'd say, particularly in that last heat, Luana Silva. Prior to that, the interference for Sofia Medina as well. So a couple of surfers, a couple of big names. They'll be heading to round 2. And meanwhile, surfers definitely on the come up in terms of their profile, through and get to sit out and come back in the 3rd round. So real interest in these 3 close quarters at the moment. No waves ridden, half an hour to try and find 2 waves and establish a lead and get into the chance to just sit out really and not have to surf in that 2nd round. Let's speak to someone who just did that. The young Peruvian Catalina Zariquier is with Stace Galbraith.
Thank you, Paul. Catalina, fantastic heat. Thanks for the entertainment.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really hard heat, but it was super fun, and there were a lot of waves, so yeah, super fun.
You used your priority to perfection at the end there, bettering your score. Were you nervous watching Luana's end of her wave?
Yeah, kinda, because she's like a really good surfer, and I was pretty nervous, but I was like also very calm because I got elimination round, but I was super happy to make a good heat, and yeah.
And would you like to sing a word out to everyone back home tuning in?
Yeah. Quiero mandarle saludos a mi mamá, a mi hermana, a mi hermano, agradecer a todos mis auspiciadores. Fue un hit bastante difícil porque Luana es una surfer increíble, pero nada, súper feliz de haber pasado, agarrado bastante olas y ahora con todo para la siguiente.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, cheers, Stace. And a great performance from Cassie. I really like the look of her. She's got confidence, got a bit of swag, bit of spark about her. She looks great.
Doesn't she what? Kana Nakashio, though, strong first turn here from the previous champion at this wave. 2 good-looking turns, steep wall. That was one of the steepest walls we've had actually this morning. So Kana starting off strong.
No, we had a bomb, didn't we, from Sierra Kerr just during that cross. She didn't get the finishing turn in, but I just love the approach. That's what we expect. We know we're going to get that from Sierra. But how about some of those carves there from Nakashio, and another great surfer out of Japan with that whole generation of surfers that are just all pushing each other really, really strong. I'd love the way she tore into that.
There is nothing wrong with a good, solid rail carve. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. I really love watching it and watching them push all the way through, kind of getting that body torque for the entirety of the wave and using the whole face. And Kana, she is a strong girl, I'll tell you that for something. She is super strong. She's not scared. She charges. And I think her lack of fear will probably help her in scenarios like this. But yeah, that body torque on that last wave got her a 4.67 for 2 carves.
Really, really cool, and just serving a bit of notice as well with that win that you mentioned, the experience she's got here on the wave, and just finding sections, really a good looking wave, and just doesn't need necessarily go into the lip to get scores. She can do it with the carving, a bunch of different ways of doing it. Contrast that with Sierra Kerr, absolute hammer on that section, the back foot pressure, so entertaining and electric and exciting. She didn't ride out of it, that's why it was a small number, but we just want to get her on some more waves.
Yeah, a bit of a priority mistake there from Sierra. Had a paddle, couldn't quite get on. She goes back to 3rd. This early in the heat, you have to think it probably doesn't have much to do with it, still with 24 minutes to go. Catalina, though, hasn't quite taken off on her first wave yet. She made a priority mistake as well, unfortunately loses that first priority. Youngest competitor in the draw, just 12 years old, from Belair, so not too far from here. And just a fun fact as well, her grandma, who she's travelled with here, was the first female to ever surf Belair. How cool is that?
Just totally cool. And the part of the cool stories about this event, obviously a business here is to crown a couple of world champions, but just taking in a new community as well and seeing that young generation, really inspirational. Another bomb for Nakashio, and she'll smack the lip. Just does quite well because that wave kind of bent and folded there, and she'll regather. This is really nice and smooth. That was beautiful looking as she released the tail and just kind of skidded out, but And that wave went a little soft, and she will go incomplete on that last maneuver, but she looks so dialed into this wave.
Oh, Kana is just a lethal competitor. I feel like in Oz, when we have our QS regional series, we do a lot of co-sanctioned events, so we get to know these Japanese surfers pretty well. She has such a desire to win, and you can see the way she bottom turns and just eyes off sections like she's going to just attack it with everything. Really smooth, like you said, Paul. That section was looking great, kicked the fins out, but because it went fat, couldn't really match the power of what she was bringing to the table. 3-point ride for Kana, but yeah, she's a pretty lethal competitor, Paul.
Great entertainment already in this one. Plenty of time left to go. We're still looking for a significant involvement from Sierra Kerr. Also the youngster Casals out of the Philippines. That's her having a paddle. No real pressure on her in terms of results right now. She's looking at two of the very best in the world in this age group going at it. And a great chance for a learning experience and also just to represent her country and stoke out the community. Really good energy from the Philippine crew in terms of their love of surfing, but just their sort of quite fun-loving bunch in general. I feel like everything they get into, they really get into.
They are the most beautiful bunch of people. I love the Filipinos and just what they bring to us as a community. They're so welcoming. Here we go, the lady of the hour. This is Kathleen. 12 years old, up and riding, just getting this heat started. Couple roundhouse there, Paul. Maybe a little bit of nerves, but, you know, I know she's got it in her to show us a bit more than that.
I think she's feeling a lot better now to get away, get the speed, just kind of tap into the juice. She knows she can surf. She's in this event for a reason, and that's going to feel a lot better from her just to get involved in this heat. So won't be a massive number for her. The score will drop in, but she's underway. She's opened the account here. Some serious lines stacking up as this swell bends and wraps in. We're actually kind of on the other side from where the swell comes from. So we're on the sort of northwest shore of this island. The swell coming out of the North Pacific. So bending and wrapping in. And it's wrapping in with a bit of energy right now. There's some bombs out there.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen sets this big all day. It almost has shades of yesterday's mid-size ones. I want to say it was pretty solid yesterday, and there was a lot of clean-up sets. So Kana looking like she was in a good position to get herself out and under those ones. Sierra might be copping a couple on the head right now, but as my dad always said, it's character building. So you just get used to it, reassess, rejudge your position. But I'm liking the look of these bigger lines. I feel like that's good kind of conditions. Is a good early indicator into what this high tide could bring.
Yeah, and you got to say that's Sierra Kerr's speciality as well.
Oh,
Bit
definitely.
of juice. She's so impressive when it's like 6 foot, 8 foot bigger. That's when she really shines. That's why she's been kind of like picked out as being having that surfer. It's just a question of when rather than if she's going to step up to the elite level.
And even if she didn't, Paul, she would be a brilliant free surfer. Even just that edit she dropped last year, Precursor, was just absolutely insane. The wave she was going, like you mentioned it, she charges. Big waves are definitely her specialty, and just the air she was doing, the turns she was throwing down. I could watch edits like that all day, and if she chooses to go that CT route, which I know she wants to do, if it doesn't work out for her, I genuinely, truly believe she has a career as just a Noah Dean-esque kind of drop clips once a year that are just mind-blowing.
Yeah, amazing in the tube as well. Of course, the prize of getting on the CT is getting to surf some of the very best spots in the planet. And one of the pathways in terms of getting on the Challenger Series is to get the win here. Of course, she's already locked in with a spot on the Challenger Series right now. It's about defending that World Junior title. Sierra Kerr at the moment, not a lot to get too excited about. Just that 2.5, the first wave from her on the board. No one's really gone mad in terms of scores. The best of it, our surfer out of Japan with that 4.67. She's got priority as well. She'll be looking to try and find a wave here and just apply a bit of pressure to this heat. We talk about surfers building relationships with waves. You come back to somewhere where you've won before. How does that feel? I mean, obviously she's going to have confidence and good memories of this place, but there's something on another sort of cosmic level where you feel like you just lock in with a surf spot.
There's few places around the world I think every surfer would experience where you just have a special connection and you can feel it when you're there. You're always on good waves. And from the waves I've seen Kana pick out, it seems like this could be one of those places for her. She just looks really locked in and just like almost without sounding cliche in the flow with this wave. She just seems to be in really nice rhythm. And I think there is something special to that. There are so many waves where you go back to be like, oh, it's still there. You know, it wasn't just a once-off thing. And we had really similar conditions for this event last year. So that's just another confidence boost to know she can do it in these conditions too. And right now she's holding down the lead. But with 18 minutes 40, 30-minute heats is a long time to start predicting wins in a heat. You know, we didn't expect that last heat to go, but look at this bowl here, Paul.
Yeah, really nice. Loading up on the speed, Sierra Kerr. What she got for us here? She got tons of speed. Doesn't find a section, though.
I always get excited when she gets the speed. You know, I always think, oh, here we go, we're going to the air.
It looked like something big was coming. I'm sure that thought went through her mind, but just not quite finding the section. It'll be just a reasonably quick paddle for her just to kind of pop through this white water and try and find something else and really get a campaign going. She hasn't got a lot in terms of points on the board so far, and there's plenty of time though. Still 18 minutes to go, so a lot to happen here.
You know, you've been part of this industry for a really long time. You're such a solid journalist as well in this industry. You would have seen a lot of Josh coming through. Was there a certain point for you where you had heard about Sierra and there was always that question of like, can she live up to the hype? Was there a certain point for you where you were like, she's there, you know, and I know she's going to get there?
Yeah, do you know what? The first time I saw herself live was in the event, the quick invitational event. So I'd seen the kind of, but you get a really different idea watching people on, you know, on a screen, kind of hearing about them. But it's when you see someone and when it's really pumping as well.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, there's a lot of good names, a lot of people that you think, okay, they could do really well, but they're still really young. I saw her absolutely charging the event. The surf was massive. It wasn't really a paddle day. Like usually, this was 2 years ago, and she was absolutely charging out there, and I was like, there's no way she's not going to be a CT surfer when I saw her surf. That was so impressive.
Yeah, especially considering the waves we have on the tour now. I feel like she'll be in such good rhythm with waves like Pipe, Chopu, Fiji. Like there is just so much for her that once she gets there, it will go her way because she's just so talented in waves like that. And, you know, she got her first CT experience. She got to be able to surf over there in Fiji at the end of last year, and that must have been a really, you know, interesting experience for her and Josh to go through because it was just a taste of what we all know is to come for Sierra. But right now she's here. She wants to go back-to-back World Junior Champ. So we'll have to fingers crossed and see. I was trying to do some research and see if any female had ever gone back-to-back, but I couldn't find anything. So I'll report back on that one, Paul.
No, I think you're right. I don't think that's been done before. You wouldn't certainly think that that's something beyond her capabilities, but at the moment she's really just thinking about this heat and trying to find a little reposition here, heading a little deeper, so maybe just changing things up, thinking where I'm sitting, I'm not really unlocking, I'm not finding the wave, so a little repositioning as she'll head a little deeper. Bags of time still, we're not even at the halfway point in this heat so far, but the early work of Nakashio has been good enough for the lead thus far. We'll see if some more sets and some bombs come through to light up the lineup here, but just in early intelligence from what we're fourth heat of the morning so far. There's different ways of doing it, I guess we could say is one takeaway, because we've seen scores come on a bunch of different waves.
Definitely. I feel like this morning we saw some of the competitors sit super far out to sea and try and get those sets, and on that low tide they almost just were too far out that it wasn't hitting the reef properly. So I feel like we saw an adjustment to those inside waves where there was a bit of a steeper face, and then we saw Catalina tag two pretty good looking mid-size ones, and I'm thinking that is probably the way to go for this type of tide and this time of day. I feel like the mid-size ones are the best shape. You know, they allow you to go vertical and kind of punch through a couple of sections where those sets, yes, they are bigger, but they're not doing what those mid-size ones do. So yeah, we'll see. I feel like that could be the way to go.
Reigning World Junior Champ Sierra Kerr still waiting to unlock. Plenty of time left to go. More live action from the Philippines real soon.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa. The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to live coverage of the World Junior Championships. The local ripper, the youngster Casals, just flying down the line here and giving it the treatment on the end section. A little wobble, and she goes down. Meanwhile, a great hit from the heat leader, Nakashio. She's such a good surfer. Radical approach. Love to see it. The completion not there that time, but risk-taking. Well, we love that, Jess.
Oh, my hands were in the air. My hands were in the air. That turn was exactly what we came here for. That real grunt, that real energy behind it. Sierra, she got a bit of the action as well. Bowley section here. Lip line float down, gets the finish. That's a textbook Sierra turn there. And then Kathlia getting herself in the action. Nice first turn here. Wraps this one back. Navigates that section beautifully. Kind of hit a bit of bump. Went for it on this end section. And I know her coach said you'd rather lose with ones going for it than trying to scramble through. So that's what she's doing. And then Kana gets a bit of a check turn here. Builds up some speed. Look at that section, Paul. Just couldn't hold on. I love it, though. I love it.
Yeah, you got to be that felt like kind of heading towards that excellent range if she could have stuck that, but it's, well, we'll never know. She went down. She won't get a big number. She's still in the lead currently. We are waiting for a number to come in for Sierra Kerr. It's better than a 5.17. Think about that lip line down to the flats, kind of flung it down with the flow. Let's see where her number goes. We'll also get a number to come in for Kathlia Casals, the local. At the moment, just under 12 minutes to go in this. It is still Nakashio with the lead. And it's been one of those heats that I feel like it's been periods where not lots happen, and then all of a sudden when it fires up, it's all happening at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's been really about the set so far in this one, I feel, Jess.
Yeah, I know. I was just rambling on about how I thought it was the mid-size ones. Proves me wrong.
That was the story of the last heat, and it was about just kind of keeping it going, keeping it in motion, keeping it moving. But in this one, it's been the story of the sets, crew on the beach, taking it all in, supporting the local surfers.
Yeah, La Union, it keeps you on your toes. Just when you think you're getting it right, pivot and twist, because the sets have been the story of this heat. And you know what? I would love to see more end sections, just like we saw of Sierra and Kana's, because that's the magic. That is literally what we want to watch. That's what the audience want to watch. That's what the judges want to see. And it's what's going to get people's attention and blood going. And yeah, hopefully in this next 10 minutes 45, get 12 of those end sections. That'd make me happy.
Sierra Kerr, well, she's got a good number. Her best by far, 4.67. Not good enough for the lead, but she does have priority as well, and she's right back in this. And you'll expect her to really just kind of open up now, find a bit of flow, get some solid numbers on the board, get that score heading up. She's still got a 2.5 in her scoreline. She'll definitely try and make amends to that. Still over 10 minutes to go in this one. We're also thinking about Nakashio and what she's going to do on her next opportunity, because she's shown us calves early on. She's shown us she's finding the best ways as well, but that big hit from her, and you know what? You go for it, you don't get the number, but also just serving a little bit of notice, because if things line up for her, she's going to go right up through the scale.
Another thing for her is, I know a lot of the Japanese competitors. We've got 3 women from Japan competing in this. We've got Kana, Kokona, and also Anon. They're all really good friends with Amuro Suzuki, and she is a world junior champion. So I can see, them picking her brain, trying to just figure out how she did it. Just any 1%ers that are going to give them that extra edge. So coming into this, Sierra knows what it takes to win, but if you don't, picking someone's brain like Amuro's, it's a game changer, and it's something I know that these women have been doing. Yeah, so if she can bring what she's doing, then talk to someone like that, it's going to be a good-looking event. Sierra, though, up and riding here. Just a bit of a check turn to start this one off. Bowley section here. This is what we like. Big tan. big airdrop out of it. Paul Evans' arms are in the air, ladies and gentlemen.
That was sick. I mean, great use of priority. And then, you know, on our tight shot, we can't see what she's looking at down the line, but you know she's seeing something here. So setting up and then looking, it's in a big section, and this is so well done.
Wow.
Just that slight crumble made it a little easier. She had that one bit of lip. Absolutely textbook. It's radical. It's on edge. It's taking risks. Love to see that.
Absolutely. This is exactly what we were just talking about and we wanted to see. So Sierra adding a bit of drama to her waves here, especially with those big airdrops. Kana Nakashima on the answer back here. Just a bit of a check turn, has to get down this face, steepens up here, but she didn't quite have the speed she wanted to attack that section with enough that she needed. She knows the stakes are high though. She's got Sierra Kerr hot on her heels in second. She's got Kathleen, the local, there too, and she knows if she doesn't win this, she is in the elimination round. And that is a bit of a blessing for this event as well, because at this level, even in Pro Juniors, there are no elimination rounds, so it is something new. It does take the pressure off, but I don't think anyone would come here thinking they would want to surf the elimination round. So she knows what's up. She knows what has to happen in this next 7 minutes 50. So Sierra, though, she's pushing for it.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to get the lead for sure. She only needs a 3. It's just where exactly does that number go? And I tell you what, the judges have got their work cut out today. We mentioned how kind of different the waves are that have come through, and there's a bunch of different ways of getting scores. They'll have a look while there's a little bit of time and they can see no waves coming through. They'll check the replays and see where exactly this number goes. It's going to be solid for Sierra Kerr. She's going to get it first, and it's been taking her a little while actually. We're really waiting to see kind of that kind of surf and show her pedigree. She's done it now.
Yeah, she's actually interesting. She's kind of had this rhythm, Sierra, for the last few events where she doesn't quite get, she wins her heat in either the last 12 minutes or the first 12 minutes. It's been bizarre, especially in Cloud9. She was winning her heats in the first 12 minutes. Taiwan, she was winning them in the back 12. So I feel like she's just trying to find out that consistency where she can hold it from start to finish. But look at that score, 6.17 for pretty much one turn there. That's what we want to see right on your screen though. Laura Rupp coming up next for her first round heat.
The strong Brazilian contingent will be represented by Laura in a tough heat as well though. That'll be coming up in 6.5 minutes time. Preparations dialed in, a bit of nerves as well, feeling a little bit of pressure in terms of representing your country and what's at stake here. The chance of being a world champ for the first time ever in the Philippines. Speaking of which, one of their bright prospects, the youngster Casals, with some speed and just tapping in. It's a bit of sunshine poking through this morning, illuminating the lineup here. Casals is in a tough heat, and she is watching some of the best to do it globally in this generation. She's getting a first-hand view of some brilliant surfing going down from the likes of Sierra Kerr and also Kana Nakashima. Under 6 minutes now. I can't wait to see Kana's next wave. I love the way she attacks. I think a read of the lineup's great, and I'm really enjoying this now. It's starting to be a little bit of a tussle between her and Sierra. Bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on. Absolutely, Paul. It's important to have rivalries. I think that's what makes great competitors. It seems like that's starting to happen here. Sierra, wow, held that line all the way through. Loved it. Big turn in the pocket. Steep face here. This is what we want to see. Lays it in. Lays it in a little too much though, Paul, and unfortunately buries that rail and goes down. So Sierra, she's heating up. She's starting to feel it a little bit more.
Yeah, just trying to express herself a little bit there. Not sure it'll be a huge number, just forcing it a touch on that last turn. There wasn't loads on offer in terms of what she could have done. The wave was steep and then kind of disappeared. So let's see by the time she gets back in the lineup exactly where we are in terms of time left and in terms of where Kana Nakashima is. Here's a replay. So this one just kind of drilled down the line a bit. That carve, as you mentioned, just really held, and that was a nice hit in the lip, and then really steep there, kind of cupped out and then went a little soft just as she went for that layback maneuver. So incomplete on that last turn, but good work done before that.
Yeah, I loved it. She came in at a 4.47. So I feel like that end section, it's kind of a textbook turn for Sierra, and she's so used to making it. But maybe that wave just didn't have the power to match hers, which hence made her go under a little bit sooner than what she wanted. She was close to pulling it around, but kind of just didn't happen for her. She is in the lead, like we mentioned, that 6.17. First time we've seen any female get above that 6 today. So I actually can really appreciate that the judges are keeping that scale that little bit lower and saying to them, you're competing for a world title. You've got to push a little bit harder than what we've seen this morning. And I think this is the first heat of the morning that they're starting to figure out that lineup just that little bit more. We've seen more steeper sections, bigger end turn hits. Right at the end of heat number 3, we saw Luana and Catalina kind of figure it out. But this heat, I feel like it's really been a, make your mark kind of heat. They've figured it out. And I'm hoping this is just the start and we're just going to snowball into great surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Really enjoying the way the morning's played out so far. Still 3.5 to go in this. Sierra Kerr defending her world title with the lead in this. It took her a little while to really unlock, but she's done that with that big number, the 617. And now our attention turns to Nakashio in the blue. She's got the priority. The scorelines have been actually sort of quite modest returns for the sort of surfing she's done, and particularly that one incomplete attempt at a huge hammer into a big section. That would have gone right up through the scale. You feel she was on her way to a big number if that had been made, but it is about riding out, and she'll look to try and do that. Time will tick away here. She'll have to be a little bit patient. Where's Sierra heading? She's going deep.
Yeah, she's looking at that bank that is just that little bit further up. I mentioned it earlier. There's kind of 2 main peaks. There's this one further down, one that bit further up that does offer some pretty good steep sections. Not sure it has the end section like this one further down, but hey, if you're in the lead, second place in 618, you don't have first priority, you have third. Let's not hold hands with everyone else. Let's make our way up the point, try and find some space, and I think it's pretty smart. It's a smart competitive move there for Sierra.
Yeah, 2.5 to go in this. A little bit of a move up towards her from Kana. She's not heading all the way up there, but just kind of prodding her surfboard in that general direction, and then an about turn, and she'll head back and swing a little wider. So from deep, it's Sierra Kerr, but she doesn't have priority. She'll get room in order to get a really nice maneuver where she'll just release the tail and slide it out on a closeout section. Meanwhile, with the flow and speed and a snap high on a wobbly section, she'll get bucked off. Nakashio, let's see if we can get caught up on what work she got done prior to that. She's in a hunt for a solid number though, just 6. She needs a 618.
Yeah, she's had it all though, Paul. She's given herself every opportunity to be in that first place. Unfortunately, it's just been a slight misread of the sections and how hard she should put. First though, Sierra looked like she was going to pull off this wave and just did that layback jam out of nowhere like it was nothing. We love you, Sierra. Love that turn. That was absolutely insane. Kana, though, let's catch up with what she did. Steep looking face here. Wow, huge first turn. Like I said, she's giving herself everything. There's the second, so got some work done. The third. I see what happens here. She was just kept wanting to push a little bit harder, but that third section, like we've mentioned, it does soften out a little bit, but 2 really great turns beforehand, Paul. Can it go to the 618?
Super sharp surfing. I think one thing I think we've learned is it's rare to get a wave of runner that has similar kind of sections throughout. There will be some kind of change on the wave. So if you are trying to do kind of that repetition side of things, even if it's really radical, might not pay off here, and that's what happened there for Kana. But the first 2 turns were great looking, weren't they? Quite tricky to do as well. Maintain the down the line speed, but go radical and aggressive. She's got another opportunity here, a little caught on the bottom turn. This is a wider one. She'll try and clean up the finish. It was a little scrappy down in there for her, but it's the previous to last wave that we're thinking about. 618 with those 2 turns from what we've seen this morning.
You know what? This is literally why I talk about surfing and don't judge it, because I have no idea. I do have an idea, but it's a high level judging panel, and these guys know exactly what they're looking for. I loved those 2 turns. I don't think we've seen 2 clean turns put together like that today, especially with the size of they were. That wave was a bit more of a mid-size wave. I don't think that's really coming into play today. I think it is more about the criticalness of the turn. So I'm saying potentially could get the nod. There were 2 really nice turns, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it didn't go there.
We're all wrapped up here. Sierra Kerr, your defending world junior champ. She'll make her way in. Well, prior to scores coming through, she was in the lead in that last heat. We have got numbers yet to come in, though. Judges are having a think about that score from Nakashio. She will need to be the best wave of the heat And you're just thinking about the criteria and the combination of major maneuvers. Exactly your point that you picked out. We haven't seen anyone. We've seen great individual turns. We've seen risk-taking, big maneuvers. But to link two turns together with the speed and the flow, well, that's what she did. And that's why at the moment we're just waiting to see exactly where the panel go with this. They were just on edge as well, pretty radical. She's kind of those turns where she just pushed that little extra. You would have thought in a heat, you kind of forgiven her for maybe going a little bit safer and pulling back. She went fully at them, and that made it impressive. Well, let's see where this goes. But the fact that it's taken a while to come through will suggest it's going to be close.
Yeah, when you look at that wave, that, she didn't land the last turn, so it might not go there. But I just think the power of the two turns before that, the last turn, maybe shouldn't even come into play, just because how smooth they'll put together. She didn't hold back on any of them. Still waiting on scores. I love the tension.
It's been so entertaining. And look at this, the number in the best score so far, 6-3-7. Nakashio goes back to first place. What a highly entertaining heat. Sierra Kurt will head to round 2. And we've loved the entertainment, the quality of the surfing is exactly what you expect from the World Junior Champs. We've got plenty more live action. The surfs are really fun. We'll bring in Mitch and Jesse for the call. Stay tuned.
So that moves blue.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa. The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa. The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the most prestigious World Junior event in the Philippines. It's the World Junior Championships. Mitchell Salazar with the former Triple Crown winner, former Championship Tour surfer, former Challenger Series winner, Jesse Mendez. Welcome back, Jesse. Bom dia. We got a stacked heat. Laura Haupt from Brazil out there in the red. Lily Henny from the Republic of South Africa in the blue. And Kokona Kawase from Japan is in the white. And Japan gaining momentum right now. We just saw Kana Nakashio knock out our defending World Junior Champion in Sierra Kurt. She's been relegated to the elimination round. A lot to prove right here in their own region in Asia, and obviously the first time we've ever hosted this event within their own region too, Jess.
Totally, and I was actually very surprised with Kokona. I've never seen her personally surf, but I went on Instagram yesterday to kind of have a look to see how she surfs, and she's this very smooth surfer, beautiful style. Nice approach, great on rail, and it could suit her very well. And not to mention, she probably got a 3-hour flight to get here, so
yeah,
much closer than most of us.
Yeah.
So it makes it definitely easier on your body, and I'm sure she's ready to go.
What was her travel time, by the way, Jess?
I came from Hawaii, so it was a 1-hour flight from an outer island to Oahu, and then Oahu here 11 hours. But the day before, I came from Brazil to Hawaii, so that was pretty far too. So it's kind of like a combination. I had a night of sleep at the house and a day to regroup, but almost just a long layover at home.
So what would you say, maybe around 24 hours the whole thing?
With Brazil?
Well, with Brazil it's probably closer to 30. Yeah.
But yeah, 24 hours I think with everything. Mostly because we got to drive about 5 hours from the airport to here. So
that's true.
I would say 24 hours. Left home early morning and arrived the next day early morning, let's say.
Because for the South Africans, I spoke to Daniel Emsley, Luke Thompson yesterday during the opening ceremony. I was saying, yeah, it was a long trip for me, probably around 26, 28 hours. They were like, oh yeah, mine was like 52. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop complaining about how tired I feel right now and just sympathize with you guys. They've always had the most difficult trajectory when it comes to traveling. The South Africans tend to have to go to Europe or take different routes in order to get to most extremities worldwide, but they take advantage of the few opportunities that they have. And Lily Henny out of South Africa right now, only 17 years of age, from Port Alfred. She's our junior champion from the WSL Africa region. Favorite wave, Jeffreys Bay? To the surprise of no one, though, Jess, favorite surfer is Tati Weston Webb.
Oh, that is very cool. I did not know that, but I mean, I wasn't surprised when you said Jeffreys Bay, because that would have been my pick, obviously, for what's like one of the best waves in the world, if not the best high-performance wave in the world. But I didn't know she had Tati as her choice, so that's very cool.
Yeah, fellow goofy footer, obviously very proud to be able to represent a beautiful part of the world in South Africa as well, and long travel time, but trying to make the most of it right here and not only win the World Junior Championship, eventually be among the very few South Africans to do so. A couple waves rolling through. Doesn't seem like any takers. Let's go downstairs with Stace.
Thank you, Mitchell. Just negotiating tactics here for this posted interview. Kana's English is limited, as is my Japanese. So all I'll say is that, Kana, you're a gnarly surfer. That was psycho surfing out there. Love that combination of maneuvers. But you can take this away in Japanese if you like.
今のヒートはすごいスローなヒートでいい波にあんまりつかめなかったんですけどとにかく勝ててよかったです。
Well done, Ichiban. Back to you, Mitchell.
Thank you, Stace. Congrats to Kana Nakashio, dropping a 6.37 on her very last wave in the dying seconds of the heat. Was able to take away the W against our reigning and defending World Junior Champion Sierra Kerr. A big win for her, Jesse, and especially when you consider avoiding the elimination round, you could potentially surf in smaller surf, much more difficult conditions. Really nice to alleviate the pressure in that sense.
Hey, that's one of the names she beat on the women's side of the draws, and she took it down. And sometimes you get lucky, but that wasn't luck, because Sierra surfed very well. She had a mistake. She fell in one of her waves, but she really stepped it up and took down the win, and that was a great start for her.
Here's Lily. Her opening ride, that's a good first carve. Tried to go up into the lip for the second one, and it's going to be incomplete for Henny. Still a nice attempt, and the only wave ridden so far. 6 minutes have gone by in this seed. Talk about a stacked field, right? Japan, South Africa, and Brazil out there in the water. Laura Hop from Florianopolis in the southern part of Brazil. A lot of experience. The crazy thing to me, Jesse, is that she is still only 18 years of age. I've probably heard of her since she was around 13 or 14. A lot of success on the Challenger. Actually was able to be inside of the top 20, and there's been a few years in a row which has been right on the door knocking of qualification for the CT.
Yeah, that's crazy to think. Obviously, I know her for such a long time, and I thought she was older as well. Like, because you see such a great mature surfer from such a young age, so your tendency is to think that they're older, but yeah, she's only 18. She has a bright future in front of her, and she's an amazing surfer, very powerful, uses the body to her advantage, has a great body language, uses the torque of the upper body and her hands very well, her arms very well. So I love watching her, and I think she's a great hope for Brazil's next generation of women surfing.
I think so too, and especially when you look at the great generation that we have right now, led by Tati Weston Webb. You have Luana Silva coming up right now, Taina Henkel, who's also an Olympian herself, and of course can't forget about Sofia Medina, who's also in the draw right now. But what is it from your perspective about Florianopolis, that part of Santa Catarina, that just once again provides opportunities and canvases for a lot of these great surfers, including the one and only Iago Dora, who's been just detonating on the championship tour as of late?
Well, I think what you just mentioned right now, Iago, leading the chart right there, as far as this generation, right? We previously had plenty of surfers that are amazing from there, but I think surfing with good surfers make you develop, and Florianopolis has so much talent, and that helps you to step up your game. If you're surfing with average surfers around you, the tendency is for you to just kind of slow yourself down and think you're too good. But then when you have someone like Iago in the water, Matheus Ergi, you have older generations, Marco Polo. I mean, I cannot name how many good surfers there are coming from there. So it puts you on your toes, and it makes you work harder.
Another guy in the draw right now too, Leo Casal, also from the area. Great surfer, talented goofy footer who will be a threat, really, in these kind of conditions on the backhand. But what's really interesting about Floripa is that but Ayamole, one of the most consistent waves in the region, just tends to provide a lot of canvases for these surfers. There's Kawase, her opening ride. 20 years of age from Mie, Japan. Has won a QS at Lagoon Bay before. That was a QS 3000 on the regional side of things, but you just look at the region itself. Japan, outside of Kanoe Igarashi, hasn't had much success. Now Connor O'Leary representing Japan on both the Olympic and the Championship Tour side. Want to see more surfers, especially on the junior side, be able to do well. Have a great junior surfer right here in the comp on the men's side in Tenchi Iwami, who's looking to do well too. He's one of the favorites actually to take this whole thing out.
Yeah, man. I was actually speaking with Willian yesterday and talking about the Japanese force that it's been developing the last few years. And obviously, for me, my head starts with Masatoshi Ono, like one of my favorite surfers of all time. Just how good he was, so close from qualifying. And we haven't yet to see someone that is a Japanese that grew up in Japan to qualify. But they're so close, both on the men's and the women's side. It's just a matter of time. Obviously, Hiroto, Shun Murakami, Hel, Inaba, like so many guys that I grew up surfing with that are fierce competitors and amazing surfers. And this is another case right there. Yes. Smooth operator, beautiful style.
A couple of guys our age were really close. Arashi Kato was one of those guys, Hiroto Arai. And of course, I think out of our generation, the most successful probably has been Hiroto Ohara, who's been on the verge of doing it. But you have, Yahagi, who's been really close. Tenchi Iwami has had a couple of good results on the Challenger Series. But they can add up to the consistency, though. And in the end, you know yourself, consistency is the name of the game. Once you make it onto the Championship Tour, it's easy to get there. It's much harder to actually maintain that spot on the CT.
I totally agree. And that's exactly what we were talking yesterday, because they've won events. They've won major events before. They've won Challenger Series. Hiroto won US Open. So they've won 5,000s. They won 3,000s, all kinds of events. But yet to find a consistency, and it's just, it goes, I think sometimes it goes back to what we were mentioning. When you don't have anyone that led the way and led the path in front of you, it's harder to find.
Right.
So same way with Brazil having world champs. We never had anyone. Gabriel did it. We had 3 of them doing right after. So you need someone to break that ice, and it's not easy to do with the whole country behind you. That's why it takes the hats off for one of the greatest competitors of all time, Gabriel Medina, to do it for Brazil.
I mean, when you look at his statistics compared to Kelly in the shorter time period that he's had, he might even be more impressive. Here's Henny. Her second ride has a 2.5 on her opener, looking to make it to the open face. She does. That's a good start right there. Strong turn on the backhand. Tries to carve it back once more. This wave kind of going flat. Steepens up right at the end, and just a bit mistimed towards the end part of that wave. Still 18:45 on the clock, and she'll be getting potentially her best ride right here, Jesse. Just a 2.67, the best of the heat at the moment for Kawase, and real slow start for Laura Hop out there in the red jersey. Plenty of time in the water, though.
Yeah, plenty of time. I don't think those waves are going to dictate this heat, and I hope they won't. But great surfing for her. She got caught behind a little bit for too long, and that's something the judges don't love seeing it. But this first turn here, I love the upper body twerk that she had, accelerating through that turn. As you see it, she brings that front arm inside a little bit earlier than the upper body, so that accelerates the turn and finish it off. Mistimed right there. She could have probably got a decent score to put on the board, but with that miss, it's going to be on the low side.
So 18 minutes on the clock. Priority with the surfer in red. A bit out of position is Hop, though. Going to have to let that wave go. Let's see where Kawase and Henny are. And just a bit too far inside, too, so won't change too much right there. Just waiting on the last of Henny, thinking it's going to be a somewhat decent score, potentially the best of the heat, but in the long run, maybe still a throwaway when you consider how good Hop is and how much success she has had at very similar waves to this. Actually, in Erceira, Ribeira de Ilhas, which you mentioned, has a lot of similarities to this wave right here at Mona Lisa Point. Got 5th at the CS event last year, so a lot of experience at a right-hand point break like this. But so far, Jess, out of position, it's Kawase, though. She might have a chance going on the backhand. Steeper section, Bowley one right here. Nice setup. Looking for something down the line. This wave just going flat, though.
last
Going to
wave
have
of
to
a
pick up the pace here on the
2.5,
inside if she wants to get some
2.5.
scoring potential on it. And not a whole lot. So the previous one of Henny matches her 2.5. Has a couple of those. And now Kawase only needing a 2.33. Might be just around there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. It seemed like a great wave selection when she stood up, but the wave kind of was one of those wide ones that hit just the end bit of the bank, and it goes a bit flat, and it looks like Lauder is up and riding.
This is a good-looking wave, too. Has a lot of potential down the line. Big carve to start things off. Good pace to begin this wave. Once again, lays it on rail. And that's a tricky section right there, kind of getting towards the beach break part of Mona Lisa Point. But a big finish for Laura Hop, though, and one of the most impressive turns we've seen all morning long. That should score well and only needs a 4.57 or better to move straight from third place all the way to the lead with 16 minutes on the clock.
I mean, that shows the experience, and this is what I was talking about, how she used her upper body. See the extension of the arms, bringing it all the way back around, and it makes it more dramatic, it makes more lively, and it's a presentation. You want to make sure you make things look impressive, and this finish here is just beautiful. Once again, bringing the arms up, getting the release on that tail, pushing the back foot, and coming out clean. And you see her body expression. That was nothing really impressive for her to do it.
Right.
But she's that good, so she's a step ahead of everyone. But she just looks solid, calm, and just experience. It's in her edge right there. She's done it enough to know what she needs to do on a wave.
Do you feel a sense to make sure that you're maybe emphasizing a bit things or things just a bit more with your body language towards the end of the wave in order to get that extra 0.5 that you need from a score?
Yeah, it's a presentation. You're there presenting yourself for the judges, and even sports that are not based on judging, they do present themselves. For an example, tennis, they're always trying to look like they're positive and they're in their game.
Yeah.
So mostly if someone's starting to score you want to make sure you look solid and you look confident, because that's going to translate to your score. Like, it's inevitable. It's going to happen, and you see the best in the world do that the best.
One of the best in the world doing it right now. She gets a 5.33 in second place, but looking good so far in heat number 5 here at the World Junior Championships. Be right back after the break.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
Welcome back to the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Tourism Promotion Board Philippines. Mitchell Salazar here with the former Championship Tour surfer Jessie Mendez from Brazil. 13 minutes on the clock here in heat number 5 of women's opening round. It's Kokona Kawase at the moment in the lead from Japan. Laura Hop from Brazil just barely behind her in second place. Needs less than a 1 to move up into first. And South Africa's Lily Henny with a couple of 2.5s. Needs a 3.3 for the lead at the moment. Just before the break, we were talking about X factors, the kind of difference that it makes, having that little extra emphasis when you're finishing waves. And Jesse, when you come to a new place, especially somewhere that's much farther than you normally travel to, what's kind of the one thing that you kind of look forward to, thinking to yourself, this is what I need to do in the first 24 to 48 hours to figure out a place like this?
I mean, I think first of all, getting used to the jet lag. Like, as far as surfers, like, you're usually traveling from place to place, so you usually don't arrive that much earlier. maybe this one you did because it's the first event of the year, just starting the season, so you maybe had a little bit more time, but usually you're right on top. So you want to make sure your body's rested and in time, biological time, with the place you're staying, because that makes a huge difference on your humor, on your energy, and that's going to translate to your surfing and patience and everything. So I think this is key. You get there and make sure, if you arrive early, don't fall asleep the first like the first 12 hours, and make sure you sleep only at night or whatever it is. And then try and put your boards in the water as much as you can, and try and put your feet in the wax and feel the board out. With every ocean's different. I mean, in this case scenario here, we have very low period swell, like about 7 seconds, which is very unusual to the places we usually go. That's very low. So yeah, just getting used to the wave. I think it's the second time, but first just get used to the time zone. I think that makes a huge difference.
So don't fall asleep immediately if you're really tired. Make sure that you're getting an extra cup of coffee if you need to.
Yeah, fall asleep when you have to, like only at nighttime.
Lily Henny, it seems like she's had her cup of coffee this morning. The surfer from Port Alfred, South Africa, just 17 years of age, working on the backhand. Favorite wave is J-Bay, so you tend to think that a lot of those surfers are much more comfortable going right than they are going left. Oh, Kawase, though, had the chance to go big right there at the end of that wave, and unfortunately comes unglued towards the tail end of it. Laura Hop, how's this shot? That goes to show you the short interval that you were talking about, Jesse. A lot of those waves right on top of each other. Good surfing right there so far from the surfer from Santa Catarina in Brazil. That should be a good backup, and only needing less than a 1. I'm going to be, on the shorter side, saying that she's at least going to get that. But a good surf wave right there, and the composure 20 minutes into the heat. Just a smart competitor right there in the red jersey.
Yeah, it's solid, and that's the point of difference she's going to have today. Mostly against this heat with girls that are probably less than half of the experience on big events like they have. But what a beautiful turn she had right there. Unfortunately, landed a little bit earlier than the lip, and the lip kind of landed on the back of her board, and she kind of lost control and got stuck. And here, the third wave of the set, a little bit more whitewashy. She was a little bit stuck behind. The wave was, like you mentioned, it was almost on top of the wave in front, so it lacked a little bit of energy for her. But she's going to get a backup, and she's going to move to first.
Yeah, it needs just less than a 1. She gets it. It's a 3.53 for Laura Hop. So into the lead at the moment. That means that Kawase needing a pretty significant score when you look at the best waves of the day so far. A 5.73 is what she needs, and Lily Henny in the blue needs a 6.36. So anything above a 6 to a 7.9, that's considered a good score. Anything above an 8, that's an excellent score. We haven't seen excellent surfing so far, and as you mentioned, having that chat with our head judge, Luli Pereira, keeping to the highest of standards, right? You're basically one step away from qualifying for the World Championship Tour. They expect the same from you at this event than what you'll potentially see it at a CT.
And I think they're totally right. Like, they got to set you up
for success, right?
For success. So, like, they need a push out of those guys so they have an idea on where they need to go, what's their goal. And that's why it's so hard when you don't have experience, because you don't know where your leverage and where your level is at. And you're only going to find out once you put yourself out there, and this is a good opportunity for those surfers that are usually surfing on their region and not surfing against everyone in the world, So Laura has the experience, she has that knowledge, so she has an advantage on it.
There's the Peruvian, Arena Rodriguez. She's going to be coming up in a few heats. Traveling with her whole family at this event too, so made it a nice little family trip. Enjoyed the holidays back home, but made sure that if she was going to travel more than a day just to be able to get here, she was going to bring the whole family in. Going to be a great heat, that one, when she's coming up in a few. Dokona Kawase up and riding, using priority. Good first snap under the lip. Deep bottom turn once again. I really love the way she sets it up off of the bottom, Jesse. Comes off of it with great timing and never tries to commit or overcommit to a section, I should say, is Kawase.
Yeah, and that's just how her style of surfing, that's what kind of caught my attention, like she's very calm. Her body's not overreacting to what she needs to do. But on the other hand, every time she does a turn, it like kind of expands more than you expect.
Right.
So it looks better. So it's an X factor that she has, and not many people are like that. Mostly professional surfers that are competitive, they use their body so much, and she kind of goes on the other, like on the wrong side of the, like not the wrong side, but the wrong way, you know, like not the typical way that you're going to see like Laura Hopp using her upper body so much. And it's okay as long as the turns look just the way that she did.
Yeah. As long as you express it the right way and you're getting rewarded because of that expression, you're doing great. And that's a singular thing about surfing in comparison to any other sport. It's still subjective, but there are such minor details and minute ones that change the difference of a score from one thing to the other, right? Because one style could be much more beneficial to a score than the other. As we look at Hopp right here. Speaking of style, she had it on that first turn right there. Only looking to improve on a mid-3, just the one section. Pretty well done if you ask me, though, Jess. And with 6 minutes and 20, could it be extending the lead right here?
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn, kind of a down the line, lip line, and she uses her arms as usual. She bring that drama to it.
Yeah.
And that's just smart of her, and also brings her a lot of stability. You see her on top of the board. She seems like she's going to land everything clean, everything that she does. She's just a solid surfer overall.
6 minutes remaining.
Got a heat coming up right here. Solid Jolly Stokes in the blue. That's Rita Van Wagener from Carlsbad, California, North County, San Diego surfer. The only American female to come to the event, too. So earned her spot right here. Ella Kenworthy had qualified for the event, denied it. She's going to be preparing for the first stop of the championship tour at Pipeline. Great to see a new rookie on tour as well, especially on the women's side, Jess, and going to be a great rookie class. And guess where Bella started? Right here in our junior program, and now she's on the big stage on the championship tour for the first time.
Man, it's crazy to think, right? Like you're dropping a World Tour event because you qualified for the tour. Like you're just on that next level.
Yeah.
That young. It's very impressive, and how she developed this last year on her surfing. I've obviously seen her surf for so many years since the first time I've been in California, and just a phenom, like just a great surfer overall. But the way she developed this last year and a half on the Challenger Series just shows so much maturity, and yeah, it's great to see. Great family too, a lot of good surfers on that family.
Oh, for sure. A lot more coming up, surrounding herself with, too. Talia Swindoll included. Was a CS surfer last year. Speaking of CS surfers, Laura Hopp right now just going to town on this one. Caught this wave paddling back out. Couple of great turns once again. Technique is so superb when she's in the pocket, Jesse. It seems like every single time she bottom turns, there's just that extra little lift that she gets in the pocket. And with just over 4 minutes on the clock, only looking to improve on a 3.97, I feel like she does it way more than she needs to right now.
I totally agree with you. I like how calm she is on the bottom turns, keeping her pace throughout the wave. The wave does change rhythms a lot, and she's matching that very well. But what you mentioned, it's very important. Her turns are expressing more than you expect. Look at that turn. Look how much spray is coming out. And as a surfer, as a judge and watching, you see those surfers so much, so you have an expectation for every turn they do. So if you bring a little bit more, it gives that X factor, and it translates to the score. So she's doing that very well right now.
It breaks the mold of what you should be expecting as a judge. Right? There's that little extra flair, and you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming. I like that just a little bit more. And guess what? That extra 0.5, 0.1, whatever it is, goes a long way when it comes to overtaking your opponents, especially in a three-person heat.
Totally. And it's the element of surprise, right?
Yeah.
And that's what the best ones are capable of doing over and over again. Like as soon as you think Ethan Ewing had the best carve of his life on a heat, like he's going to do that just a little bit better next time. And they bring that every single year, something different. And that's what this kids needs to learn to do for the next 15 years of their career, which is not easy.
Quick one right there for Henny, Jesse. But yeah, I mean, you can do the same maneuver over and over again. As long as it's slightly different, it impacts the way it's viewed, isn't it, and perceived. And especially for a lot of these judges, they tend to be, the majority of them, the most consistent ones on the panel year-round on the championship tour. So for you to really impress them, you have to do something that's very different to what they normally see from that surfer on screen.
And that's something I didn't stay on tour too long. I stayed 2 years. So for me, it was, I mean, they knew me from before because I was on the QS for a long time, but those surfers that have been on tour for 10 years, every year they got to bring something.
Right.
And what are you going to change on Gabriel, Ethan, John? Like, it seems like they're on the top of the level. There's nothing for them to change, but it's subtle things that makes them change. And I've seen them work on and come back with something different every year. And it's so impressive to see. Sometimes it's a board change. Like they're using 511s, now they use 510s. Changes the angle that they're going to approach the wave. And it completely changes the approach and gives that element of surprise. So you got to renew yourself every single year. And the longer you stay on the tour, the harder it gets.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown right there. Kawase right here using priority. The last of Laura Hop, a 4.9. So she improves on her backup and a slip right there from Kokona. As she was coming out of the floater, that'll not improve her situation. Still needing close to a 6-point ride, a 5.9 to be specific. Near excellent surfing is what Lily Henny needs with priority, a 7.73, and with 90 seconds to go. A big comeback right here from Laura Hop. Waited a long time to be able to get her best wave, which is the 5.33, but experience, composure, second all the way to the fifth wave. She was throwing away a couple of threes and would still be in a real good position to make it out of this heat with just those threes alone, Jesse.
Yes, she would, and I mean, it's expectable. I expect her coming into this heat and dominating as she is right now, but I don't see Kokona too far away from her. I like what I see from her. She's basically been getting those scores in only one major turn. Every wave she caught was kind of a singular turn and the wave died out or the wave closed out. So she's in a good path. If she can regroup for second round, if she ends up not making it, and identify a little bit longer waves that stretched out a little bit more, she could be in a good spot because her surfing looks on point.
35 seconds to go. Henny with a chance on the outside. Let's see if she's in position for this one. Potentially a little too deep, but she's going to go for it, though. Needs close to an 8. A bit behind the section at the moment, looking for the open face. Right on the Graham Smith board. Proud South African shaper and helping out a lot of the future generation surfers from the beautiful nation of South Africa. So needing close to an 8. This is not going to be the score she needs, and with 5 seconds to go, we'll see her in the elimination round. Still, first heat, want to get the nerves out of the way, and we're able to do that right there, especially going up against one of the best surfers in the world. No harm, no foul right here, Jesse, but a great performance by the Brazilian surfer Laura Hop in the red jersey. She's going to be moving straight into round 3.
Yeah, she will, and looking solid as usual.
2 years in a row where she's at least made it into finals day here at World Juniors. Impressive thing about it, still only 15 years of age, and went to town on the last wave she caught.
That was the best turn of the event so far, in my opinion. That was very critical, big section, and she's going to get rewarded.
Yeah, and she is one of the best waves of the morning so far. A 6.83 for the Brazilian surfer Laura Hop. She's straight into round 3. Heat 6 coming up after the break.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the Philippines. It's the World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar here with the former Championship Tour surfer and former Triple Crown winner from Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Jessie Mendez. Great heat out there in the water right now. Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri in the red from the Basque Country. Jolly Stokes from the Sunshine Coast of Australia is in the blue. And Reed Van Wagner, proud San Diegan out there in the white jersey. Only 15 years of age for Van Wagner, one of the youngest surfers in the draw. This is Jolly Stokes, though. Won the trials for the Challenger Series event at Snapper last year, Jesse, and 3 goofy footers out there in the water. It's nice to see some backhand surfing like the one we just saw from Stokes in the blue jersey. Unfortunately, incomplete on the second maneuver. Nice attempt, though, but you look at 3 surfers that have been highly touted from their different regions on the junior scene. Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri, this is the 3rd event in a row she's competed at the World Juniors, number 21 on the CS last year in 2024.
Yeah, I've known her for the past few years. Obviously, I've been seeing her face a lot in her surfing, so I'm more familiar with her than the other opponents. But yeah, fierce competitor. A lot of experience with putting on a big jersey on you, so she definitely has the edge on that. But not to mention, Stokes looked very sparkly and fast on that turn, on that last wave. Unfortunately, got stuck on that last turn. Looks like Reid is up and riding. Yeah,
this is Reed Van Wagner. Comes from a great surfing family. It's going to be a quick wave for her. Older brother Jack goes to Cal Poly SLO, a great surfer, also longboarder competitor on the regional QS in North America. Only 15 years of age, Van Wagner. Great soccer player, but dedicates most of her time to surfing and longboarding. She competes on both tours regionally. Her best result, though, 3rd place finish at the QS 3000 in Puerto Rico just a few months ago. And a great wave and a great way to start off really her campaign on the qualifying series. Interesting fact, Jesse, there is a QS 3000 and a junior event in Pismo Beach days after this event finishes. A lot of surfers from the region going straight from this event to Pismo Beach in Central California afterwards. Here's Yanira, and she was looking to go big right there at the end of that wave, and mentioned her being number 21 on the CS in 2024. Also an Olympian for the first time last year in Paris.
Yeah, definitely a lot of experience right there. Looked a bit shaky on that first one. It was a tricky section for her to hit it. Way more speed coming at her than where she was coming from, so it makes things a little trickier. Had to time it a little bit more down the line to generate speed throughout the lip and come out clean. Because it was a critical section, it could have had a good scoring potential, but yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity on the start, but plenty of time to go.
You enjoy the Basque Country, Jesse?
I do. I've spent a crazy amount of time there, but we usually have QSs there back in a few years. Probably about 10 years, not a few years, but yeah. And also been to Mundaka before, which is one of the greatest lefts in the world. So I love the place. I love the food. I love the people. It's just a great place.
Yeah, she comes from a city called Zumaya, just outside of Zarautz. Great waves in the area. Obviously, excellent surfers. Some of the best surfers from the region right there in the Basque Country, including younger sister Annette, who's also going to be in this event as well, 2 years in a row now, for the sisters being at the World Junior Championships. 24 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Just a 3:17 for Jolly Stokes. A throwaway score for both Yanira and Reed. And, you know, you talk about perspective, and from our vision right here on screen, it looks manageable, Jesse. Talked about it yesterday. Very difficult, much larger in size, but even still, the tide doesn't necessarily change that much. I feel like the point has changed probably 3 or 4 times since we started working this morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah, totally. I thought actually got at Sierra Care's heat. It seems like it like groomed a little bit. There's a little bit more water in the bank, in the reef, so it felt like the wave came in a little bit closer and it was a little bit steeper, which was great. But yeah, it has its moods. That's just how surfing is. You gotta be able to adapt, and it's a constantly change. Like, heat's on, heat's off. That's how it usually rolls. You know, if you have a very good heat before yours, you kind of know it's probably going to be on the slower side. And the ocean has its moods and its timing, and you just got to adapt to it and got to hope for the best.
There's one thing, you know, that we could potentially say about surfing, especially competitive surfing. The one thing you need to be in control of are the controllables, right? Because there's too many environmental factors, and too many variables that are so far out of your control. The things that are at your disposition, you need to be 100% in control of those ones.
Totally. You're completely right, Mitchell. And it looks like Stokes is in control right now, getting a very good looking wave.
Yeah, winning the trials last year at Snapper for the Challenger Series. Just a setup. Much better timing right there on the second turn. So had a 3.17 on her opener. Did win the Pro Junior Championship from the Oceania region last year. Quick in and out for Yanire. So that's just going to be a throwaway score for herself. Seems like maybe just a repositioning factor right there for the surfer in red. But speaking of Australia and how dominant they've been, whether it's been on the Championship Tour or on the Junior Tour, always had excellent surfers coming out of the Sunshine Coast. I think the most famous one has to be a good friend of ours, former runner-up to the World Championship, Julian Wilson. As we look at Van Wagener here, the good-sized set wave. Nice setup carve right there for Reed on the back end. Looking for at least one more on the inside. Gonna find a steeper section. And unfortunately for her, that wave never really stood up the way she wanted to on the inside. Did have some work on the outside, though. And with 22 minutes to go, no doubt going to be her best ride in the first 8 minutes.
Yes, no doubt about it. But I've been seeing a lot of this happening with goofy footers today. Those bottom turns, there's a little bit of a lump, and they're kind of weighing it too much on the front foot and catching that inside rail, which sometimes it doesn't change so much, but it just wipes it off, and you lose a little bit of balance and makes your approach to the turn a little bit tighter.
Right.
So I've seen that happen with her. Stokes just happened as well in the previous wave, and they're losing a little bit of opportunity on that.
Never lost an opportunity was Laura Hopp. She's downstairs with Stace.
Thanks, Mitch. Laura, congratulations. A great heat win.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super happy and stoked to make that heat. It's just the first round, so just a warm-up and ready to go to the next one.
You had an interesting transit to get here, but since you've been here, what do you think of the Philippines, and is this your first time?
Yeah, it's my first time here. I'm loving it. It's just a magical place. This wave is such a dream. I was surfing like 5-6 hours per day, and now I'm kind of like just enjoying and spending like half an hour out there. So it was kind of hard because there was no crowd and to know the spot, but I did find one good one at the last one heat at the top, and I'm super happy to make.
And did you want to sing out to any friends and family back at home?
Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo aí por mim. Já bem de noite no Brasil, né? Já deve ser madrugada. Mas estou bem feliz de estar aqui nas Filipinas. Tenho que agradecer a todos os meus patrocinadores. E é isso, a valinha aqui é um sonho. E vamos para o próximo round.
Valeu. Parabéns. Thank you, Mitch.
Obrigado, Stace, and muito parabéns to Laura Hopp. We got to test Stace's Portuguese abilities and see how good they actually are refined, because you said Japanese, not 100% there yet, but a couple of Latinos right here, I feel like in a couple of days we'll have him tip-top shape, Jesse.
We have, and he's been in Brazil enough to know a few words, you know, said valeu right there. Probably has a few more words under his belt.
Yeah.
He's going to throw it out. He's saving it. He's not going to put it all out there.
It's a finals day material right there.
Yeah.
So 19:45 on the clock. Last of Stokes is a 3-point ride. Last of Van Wagener, her best. A 2.5 and a couple of throwaways so far for Yanire out there in the red jersey, number 21 on the rankings last year on the Challenger Series. Mentioned that, but you know, being an Olympian, only 19 years old, Jesse, and to be able to surf not only for your country on the biggest stage in sports history, especially at a location that is such historic, especially for a goofy footer to compete over there in Tahiti. Massive moment in her career, and with a great two as well. Spain had a lot of qualifiers, Nadia Rostarbe being one of them, just outside of qualifying for the Championship Tour. And of course, can't forget about Andy Creer over there on the men's side, but coached by the great Aritz Aramburu. It was awesome to see that.
I was just going to mention that having that coach in your corner in a wave like Chopu it's such a big advantage. He's one of the best tube riders in the world, mostly backhand. That's what he stands out for. If you ask any surfer from his generation, that's his strength. Looks like a good wave. Faded a little bit too much.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but made up for it with that turn, though. One more section down the line for Reed. And the surfer from Carlsbad put in that Chris Borst design to good use. Should be her best ride. Had a 2.5 initially before this ride, needing a 3.67 at the moment for the lead with 18:20 to go. And shout out to all the smaller shapers, too. Chris Borst winning World Championship with Caitlin Simmers this year. Big moment for him, and everybody's got to start somewhere, right, Jess?
No doubt about it. Right there, just a big missed opportunity on that first section, but I really do how she's looking right now. Her board looks lively. She's dynamic, has a lot of speed, and has a lot of flow. Like, makes the most of that critical section. She's going to be looking at a very good score.
So San Diego County represented well here at the World Juniors. It's been multiple years in a row where they had actually hosted this event. Encinitas at Seaside Reef before, and then Oceanside the year after. And a couple of goofy footers taking out the victories on the men's side. You had Jarvis Searle, who's in the event. He's competed at this one for 3 years in a row now. As we look at another goofy, Jolly Stokes drops a 4-point ride on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a critical section. That's exactly the opposite from the previous wave from White. She had the critical section, but she kind of faded too much and missed opportunity that first section, and this is the opposite. Just one big section, got a 4-point ride. Previous heat, we had Laura getting probably the highest score of the day so far with only one big turn. So this is what it's clear on our minds what the judges are looking for. I hope the next surfers can identify that and not try and look for the length of the wave, maybe a wave with more energy that is a little bit shorter and do one, two critical turns that are going to get a massive score for it.
Did you have a personal preference on what time of the day you like to compete at, or did it vary depending on the location you were at?
Definitely not early morning. I think this is the time. Let's see. It's 11 a.m. Yeah, this is a great time for me. I think I'm slow to start, so I was slow to start, still am, but at the time, yeah, I think this time was great because also the afternoon stuff, because you kind of keep watching and you gotta be ready all day long, so it makes you tired. So if I had to choose, about 11 a.m. Unless it's one of those places that it gets onshore and very windy, for an example, Bolito, like that east winds come and kind of blows everything and gets all messy. So those places I rather surf a little bit earlier because you're going to get cleaner conditions. But if it stays kind of similar with low winds and mellow winds or offshore, I rather surf during midday.
You know, I always enjoyed surfing later in the day at certain waves that I knew benefited goofy footers. Karamas was one of those waves. You knew you had an afternoon heat, slightly onshore, gives you that extra coping, and goofy footer's paradise, right? You went to J-Bay and had the same situation. It wasn't very good because that devil wind picks up and it ain't stopping after that. So having that location in mind here in the Philippines, maybe a little extra coping could potentially be beneficial to a lot of these surfers out there, including Van Wagener, who just goes to town on that section right there. And one of the biggest turns that we've seen all morning long right here in heat number 6. Does not need a whole lot to take the lead, a 3.68 or better. And I feel like she might be getting it right here.
That was so impressive. And it seems like she listened to what we just said. Like, check this wave out. Straight close out, but massive turn right there. Accelerating throughout that turn. That's probably the most acceleration we got all day long. Like, just driving through that inside rail, pushing the back foot, bringing it all the way around. Came out pretty clean. Like, that was beautiful. That was one of the best turns I've seen all day.
And commitment is the key word right there for Van Wagener, needing a 3.68. We'll see if she gets it right after the break here.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong.
You need a 6.23. 13 minutes.
A couple of goofy footers here to talk you through the action of the World Junior Surfing Championships in the Philippines. Mitchell Salazar with the former CT surfer Jesse Mendez. During the break, Jesse, we're waiting for a score for Reed Van Wagener. It's enough for the lead, but Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri was also up and riding on what seems to be her best ride.
Yeah, it does, but I like you mentioned on the break, she seems to be a little bit out of rhythm, and that's a huge problem for these conditions because you're talking about a wave that it changes the pace of the surf. So you take off and it goes slow, and then all of a sudden it jacks up, and you got to be quick. So you got to be adjusting to that rhythm the whole time, and she seems to be just a bit out of it. Hopefully she can kind of ride a few waves and get that rhythm back going, because you can see the glimpse of great turns that she has. Like that first turn was great. It's just missed time a bit the whole wave and got stuck on the second one.
Yeah, there's been moments of brilliance, right? And I mean, when you talk about style alone, especially in the female draw, she might have greatest pure style out of everybody, but that only goes the right way if you're catching the right waves to go with it. So for her, still needs to be on the right one. A 6.23, not out of the realm of the impossible at the moment, but you have to consider Van Wagner now in the lead, dropping the 4.83. That 3.5 probably ain't going to last very long as her backup score at the moment, Jesse.
Yeah, I would expect not to. She's sitting with first priority right now, so sitting in the lead with that advantage. And if she can identify, like go back to her waves, right? Because that's what you kind of do. Halfway through the heat, you kind of judge yourself on what you've done.
Yeah.
And she got a 4.83 with only one singular maneuver. And if she can go back to her 3.5 and notice that she missed that first big opportunity, and she can get that first opportunity with that big turn and finish it off, she's going to be looking at 6-point range or even higher. So just adapt to that situation right now and make the most of it. She's on the right foot.
I always recall when you talk about adaptation, one of your most impressive heats and maybe one of your most memorable heats on the championship tour was against John Florence at Keramas. And there's something you can't teach, Jesse. It's hard. And that little extra grit, right? As we look at Yanita here on the inside, might be a good bowling wave. It's just going to be in and out. Potential for some waves behind this, though. Priority is with the surfer in white, Van Wagner. It seems like no takers, but in those kind of moments, especially in the dying moments of the heat, what do you just need to tell yourself, hey, I need my 5, I need my 6, I don't have the wave to do it, but I have the passion and the pursuit to be able to get that score?
Man, it's really hard. I think, first of all, I think throughout a heat and throughout an event, you constantly have to be resetting yourself. It doesn't matter how the heat is, reset. If you have a 9-point ride, you have to reset as well, because you got to put yourself back in and you want to get a backup. If you're having a shocker, you also have to put that to the side and start fresh again. And in that situation, it's kind of a do or die like deal. Like it looked like, specifically in that situation, it looked like there's a set coming. I heard whistling to me, and then as soon as the wave came, it was much smaller than we expected, and I was like, okay, this is the only option I have. I got to go huge, you know. That's kind of what I've got right now. So you got to be confident and know that you've worked yourself enough and you're ready for that moment.
Jolly Stokes up and riding in the blue jersey, needs a 4.34 or better. Nice deep section right there. Get composure. Great combination of turns right here from Stokes. And that should be an impressive score by the Australian junior champion. 4.20.24. Made her debut on the CS last year after winning the trials of the Snapper Rocks event, and just under 10 minutes to go. Only needs a mid-4. Seems like she's getting more than that.
Yeah, I have no doubt. Like, combination of major maneuvers. No downtime in between. Didn't move the board in those 3 turns, so the judges are going to take notice of all of that. Every turn had spray, good timing, and that was great surfing. Yeah, I have no doubt that she's going to jump into the lead in this moment.
Combination of major maneuvers, but as you said, in succession too, which makes it even more impressive. No downtime, was always surfing at the pace of the wave too. Expecting a pretty decent number right here from Jolly Stokes. Just over 9 minutes to go, and you mentioned the reset right there. So from your perspective, is it always better to kind of be thinking to yourself, okay, I have the 9, I'm in the lead, but would you rather almost be thinking, I still need my 8 to be able to win this heat conservatively, or are you thinking, oh, I just need a 3 or a 4 to back this 9 up afterwards?
Well, I think it really depends on the condition and who you're against. If you're surfing against John Gabriel guys, yeah, you're probably looking for another 8. You're definitely never safe. And depending on the condition as well, sometimes you know that 9 is enough and you just want to back up quickly. But if you're talking about perfect waves at Jeffreys Bay,
yeah, a 9's nothing.
Hey,
huh?
a 9 is just another. It's just another wave someone takes off on. You know. So it would change in the situation, but Yeah, the one thing that I really never liked it doing, it was, or no one likes it doing, it's losing with the 9. So you want to try and back it up with an average score right away. So you apply more pressure and you're that 2 steps ahead of your opponent instead of 1 step ahead, and making it very tough. So, yeah, but on the tour level, most likely you need another 8.
I like that breakdown though, where back it up, but make sure that you recognize who you're up against too. 7-1-7, the last of Stokes, straight to the lead. That means that Van Wagner now needing a 6.35. And Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri, her best wave so far, just a 2.1, and surprising to say the least considering how talented she is. Her accolades so far, needing a 9.07, it would have to be the best score of the day in the event so far. And for Jolly Stokes, dropping the best score of the competition, a 7.17, and a combination that was not only great, it was just a well-paced and not an oversurfed wave either, Jesse.
You know, one thing I love to see about this score, and I think the judges are completely right with, is the fact of what I've heard early morning. Like, they're looking for a combination of major maneuvers, but keeping the speed throughout the wave, because this wave, it changes rhythm. And we've been talking about that, and it's a short period on a long stretched out reef break, so it makes things a little tricky to read. So she had all of that. The only thing she missed was progressiveness, and that's what he said. People are going to get to that scale and get to the excellent score if they mix it up what she did with progressiveness. So she knows where she's at.
Here's Yanira now. This is an important wave, just under 7 minutes. Trying to mount a comeback right here. That's a good start. Laying it on rail a couple of times. Looking to get to the vertical section, though. She might find it here. She does. So this is an important wave when you consider how much time is left. She still has at least one more wave to potentially get in these next 6 minutes and 30 seconds. But mounting a comeback right now, a 9.07 on one wave is what she needs. As we look at Stokes now, trying to better a 4. Boy, and she has just been on point on her last 3 waves. 4-point ride, 7.17, and could potentially improve on the 4-point ride right here.
Yeah, and I don't know if we missed something even from before from that wave, but the last 2 turns are great. Mostly the finish very critical. She's spicy. She attacks the wave very dynamically, and that was great. And Yanira actually got kind of back in the heat, but she is that 2 steps behind. So as much as she's probably going to get a better situation, she's still going to look for something else. And exactly what we were mentioning before, and this is the point of difference. That was a nice setup turn, but see how the wave kind of splits up and she has to kind of work, and there's a lot of downtime. And if you can find waves like Stokes found before where things connected smoothly, you're going to get rewarded better because there's not going to be downtime. And this was Stokes on, that was only the 2 turns that she had, but critical finish. Very vertical, the wave was steep. She was able to get that nose up and vertical and came out pretty clean, aggressive, and I think she's gonna back up and better her 4-point ride.
Well, when I saw this heat on the draw, I knew that it was going to be competitive. You have 3 of the best goofy footers under the age of 20 in the water right now, but 3 surfers from very different regions and still very young. Van Wagner's 15, Jolly Stokes only 18 years of age, and Echevarri, despite her incredible accolades, got to remember she's only 19 years old, and that just goes to show you talent here at the World Juniors is very bright for the future. Van Wagner needs a 7.21 or better at a 3-turn combination and some real impressive surfing right there on the backhand. Under 5 minutes to go now. Stokes did improve on her backup, though, 4.87. So that means that Reed needing a 7.21. Lassa Yanira, 4.57. She needs a mid-7 right now, and it's getting heated out there right now, Jesse. 12.04 heat total. That's, by today's standards, very, very impressive. But she's not out of the woods yet because Van Wagner and Yanira, they're making a comeback right now with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, they definitely are. You kind of got to keep an eye. You're talking about the best under 20 surfers in the world from each region, and I'm surprised with what I've been seeing. They look very calm and collective in this heat. They're making the right decisions, mostly surfing in blue. Just surf solid, and let's see how it's going to turn out this last 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
So waiting on the score for Van Wagner. It's a 5:07, so not enough for the lead, but it is her best score now. And it minimizes the damage that she needs to do. A 6.98. Let's call it a 7, what she needs with 3.5 on the clock right now. And it just goes to show you the diversity of surfing and how global it is now as a culture, right, Jesse? Before you used to see the dominant superpowers, Australia, the U.S., had a couple of Europeans every now and then Brazil made the big comeback in the early 2010s. Of course, the world junior champion Gabriel Medina wins in 2013 over Ramsey Bukiem, becomes the first Brazilian world champion to win on the CT the very next year, but it all starts right here. You gain momentum, especially at the beginning of the year. Next thing you know, you're qualifying for the World Championship Tour. Van Wagener up and down, just under 3 minutes to go, but it's an excellent platform, as you mentioned. Most important thing, though, you're getting repetition in similar heats to where you're going to see eventually once you make it to the CT.
100%, and it's that exchange. You're going to surf against these people, and you're going to surf against them the last 10 years of your life. So the more you know about them, about your opponents, the better you're going to deal with it. So that's a great platform for them to, surf against each other and develop. And not to mention, a lot of attention go into the eyes if you have a good performance here. Sponsorships. Support to travel the tour, which is not cheap, and everything that comes with all the benefits.
Make a couple of great friends along the way too, a couple of friendships that could potentially last a lifetime as well. I know that's a big benefit of both our jobs and what we were able to do before we started doing the broadcast as well. And I can accurately say that a lot of the great friends that I have in my life right now have come through traveling to surf events. So make sure you go out there and enjoy the other parts of life just outside of competition too. 2 minutes to go. Deep bottom turn right there by Yanire. Needing a mid-7 though. It's just a one turn. Very beautiful stuff, but just don't feel like it's going to have the kind of energy to get that good surf and score right now with just over 1 minute and 30.
Yeah, it looks very tough. Battling back out with third priority. She might have, both surfers are kind of stuck with themselves, battling on the back, so she might get very lucky and find something away from them, but the chances are very slim right now. And you're looking at a 7.47, which is the best score of the event so far. So you don't even know how that looks like for you. So that's why you see so much difference as the days goes on, and the surfers up their levels more because they know what they're looking for. They have more experience with the jersey in this condition, in this situation. So it makes it a little bit more clear in their heads. And right now, she doesn't know what that 7.47 looks like. She has an idea, but she doesn't know.
Right. She may have to discover it herself in order to be able to make it out of this heat. 45 seconds. Stokes with priority, and she's going to use it right here. This is a good-looking wave. Trying to improve on a 4.87. Setup carve on the backhand. Much steeper section. And she has competed tremendously well in the back end of this heat right here. 4-point ride, 7.17. And could potentially be throwing away the 4.87 right here. Here's Yanira, though. Much bigger wave. Big section at the beginning, looking to make it around this one. Kind of an odd snap right there. A bit out of rhythm on this one. Got caught behind, and don't think that's going to be the score that she needs with 10 seconds to go right now. It's going to be the Australian surfer in the blue who mounted a comeback after Van Wagener took the lead momentarily, Jesse. And so far, the back end of the heat belonged to Jolly Stokes. She's going to take the W in this one.
Yeah, she definitely will, and she's going to better her situation as well at the last turn. For me, that was the best turn she's done all heat. Kind of had a good tail release there, good tail control. Came out clean, and yeah, she just dominated the whole heat. She was always a step ahead of the opponents.
2 steps ahead is better than being just one, as Jesse Mendez said. It seems like everything's indicating that Jolly Stokes will be taking the win. We'll hear from her with Stace Galbraith in just a bit. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Jesse Starling for the call in the next heat.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrill.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships in the beautiful Philippines. We'll keep rolling with the opening round of the women. Time of Heat 7 of that. And the talent keeps coming thick and fast in this opening round. Some big performances throughout the morning. And at the moment, the prize on offer is a chance to sit out round 2, essentially get the win here. You get to watch, maybe have a little rest. We're having a look at Ano Matsuoka, very highly rated Japanese surfer. Arina Rodriguez, 5-time junior champ in Peru. Anastasia Fenta, based out of J-Bay in South Africa. Different kind of running right-hander for her here, but one with some quality out there. Here to talk you through it, John myself, Paul Evans, Jessie Starling. Hello again.
Hello again. It's good to be back. I'm really enjoying what the women are bringing to the table today.
It's been really entertaining in terms of the surfing, in terms of the competing as well, because quite a lot's gone down. We've had a little bit of everything so far, almost a little bit like the wave.
It's literally, this wave just keeps chopping and changing on us. Here's a replay from Arena. Gorgeous roundhouse carve, comes it again, slashes it in the pocket, looking like she's on a sharp high, looks super fast under her feet. Good start, no complaints with that, 3.83. She's actually got another score to lock in. 2 fast turns. I'm well and truly happy with that as a start for a heat.
Yeah, the champion in South America for the juniors. And Arena just showing us the pace, really, and the precision and the incision as well. Looking really, really knife feet. Love to see it. And she'll open up with a modest number, but with a bit of flow to take back on the paddle out and a little bit of intel on this wave. You're thinking a couple of days surfing, warming up, practicing, but it's very hard to actually practice in terms of what you're going to do in a heat.
It's so funny how quickly it shifts as well. But the fact that you can feel so good and so confident in a free surf, you're taking it to everyone in a free surf. You put the Rashi on, it's a completely different feeling. You're out there with 2 less people. Sometimes I find when you surf a crowded lineup before an event and then you come to one and you've got 2 other people out, it's almost easier to get lost. You think it'd be a bit better because you're not battling with everyone, but it could also be harder for some.
Here goes Fenta. Nice section. She'll give it the treatment, just applying some pressure. Not getting the completion there for her, so just a shorter wave, and she'll have to make her way into the lineup and pick things up. What can we expect from Matsuoka in this heat?
Anon is just a bulldog. She is such a strong competitor. She actually had this year, 2023. I remember it vividly. We commentated a lot of the events she was in. I'll get back to this point in just a second because right on cue, she's up and riding. Strong, goofy footer. Just a bit out of touch there, but yeah, 2023, there was 10 events, and I remember my sister True and I were just so blown away. She had 4 finals, 3 wins, and 5 quarterfinals. She only had 1 bad result. What a year. For like that much consistency across 10 events. She's had a bit on the Challenger Series, but I feel like for most people, whether it's your first year on the Challengers or the CT, you feel like you get humbled quite quickly about how much higher the level is. So I think she's come away from that 2024 Challenger Series as a better competitor. So I think we're going to expect her to apply that into this heat and the rest of the event. I think we're going to have a pretty good Anon on our hands.
Yeah, we saw really good backhand attack with Charlie Stokes in that last heat. Matsuoka will look to go and attack the lip as well. We just saw what she wanted to do on that wave, just like a tiny microsecond too late, wasn't she? There, but a notice she'll try and go vert, put that board all the way up, steep, tight in the pocket. Here's a paddle from Fenta. She can't quite get there. So far the rhythm, she's not quite got much in terms of the opening couple of minutes in this, and then she'll be caught inside by a bit of a bomb, and we've got a range of sort of like 2 to 5 footers out there. It's a bit of a mix in the lineup.
It's such a mixed bag, especially how different it is compared to when we got up here this morning and it was really consistent 2-3 footers coming through, and it looked like we were pretty much set for that for the rest of the day. And then now as the tide's been changing, it is a slow change for the tide, but it feels like the swell is just peaking more and more. Yesterday was way bigger than what any of us thought it was going to be, so maybe it's a good indicator, I think, Paul, for the rest of the event, that it's a bit bigger than what we're expecting.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it was like one of those places where you kind of look at the map, you kind of think where the swell's coming from, you're like, yeah, maybe it needs to be big to sort of wrap in all the time, but sometimes just the way the bathymetry is and just the way the water moves, it kind of surprises you. You can come down maybe on a small forecast and there'll be a bit more swell in the water. So obviously there's a reason why it's been the hub of the scene here, and that'll be to do with consistency. And it's why it's such a good venue, and I'm really looking forward to a fun week here.
Oh, absolutely. This is, like we mentioned, the last 2 heats of the women. Then we've got 24 men to come up and show us what they've got. And I think you always get a good indicator of what you're going to see from competition by the free surfs in the morning, and because it is a smaller field, you're not really picking apart like 1 or 2 good surfers who you think are going to dominate. Every single person was going for it this morning, and people who you thought maybe wouldn't be at that top echelon was just absolutely powering through. So I feel like even though we're almost halfway through the day, I feel like we've got a whole nother day to do, and the men are just going to come out here and show us what they got.
Live action again from Anastasia. She does well. A tricky section, kind of engulfed her. It was all around her. And she's good enough, strong enough to ride out, and that felt much better from her. Kind of an important way to make that one after a couple of minor missteps in the opening part of this. So well done to the South African, representing that strong surfing nation, based in Jeffreys Bay, originally down there from the west coast, from the Cape, so used to surfing in the colder water. Out here at the moment in the balmy brines of the Philippines, it is absolutely dreamy temperature-wise.
Yeah, well, you would think that too, especially coming from where you've come from. It's freezing there at the moment.
Yeah, so I mean, the mornings here as well, you're not getting that full oven in the morning.
No.
So you kind of like slide open the little sliding door in the room, and it's just the fragrance, like a warm hug from the atmosphere.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Delightful.
It's perfect. Actually, how do you feel, how does that go for you? I feel like it'd be similar for some of the competitors coming from somewhere where the climate is so cold this time of year. To come here, is it almost too hot?
It's always easy to go that way round, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's easy to go and like take Weddy off,
yes,
and go shorts rather than being used to, you know, just feels like it's just an easy transition.
Yeah, yep, for sure. Yeah, not being the 4-3. Booties, gloves, is that what you're in at the moment?
No gloves.
No gloves.
Nah, never gloves.
No, no.
Right, so
Hood
we have
and boots for sure. Yeah, but no gloves.
I've never done the hood. Never surfed in one.
So it's quite, there's something actually kind of sent me into it.
Yeah, right.
There's something quite nice about it when you go inside. You just kind of just feel a bit safe. You're in your little cocoon there. Yeah, you just kind of, you're tucked up. Good for the ears as well.
Love it. Love it. See, I'll take the tropical climate of the Philippines any day of the week. Looking like we've got a little line coming through, though. This is Arena, second Peruvian surfer we have in this draw. Love her style and just how much she's putting into it. Similar style, I think, to Sophia Medina.
Yeah, nice surfing there. Enjoyable stuff. She's been patient, and she will get a number going her way. Speaking of patience, we saw a good, strong back half of the heat from Charlie Stokes. She's standing by for a chat with Stace.
Thank you, Paul. Charlie, well done. Big heat win.
Yeah, I'm stoked, thank you.
How you going in the Philippines? You got your dad out here. You guys look like you're having a good time.
Yeah, me and Dad have been here for about a week, just enjoying our time over here surfing, and yeah, it's been really fun.
How's Stokes' vlog coming along on the GoPro?
Yeah, he gets a GoPro out every now and then, gets a couple clips, so yeah, he's stoked.
Is this your first time here?
Oh yeah, it's my first time over here, so it's a really nice place, the locals are really nice, and yeah, it's sick.
What did you make your performance in the heat overall?
I made a few mistakes, but they actually ended up working good, so yeah, I'm happy.
Got a big team of Aussies up there. Pete Duncan looking after everyone. How's that environment been?
Yeah, Petey's over here coaching us. We're all just having a bunch of fun, and yeah, it's really good.
Thanks so much. Oh, actually, before you go, I'm sure the whole Sunshine Coast is watching and the rest of Australia. Did you want to say good afternoon?
Yeah, hey everyone, thanks for watching, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul.
Cheers, Stace. Charlie Stokes there, just kind of cruising, dialing back the energy. Plenty more great surfing to come from her.
Yeah, she's such a talented surfer, and how loud and expressive her surfing is. she's quite quiet and reserved on land, and she's actually from a really talented family, has 2 older brothers who, Taj has almost qualified for the Challenger Series a couple times. Zeb's really cool. I know her grandma's there with her as well. Full family affair for the Stokes, but yeah, she's a lady of few words.
And on the Aussie squad in general, pretty strong, talented. Like, it's been I feel like, particularly these last couple of years and like looking forward, we've seen this whole new generation, and there's a lot of confidence in that squad as well.
There's a lot of confidence actually coming through the Australian junior ranks. I think Australia shifted the way we did our rankings and the way we did our events for our juniors to try and make them feel more comfortable and confident moving into those higher ranges of events, whether it's QS, the Challenger Series, or the CT. So they've almost made it a better pathway for them, and they're getting treated like high-end athletes, which is going to give them the confidence they need. And it's showing up because Charlie, she's got the highest wave of the morning so far. She got into the 7s. She said she reckons she made a couple of mistakes, but I'd take a 7 any day of the week. So yeah, Team Oz, Pete Duncan's here looking after everyone. So yeah, big love to everyone back home.
Well, plenty of storylines unfolding throughout the week here at the moment. We're watching a great looking turn from Anastasia Fensler, much more like it from her. Just trying to find some of that point break flow. She'll go down the line again on this right-hander. Just a tight, sticky for a finishing maneuver, but one real highlight as she tightened up the arc and went right up into the lip for an opening maneuver. And now the paddle back out and a chance for a bit of reflection on what happened, what she possibly could have done better. Where's that going to go score-wise?
I feel like it's going to get to that 397. I really did like that first turn. If it doesn't get there, it might just be under. It looks like she's riding a little bit of a longer board, which might help in these fatter, steepier sections. And it's going to make her turns look more drawn out. I feel like that is a very J-Bay kind of point break thing to do. And yeah, I actually quite like the look of it. It almost gives her surf style an old school-esque look about it. And yeah, I think that first turn could definitely go there. If it doesn't, the judges might have wanted a more solid second turn. But I feel like at this level, you probably don't want to be dabbling in 3s. You know, you're going to have to push for more, especially going to the elimination round with names like Sierra Kerr and Luana Silva.
Yeah, it's been really interesting throughout the morning. Certainly the earlier heats that we called, we haven't really seen a kind of a storyline that's been kind of on an arc that just goes straight. Things have happened. There's been events mid-heat that something's gone on. And no one's really come out, dominated, got the lead early, and just kind of stuck with it.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting to see that play out, and it keeps it feeling like it's anyone's throughout the heat.
Yeah, it feels like I'm watching a 90s rom-com. It's just going anyway. But looking like that's Arena pulling through, so a bit of a mistake there. Anon is been very unusually quiet in this heat. She usually is the type of surfer that is just all systems go, will go on any wave she can, and she's very much a rhythm surfer. So the fact that she's been sitting and only has a .87 to her name with 13 minutes gone in this heat, it is a little bit unusual for me to see. Just the amount of heats that I've seen her surf, it's not her style to surf a heat like this, but who knows, maybe it could become her style. It might work for her.
She's sitting really deep as well. What's the thinking there? You think just try and get one of those bombs that runs down?
Yeah, maybe just that's when those nerves come into play. You just start second guessing yourself a little bit. Maybe she's just thought, oh, maybe I made the wrong call, I should go up there. That's where I was surfing the free surfs. But this is where we talk about that rom-com kind of changes, and nothing ever really is staying the same in every heat. I feel like every heat it's just jumped in different areas, and it makes you a more adaptable surfer to be able to look at the lineup and just kind of move around with it. But it's a very kind of hard skill set to come by, especially for a junior, but I do think it's something that she does have, but she's just not leaning into it right now.
Friends got a bit of a reboot, didn't it? Through kind of like through streaming, was that? Were you part of that?
I just finished it. 10 seasons.
Wow.
Yep, now I'm on Seinfeld.
Okay, well, yeah, Seinfeld I'm backing. Friends.
You don't like it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't talk to me. No, I'm just kidding. It did get a big reboot.
It had its time.
The fashion's come back from it as well.
Yeah, that's probably a bit new as well, isn't it?
You're not loving it.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was that good the first time around, but you know, that's just, you get grumpy, don't you?
Yeah.
At a certain point.
At some point, you just think to yourself, oh, maybe not. But you were there when it, all came out the first time around. Now we, the second generation, gets to enjoy it.
I just think programming's moved on. Speaking of moving on, here goes Fensler behind a section. Can she come around? This is a meaty one and won't quite get there. And she was trying to get herself on the face. That thing was a runner. And you could just see from the angle behind there was a bit sort of volume to the wave. It was quite thick. It had plenty of push, but she just doesn't get in a position to get out and do some maneuvers and try and open up in terms of her lead. She is in the lead with that 4.43 at the moment. It's low scoring so far, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. Considering we just saw a 7 in that last heat too, we know they're out there. It's funny, I was sitting down and taking a look at the conditions before we came back in to commentate these next two, and I was chatting to one of the local guys, and I was so confused because the tide's coming up, but more reef is exposed, and it didn't make any sense to me. And I was like, what's going on? Because in Australia, if the tide comes up, the water comes in. So I'm quite confused. He said, don't try and understand the tides here because you're not going to do it. I was like, right, good to know.
Well, let's see if we can get a slight improvement in terms of performances and scores in the back half of the heat. So far, is the South African Anastasia Venter in the lead. More live action from the Philippines right after this.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships. Live from the Philippines, having a look at Heat 7 of the opening rounds. At the moment, the South African Venter in the lead. Live action, Arena Rodriguez Vargas out of Peru, hometown of Lima, Punta Rocas, her local, and she's tearing in here. Really nice hit. She goes off the top with a bit of spark and plenty of spray. Here's Venter with a bit more power. She's been trying to find some of these bombs, and she's just been slightly out of position on the wave, just in terms of where the section is. Let's see if this one cooperates a little bit more to get her to really go up through the scale. She's got a lead at the moment, but that is subject to change. We're still waiting, and we're a little bit baffled. Matsuoka, she's had nothing in this so far, Jess.
Yeah, she really hasn't, and that wave she got while we were in the break, she stayed under the lip, and the judges are keeping those waves that aren't going above the lip. It's those scores right down. That was a nice one vertical hit. Going left on a right-hand point, don't hate it. You know, whatever works for you. This was Anon's last wave, so let's look at it. She never really cracked the top of the lip, which is why this score came in at a 2.43. She's racing around, had kind of a weird lump in it the whole way through this rave, and she's usually such a vertical attacking surfer, but just a couple carves isn't going to do it in this heat, especially, you know, there is a door because nothing has really gone above that 4-point range. Needing a 6.1, someone for Anon's capability, it's there. So it's still open, but she's going to have to get above that lip to try and get any score of consequence.
It looks like she's heading back to a similar part of the lineup as well to try and just stick with the game plan, basically. Surfers, they'll have this lineup kind of mapped out. I guess we talk about the role of coaches as well and the warm-ups they've had, but a plan coming into this, and then at some point you start to think about maybe changing it.
Yeah, I think that's where the adaptivity comes into play. And I think that's what separates Challenger Series surfers from CT surfers, is their ability to adapt on the spot, not think and do later, think and do now. And she actually has that ability. That is why she's such a consistent surfer. She's one of the top surfers coming out of the Asian region. She's just, I feel like she's surfing in her head right now. She usually looks a lot freer than what she is at this point. But to her credit, she is such a powerful surfer, and a 6.1 is nothing for her. But right now, Anastasia and Irina are just in beautiful flow with the ocean, and they've adapted and they've figured it out. I think Anastasia, yeah, there it is. She's just dropped down into second. I was going to say, feel like Irina is going to move up from the back of that last wave, 4.8. It was a nice vertical hit. Similar to Anastasia's 4.43. So yeah, 10 minutes to go. I think for blue and white to improve, they're going to need to do multiple vertical turns to try and get out of that 4-point range. And Anon should be kicking herself if she lost this heat with a 2 and a 0.8. But I know that the competitor she is, she's probably not going to let that happen.
Yeah, the good news from her point of view, she's had something of a shocker by her standard, but no one really going big on the scoreboard thus far. So the other two have had more or less sort of free run of the lineup. They've caught, 6 waves each, but nothing massively significant. Haven't got past the 5. So from her point of view, purely Matsuoka, time to try and do some damage. She's got priority as well. As we'll pick her up, centre of the shot there, and she's just sort of on the prowl here, trying to stay in motion. I think that's a good call as well. Try and find herself something, and maybe if you can find a bit of that anger and that frustration, unleash the beast.
Oh yes, please. That's what we want to see. You know, it is that level where it's kind of rude to say you expect that, but you do. We're at the World Junior Championships. You expect at least 5s and 6s in the opening round, and I feel like these people would know that going in. All of these competitors didn't get here by just putting together a couple 2s and 3s and fumbling their way through. Like, these guys are champions and they're competing for a world title. Like, that is huge. So I feel like all these ladies know that, and it's time to compile all that kind of frustration, or maybe they haven't opened up the way they wanted to, and just put it all on the line. Let's see it.
Ooh, an opportunity. There's a paddle deep from Irina. Here goes Matsuoka. Important wave for her. Quick slice off the top, and then good amplitude to that turn. That's quite a tricky one to do. Didn't have loads of run up into it. Those two quite close together, but smart finish.
Very smart, quick 2 turns together, and she did well to get that second one as vertical as she did. On your screen right now, Rosie Smart. Big shout out to Coffs Harbour Board Riders. I know those guys will be tuning in. They help her get to these events. So Rosie from a beautiful place called Sawtell. She's very strong, goofy footer, quite like Anon. She'll be out there very shortly. Looks like we had a wave from Irina as well, but yeah, that's definitely going to be Anon's best wave. And I actually quite liked that 2-turn combination as well.
So this was the same right? This was deeper on the same wave, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Comes in. Ooh, huge second section. She liked it too. She had that stand tall. All right, throw me a score. I feel like she got a nice pop and connection off that second section. So yeah, I feel like this is finally starting to heat up the way we want it to.
The other side of that section was where Anon took off. She was able to just attack, really get on the front foot, kind of accelerate with the turns. That last long right she had, everywhere she did a bottom turn committed, the wave went soft. And then when she was heading down the line, there were sections. It was just like the opposite of kind of what you would want. And I guess a much shorter way, but a real opportunity for her on that last one.
Yeah, definitely. And it's right now it is those mid-sized ones that are putting it together. The next heat will probably be the sets, but I feel like those slightly steeper, shorter walls are going to allow for bigger turns, because there are those steeper sections that meet you with that power. And so, yeah, a couple scores to lock in. I feel like that's kind of, this could be the point in the heat where the gears change. You go, oh, okay, that's what I need to do. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, it's just, you know, only improving for all 3 ladies from here.
Okay, Irina gets the 4.73, improves her back up, puts a little bit more scoreboard pressure, a bit more daylight between her and the chasing pack, which consists of Anastasia Fenter. Live action from her. She whips around on the outside and then just keeping that board alive and busy. Commits to the bottom turn, gets plenty of ball through the lip. It's a little bit sticky on that crumbling lip line. You see the wave kind of disappearing as she goes to hit it, so she can't quite welly it. And we are, well, now we've got a number in for Anne on a 3.6, so better from her. She still needs nearly a 6 though.
Yeah, the judges definitely kept that score low. Maybe they want to see a little bit more time in between the turns so she can really rev up and kind of wind up into it. And yeah, I think that's a pretty fair score, 3.6. Irina doesn't improve on hers. Actually, she does. I'm looking at the wrong thing. 4.73. So that second turn had a really nice pop to it.
Yeah, she looks like she's got a bit of that kind of attitude of some of the maybe younger surfers in the draw that aren't feeling too much pressure, and they just feel they've got something to say a little bit. Just the way she's kind of surfing, just sort of turns that she's doing. She's got that spark, some of that energy that you need when you're taking on some of the very best under-20 surfers.
Definitely. It's kind of been that story of today where the top seeds aren't just getting through. We've seen a lot of those red Rashi surfers come in second. We've had a lot of the underdog story play out throughout today. You know, we saw Catalina take out Luana, Kana, she got Sierra. We see Jali take out Yanire in that last one. So it might just be the theme of the women's this morning.
Yeah, I like her approach as well. Just been kind of pragmatic about just the way scores are going. She isn't sitting around waiting for 7s and 8s and thinking, okay, I'm going to need 15 points to kind of win this. It's like surf the waves that come to you. It's exactly what she's done. Don't overcomplicate things.
Yeah, that is it, Paul. Don't overcomplicate things. I think that's a lesson for life. I think, honestly, keep things simple. If I wish I listened to my dad when I was competing, when he said, keep things simple. Never did, but easier said than done it. But yeah, I just think that's what Arena's done in this heat. She's just looking really calm, really confident, and she's bringing it. And she's just taking any opportunity that comes her way. So is Anastasia as well. I had noticed that last wave she had, potentially the weight just shifted back, so that last turn probably would have added to her score that little bit more and edged her away from Anon, and edged her closer to Anastasia. Like, looking at it, she only needs a 5.1. That's not much.
Yeah, just in terms of her rhythm of the wave, thinking about Anastasia, she's had quite a lot of waves ridden. She just, so far, just in this heat, it doesn't look like she's really kind of figured this one out. We'll forgive her for that, because we've been talking about how tricky this one is. The locals even saying it's a hard wave to figure out, but she's just not quite been able to kind of surf fast throughout a wave in this one so far.
Yeah, it's definitely not like the last heat we called together with Sierra and Kana. That heat looked like it was the wave and the tide and the winds, everything was kind of just in one, and the women were, using it and running with it. It doesn't really look like what we last saw, but it still looks fun. There's still plenty of opportunity, and it's one of those waves that we keep saying, it just keeps chopping and changing, and you just got to work with it. Look at this one though.
Rodriguez, a smaller little nug from her. Nice snap with spray, combos it super light on her feet. And that was cool, sort of seeing that opportunity and getting the 2 turns in. Here we go, Matsuoka. Quick in and out, and a burn of priority with nothing in terms of dividends of points. She's having a nightmare.
Yeah, I wonder what she's thinking, what she's going through. She looks a little frustrated, but I just think it's still so close that it can turn on a dime right now. One wave will change it all, whether it's Anon, Anastasia, or Rena. It's just going to be one pivotal moment in the next 2.5 minutes. It might not happen, but it might, and it's just a matter of who can keep their cool for the next 2.5 minutes, because it feels like, watching it, tension's building out there, and I think all 3 women know it.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes that scoreboard pressure just comes in the form of, no one really getting a big number, just kind of wondering, where is it? Where are these scores that maybe we've seen the last couple of heats? Those totals have been going up, the high numbers. These surfers will be aware of that. So far in this one, it has been a case of just chipping away, basically a war of attrition. Rodriguez with the best of it so far. Priority now with the South African Fenta. 2 minutes on the clock here. Will we get another dramatic finish in this with a low scoring heat? Always a chance for a big switch in the final exchange. As a little bit of clock will tick away, and Matsuoka will try and get wide. She's been deeper throughout this heat, and it's not worked for her.
No, and I'm surprised that she hasn't changed her game plan earlier in this heat, because I think she kept going back there hoping it would, and time again it just wasn't. There's a good looking section, but Anastasia just deciding to get out of that one and look for something more, but maybe a mistake, because you've just shifted priority to Anon, who doesn't need much to get to the top of this heat. So 1 minute 15. Pressure is on.
No, you mentioned nerves. I think that was a nervy decision there from Anastasia. She was always behind the section there. She was always going to be too deep, but just with that priority, thinking, I need to get a score. Time's ticking away. There's a minute and something to go. Not a great call from her. She'll get back in the lineup, though, still with a chance of this final minute here. Priority with Anon. Is she going to get another chance?
I hope so. I really hope so, because I feel like she hasn't really been able to show us anything that she can do in this heat. That 3.6 was a fast 2-turn combination, which was really nice, but it's not what she can do. She's got so much in the tank there. I do really feel like Irina and Anastasia have kind of just been sitting in first gear, they've been keeping it simple, like you said, and maybe not pushing too hard and waiting for those further rounds to kind of give it a little bit more. But Anon, I don't even think she's hit first gear yet. That's how much more she's got to give. There's 15 seconds on the clock. She's kicking and paddling for something right now, Paul.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a wave to her. Ocean doesn't seem particularly cooperative from what we're looking at right now. Counting down final 5 seconds. Don't think we're going to get another wave ridden here. An impressive performance from the young Peruvian Arena Rodriguez, who has shown us surfing with speed, a bit of aggression, just the ability to compete, find scores, and get requirements. And that's what it's all about in a long road to go deep into the event. We'll keep it rolling. The final heat of the round, Heat 8 of the opening round of the women, coming at you live from the World Junior Championships here in the Philippines. Stay tuned.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities, and where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the Philippines as we'll check out the last heat making their way in. Just a little careful over the shellfish, nothing too sharp or untoward. But surfers thinking about coming back for the next round. Won't include this young lady, Rodriguez. She ripped out there, represented Peru, and did really well in a heat which didn't really show us loads of quality, but just about getting through and staying alive and a chance to sit out round 2. That'll feel great for Arena. Well done to her. We'll see Fenta and Matsuoka come up in round 2 as we'll close out the opening round of the women with this final heat of it, Heat 8. That'll be starting real soon out in the water. Team Peru, they're pretty stoked on the way that one went down. And sometimes, Jess, you don't always get classic performances, but you get the win and you get some momentum going. And sometimes, actually, you start to feel, if I can get through tough heats, what am I going to do when I get really good waves?
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those confidence builders that it's almost a silent confident builder. Be like, oh, okay, well, I did that and that. Watch what I can do in the next kind of best day that we're going to see. So, yeah, I loved that performance from Arena. She looked the most lively. I'm excited to see how she felt about it with Stace, but this is a pretty solid heat. Rosie Smart, 2 Aussies. Rosie Smart, Isla Huppets taking on Annette Gonzalez Etchbarry. So this is a pretty solid heat right now.
Yeah, well, we talked about the strong Australian contingent, 2 of them out in the water here with one of the rising stars for a while from European surfing. We saw her sister, Yanni, go down and not really particularly kind of lock into conditions a couple of heats ago. Let's see what Annette can do out here. It's going to be a tough heat with these 2 conditions as ever. On a bit of a mixed bag, really, but there's still major sections and opportunities. Here's Rosie Smart on the backhand, a big open face, just a little sluggish. She's super patient, and when things get steep, she's there to meet the challenge. Not quite able to ride out of that one. The opening wave there for Rosie will give her something to think about, making her way back out, but plenty of time on the clock here, trying to find 2 scores. What are we looking at right now? You're looking for a runner? You're looking at that one big section to try and hit? What are you trying to do here, Jess?
I feel like I would be looking for a runner. I definitely would, but one of the steeper runners, at least 2 good turns, you know, at least 2 good turns. And if you get a fat section at the end where you're just doing it on a carve, I would take that. But one big solid section that's also getting scores today. Here we go. Isla, though, she's up and riding.
Here goes Huppert's on a good looking double up. Sort of steep face from her. Great drawn out bottom turn. Really technical and smooth as well. Again, just applying loads of rail pressure, just the feet, and clicks it one more time. Really nice.
Yeah, Finchy is her nickname back at home, so that's what all her family call her, and she's just so talented, and she's really good in conditions that are really punchy and short and sharp. So even I feel like she's going to be looking for those punchy sections that are going to come back at her, and then that's just what she did on this last wave. Let's look at this drone angle shot. She's so talented. She's really strong, so she's got really strong legs. She just gets this one started with a bit of a check turn, comes around to this section, comes up, attacks it, just like you said. Really technical, really nice. Love how she just went straight into a rail turn, came back, tagged it for another section. We haven't seen 3 steep sections like that on a wave for quite some time, so I feel like she attacked that one quite nicely.
That was great. You go into the lip, get a bit of release of the tail, and then straight into an incisive rail turn. In any kind of level of surfing, you're on your way to a score of some kind. I think it'll be decent. Meanwhile, live action here. Echabari, sluggish. She needs speed. The wall is in front. The section's in front. She'll get there, but not with loads of speed. So her maneuver was a little bit restricted in terms of she just didn't have that much pace.
I thought she has a really nice style, though. It's almost relaxed, kind of like a skater approach almost. There was not a lot going on with the body talk, but it was actually really nice. It was a good-looking section. She's going to get a score for riding out. But yeah, I agree. She needed a little bit more speed to come back out with a bit more aggression.
Rosie Smart will fade her entry into a wave here with a little bit of wobble, and now it'll get steep, and she wanted to. She was just maybe a little bit behind that section. The wobble seemed to grab the board. And this thing gets steep quick, and if you're kind of not already in the right place, it's quite hard to play catch-up here.
It's so funny how different this heat is to that last one too. It's chopped and changed again. And I feel like we've seen more steep sections in the first 7 minutes than we saw in that entire
there's
last
bowls
30
everywhere
minutes.
right now. 23 and a half minutes to go. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat. It's a young Peruvian. She's stoked. Arena is with Stace Galbraith.
Actually, Mitchell down here, Paul, but I'm trying to be as good looking as Stace right here. But Arena, muchas felicidades, congratulations. A big heat win for yourself. First time in the Philippines, you made sure there was going to be a family trip when you came here. You're traveling with both of your parents and your older brother. How's your trip been, Arena?
It's been great. It's been a fun few weeks. I think almost 2 have been, because we came here like the 31st. So it's been fun. He's actually my younger brother. Oh. He's just taller. And well, it's been fun. The waves have been great, and it was a hard heat, but happy to make it.
You come from a great region in South America, Peru. Consistent waves, a lot of open motion. What do you make of La Unión right here at Mona Lisa Point so far?
Well, it's been really good. It's a long right point break, so in Peru we have a great variety of waves, so it's been easy to accommodate to this wave because we have Punta Rocas, Caballeros, and multiple right-hand point breaks, so it's been a fun few days of waves and surfings.
Un saludo para la gente del Perú.
Muchas gracias a todos los que me están viendo, sé que es de noche allá, y bueno, muchas gracias a mi entrenador y a todos los que se quedaron viendo. Saludos.
Felicidades, gracias. Paul?
Muchas gracias, hermano. Sorry, Mitch. He's not Stace, is he?
No, not quite.
I tell you what, Arena's good. I like the confidence from her as well. She's got a big smile on her face. Everyone tends to be stoked when they're doing, you know, an interview. It means you've won your heat, but she just seems to be enjoying herself, having fun. And talk about getting here early. A couple of weeks prepping. How about that?
That's a while to be here, so good on her. Just putting in the time, putting in the hours. Not to mention, Mitch has to be the most bilingual person. I swear he speaks so many languages.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he?
But yeah, she was looking really sharp, just as sparky on the land as she was in the water. She seems like a really bubbly young girl. So yeah, it was sick to see her get that first heat win and get that confidence to move on through.
All right, let's get caught up here. 21 and a half on the clock. Huppert's with a 5.83. decent score. I wouldn't have been surprised she went into the 6s or even higher there. Judges leaving themselves a little bit of room, but she's shown us a bit of quality and that combo already in this heat locking in. And you get a number like that early on in your heat, and you start to think, okay, now I know what kind of sections I want. And you think that'll just kind of help unlock and let everything flow.
I know as well Isla and Jali have a really cool rivalry, and she would have watched Jali's heat, saw that she got a 7 and just thought to herself, all right, let's be at that level, let's come out the gates, let's do it earlier. So she's already got a score before Jali had in comparison to their heats. I know she's going to want more. And Isla, she grew up with 2 other sisters, and they're all competitive surfers. So I feel like she's got that experience to have like heats of such, like mock heats where everyone's got that same intensity. But right now, she's probably not going to even be happy with that 5.83. She's probably going to be wanting more.
Yeah, well, let's get us some waves because she's shown us real quality already in this. Some sets standing up on the outside. Priority is with the heat leader, Isla Hupperts at the moment. Second prio, surfer out of the Basque Country. Annette Gonzalez, Echebarri, Rosie Smart's much wider. She's sitting down there. Third prio. You do get that little extra wide swing in section. Kind of looks like this little extra peak. Sometimes bounces in down there and offers opportunity. So not a bad call just to sit there until she'll get a better spot in the pecking order. We'll let this one go through pretty straight on the reef, so no one be tempted into anything there.
It feels like this heat is a different day. There's bigger sets, there's more bowls, and I feel like this is going to be a really exciting heat for these 3 ladies to capitalise on those waves that do come through that allow those bigger, steeper turns. It feels like it has shades of that Kana Sierra heat, so we'll wait and see. But 30-minute heats, it is that bit of extra time that even if you do make a couple first 10-minute mistakes, you're used to surfing a 20-minute heat, so it's right there, it's still comfortable. So I feel like it's going to allow all of our competitors over this next week of action to just not rush into decisions and not freak out about, did I make the right call, did I take the right wave, because 30-minute heats do take the pressure off a lot, I feel.
A little flyby of our contest structure here. Mona Lisa Point, San Juan is the region, La Union, where we are on the west coast of this island here in the Philippines. And already from what we've seen and what we've enjoyed, we've had a great, really warm welcome from everyone here. It's a really surf-blessed part of the world. You mentioned how many islands? 5,000 or so?
7,000,
okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them. So much surfing opportunity throughout multiple seasons, basically all through the year. There's even swells in a different season that actually come from the southwest here, I've been told as well. So all sorts of spots that light up, but right now we're enjoying the sort of back end of a bigger swell that has filled in and kind of propagated around the top of the island and is filling in down on this west coast, offering us plenty of opportunity and power. And key ingredient for a surf contest, of course, would be waves.
Yeah.
We've got them.
We've got them, absolutely. Rosie Smart, she's up and riding here from Sawtell on the Northern Rivers, just attacking this. It looks like she's right at home, feels like she's surfing Sawtell Point, and yeah, she's a quiet achiever, Rosie, but she knows how to hit it.
Nice combination of maneuvers. Meanwhile, with speed, Hupperts goes into the lip, just kind of taps that one, doesn't need to do too much with the body. Nice precision surfing with the control from her. She'll get the finish and go complete as well. Just really looking for a backup. She's got 183 in. And when you're trying to do that, you don't want to maybe overcook things and force things and fall off. Pretty smart.
Yeah, I would say it's really smart surfing. I thought it was a nice wave from Rosie as well. 3 good-looking turns. She had her first full year on the Challenger Series this year, so she's coming off with that little Challenger Series edge. 3 really nice turns here, Paula. Love that second one especially. Regathered and just read that end section beautifully. Got the ride out. That's definitely going to be her best wave, considering she's got a 1 and a 0.5. Isla almost looked like she wasn't going to get in. Stroke in, just tagged that first section. Didn't see that turn. That was huge. Comes round and just belts it for a second. That is the wave I'd be looking for out there. 2 solid sections, and she just paced it perfectly. I loved it, Paul.
That was our first look at that turn. That thing was sick. And be able to do that with speed and just come out with the speed as well. Finish off. Hit the section to finish. Another really good number, you'd think, coming her way, and she's going to be way in control of this one. As we get towards the midway point, we're looking south down this west coast of San Juan right now. Just all sorts going on there. You just look at different headlands. It's kind of foaming in white water, little beaches, all sorts going on. Plenty of surf spots.
So many around here, and there's so many across the entirety of the Philippines too. Everyone knows about Siargao and Cloud9 and how incredible that region is, but it's one of so many beautiful places. Like I mentioned, we've got a couple Belair surfers here. There are some really great waves over there in Belair. And I just think if you want to come and explore and enjoy a community of people that are just beautiful and welcoming and then get fun waves, this is the place you want to go.
Was that where Will Smith was from?
Where?
Belair.
Yeah, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
See what I did there?
Yes, I liked it.
Yeah, first day. Straight into it.
Straight in. Dad's loving it.
Dad jokes. 15 and a half minutes to go in this. We got the number. Isla Huppert 6.83. Solid from her and just desserts, actually. Really well served. She's in a commanding position here. Good number for Rosie. A 5 from her from the backhand work. And those two at the moment. Certainly it is Isla really, gotta say, in control in this one. Not only just in terms of the scores, but like performance-wise as well. She looks like she's got everything figured out at all. We've seen a few people look a little bit baffled. She doesn't.
No, not at all. Isla's just looking super switched on. I feel like this last year, she's almost had a year where it's all clicked for her. People will talk about that click moment where it's kind of the change in their career and it just starts falling into place. Last year, she competed in our Australian Junior Series and she got second to Miller Brown, who couldn't be here, but it was hands down one of the best junior heats I've ever commentated in my life. They finished off the heat with 2 air reverses in the last minute to battle it out for the win, and it was insane. So Isla is definitely one of those women to watch out for coming out of Oz.
14 and a half minutes to go in this. We'll close out the round when this heat concludes. At the moment, it's an Australia 1-2. Isla Huppert's with the best of it. More live action from the Philippines right after this.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you. And gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things. And conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things. And in the sweetest little moments. But always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Welcome back to the Philippines World Junior Championships. 11 and a half on the clock. And one of 2 Australians out in the water. Isla Huppert's at the moment. Good scores from her. 12, 6, 6. Her total And you feel she's got plenty more where that came from as well. Kind of economy of effort from her. Just ridden the 3 waves. She's looked good. Rosie Smart chasing her down. She's got a 5, so kind of like halfway there in terms of having a decent score locked in. She'll need a big number though if she sticks on with that 5 to go to first 7.66. So really looking for a couple of waves still, actually, is Rosie. And some way back, Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri, who's looking for, well, a big number, really. She needs a couple of waves as well, time to do that. A couple of decent 6s to go to first. And that's where we're at right now in this one, as things have just calmed down a touch. Not loads of waves ridden, even that have come through, but we've seen a bit more quality in this heat, but a bit more of a measured pace to it, Jess.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it hasn't been one of those heats where we've got really great start and then nothing, or nothing and then a super cool ending. It's been a really nice, evenly paced heat where it just keeps getting better. Something I am interested in though, Annette, you've come across her more than I have. What kind of surfer is she when she's under pressure?
She's really good when she gets angry. She's kind of explosive. Okay. She's super aggressive. I think she's really confident when her confidence is up. But right now she needs to try and find some of this stuff that Isla's got, because she is swinging here on a great looking wave. Just got a little bit untidy towards the end. Gathered it for a finish. But just the flow from Isla as well. You talked about the strength that she's got, but she just cruised through that wave and looked great. Everything in the right place.
Yeah, she's a great surfer. She's also got an incredible air game, like I mentioned right before we went to the break. She's got air reverses almost on lock now. Like, she's probably got a 70% make rate, 60-70% make rate, which is really good. It's actually got a lot more in the last year or so, and yeah, like I mentioned, that heat between her and Miller Brown was just it was insane. It was so good to watch. It had myself and the other 2 commentators screaming on the broadcast. That's how good it was.
And you talked about a rivalry that she's got with Charlie, but just in general, having so many talented surfers in the same generation, we've always seen how much that kind of raises everyone's levels.
Definitely. I feel like I did an article once where I spoke about what makes a world champion, key factors that you have to have, and I was speaking to Chelsea Hedges, who won her world title, and she said, without my rivalry against Sophia, I wouldn't have won the world title. So, you know, it's definitely important to have them. You need them. But yeah, to do it without, I think it would be pretty hard, because you look at Steph and Carissa, Lane and Lisa. I feel like Katie is going to find a rival in Molly, Betty Lou, and maybe some of these girls once they get there. Erin maybe this year. I think it's a really pinnacle part of becoming a world champion and a great surfer.
Yeah, it's been really interesting storylines just on that CT. Is actually some of those kind of rivalries sort of unfolding and crystallizing right now. It does feel like a new chapter, with particularly on that women's tour, with so much new talent coming through, new stars and performances, and it's going to be great to see that unfold. It starts soon, right? What are we, 10 days out or something?
Yeah, I think a little bit more. Starts the 27th.
Okay.
So maybe 2 weeks
Couple
or
of weeks.
so. Yeah.
Oh, did you see? That's how excited I am.
Yeah, that is. You're on the edge of your seat.
Okay, so about 14 more sleeps, and then let's go, pipe.
You sound like a child before Christmas. Maybe even Easter. Chocky's coming.
8 on the clock in this. Isla Huppert still with the lead. Her number in for a last effort will be a throwaway from her. She'll take a place in 3rd priority, but at the moment, bit of daylight. Think about the numbers. 7, 6, 6 is the requirement for Rosie, and yeah, 2 waves, totally doable. 7.5 minutes, but as time does tick away, it will start to come down to 1 wave, and those requirements will start to feel pretty weighty for the likes of Rosie and Annette. Here's Rosie having a look, doesn't go.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Rosie's a very quiet achiever. She's softly spoken. She's a beautiful human, but she is super aggressive, and she absolutely charges. She's also a civil engineering student at university, so she's quite smart as well. So excited to see what she can do in this last 7 minutes. Annette, is she angry? Looks like she is. She's looking like she's revving up. How's that section? Just kind of goes under it there, Paul. Wow, that was better from Annette. That was really cool, technical, progressive. One more section here, and releases the fins for a bit of a finish there, Paul.
Beautiful wave, wasn't it? So nice and steep throughout. Great surfing from her. Just a couple of moments in there where she maybe had to just sort of check herself a little bit. But overall, that's going to feel so much better. Just to find a bomb, one that stays steep all the way. Good amplitude to her surfing. You're thinking we're looking at that from above, but she's going all the way from the bottom and then right up into the lip, which makes her turns look big. Let's get another look at this here. This was Isla.
Yeah, Isla looks like she got one right when Annette did too. Big section, couldn't quite get the finish on this one, but this wave was just beautiful start to finish, Paul. I was really hoping she was going to just absolutely go for it. Kind of missed an opportunity on that second section, but this turn, really cool, really progressive. Love how she pulled those fins and that tail all the way around. And not very often you're getting an end section in that very end part of the reef because it is quite deep. But she got it. She capitalized. She needs a 916. Rosie now up and riding.
Yeah, another bomb of a wave. That's great surfing. Uses a functional section, goes over and then gets back out on the face with speed. A nice size to this as well, and steepness. She'll kick out real close to her net, so she'll quite likely when she gets back to the lineup have an inferior priority situation relative to the Basque. But let's think about scores that are going to come through for that last exchange. The judge is going to have to give us some answers here, because that was an interesting exchange.
Yeah, I feel like Annette probably getting the best wave shape-wise of the heat so far. That second section was really cupped out, really bowly. It was just a shame that she got there just that touch bit late. But then the progressiveness of her third maneuver was exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like mental strength as well, and tenacity, because like relatively we're like, this is the World Championship, it's a bit of a mistake, right? She kind of missed that section, but to be able to recover, kind of throw something in that's technically more difficult, I like it.
Yeah, same. I thought, and especially because she hasn't really had a start until 6 minutes to go, so for her to keep her cool for that long as well really shows like her talent, her capability. This section though, Isla went for it. I have a feeling she would have definitely felt that one going down. And Rosie, this is a bit of a fat wave. I feel like it never really got started for her on this one. Yeah, she looked at this second section. That was a pretty nice turn, but it's definitely not the power that Rosie really has. So looking for one of those waves where she can really rip into it. That end part of the wave is really hard to make anything happen, especially on ones that come through on that angle. So Rosie, she's actually just dropped to third, needs a 7.66 to come up into the lead to take first place of Isla. Annette, 7-point ride on that last one, Paul.
Yeah, well merited. The highest score of the heat from her. She's right back at the races here. 5.66 now the requirement for the surfer out of Zumaya in the Basque Country. And now Isla Huppertz, who was just pure strength, kind of class early on, maybe just starting to feel like a little bit coming back at it now. It's still just under 4 minutes.
Got Annette just knocking at the door right now. Rosie's talented enough to do it. She needs a 7.66, so it is a big ask, especially with 3 minutes 40, and we know by looking at the conditions today that is a special kind of wave to try and get that kind of score. That would be the highest score of the women's division so far. Annette, however, a 5.66, that isn't really a special kind of wave. There is more 5.66 coming through than there is 7s. Doable, very doable job with 3 minutes 20 on the clock.
Well, she picked up exactly on that thought and just found something on the inside here. First turn, clicks it, maybe just going a little too keen there. She decided that wave had the potential for a 5.66. Hard to argue against, but not quite finding it there. She will have time to get back to the lineup, but you saw the disappointment on her face there.
Yeah, I understand the paddle into that wave because it did look bowly. It was quite close to the reef, but because of how close it was short and it was sharp. It was never going to be that 5 that she needed unless she, really went for it and did an air or something. But yeah, I feel like maybe a bit of a pressure cooker right now for Annette, and she was feeling it. With 3 minutes 40, I thought she had that edge on Rosie to get out and get priority ahead of her. I would take second over third priority, needing that score any day of the week. So again, maybe just a slight mistake, but as we know, she's very good to recover in situations like this. So hopefully it happens for her, but with 2 minutes 20, Isla is hoping that it doesn't.
Yeah, right now there's Isla Huppertz controlling this from the very beginning down towards that 2 minute mark right now. She's got priority as well. That's exactly where you want to be when you kind of run through scenarios, having the lead and then having priority. So she'll look to try and keep anyone chasing her down and identify really where the main threat's coming from. Like we talked Rosie and the requirements she needs. She will need to throw down the highest score of the entire round. In terms of her net, that's a much more gettable requirement, but she's way off actually. I'm not sure those two are going to get too close to each other. So that priority from Isla, she's just going to try and surf a good wave that comes through.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just try and get that 5.83. I mean, that's a good score to say, to try and get it out of there. That's actually a really healthy lineup for Isla to have, especially at this point in the heat. But yeah, to try and better that, I think one thing that's working in her favour is Annette is down on the wide part of the bank, and we know that that part isn't really that steep. It is more of the fatter part of the wave, and you're not going to get a 5.66 by cutbacks, I'm going to say, especially with what we've seen the judges keep the score outs today. They're keeping it low if you don't go above the lip. So maybe a little bit of a mistake. I understand she's trying to separate herself from the pack and give herself some space and time to think, but right now I think that may work in Isla's favour unless a freak set goes down to Annette.
Final minute here as we'll close out this opening round for the women. Holding down the lead with priority, and Isla, is she heading over towards... my next question is, do you go over and sit on Annette if you're Isla?
Yeah, absolutely. Every day of the week, you don't leave that door open. I feel like, yeah, Pete's probably on the beach just waving her down, thinking, you know, she'll probably go and sit on your competitor at this point. But Isla is also very competitive with our own. All of our junior Australians are all competitive with each other, so she's probably thinking, oh, I'll sit on Rosie. And then last minute she goes, oh, no, actually I should go sit on Annette. So that's just the rivalry kind of that's breeding through our Australian juniors. There is a bit of a wave coming right now. 10 seconds to go. Isla has first priority. See how she goes. Here we go. Good looking set coming through, Paul.
Here we go, live action. Using priority heat leader. Great bottom turn. And swings at one and goes into the lip hard. You love to see it. It'll be incomplete, but she has shown us flashes of why she's so highly rated. And a solid, comprehensive performance, really, Isla Huppert's from the beginning of the heat. Something we haven't seen. Control all the way through, looking really good value for the win. We'll look forward to seeing Smart and Etchebarry come up in round 2. We're looking forward to see the boys have a swing at this. We'll have the opening round of the men coming up soon. We'll bring in Jessie Mendez and Stace Galbraith for the call. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Fantastic scenes here as we wrap up the opening rounds of the women's competition. This is the World Junior Championships presented by the Philippines Promotional Board. My name's Stace Galbraith. I'm very excited to be in the production booth with Mr. Jessie Mendez. Jessie, a former Triple Crown winner, Championship Tour surfer, as we get the men's action underway here. Jessie, it's been an amazing start with the women's. And it's the birthday boy getting us started, Mr. Huckabee, Ryan, getting underway. And not a bad spot to be celebrating your birthday, Jessie.
Definitely not. Fun waves all around, and it's good to be here with you, Stace. Haven't seen you in the last few months. So it's good to be back here talking about what we love the most.
Yeah, I've been hearing you. You've been sounding amazing.
So you, man.
I don't know about that. I have my moments. But wow, we're giving away one of these things this week. We're going to give away two. One to the men, one to the women. And look, it goes without saying, this event for the juniors, it's a true performance indicator if you can take one of these trophies home, Jessie.
Yeah, that's exactly where me and Mitch were speaking earlier today. It's a great platform, and I get it. Great exchange for you to actually go against people that are going to be surfing probably for the next 10 years. So you get to know them, get to know how they deal with situations, and yeah, it's great baggage under your feet.
obviously the history of the World Junior contest is one thing, but why do you think that is, that this event is just such a clear marker for a long-term career if you can take it out? Because you look at the names that have won this thing, and they're all household names now.
Yes, definitely. I think there's steps for you to take, right? You can't reach to be a world champ without taking every step out of the way. You might see surfers that never qualify for this event, but most of them have, and you can't skip. You can't go ahead of yourself. You got to go through every step in order for you to get there, and this is part of it. Like, this is such a great platform for them to interact with themselves and know the people you're going to surf for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you make a good point. You get to surf against these men and women from a very, very young age. I see a lot of your mates on the tour have just started racking up, well into a decade of being on tour. Felipe, Gabriel, these guys have been around for a long time now, but they still feel like they've got so much to give. It's such an amazing place for these juniors to be, and hopefully get there one day with those guys.
Totally, and I mean, if I'm sitting on the situation that these guys are, obviously way like 15 years younger, 10 years younger than Gabriel guys, I'll be hoping I get a heat with those guys, because it's. I mean,
well, if he goes as long as Kelly, they'll have another 30 to go.
I doubt it. He will, though.
I've been riding Noah Arkfield, the Filipino local here. He's on a great-looking set wave. A beautiful second manoeuvre there. Loses the fin slightly on that carve, but brings it back, and unfortunately just comes unstuck. But certainly had good energy throughout that wave, Jesse, as we'll queue up a replay for you. It's... great looking waves here this afternoon as the tide's been coming in all day. As we wait to queue up a replay, we're going to send it down to Mitchell on the sideline. Mitchell, who you got?
Thank you, Stace. Here with Isla Huppets. Isla, congratulations. A very competitive heat, and especially towards the end, you had to make a decision on who you were going to sit on right there. Annette had the 7. You made sure that you were on the best wave towards the end. Talk about that moment right there.
Yeah, it was a slow start, and then by the end, I had 2 scores, and then Annette got one really good one, a 7, and then I'm not sure what scores Rosie had, but Annette just needed a smaller score, so I chose to go closer to her. But it was a hard decision because Rosie can get a 7 so easily. She's such a good surfer as well.
Any preference on what time of the day to surf at? You were the last heat of the round right there.
No, not at all. I've been here for 4 days, and I've just been surfing every hour, so I didn't really mind.
So the Philippines, first time we've ever had a World Junior Championship right here. Closer to home than if you were going to the United States of America, but right here in Asia. What do you feel about the presence that you've seen from the Australian surfers so far? Obviously a great crew that you have right next to you.
Yeah, well, we've got a really good crew, and they're all sitting up there, and they're all cheering each other on, so it's been good.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Stace?
Thanks, Mitchell. Well done, Isla. And yeah, that was right. It was a very competitive heat, as we see Ryan Huckabee absolutely throwing his whole body at that section there. Beautiful connection with the lip. We'll catch you up on the start of that wave in a moment as he brings it through to the inside. Wow, Jesse, some kids just have a fire hose connected to the bottom of their board. It's every time he goes anywhere near the lip, it's just going everywhere.
It's so impressive. Actually, the maturity, I was baffled to know, because I watched him on the Challenger Series the last few years, but I just thought he was someone that never showed up and wasn't in the spotlight until a little later age. But then seeing him here, under 20, he just looks so much more mature than that. His surfing, the power he has, the massive laybacks he throws, and the big punts.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he just released a little profile edit just recently. It's on the internet out there on all notable surf websites, Stab Magazine, etc. If you want to get around it and check him out, it's incredible. And I mean, I'll be honest, I'll be critical of these gentlemen if we don't start seeing that in this heat, because there's some long there we go. That's a baby version of what I think we can expect in this heat. All these kids have that skill set, particularly if you look at Bronson, who's yet to stand up. There's some long waves out here, but there's also some pretty punchy short ones, and they're probably something that I think the men are going to really look to exploit. It's a short ride. You're not going to spend a long time on the wave, but hopefully get maximum points out of it.
Well, we saw on the women's side of things, we saw 6.83 from Laura with 1 turn only. And if the men's were playing a close attention to it, it's so much easier for them to just take one big critical section of the wave and go for a massive turn and get rewarded than maybe trying to find that extended wave that might give you something down the line, but also not really. So I think if you have to gamble on something, just go big straight out the bat, and you're going to get rewarded.
Beautiful drone shot here from Mr. Ryan Williams. He's been working closely with the team, the WSL in this region for a long time now, bringing us this beautiful vision from around the world, and particularly at Cloud 9 and up here in La Union Province and on the San Juan Beach. It's cool to see this place from all different angles, because there's actually a ton of different waves around. We're staying,
800 metres down the road, and there's like 3 or 4 waves just straight out the front of there. It's like super wave rich. Jesse, have you been able to find a left at all, my friend?
Of course. There's 2 rights right in front of us, one to the right and one to the left, and there's a left right in the middle that doesn't really exist, but I was there.
It kind of, it's got like a Leftovers vibe or something. Like it's like this huge rip to take you out to sea.
Like Ronnie Bowles, Rockies kind of vibe. It's
yeah.
like a good mix of it.
Yeah.
It's actually gets pretty.
And
pretty fun.
there's really great swell. Like it feels like there's almost 2 swells running in the water at the minute. I heard Paul Evans earlier today call it 2 to 5 feet, and he's spot on. Like there's some smaller waves that are like hitting the reef a little better, and then there's these kind of bigger kind of closeout sets that have, just that one moment in them. But like you said, there's still some great scoring potential there if the surfers can exploit it. But it's been a bit of a mixed bag of scores so far. Nothing super consequential. A couple of 4s are the biggest at the minute. 4.33 for Ryan Huckabee and Noah Arkfield, a local wild card here from the Philippines. His best score is a 4.17, and Bronson sitting out the back there with priority, waiting for his first wave. Do you know much about Bronson, Jesse, and sort of his ability?
I've actually had a few surfs with him down in Uluwatu and Secrets and all those waves down there, but I don't know him so well. That's basically what I've seen him. It's been on crazy video clips of doing massive punts or just a few surfs that I had with him, but just a very talented kid, and this is the 5-foot waves that Paul was talking about.
Here's the 2-footer, the first wave of the set, and there's a closeout set behind it, but hopefully the gents can get to it. Ryan here with third priority, pretty clever to get up and under and really deep as he comes flying around this section. Really clean wave, beautiful style, amazing arcing turn there. And Bruce Irons talks about it. That's the combo that you need at the highest level. Beautiful carve to a big snap as he brings it through the inside. Unfortunately, that is the characteristics of some of these waves, just sort of pushing a little off the bank, and so he won't get a finish there. But no doubt, you can see he's starting to build into this heat nicely, Jesse.
Definitely, and he's the guy with most Jersey experience right here. He does the Challenger Series, did very well last year, and he's going to do damage. I think, in my opinion, he's definitely top 3 name to beat in this event, just as far as competing skills and how solid he looks and how mature he looks on top of the board. Like you saw throughout that whole wave, there's a bunch of lump, a bunch of 3-piece weird sections for him to hit, and he was just cutting through the water, not catching rails. Everything looked big, looked solid, and he's going to get a decent score for that wave.
His equipment looking beautiful under his feet. We obviously saw Italo Ferreira take Timmy Patterson and his label via the Brazilian license and the greater business to a title in 2019. How much does that do for every other surfer on those boards when you have a world title in your stable?
I mean, I feel like it's like when you're from a country that doesn't have anyone to lead the way, like you're the first one to be doing. So you kind of got to believe in the path and believe in what you have under you. And that's the same way for Timmy Patterson. You have someone that won a world title. Hey, this is what it takes for you to do it with that board. And he obviously tried on every condition on tour, all the boards, and designed the best boards for those conditions. So you kind of a step ahead, like you don't have to do all the work yourself. As much as you're going to have to adjust the equipment to yourself, to your surfing, but he still did most of the work already for those guys.
12 or nearabouts minutes into this heat, we'll see Bronson on his first ride. You can see the technique, the talent this kid has, and it's beautiful, beautiful surfing there. It's very energetic. It's JS looking very alive under his feet. Like you said, you see video clips of this kid, Jesse, and you know he's got the full bag of tricks, and I think he'll be very, very happy and stoked to get that wave in his scorecard, because I feel like he would be looking at a surfer like Ryan going, I wish I was on his program.
100%.
Ride a lot of waves until you get the one. I don't think he'll be super stoked. I don't think Riz will be super stoked that he waited like 13 or so minutes nearly for this wave, because it was an okay ride, but it wasn't the sit and wait for the set that he was thinking.
100%, and that just happens as well. The more you see, the more pressure is added to you. That was a beautiful turn right there. It's just show how technical he is, right? He made the most of a mediocre section, but the wave didn't have the opportunity that he was hoping for. Ryan's wave was way cleaner, kind of like a double up down the line running, had more pressure, had more power to it, so he was able to apply more pressure. But I mean,
I kind of like what the judges have done here. They're actually being hold back on Ryan's score. They haven't actually entered it yet, because we hadn't really seen the 4s. you know, they might be generous now, because now we've actually seen 2 waves where they're proper. We've seen some proper surfing, albeit they've been on smaller waves. So the judges, they're doing the right thing here. They actually are setting this scale with this exchange, and hopefully Noah can get in the mix with this wave here. He's riding a bit of epoxy tech from DH there. I think, unless I'm mistaken, Ryan could be the only one maybe on a regular PU, but these other 2 surfers are looking really fired up. Beautiful air attempt there on the inside. You hear the crowd getting right behind their local boy Noah, but unfortunately comes unstuck here. But I'm curious to see where the judges go, because a wave like Bronson's, it really challenges them. The surfing was right up there, but the wave on offer just didn't quite bring to the party.
Like you just mentioned that if I was Bronson, I'll be so bummed that it wasn't in this wave from Noah, because that first section right there, he had everything he would hope for. You know, the big, kind of thicker, more meaty, with lots of speed. You could throw a massive punt right there, and he's not scared of doing that.
You see a quick indication of scores coming through here. And as we kind of expected, not a lot in it, but it is both of these surfers are going to have a score that goes up into that next range. Just touching the good category for Bronson, and Ryan's will sit slightly above that as we wait for the final numbers to get in. But those 2 waves are going to set up this heat, and for the back half. As you see Bronson now, I think we're going to look to see him surf a lot of waves, Jesse. He's just got so much firepower. He does not need the greatest waves. He just needs some sort of vertical face. And I think we're going to see this kid go to the moon.
Yeah, I think he needs a closeout. That's all he needs. Like, maybe not even look for anything else besides a chunky section. And that's also a problem when you have so much expectation on top of someone, because he's that good.
Yeah,
so
even himself. Even his own head noise would just be crazy right now. Going like,
it's almost sometimes better just being good at one specific thing than having so much in your arsenal that you're kind of stuck. It's like, okay, I can do this, I can do that, and you can get lost in your own mind.
Yeah, you've seen surfers like that, with all due respect to, say, our good friend the Panda judging, you know, down there when he won Uluwatu against some of the surfers that he had. And this is nothing against Panda, but he had a really great skill set, which was he was really dynamic on the back end. And it's something like that took the win over the craziest generation of surfers you could imagine. He beat like Geordie, Gabby, Julian, all these guys.
And you think about it, you think Gabriel's going to dominate that event, or
Jules, or
anyone, because they have so much more as far as variety, but in Panda's mind, it was just so clear. All he needed to do is find the right wave and 20 massive turns.
Totally, yeah. There you go. We're going to take a break here at the World Junior Championships. This heat just starting to warm up. This is the opening round of the men's competition. We'll be right back with an action-packed second half.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. And these boys didn't make a liar of us, Jesse. We promised action in the back half of this heat, and while we're in the break here, we got to see some of the more standout waves so far of this opening round heat. I'll bring you the replays shortly, but we're talking about having a big bag of tricks and how sometimes it can unravel you. But Ryan Huckabee here, Jesse, he's found it. You called it. Larry's for days.
I mean, I've been watching this guy do that every day. And the cool thing about his layback is like you have the tricky layback where you just kick your board, and you have the one that you muscle through, that you power through, kind of like Dane Reynolds. And that's exactly what he did. Big section coming against him, and this looked like a great wave as well. Nice setup turn for him. He gets a little bit flatter. He gets the speed down the line. Nice blowtail reverse,
Sick.
critical variety. And now it goes into that deep water. Let's see what's going to happen here. Zigzagging around, kicks out. It just goes to dead right there. It just goes deep water and doesn't look good.
And then Bronson out behind. He had just a quick paddle and a miss earlier, but he didn't lose priority. The other gentlemen were on the ride, but he definitely wanted to get in the mix in this heat. I know personally he's not the kid that wants to sit and wait. He's not Ethan Ewing. He's more, looking to stay busy like a Felipe and really start to get a wave count going. So he's still doing that. He's still building. Hasn't quite found exactly his rhythm yet. But as this score come in for these last two of Ryan and Noah, they are building again. It's a 7-6-7 for Ryan Huckabee. And we mentioned it in the women's division. The judges did a really good job of just creating some separation from those big moments. That wasn't the longest ride, as we mentioned at the start of the heat. These guys, they're talented enough to look for a closeout. One section. And, the amount of time he was on that wave, he was out the back in 10 seconds.
And we're talking about like a setup of a wave that kind of like dissipates the energy throughout the wave. It doesn't have too much energy in one spot, so everyone kind of does the same thing. And Ryan right there, it looks like he's going to paddle for this wave. Maybe he's going to catch it, maybe not.
There is a couple like that. We had a little surf out the front yesterday, and you think, 2 strokes I'm on, and you miss it. And then behind it is a way bigger one that's landing on your head. It's a shifty little peak.
And that's because it's a very shallow bottom. So what it does, it dissipates the energy throughout the whole bank instead of coming into a specific place. So it pops up and it kind of backs off a lot of times. And this is the opposite of what Ryan had on his last wave. It was a chunky section, and he definitely went to town and made the most of it, and he got rewarded, which I'm stoked. It's a point of difference.
Totally. We saw the opening combo there of Noah Arkfield. He got his best ride, a 6.5. So this heat set up beautifully. It's Ryan Huckabee, the birthday boy, in the lead with a 7.67 and a 6.17. Second is Noah. His best is a 6.5. He's looking to chase down a 7.35 to get in front of Ryan, which you can definitely see he's got the skill set. And Bronson still, like I said, he's got plenty of talent. A couple of 5s in his scoreline. It's not what he was thinking, but I feel like someone like him, he's not likely opening round heat going to really fire up until he's got those waves. So even though he's sitting in third right now, I think this next 10 minutes we can still expect a lot from him, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Looks like Noah's paddling for this wave.
And this wave definitely, we'll just have one section from as far as we can tell as he takes to the sky. Beautiful connection with the lip. Just unfortunately couldn't get the projection out onto the flats, but this is the kind of surfing that you expect to see at this level, Jesse.
100%. And we saw on the women's side, the first heat of the day, it started very slow. They're a bit tight, But then on the men's side, I think they already kind of figured it out, the heat strategy, and they're the guinea pigs. They started, so those guys already have an advantage on that. And I think as the day goes on into the second heat, third heat, it's going to get even better.
Yeah, as we're coming down to the 8.5 minute mark in this heat here. How was your transit to get here, Jesse? You were straight in and out from Hawaii, or was it a bit of a journey?
It was a funny journey. I've had like a long layover of a 1 day at home in Hawaii because I was in Brazil before. So if you count from Brazil door to here, that was a good big 48 hours travel. But
back on the queue.
Back on the queue. That's what I felt. I was walking with Panda down the beach the other day, and we're like, we're back in the queue right now.
We'll leave it for these boys, Jarvis Earl. He's certainly showing that he, belongs in this realm. He's a former world junior champion, obviously, and then on the CS is, I guess, what I was referring to there. He's hasn't really had that crazy breakthrough moment that I think he would be expecting, but he's still so young. I think a lot of these guys have got, they're just a lot of learning to do, and that they'll have that moment. It's just a matter of time.
It's a matter of time, and that's the problem of being that good. Like, there's so much expectation, but everyone has your own timing. And yeah, he's not even close to being late. He's under 20. He's still a world junior.
Totally. He could be one of the rare names that takes it out twice. He's got the opportunity. He's got a stacked field to get through, but not many can do it twice, as we see up and riding here, Noah Arkfield. I think, the most important thing I've seen so far from this heat of Noah is that even though he's not quite in the lead, I don't think this wave will take him there. He's so competitive. He's on the level with these guys.
Yeah, he's swinging.
He's swinging.
Ryan is, in my opinion, he's the toughest guy to beat out here today. As far as how he surfs and experience on tour on the Challenger Series, and yeah, he's definitely not giving it up easy on that one, and he knows his wave so well, keeps the float throughout the wave very nicely. Progressive, ticking all the boxes.
Yeah.
He just kind of needs to find a little bit better wave, and he might get up there.
I think he's given his home country a lot to be proud of. A lot of fans on the beach cheering him on, and I know a lot will be tuning in around the country. And yeah, it's really inspiring to see the level that these local kids can bring to this international competition. You think of waves around this beautiful country like Cloud9 and that whole coastline over on the east. It's it is a breeding ground for talent, and it used to just be one or two of the crew that were really striking it hard, but there's like groups of them now, so it's cool to see guys like John Marimar Tokong and Piso Alcala and that really take it to the world stage, because the Philippines is such a wave-rich country, and it's cool to see that these opportunities are coming this way, and we get to see them surf on our home soil and be competitive against the world's best.
And you look at the coast, like you see all those whitewashes breaking. These are all waves, like there's plenty of waves and there's not many surfers, so it's a paradise.
Got a jet ski?
Yeah, that's all you need, right?
7,000 islands or something here. I
7,000?
7,000.
I mean, one wave in each island, we got 7,000 waves already.
I like the maths there. Ryan Huckabee up and riding. Oh, wow.
That's the
This
closeout.
kid is so electric, isn't he? It's just elastic, and he did not need much to get going there. Like, superior, I wouldn't say it's a small wave, but just the speed generation in what is a soft wave at times here. He manages to get across those bits so well and project into the lip just with ease, and amazing style in the air. It's definitely keen to see how he can round out this heat and hopefully find a few more opportunities. As you'd like to think at this level. Obviously, the kids are so well versed in strategy, but there seems to be, from my expectation anyway, a little bit of wanting the surfing to do the talking.
Yeah.
You learn how to surf the heats when you get on the Challenger and then the CT. And this event, you can tell it's a lot more attack than defense.
Well, I think it's the first time as you putting yourself into the surfing world, and you want to kind of prove that you're a good surfer before anything. And I think that's what this kids bring. And the younger you are, the less fear you have. So you tend to go bigger. You see, even, throughout the career of everyone, people get smarter and they start to hold themselves a little bit up.
Totally.
And when you first get on the QS or you first get on Challenger Series, you're just going for broke every single wave.
Yeah.
So more even so with those guys.
Talk to us about your experience with that, because I know you faced that issue yourself with your career.
Totally. When you first get in, no one knows about you, so it's easy to surprise everyone. And the longer you stay, the tighter you get, mostly if you're not qualifying, because there's added pressure to it, and you have your expectations, and you just got to break through that and kind of feel like you're a kid the whole time, so you can kind of keep pushing. And I feel like some guys have that in their heads, and those are the guys that can extend their careers for the longest. Like, think of Felipe surfing. Like, obviously he gets more mature, but goes for broke every time he steps
Every
on
time,
the board.
yeah. I find it quite interesting with a surfer like Felipe, and it's quite a common question, like, what are the judges looking for? I look at a surfer like Felipe, I don't think he even asked that question. It's instinctual,
yes.
It is explosive, and it's surfing that you just cannot look away from in the waves that he excels in. It is like, by way and large, the best, performance surfing we've ever seen.
Ever.
And it's incredible, his consistency. It is unbelievable.
I think he doesn't think of that, because he knows if he puts his surfing and he translates what his heart's feeling to do into the wave in the conditions that he excels, like you mentioned, he's going to be the guy that's setting the tone.
Totally.
So he's like, hey, as soon as I'm in the right wave, actually, to tell you the truth, in the conditions he needs, he usually don't even need the right waves.
Yeah.
Like, he just needs to stand
He's
up
one
on
of the
board.
rare ones that doesn't need the set or the longest or the best wave.
He just needs to get on the board. Like, on a condition like today, he would be one of those guys.
Yeah.
And he just sets the tone for everyone else. Like, he sets the mark, and everyone follows and try to get as close as can. And you have guys doing that in different conditions as well. John and Margaret River.
Totally.
And you have Gabriel in a left-hand point, or Iago too. It's been doing that lately. And we can keep naming a few guys, but those guys are capable of doing that throughout their whole careers and always bring something new every year.
That's the thing. Even in the the era before them, whether it was Joel or Mick, just the changing of the angles or bringing a new spray or just reinventing the wheel. But like you said, these youngsters, they don't have that problem because they haven't been there yet. So they do have that sort of, the fear of loss isn't there yet. So they're just going for it. But it's an interesting one to battle, and all these kids, they will find that at some point in their career. It's just a matter of time if they're in it long enough. But at this point, it's cool just to see him surfing and going for it, and I really hope that out of Bronson here. He's a lovely young fella, and I know he'd want to just show a bit more in this heat so far. As you can see, just spray flying off the bottom turn and off the top turn. Beautiful connections with the lip there. He's looking super fired up. And nice little variety there. Kelly Slater, black and white tail slide to finish.
Delayed grab right there. That was beautiful surfing from him. It's just he has so much variety. He has every trick on the bag, and he can take that into his advantage. Right there, unfortunately, I don't see that coming to an excellent score. But that was great surfing for him. Maybe that third turn, he could have maybe thought, is like, hey, I need an excellent score. I need to go massive right here. And could have maybe just go for broke and see what happened, because with the minute and 20 left, the chance of him coming back and being on third priority and getting another chance is small. So it was a tough wave to get an excellent score anyways, but might have had a chance there if he maybe went for a massive error, which is not a big task for him.
No, it's not. It's not. You think of a young kid like Matthias Hurdy, he get things like that, as we see. Important wave here for the local Noah Arkfield. He needs a 7.35. Beautiful start to this wave here as he comes down the line. Great attitude, regardless of the score. He's definitely approaching it with the right energy. And unfortunately, just comes unstuck there. But as you mentioned earlier, Jesse, some of these waves, the energy starts to taper off. And I think that, unfortunately, the second turn probably wasn't strong enough there even to get the job done. But the attitude was very impressive.
Yeah, it gets to a point of the heat that you know exactly what you need to do. And he needs a 7.35. It's not a small score, so he needs to go big. And I love how he took the risk right off the takeoff. And if that wave would give him another opportunity, he would have probably got the score. Like maybe another air, which it kind of looked like he was going to give him. But it just dissipated the energy, and it was kind of a junk wave afterwards.
As we're going to count this heat out here, it is going to be the birthday boy, pending Bronson doing a backflip on this wave, which he very well could do. It just looks a little soft and sort of small on the inside there for Bronson. I wouldn't dare call it before the wave actually stops breaking, though, because he's that psycho that he could do something and get a big score. But that wave is over. This heat is over. Ryan will get the win. And we will look forward to seeing Noah, who had a fantastic performance with Noah Arkfield from the Philippines in round number 2. Bronson Matey finishing up in third there. We got to see flashes of his brilliance, but we will see more in round number 2 in the coming days. We are going to take a short break here at the World Junior Championships, presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. Stay tuned. Heat number 2 coming right up.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
Welcome back. This is heat number 2 of the opening rounds of the men. Jarvis Earl in the red. Oh, you can help me here, Jesse. I'm not even going to try.
Cauê Frazão.
Beautiful. And Keone Lassa from the Basque Country. Wow, really
That's a tough one for me. Even.
Yeah, I toned myself into a closeout there. But yeah, if you're tuning in, this is the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. And first heat had some sparks, Jesse. Ryan Huckabee, Bronson and Noah really got things going in the back half of that heat. We got to see some really good surfing, and we're expecting a pretty fun afternoon here at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan in the La Union province of the northwestern region of the Philippines. Jesse, I'm guilty of just thinking that the only wave on this beautiful country is the Cloud9, but we're on sort of diagonal opposites here. We're up in the northwest rather than being on the middle of the east coast where Cloud9's located, and I've been so impressed with how fun the waves are in this region, and it's been really cool to see everyone warming up and getting their teeth stuck into this beautiful part of the world.
Locals are pretty nice too.
Yeah.
Like as far as, I mean, I've actually heard that they put a sign on, the board riders put a sign on to say, hey, don't paddle out now the days before, because the surfers are actually training. So I was excited.
We should chuck that up at a few different spots around the world. What's the Maracana in Brazil? The right?
Oh, the Bahia?
Bahia.
Try to do that at Snapper. Pipeline.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah. We've got an interview coming up soon with Mitchell Salazar, but before we get there, young Frazão taking a fall. But while we wait for some more action in this heat, Mitchell's got the birthday boy. Mitchell, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Right, congratulations. Happy birthday, first of all. But a big heat win, obviously, coming up against two real good surfers from the region, too. They're used to the time zone. They're used to waves that are similar to this. You went out there and you had a game plan. What was it from the get-go?
Yeah, honestly, I don't really pay attention to who's in my heat. If I want to win this event, I got to beat everyone. So just went out there and did my thing. And, yeah, just built a rhythm. I felt a little shaky on my first two waves. Like, I kind of surfed them down a little bit. That 6 had potential to be, in the 7s, maybe an 8 if I surfed it up. But I was able to pull that layback off, and that kind of put me in a comfortable position to kind of control the heat from that point.
Former team captain of the USA Junior Surf Team, you've had a lot of accolades over your career, back-to-back finals on the regional QS2. What's this resurgence kind of been like at your young age of just 20 years old right now? Obviously a big momentum shift for yourself, Rai.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going into the Challenger this year was tough. I didn't make a whole lot of heats. I had one kind of breakout result in Portugal, but I guess it kind of deflated me a little bit. Like, you try to keep picking yourself back up, but when you have a lot of first-round losses, it kind of kills the confidence. And I think I felt that a little bit going back into the QS events. I was like last year it felt easy to make those early round heats, and all of a sudden I was struggling to make it through. And but yeah, with these back-to-back finals coming into this event, I have a lot of confidence, and this is an opportunity to not only be a World Junior Champion, but put myself back on the Challenger and be stress-free the back half of the year on the QS. So, I mean, excited.
That attitude goes a long way. Last but not least, the region in North America, very strong right now. Tara, obviously one of the best surfers. Hayden Rogers, you shared a final with him too. What is it about the region that you think that's really shining with the surfers that we have?
I mean, we just have a deep pool of talent. Every region does, but I think North America is definitely one of the toughest. I mean, a couple years ago, we had 5 of our guys who made the Challenger Series out of the 7 qualify for the tour. So I think that says a lot, and we have those veteran guys too, like Luca and Kalohe and Nat, who have been on tour, and they're coming back and doing our region, so we definitely have a lot of strong competition.
Congrats, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Stace?
Thank you, Mitchell. Beautiful interview, and what a intelligent young man, Jesse.
I know. It felt like he's 30 years old. Seems so mature. Like doesn't care about his opponents in the water. Focus on his own strategy, his own game, and that's the best you can do. You're already going against a bunch of unpredictable environment, which is surfing in the ocean. So if you can minimize your demons in the head, it's going to help you out, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Priority surfer in blue, up and riding.
Up and riding. You're going to have to help me out here. Cauet belted that second turn. He's looking much better on his second wave there. He had a fall on the first one, and Cauet would be much more stoked with that wave. It did get me thinking though, Jesse, like at this event, and even some heats on the tour with the venues that you go to are super unpredictable, and the reason why we keep going back to the CT and talking about it is this format is the same. It's the 3-round heats. You go to the second round. If you don't win, you skip around. If you do win, and then from there on in, it's man on man, which is just such a great setup. When it gets to man on man, especially on the CT, how important is that profiling of your competitor?
I mean, it dictates the whole scenario of the heat, because depending who you're going against, you're going to have to fight. You're going to have to just let the guy go. Some guys, for an example, Leo, Fioravanti, you're not, or Gabriel Medina, you're not going to try to get the inside of them. They're not going to let it go for the rest of their lives. So unless you want to really get into that fight and you're emotionally stable to do it, might as well not get involved, you know? Like, let them do their thing and you do your thing. But, yeah, it plays a huge difference in your strategy and how calm you're, like, how selective you're going to have to be. You're going against a few guys that you know you might have the edge, so you probably can put yourselves in more waves and maybe build up the score. And some other guys, you got to make sure you're in the best 2 waves of the heat, otherwise you're going to get smoked.
Because it's a charming sentiment to say, I don't care who's in my heat. Like, we love hearing it. Coaches love hearing it. Yeah, just go and get him, man. But at a wave like Bells Beach or Winky, man on man in those locations, knowing your competitor, like everything you just mentioned, it is important, and that they are skills that not only do you have to learn, but like you mentioned, the guys and girls surfing this event, they will have careers, 10, 15-year battles with some of the guys now. They just don't know it yet. I guarantee they'll pull, like you see Kersey down here with Sierra, he was so good at that. Like, oh, I remember, back this, everyone knows, everyone remembers.
and it's part of the game to actually hide that.
Yeah.
So it makes you look a little different. But I always remember people saying, oh, I had so much fun out there. Yeah, you had so much fun because you won.
You won.
If you lost, you're going to be the dumbest guy in the
this
world.
place sucks, the wave sucks, like everything sucks. But if you win, it's like,
And they make it sound like that, so it makes it sound like they don't care so much. It gives them confidence.
Yeah.
But deep inside, everyone's giving 100% their best in it.
For sure. Yep.
Even Joe Parkinson, which is the chillest guy on top of the board ever, but he's the most competitive guy ever.
Big time.
Try and beat him one time, and you're gonna figure it out how fun it is.
Or try and like out-position him in like Fiji or Tahiti, and like he's a natural footer, but then he has these crazy skills that he just keeps on the down low, like reading the ocean. He was one of the best, and you see, obviously John and Gabriel have that as well. So it is obviously the surfing, but then how you move around the lineup. Moving around the lineup well at the moment, Jarvis Earl, he started this heat with a rare wave that just seemed to go forever with really good sections. Scored a 5.83, which is pretty good indicator of what the judges are thinking, Jesse. Didn't even get into the good range. He might hold that score at the end of the heat, but the effort that he had to outlay and the paddle back out from that, I think he might be looking for, more of that Ryan Huckabee style shorter wave now, given the scores that he earned from that.
100%, mostly on your backhand, right? Like, you don't want to get that wave that kind of like his that goes down the line and gives you plenty of opportunity, but you have to always keep running after, because it's hard for you to generate enough speed on your backhand in order to get that critical section and not be late. So he was late a little bit in a few turns. He's still got a great score because he's an amazing surfer, but if he finds one big pocket, 2 big gashes, one big gash, one closeout, he's going to get into the 7-point range.
I know we've only seen 8 heats or 10 heats now, but from what you've seen so far and the way that the judges are scoring, do you think this wave favours a goofy footer or a natural footer? And can you be unbiased in that question, Mr. Jesse Mendes, one of the world's best goofy footers?
It favors a regular footer overall.
I reckon it favours the goofies.
You think so?
Yeah. For what you said earlier about what kind of you can only do so much, and the higher risk manoeuvres, obviously, I would say that Jarvis is capable of doing that as well.
I think
the fin ditch backhand kind of thing.
Totally.
Where you could still get like a 7 just for a Rio. Then they've got the airs.
The only thing, in my opinion, in comparison is being a regular footer, those stretch down the line waves on your front side, it's easier to surf.
Yes.
And then if you get a kind of a tighter closeout, front side and back side, you're going to be able to squeeze the most out of it. So I think overall, but sometimes to simplify things, it's easier to be in your backhand. On your backhand. I remember Adriana saying a lot of that. Kai Belly would always say a lot of that because he had a great backhand as well. So yeah, if you want to keep things simple, like definitely in your backhand, like you find a critical section,
big meaty section, and
that's all you need, Like, and on the other hand, if you're in the front side, you have so much variety that you can apply to it that you can get in your head, and sometimes you're not. Yeah, I mean, it just get lost. But overall, I would rather be on my front side of this wave.
I like the call. We'll keep ourselves posted on that. We'll chuck a San Miguel on it. See how we go. Or a pineapple juice, whatever you prefer. I'm going to stick with the. I'm going to ride the goofies home this week.
I mean, there's been plenty of goofies overall, so it's kind of a good.
It's a pretty early call. We're only like 42 minutes into the men's competition, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah, my picks are regular footers, I feel like, in this event, but I'm not going to mention.
I don't want to jinx anyone yet. Keone Lassa up and riding beautiful looking wave here. I've known Keone for a long time, but I have not seen him for a while, and he's certainly grown from a young boy into a man as we see a beautiful big opening turn there on that wave. Love the fade, but I don't know if he was ever going to make it down the line if he was going to choose to start the wave like that, Jesse.
I 100% agree. It really set him up for the first big crack, which was very impressive. A lot of spray, a lot of power, but that was it. Like there's more down the line, and he didn't identify this early enough and put himself in that situation.
Oh, sneaky with second prio there. Cowett just couldn't. Whoa, wow.
As you're talking about.
Beautiful, just your release, dynamic surfing there from Jarvis Earl, and also the heat IQ to do that on the first turn and not worry about putting your best turn at the end of the wave. Really doing it at the start, because as we can see, these waves, the characteristics of them do tend to lose their energy, but there's beautiful scoring opportunity at the start as we see Cowett coming through to the inside, getting a bit of vertical face there to work with as he brings this one through and then will end the ride there. But that's the kind of turn on the backhand that must make you, I don't know, proud, Jesse?
Definitely.
Weak at the knees is another thing I think of.
Kind of reminded me of like those turns that Matt Wilkinson would do it. Those down the line drifts, lip line with the tail slide. It was a board slide. Like it's hard enough to do on your forehand. Backhand, it's even more complicated. That was beautiful surfing from Jarvis. And should I change my mind now?
You're making me look good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I think when you're coming to these events, I think a lot of the kids and surfers, they have that in them. You listen to Ryan Huckabee talk, and I know Jarvis is very, very clever with his surfing as well. It's who can identify it and who can unlock it. Because I think that I would argue that Keone Lasser could go and do that turn if he really thought about it and wanted to go and do it. But can he figure it out, and can he get that in this heat? And so it's cool to see when you can get the most out of the waves you surf in a heat. Because even again, getting back to Ryan's interview, which has given us a lot to talk about. That was a great interview.
Totally.
He was like, he thought he left points on the board on one of his waves. I would say Jarvis took points off that wave.
100%.
And that's what's going to come down to there. I'm really excited to see that score, and I'll walk us through it, Jesse. Just how hard is this turn?
It's impressive for you to get that extension outside of like under your board and to carry the speed throughout. This is going to be a big score for him, and it's just so critical. And then, not to mention, he had a great snap here and finished it off strong with another vertical turn. Look, he's smiling.
He's frothing.
He's so stoked right
He's
there.
all teeth and hair. Cowett, Jesse out the back. He kind of just a little unlucky with the start of this wave.
Oh, it's one of those waves that looks like there's so much wall in front of you, but they're just going too far off the reef. And then once you get around, they kind of get flat. And this is the advantage that a goofy footer would have right there. For him to get vertical would be way easier than that section for Kauai. You can just put your board up vertical, and that's the advantage a goofy would have. But looks like Jarvis is kind of dominating this heat with that last wave.
Looks like me surfing yesterday afternoon, just getting caught on the inside.
I saw that actually.
That was, when you do that, and you kind of like, you can't come in. Like, you have to keep paddling.
Even if his heat was done, he had to go back.
He had to keep going out. Man, there's been some waves around the world that you've had to surf in. Gincho Beach comes to mind.
Oh my gosh, tell me about it.
Have you ever had that in a heat? Spend like 20 minutes on the inside?
I had a Sunset before a good amount of time.
Yeah, okay. What, no jet ski pulling you to the channel?
Oh, no.
Like old days, like, figure it out.
Never had.
Yeah.
But yeah, like being out the back and going all the way inside.
Yeah, not even standing up. Yeah.
Pretty brutal.
Yeah.
And Sunset, you're not so stoked on getting caught as well because the waves are pretty big.
Big and just deep, and similar feeling at Margaret River, but you're in a wetsuit.
Yeah.
And you're just going, oh, wow, okay. Jarvis Earl, I think we're looking at another wave here that I don't recall seeing live.
Yeah, I think that's why he was spelling back out again.
Got one off the end. I have been seeing a few waves down there that do look, I would say, tempting is the word, but I think he was maybe tempted into that one. There's a lot of foam on the face, not a lot of clean water to work with there. As we see. You reckon that's the last two waves there? 507.693?
Yeah, I reckon,
yeah. Come on, boys. 693.
Yeah, that like if you're thinking about the criteria, we'll get back to that after this wave.
Oh, unlucky there.
But yeah, if you think about the criteria, like if you're thinking about major maneuvers, he had it checked. Very progressive. As much as it's not an air, it doesn't mean it's not progressive. Like you have a massive board slide on your backhand, which is one of the trickiest turns you can ever do. And then you kept the speed throughout the wave. Yeah, I could see that wave going higher than what it's been.
We've had a great start to this heat. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more action in the second half of this heat. Jarvis Earl really starting to heat up there in heat number 2. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows here in Ilocos. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships here at the beautiful Mona Lisa Point in the San Juan region, or San Juan Beach of the La Union region in the Philippines. Yeah, we're stoked to be here. And this man in the red, Jesse, he's had a great heat so far. Another beautiful turn out of the lip there. And we'll see how he goes on the inside. He took off on a wave a bit wider on the peak early and got a 5.07, so he's looking to replace the 5.83 that he got as the first wave of the heat. He's got the energy, Jess, but we'll wait and see, mate, if that one does replace his score. It's not looking likely, so he'll make his way back out. But we did see a little priority shuffle there. Not a good feeling when you lose priority twice in a heat, Jesse.
It does not feel good, definitely. I think it's hard to pick back up after that happens, because, I mean, how many times in the year a guy like that would paddle for a wave and miss it, you know? Like, it doesn't happen that often. You do that twice in a heat, it just makes your confidence goes down. You just got to reset, press the fresh button, and go back again. Mostly with what we have in offer already, Jarvis already have 12.76. It's not a massive combination of scores, but it's still pretty solid for a day like today, and for the surfing he has done.
Totally. I think, you know, to put a positive spin on it, there's been a lot of waves, so it's not too bad as we see him looking to use his priority here. And he's had a couple of nice opening manoeuvres, but just hasn't been able to piece. There we go, beautiful snap in the lip there, but unfortunately just getting caught behind. And you can easily see how that happens, because this wave has so many different characteristics to it. You don't really know, like, am I getting a fast one, or is this one going to hold up for me? Like, it is a tricky little wave to read the lineup on, Jesse.
And he does that inside the wave itself. You see, it starts very slow, and then all of a sudden he finds a good pocket, and the wave just runs out of him. Like, so when you're taking off mostly on your backhand, and that's the tricky part about being in a backhand on a wave like this, it's hard for you to have a vision down the line. Like, it's way easier for you to take off and frontside and see what's going to happen down the line than predict a backhand. It seems like you're just with your back against the wall, harder to generate speed, and you're kind of looking a little bit closer than what you would usually do on your forehand, and that's what happened for him right there. But on the other hand, it seems like Jarvis is not having a problem, because he's actually connecting waves from the top all the way to the bottom. He's just reading the waves very well.
In your experiences at waves like Winky Pop, Trestles, and the waves like that come to mind that have like fun opportunities to surf but can also be kind of challenging to read, did you have like a cue in your mind that you tried to remind yourself of?
Yeah, I think I would try to slow myself down, because sometimes if you're thinking slow, you're actually going faster. You know, like when you see a wave, mostly like Winky Pop, that is just a down the line wave, very tricky. Mostly if we got some wind, it breaks it up so much to swell. You want to try and put so much energy and put so much thoughts into it to generate speed, but actually if you just calm yourself down and take off and breathe, your board's going to start working for itself. If you have a good board, and everyone has good boards nowadays. Like rarely ever you're going to see someone with bad boards. And yeah, I think that's what's just my mind. Hey, slow yourself down, and that's going to make you generate more speed and be faster, actually.
Cowett, he's got the 5 on the board, which has got him well and truly in this heat. Like you said, Jarvis's total jinxed him.
And that's
isn't huge, but he's in front. He's putting the pressure on, so it's up to these other two competitors to bring it. And that's where, you can start to overthink the pretty simple equation of just surfing good.
And that's the problem right there. That was a great section for him. He didn't finish that turn, and he was looking down the line. You could see his face looking down the line. What happened? He caught the inside rail as he was turning, and it was done. Like, you just go over the handlebars. You just really got to calm yourself down, and that you need to be confident to do that.
Yeah. Was that something for you that you relied pretty heavily on your equipment to be confident, or was it a different feeling you were chasing?
I feel like overall most of my boards are working decent. Obviously, you go through times that the boards aren't the best, but you can't really rely on that. Like, confident people, they make it work, Yeah. It wasn't really my case, but I feel like I try to do that.
Yeah. I'm feeling good.
I mean, if you see guys like, I think the most confident guy that I had throughout my whole career was Gabriel in every condition. Let's put it in the whole tour, on 10 events. He'll be the most steady guy in every condition to be consistent. And I feel like he didn't need to rely on surfboards. The surfboards always looked the same.
Yeah, they did.
And
they were never that attractive looking.
Never at all. That's what I'm saying. Like, the equipment never looked that great, but he made it look good.
He did. He still does to this day. But he went through wild times of having really thick boards, and then he's kind of back to being thin now. And they're all evolutions that I think every surfer goes through. Mick and Kelly just kept on chopping an inch off every year, and obviously Reynolds just made every board under the sun, and But then you get a guy like Freddie P or something who would just travel with 2 boards and be like, "That's me. I'm done. That'll do."
Keep it simple. That's the type of guy that will keep it simple. A machine. You'll see a right hand in front of him, and he'll destroy it. Literally,
best retirement of all time, just quietly.
Right? It is.
Drop a 10 and just
drop in on me. Oh man, let me drop in on you. I don't want to make this heat. 10-point right.
Crazy. Good memories. But these are the kind of events that these youngsters can look forward to if they can get a roll on the Challenger Series and find themselves there. Future awaits as we see Cowett. He needs to rectify that issue from the last wave. He's got the skills to do it. He's got some big turns in his arsenal. Just hasn't had the timing with this wave so far today. Some nice individual manoeuvres, Jesse, but he hasn't quite had the flow that's going to be needed to get his scores right up there.
Yeah, and that's something that Luli mentioned this morning. He wanted to see variety and combination of major maneuvers, but because it's such a tricky wave that kind of goes down the line and has weird moods and weird sections in between flat and then goes steep, he wanted people to keep the speed throughout the whole wave and the rails clean. And yeah, he's lacking that, and it's unfortunately for him. And coming from Brazil, you expect the opposite, right? You surf a bunch of beach breaks, windy conditions, and you expect someone to have a lot of speed and very clean rails in this condition. But he's having trouble right there. Sometimes, I haven't heard of him so much, so I'm sure that might be one of his very few events outside of his country. So the pressure gets to you. The jersey gets heavy.
Yeah, it can. Some people, it looks like it's nothing, and other people can weigh you down. But it's going to be a good learning experience for him nonetheless. As we take a look at the replay here, Jesse.
Yeah, it sets up nice down the line kind of foam climb, and then gets stuck right there. Oh, that was actually that previous wave that he had.
Yeah.
That he kind of went over the handlebars. I think he was just thinking too much ahead of himself.
Under 5 minutes now, as we see Cowett making his way back out, and Keone Lasser is sitting, I guess, on the traditional part of this peak. As you can see, Jarvisel with first priority sitting much deeper.
And Jabbers have actually been doing that since yesterday. When I came over and watched the waves for a bit, he was riding a lot of waves. He was actually the standout of the session for me because he was just catching a lot of waves up the point that were doubling up and going nicely throughout the whole bank. And that's what he's still doing.
Do you like it, though, at this stage in the heat, with priority, not a huge lead, 4 minutes on the clock?
No, I think first thing that comes to mind, if you're in a point break, you got to be on the outside of your opponents. You want to make them make the decision before you, because that gives you extra time to think if the wave is actually good. And also, he might not even be interested. So you can maybe, if you're deeper, you maybe lose your priority without the opponent even wanting to go on that wave. So throw the ball to him. Let him do the decision and you go after it. Unless it's a very clear wave that you know, hey, it's clear in my mind that this is the best wave of the heat, I have to go. Which in a day like today, with the conditions they are, it's very unpredictable.
Yeah, yeah. As we come down 3.5 minutes on the clock. And we've seen a lot of good action this morning in the women's side of the draw. Couple of buzzer beaters, couple interferences. One interference, Sophia Medina just not seeing the board correctly there. That was, interesting situation, but it happens.
It happens.
It happens quite a lot for.
It happened on the semifinals of the Olympics with Tachi and Brisa.
That's true.
Like the highest of the highest levels you can think of. So yeah, it does happen. But that's interesting about Jarvis. I've competed with him before twice in the same event, and he was never the guy that was kind of close to me in the heat. I don't know if because I was maybe older.
You got
than
him right.
Yeah. Once I got him on the men
one for the boys, for the commentators.
And then he got me on the 4-man heats. We both made the heats.
No, they don't count. Everyone knows
they
that.
Don't count.
No, they don't count. You're being too nice. Yeah, no.
But yeah, I don't know. Like he was always maybe he's the type of surfer that likes to let the surf do the talking.
Yeah, for sure.
At that situation, the waves were firing, so it wasn't really a matter of playing chess game.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to get.
But you make your point here, like he has to sit and watch now, and he can't make the decision because the waves are past at this point. But Keona's going to take that and a beautiful turn there out of the lip. He's similar to Cowett. They've had these big, amazing individual moments, but just either the wave selection or the timing of the turn has just prohibited them from getting a second turn in or a second major turn in. So you can see they've got the moments. They just need to link it all together. And Jarvis will be watching that for sure. Saying, okay, there's only one turn there. I'm good. But yeah, the heart rate definitely has to come up for sure. He's only human.
I'm sure he probably taught himself twice after he let that wave go and he did that first big turn, because if he had one more turn like the first one, he could have been looking at something on the 7.5 range, because that first turn was pretty massive. But he is kind of lacking a little bit of speed throughout the turn to generate speed down the line, because every like you mentioned, he's been have glimpses of great maneuvers, but he's been getting caught right after.
Yeah.
And that wave specifically, in my opinion, it had time for him to get another crack on the closeout. Maybe generated a little bit more speed on that first turn, like maybe down the line, make it look big, but don't forget you have something else in front of you.
Yeah.
And then finish it off strong, and he'll be looking at a very good score.
The good thing for Jarvis in his position is holding priority. He's only looking to better a 5.83, and as you mentioned, he is the kind of kid that he just wants to let his surf and do the talking. Like, he's not going to be too interested in playing those kind of games just yet. As we see Cowett now up and riding. I think this one's just what we call in Australia, just a perso. Just a personal good wave just for your soul. Just to finish the wave.
You guys tend to shorten up things.
Everything, exactly. So, just to get that feeling, I don't know that's going to be the 7.75, even just from the moment he took off. The wave looked a little small, but he had the one beautiful connection in there and he got it. He finished the wave. Like, that's a nice wave to come in on, and you still got it. You just got to pull your act together a bit more in round two.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to come in with, 5 waves in a row being below average, So, yeah, it's a good way to finish for him. It looks like Jarvis was having a look on the wave. Close out.
Yep.
Great effort for him. It just showed, like, the first 2 heats we've saw guys with most experience on jerseys, on the big level, actually dominating. So, Ryan and Jarvis right there, both Challengers Series surfers, making the most of this condition.
Yeah, we got a great interview from Ryan in the first heat, Ryan Huckabee, and we'll look for Jarvis to kind of match that energy now with Jesse Starling when we throw down there a little bit later. But we are going to take a break here at the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. That was heat number 2, Jarvis Earl with a convincing victory. Jesse Mendez and I are going to step out of the booth and welcome to you Mr. Paul Evans and Mitchell Salazar.
Winner, congratulations, and first Jarvis Earl, surfer in red, and followed by surfer in blue in second, and surfer in white in third.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
And a very warm welcome back to live coverage of the World Junior Championships, coming to you from San Juan in the Philippines. A beautiful spot and a great looking heat out in the water. Having a look at Winter Vincent, the Australian, burst onto the scene through a real big breakthrough challenger performance over in Belito mid-year last year. Dylan Donegan dos Santos represents Spain out of Lanzarote. Macklin Flynn, the Western Australian, came in, got a late call-up. Big opportunity for that young man. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing great, Paul. Lovely to work with you again, and stoked to be in the Philippines for the first time ever, especially with such a monumental event on the line, too.
Yeah, a lot up for grabs here. It does feel like one of those ones where, you know, if you don't do well here, that's fine. It's a real opportunity to do well, but there's nothing really to lose as such in this event, and we quite often see really big statement performances. That's what we saw on the challenges from this guy, Winter Vincent. He's such a good surfer. God. It's almost like he came on fully formed, and he's ripping already in this one.
Yesterday, he was one of the standouts in the free surfs, Paul, and you know, you mentioned him being one of those guys on the Challenger that you're really looking forward to seeing full-time next year, but finished just inside of the top 30. I feel like he's going to have a great year on the CS, and if he wins this event right here, you automatically get a spot on the CS for the entirety of the year. So to me, he's got really the talent and the skills to be able to get to the point of qualifying for the championship tour. More importantly, though, he has the physique now. When he made his debut on social media 10-plus years ago, he was a small, scrawny kid. He's a man now, dude.
Let's go here from a defending world champ. Jessie Starling is with Jarvis L.
Yeah, Jarv, huge first heat here. And with surfing like that, you've got to be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, it's always a bit nerve-wracking going into the first heat of the event. Like, been doing so much prep before the event, so yeah, I'm really stoked. I felt like I surfed a pretty smart heat, and yeah, it's good to come away with the win in that first one.
Talk to me about the prep, because we're at home in Cronulla. You're not going to get a lot of waves like you are here at Mona Lisa. How does Oz kind of prepare you for an event like the Philippines?
Yeah, I had some nice time at home, which is good because I spent so much time traveling last year, and I was kind of just surfing a lot and training in the gym. I did a couple trips up to the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre where we did some mock heats and stuff, so that was some pretty good prep. And then once I got here, I've just been grinding out the comp bank probably 3 times a day, so yeah, fair bit of prep.
Just full Grom mode activated pretty much. Tell me, you're a World Junior Champion, you know what it takes to have that title. Is there like an added amount of pressure on your shoulders right now because people know you can do it?
Yeah, I guess there's like an expectation on me being the World Junior Champ a couple years ago, but I love the pressure and I love competing, so yeah, it should be a fun event and hopefully I can go for another one.
Yeah, pressure's a privilege, they say, Jarv. We know you've got so many fans back at home, like I mentioned, Cronulla, they love you. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Oh yeah, I reckon Mum's down here. Thanks, Mum, for coming down. Mum's just there, but Dad's watching at home with my sister, and I'm sure my brother's watching. And yeah, shout out to anyone else in Cronulla who's tuning in, and everyone at Allura Board Riders.
Awesome job, thank you, congrats. We'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff, Jarvis Earl. He's stoked. Winter Vincent, he'll be feeling pretty good about life right now. Have a look at that number.
Yeah. It's a big number. It's actually the biggest score of the day so far, Paul.
817. Excellent stuff from the Sydney sider, Winter Vincent. 817 is huge. And you think about confidence coming in. How are you going to start a heat? Build it up. How's it going to go?
Yeah.
That goes out the bag. If you go excellent from the get-go, you're just feeling great about his chances already of going deep into this event. But this heat, you can kind of relax a little bit now.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't take your foot off of the gas pedal just knowing that Dylan Donegan, he's capable of posting big scores. He won the European Junior Tour last year, and Macklin Flynn, not knowing a ton about him, came in as late-minute replacement due to Huey Vaughn breaking his big toe, and, you get the chance to surf in a World Junior Championship event. You win the event, you're on the Challenger Series for 2025, so obviously a huge opportunity. Right here, if you're a winner, you just want to make sure you get a backup real quick and then be able to surf the back end of the heat pretty freely, Paul.
Yeah, let's see how this one plays out. Looking forward to see the start that we get from Dylan, also from Macklin as well. Came in here from Westers, got that really late call-up, actually. Borrowed equipment he's on.
I believe so,
borrowed
yeah.
one of Huey's boards, right?
Yeah, I know Huey left one of his boards here, which is pretty outstanding that those measurements would kind of fit him. I know Huey Vaughn's a little bit of a larger kid right now, but he's still not huge. And, just speaking about the European contingent, I feel like they've really stepped up their game. The Echevarri sisters, obviously, two of the best representatives. But in my history of doing this event and covering the sport, I think it's the largest number of Europeans we have at the World Juniors. And beautiful to do right here in the Philippines, too.
Yeah, well, Spain's been the story, really, last couple of years particularly. It's like generally down the years, it's been like kind of France, Portugal, those two kind of dominating. Maybe a little bit one-sided in terms of French with the men, certainly lately, in terms of getting into that challenges, and Portugal with the women.
Right.
And Spain's just come with this whole talent that's come through. I mean, the Echevarri sisters representing the Basque Country, but in the Olympics for Spain, and Keone Lassa we saw in that last thing from that same region as well, and they've got everything kind of put together really well for them. And the Canaries, it's been a while since we saw someone go really deep competitively. It's been a while since surfers like Jonathan Gonzalez, who's from Tenerife. Lanzarote, we haven't seen anyone go really big in terms of the results. Dylan Donegan, I tell you what, he's got some competitive instincts to match the surfing as well. Here's Macklin Flynn, live action, clicks one off the top with speed, a smaller wave, and he's just sharp on that borrowed board. Little finish section here from him, gives it a flick. It's nicely done. It's not going to be kind of excellent range score, but decent start.
A good start, and especially you have to consider that he's straight off of the plane. He got here just a few hours ago. You had to watch a couple of heats before you were able to prepare yourself, and to be able to do that straight off of the plane, real impressive, and especially being on borrowed equipment, that makes things even tougher. So good start for him. It should be decent, but once again, going up against the 817, you want to at least try to match that score, knowing that he's probably going to back that up in the next 5 or 6 minutes, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Just think, we talk a lot about prep, don't we? I wonder if you can maybe overthink your prep a little bit.
You could.
Maybe if you don't know you're in an event, you're just kind of cruising. All of a sudden, I guess that will depend as well, obviously, on what waves come to him and all that sort of stuff. But coming in without too much pressure on yourself, it's a good opportunity for him.
It is, but then you also have people that are just oozing confidence right now. Huckabee came out of the water, and he was just ready to go straight to the interview. And
I like the way he talks.
Yeah, I like
the
that
way
kind of
he surfs,
attitude.
I like the way he talks as well.
Yeah, and those are the guys that you should look up to and be like, hey, like, they obviously have a recipe for success. I should be following something that suits them, and it might suit me, and if it does, then I got to use that to my advantage too. But too much preparation can be bad, though. I agree with that.
Yeah, 21 on the clock, and there's still plenty of time, surfers, to try and unlock and get into the excellent club, along with Winter Vincent, who has been a big, big breakthrough story. Touched upon it earlier, that performance that he put in. Looked really polished over in Bolite. He took it all in his stride as well. Didn't look kind of overawed at all about the fact that he kept taking down some major names on that tour. We all know how tough it is to make heats. I mean, it's absolutely brutal. I think he finished off, he got a 9th, did he, over in Brazil, in Saquarema?
Yeah.
So a decent way to finish off the season. And now he's established himself as someone that we kind of expect big things from. Here goes Macklin Flynn. High line for him. Big punt, nice and drifty tail high. Won't get the completion, but he's got that in the bag, and that's available to surfers here on those waves that maybe don't offer classic turn sections. Bit of a ramp, they'll take it.
Well, it's probably got to be the path of least resistance right now, too, knowing that you're going up against the 817. That was a good wave that Winter had to select to and be a good position for. Here's Dylan now.
Here goes Dos Santos as he'll swoop on a rail. And gives it a little extra zhuzh on the rebound. And again, nice carve in the pocket, snap to finish. And he'll hit the closeout as well. That's classic contest surfing. It's going to be a reasonable number for him. Compare it with an 8. Well, it's probably an unfavorable comparison, but that's a decent start.
It is. Anything above a 5 to me is something that you're getting a W with at the beginning of the heat. So good start for him. Interesting, heritage for Dylan Donegan dos Santos. Irish mother, Brazilian father. born in Lanzarote and represents Spain. So great surfer right there. You can see the full roundhouse cutback. Once more, the carve in the pocket, and really tough last section. I'll give him that just because he had to manage his speed. There were 3 different lips coming down on him, so just to be able to manage to ride out of it cleanly, good work by Dylan.
Yeah, comes from a part of the world that has some really, really powerful slabby waves.
Consistent too.
Yeah, bit of wind as well over there. They're dealing with that, but I think
Maui glass.
Yeah, I think you could say that about quite a lot of places. Really, surfers are used to dealing with wind, and in your quest for qualification, you're probably going to be surfing in the wind quite a bit. So no harm there. But in terms of if you think about the real biggest stage and those kind of perfect world-class waves around the world, coming from the Canaries, Dylan Rowe all about pulling in to big, sort of scary reef break waves. At the moment, he's making a really good name for himself in the juniors.
Yep.
Had that real cool kind of battle, those rivalries kind of unfolding with Lucas Skinner.
Yeah.
We've seen that go down as well. It's just been really cool to watch. And I was talking about that with Jessie Starling in the women, that we've seen those little rivalries that come through. It just elevates everybody's game, and they're both going to be beneficiaries from that.
They are. I mean, you need people to push yourself to get to a point that you didn't know you could get to, first of all. And then I think the most important thing is when you're getting those rivalries with people from different parts of the world, you expect something out of yourself once you go back to that place. So coming to a spot that most people hadn't been to before right here at Mona Lisa Point, I feel like if you're able to defeat somebody like Winter, who finished top 30 last year on the CS, that's a big feather in your cap, Paul.
Yeah, who's your commentary rival, man? When you're watching, who do you hate if you see him have a good day? Get really upset. You get mad. Yeah.
I'm just playing. No, I'm kind of a Zen mentality when it comes to that.
I don't believe you.
We grow together. Whatever grows together goes together. I feel like that's kind of a true calling.
I'll get the truth out of you.
Hey,
the week,
no, we're doing great right now. Enjoy yourself.
17.5 on the clock. Winston still with that big number, and then nothing as a backup. Don't think he'll be overly stressed at the moment. Plenty of time just to kind of breathe his way into something, an opportunity. This is Donegan dos Santos on your screen, the youngster from Lanzarote in the Canary Islands with a bright future, with that strong push from the Spanish squad that we mentioned earlier, and everything kind of in place there in terms of infrastructure and coaching. And it's a strange region, really. It's sort of quite broken up in terms of where the waves are. It's always been about the Basque Country. Competitively, that's been the stronghold, and it's generally around that kind of Zarautz area where we've seen the big push come through. Not so much further along that north coast. We haven't seen loads in terms of big competitive success, but the Canaries is a completely different sort of wave zone altogether, and really offers surfers a chance to get good really young. The fact that it doesn't really have that European winter, that's been something that's held a lot of surfers back, I would say, when they're particularly young. Think about the success of France. A lot of their good surfers, they come from the islands. They come from the tropics. Yeah. So by the time they're 7 years old, they're not wearing a 5 mil wetsuit. They're out there surfing hours and hours all through the year. That's been huge for them. The Canaries, you think, should be a really good breeding ground for talent.
Yeah, but they don't have enough. The thing is, like, they don't get enough support from the other parts of the country that kind of pushes them to get to that point. France has an excellent system to be able to provide transportation, funds, all those people. Reunion Island, which is super far away from mainland France, by the way. The most successful surfer ever to come out of France is from New Caledonia, really. I mean, originally he was born in Reunion Island, spent most of his childhood in New Caledonia, and then eventually resided in both Tahiti and in France.
Yeah.
But guess where he made his bones? Jeremy Flores made it in Australia.
Yeah.
So it pushed him to a boundary that he didn't know he had either. And once he got out of that kind of region, he was able to get to that point, and obviously had one of the most successful careers we've ever seen out of the
Joanne,
European.
you could argue Joanne Defay's probably the most successful European of all time. Wins on the CT. Maybe not the same prestige spots, but results on the CT, year-end finishes in the top 5.
I just think that what Jeremy did and who he beat in those finals goes a long way too, especially winning at home in France. You know yourself, how many people have you actually seen win at their home break? And the way Jeremy won was like a historic thing to do.
Yeah, that was absolutely historic. I wonder if that event's going to come back, mate.
So that's the thing they're lacking over there.
Love to see that come back. That's been the story we talked about.
You need to have either a Challenger or a CT back right there in France. That's the hub. That's where all the major surf brands are. That's where all the major corporations are. You need to get something back right there in the south of France.
Right now, 14.5, just over that on the clock. It is Winter Vincent, the excellent number. He just ripped into one early on in this heat, basically. and just tore his way to a huge number. Since then, he's been real quiet. He's just waiting for that backup number. Beautiful skies here in La Union. Mona Lisa Point providing great fun, competitive conditions to open up the World Junior Championships. We're checking out the opening rounds of the men right now as we'll look at a paddle and an effort from Dylan Donegan dos Santos. The Spaniard rips one off the top and then flares out with a tail release, wafts the fins, doesn't get the completion. Meanwhile, Vincent, here goes his backup number as he just slashes a combo of turns and then a finish. And it stayed hit for a while. That spray took a while to rain down, which always looks impressive. So a backup number, maybe a little bit of quality in that number as well.
There is.
When that comes through, he's going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, and with just under 14 minutes to go, he's already going to have a real good heat total. And got to consider, too, that, I mean, realistically, he's only been on 2 waves. One is just a throwaway in and out. So he's been on the 2 best waves of the heat so far. Goes to show you he's done his homework both from land and in the water, Paul.
Well, we won't wait for that score to come in. We'll bring you that on the other side of a quick commercial break. A great looking heat in the water. Loads of talent performing for us. More live action from the Philippines right after this.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
Welcome back live to the Philippines, the World Junior Championships. Having a look at a really, really dominant performance from Winter Vincent. And I tell you what, backup score, well, how about high score? How about replacing the excellent number with another one? Because Winter Vincent tore into another wave, 8-3-3, Mitch. He is on a tear out here at the moment.
Isn't it summertime here right now, though?
It's summertime all year round over here. Absolutely dreamy. He's loving it. Meanwhile, this was the fight back wave from Dylan.
Yeah, he needed to complete this, though, so just going to be a throwaway, a 2-point ride. And this is the 8.33 right here. Just Paul is surfing mature, and you're seeing a man amongst boys right now, unfortunately, Paul, for the rest of the field. Just great read, excellent poise, and, of course, getting a big start and a big finish. That also not only adds into the reward factor, a lot of commitment in the first and last turns on that wave right there.
When's the last time you saw a surfer get 2 excellent waves and not even think about claiming them in a heat? It feels like it's been a little while.
It's been a while.
It's like mandatory, isn't it?
I don't know if John did it at lowers. Did he claim one of those waves that he had in the final matches against Italo? But it's been a while since I've actually seen somebody not claim a wave either.
Two eights,
yeah.
Massive numbers, really impressive. Winter Vincent going from strength to strength. Turns have opened up in this one. Let's have a look at some beautiful rail work from Dylan Donegan dos Santos, and a finish.
That's
that time
like
he gets it done. He clicks it. His make rate is really good on that progressive surfing. He's actually really good at that in heats.
Oh my God.
Whoa, tearing in again, Vincent. And he is looking so dialed in. Really sort of similar, actually. The finish was really similar to the previous wave. Maybe the turns coming together just slightly more compressed in terms of their energy, but how about the form he's in?
I don't know, dude. To me, this is the best wave I've seen all event long. And that first turn especially should be going upper excellent.
Nice cruisy entry for Macklin Flynn on a powerful section. He'll go down. Just got pinged out the lip on that one. And that's the sort of stuff he needs to do, is find a bit of quality. I think I like his approach. There's no point really kind of scrapping around for mid-range numbers. Try and go right up there and match those big numbers.
Well, at this point, you're forced to do that, so might as well do it. But also dealing with jet lag, you're super tired. Your legs probably aren't in the right place. But as of right now, you got 9 minutes to probably have to get 2 9s to be able to beat the kid in red right now. And Paul, I'm serious. I think this is probably going to be close to a perfect ride. To me, that first turn, that's CT level right there. And that's what we expect from these guys at this point.
Yeah, he just looks in a class of his own at the moment. From what we've seen in this, he's looking so well tuned in with this wave. We've seen quite a few surfers look a little bit baffled in terms of where the sections are. None of that at all for Winter Vincent. Here's another look at Dylan.
Yeah, this came in as a 5.83, so his best at the moment. That's really beautiful carve into the lip, and then was able to complete the rotor right there at the end. Good surfing right there from Donegan. But once again, he's going to be needing something in the excellent, because look at the score for this one, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely huge. You called it, mate. 9.27 for him. Absolutely massive numbers. He might just want to keep some of these excellent scores for later in the event. He's making through this heat by a country mile, but that sort of surfing, the way he's just, the maneuvers, like, obviously we're looking at them and that's where the scores are coming, but in between, the way he's kind of carving between, it's rail the whole way. It looks so good.
There's no downtime either. So everything's consecutive. Your body motions are always in the perfect place. Most important thing, though, you're surfing at the pace of the wave, though. Nothing's rushed. Nothing seems like it's out of place. Highest heat total of the event, highest 2 wave scores of the event, 9.27, 8.33. He's thrown an 8.17 that he had on his very first wave that he caught, in the first 50, 45 seconds of the heat too, Paul? Like, the kid's been on point. He's obviously done his homework, but once again, this kid makes it to the championship tour. You better watch out, because he has the physique to go with a lot of those waves with it. Look at how good that bottom turn was, and his maneuver selection just precise. In the pocket the entire time, nothing's rushed, and 3 very distinct maneuvers, but at the same time, they weren't anything crazy. They were just very well done in the right section.
Yeah, I mean, that angle, there's so much board came out. I mean, he was so on edge on that first turn, and when you do have a bit of a cushion, you've already got 2 8s locked in, you can afford, like, there's no need to nurse anything. No. Why not go out and express yourself? So what we saw him do, and this is actually really fun to watch this go down.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing, and obviously going up against 2 very good surfers in the water. Donegan Dos Santos, no slouch, and Flynn obviously has a great air game coming from West Oz.
All right, let's check out Dylan right now. He'll just stay busy here. Great, powerful, searing turn. And again, trying to go up and arrive late. Just flare that tail down. Meanwhile, it's Macklin. What's he got? He'll load up. Decent looking section in front. Sets up with a clean carve. Straight back up. Just kind of prods through the lip line. Then things will go a touch softer. I'll have a little look at an inside here. Macklin Flint, the Western Australian, onto an inside section that just keeps going. He's really went for that steep one, and he'll have to continue to wait. He didn't really find the juice there on the inside.
So you've been covering the sport close to, what, 25, 30 years now, I would want to say, Paul?
Yes.
What do you think is kind of the peak age for a surfer, maybe both body-wise and mentally? Like, where have you seen most success at, especially if you're a junior surfer?
What's the peak age for juniors?
Well, for juniors and just somebody who's at the peak of their careers, because, like, I feel like John's surfing better than ever, and he's a little older than he was when he won his first 2.
I think a lot of sports people are kind of thinking like 27, like late 20s is generally like when you still got your young body,
right,
but you got all that experience kind of emotionally and everything else.
But your body's matured enough to the point where it can sustain an injury of a bad level at that point.
Yeah, but we also see with like really young people just blaze through. They don't know any of that pressure. They don't really know what it means to fail yet. And you get that kind of new energy that comes through in that 17, 18 age group. Sometimes even a bit younger as well. We've particularly seen that with women surfing, right? That's been a real thing. We've seen a lot of surfers come through really early in their teens, world titles. Haven't seen as much of that with the men as well. It's been a little bit of a difference, but I tell you what, it's impressive to see now with all the resources that are available to the junior surfers. There's not much they don't know about. I feel like they got access to like everything that's going on. So you can come through and have those like super rubbery limbs. You can be, you know, really young in terms of your physique and your body being really athletic, but at the same time you can actually be kind of wise because there are the opportunities to be, to study and to figure out things that are going on. I guess in terms of like that emotional level, there's not much you can do to accelerate that process.
One, you obviously have the platforms to do it now too. Broadcast is one thing, social media is another, but the equipment we have nowadays is so much better than it was even 10 years ago. I mean, talking about fins, the different kind of systems you can use, obviously many different fins that you can use for certain types of waves. I also think our boards have gotten so much lighter, so much better. Most importantly, though, there's just so much boards that are just more natural to any type of wave, though. Just look at the board that Winner's riding right now, probably on a Driver 3.0, maybe the most high-performance surfboard on the planet. But if you go down just a sub-driver, that thing works in anything.
Yeah, well, having those real standardized models as well. I mean, like Channel Line has been doing that for quite a long time, but having it across multiple brands at the really highest level and being able to go into any surf shop,
it's accessible
in any continent, and get relatively standardized equipment that you know when it's going to go. I think that's been really important for a lot of surfers as well. You've seen that level, and also, I think, you know, right now we're looking at Australia dominating this heat, but in terms of like the regions as well, it doesn't feel like anyone's really got that massive advantage anymore.
Yeah, well, we went through a point with the Brazilian Storm that they were the guys to beat, right? And now their females are getting much better. Obviously going through a shift with the surfers from North America too. You had 5-6 people qualify a couple of years ago from the region. Hawaii's always been at the forefront of it, but I always felt like Australia, their amateur programs have been the best in the world for a long time, Paul.
Here we go. It goes.
Much better.
Dos Santos using the rails to great effect. He's got such a spring in his step, and he just looks so hungry for more on his waves. You see him come out of a turn and just looking and just almost demanding that the wave stands up and offers him because he just wants more loads of energy. That can go a couple of ways stylistically. I think for him it looks really good.
Yes. I also think it's because of his stature. If there were somebody much taller than him, it probably wouldn't look as good. It would probably look a little too loosey-goosey as we see over in the U.S., but for somebody his stature, it just looks a lot more control than, you know, say you don't make it out of the heat, he's still in a combination situation, but you finish the heat with a high note, you feel confident about your performance, you made sure that you were actually still trying to make a comeback, and to me on this wave in comparison to even the 5.83, I really like the integration of the speed that he had on this one. Good down carve right there, change of pace. Unfortunately for him, once he made it back to the open face right here, just not a lot of steep sections on offer, Paul. So the majority of the work being done on the outside, but nice little comeback. He even has a good heat total right now.
Yeah, he's surfing really well. I just revisiting a point on those regions that you mentioned and talking about Brazil and the success they've had, particularly in the men. I think Australian surfing maybe felt like it came at the expense of Australia, like Brazil moved into that spot of that depth in terms of the top 10 that the Aussie surfers occupied for a while. Are we seeing major comeback now from Australia? It definitely feels like there is so much talent coming back from that region.
Yeah, well,
are we on the cusp of that?
Definitely two of the best surfers on the planet are from the region right now, talking about Ethan Ewing and Jack Robinson, as looking at winter first right here.
Bang, as he goes just cruising, gets loads of spray really from just a check turn as he cruises down the line and kicks out. But even in juniors, looking at Winter Vincent right now,
I think that's where they're best at.
Dane Henry, like what he's been
Jarvis,
able to do. Jarvis,
Marlon Harrison,
crazy how much talent they got.
Yeah, no, and I go back to their amateur programs, Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia, Surfing WA. Like, they have so many programs that they develop a lot of their surfers from a very young age, and they integrate priority, they integrate the use of time management in a lot of their heat strategies too, and of course a lot of those guys that are getting paid to give back, B. Durbridge, J. Bottle Thompson, and one of my all-time favorites, Adrian Buchan, they've all made a big difference when it comes to developing these kids at a very young age, Paul.
Yeah, last 30 seconds or so in this. It is Winter Vincent streets ahead. He's got this one all stitched up, and he's done it by really putting on a bit of a clinic in how to surf this wave. And if anyone's
statement made.
Yeah, like how do you figure this thing out? What do you do? Well, basically, absolutely belt the lip with really dynamic turns, and then just keep it on a rail between, keep it speedy and crisp and sharp. He's been brilliant out here.
Might have to give Jesse a ladder to speak to him, though. He's a pretty tall dude now. I remember when he was just, you know, maybe 5'2". You saw him on Instagram. He was this young little scrawny kid, and he's a man now.
Oh, that one has been really entertaining to watch. Winter Vincent, very good value for that win. I thought Dylan surfed great as well. Couple of fives, maybe relatively modest return for the sort of surfing he did. We didn't see a lot of Macklin Flynn. Like we said, he came in late. He'll look to regather and put a bit more performance in the round 2. But what an entertaining heat that was. And these are the best surfers in the world. There is a world title up for grabs here, and expect to see performances like that. World-class surfing, really. Speaking of which, we'll bring in a world-class surfer real soon. A very special guest coming in the booth to join Mitch and myself. Stay tuned.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you. And gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things. And conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage. To empower you and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things. And in the sweetest little moments. But always better in full view. Better for all to feel. Better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships from the Philippines. A lot of excitement out in the water and electrifying performance from Winter Vincent. You know what? Let's go hear from him. He's with Jesse Starling.
Winter 9.27 to kick off your first heat here at the World Juniors. That's a pretty big statement to make.
Yeah, cheers. That was my first heat and felt good. Yeah.
You've just come off your first year on the Challenger Series. It feels like you've come away stronger in your surfing. You feel like a smarter competitor. How do you reckon this last year has kind of shaped you and prepared you for this event?
Yeah, for sure. The Challenger Series last year was amazing for me. Travelled around the world with some good friends and competed a lot, which is nice coming off a few injuries. So yeah, I guess that experience really helped because I was suddenly up against guys that have been doing this for years, and yeah, I guess that's helping here.
There's a really cool team of Aussie competitors here and just a almost like family unit from Team Australia. Do you feel pretty well supported, not just back home but here on land too?
Yeah, of course. Good group of Aussies always, and yeah, got some good mates over here, so it's always good vibes.
Amazing. Well, Winter, we know you have a big family of friends back home in Manly. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Yeah, everyone watching back home, friends, family. My mum is here with me, but my dad and sister are back home watching, so yeah, thanks to everyone for tuning in.
Awesome. Thanks, Winter. Congratulations. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Jess. Just low-key dominance there from Winter Vincent. Cool customer, isn't he? Doesn't seem to get too excited about much. Lets his surfing do the talking.
Yeah, definitely one of those guys, and love to see him surf that way too. Perform when he needs to perform.
Yeah, also ominous as well. He's not getting excited. It's just the first round. He knows it's a big event, and he's aiming at one thing. And right now, a big statement for him in terms of going all the way. Being crowned champion here. Long way away from that. Let's set the heat up in the water. Having a look at Leo Casal of Brazil. We got Made Ariana from Indonesia. Toby Espion from right here in the Philippines. And speaking of talent from here in the Philippines, it's time to welcome in our special guest, JR Esquivel, mate. Welcome in.
Hi.
How are you doing? Last time we saw you competing for a world title over in El Salvador.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, mate? How's things?
Yeah, feels really good, and competing with the world's best is nice. And it's great to be back here and with the World Junior Championships. It feels really nice.
Something of a historic moment as well. We're going to crown world champions here. It's the first time that's happened, so a really cool chapter. And just aside from you and what you're trying to do, just as a surf community more broadly here, this has got to be huge for the Philippines.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good event for the Philippines, especially for the next generation surfers here in La Union. Yeah, I think they will gonna improve their surfing a lot because of this event.
Yeah, we're really enjoying seeing the best surfers under 20 years old go at this wave here. In terms of conditions, like maybe not a lot of people know a lot about this wave, but you surf here a lot, right? And
Yeah.
we've seen longboard events here recently as well as qualifiers, but what's key to performing well at this wave? What do you got to do here?
I think for the shortboard here, you gotta surf deeper, because deeper is more powerful, and the inside section is a bit flat. So the scoring potential will be for first 2 turns maybe. Yeah.
I'd argue that we're actually here at La Union right now at Mona Lisa Point
Yeah.
because of your success, JR. And I want to congratulate you. I mean, a big moment. You've seen it before at Salvador when we were there for the World Championships. You had a chance to compete for the World Championship. But Huntington Beach, last 2 or 3 years, JR, there's been about 10 to 15,000 Filipinos on the beach supporting you. Like, how has that felt when you see those people on the beach just there for you?
Yeah, we were shocked at the time, especially on the first event, because we were there like a month before and we were practicing, just me and my coach and some of the other Filipinos, but not too much. And then when the contest started, then all the Filipino comes, and yeah, we were all shocked and happy.
Pretty cool moment though, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, here goes our local talent right now. And he'll get involved in a nice clean looking wave with some good carving. Just throwing a little hammer to finish as well. What can you tell us about Toby?
Yeah, Toby is one of my good friends. We were traveling together before, like local or international events. I remember we traveled to Cruy and Nias for the QS. And yeah, this kid is so good. He improves his surfing a lot. I love the flow.
A lot of really good Filipinos that have had success worldwide. We had John-Marc Tacong a few years ago make it to the Challengers. I had the chance to compete against Piso Alcala a few years ago, who also won a QS event, I believe, back at Cloud9. But you look at the quality-rich region right here in the Philippines, JR. You're just from La Union, but you go over to Siargao, and there's about 7,000 islands, I think you said, right here in the country. Like, how many different things do you think you could probably see in one day when it comes to the diversity of waves, JR?
I don't know.
Barrels, slabs.
There's a lot of good surf spots here in the Philippines. Not only Siargao. Siargao is one of the best place to visit for surfing in the Philippines, but there's still more islands to surf, like barreling waves, perfect waves, you know.
How many do you think you've been to?
I think more than 20.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got to start traveling here more.
Yeah, a lot to be explored as we turn our attentions back to the point here. Having a look at the Indonesian and his performance. Just building up a bit of a head of steam here. He's on his way to a 3rd score right now, and he liked it. You saw him just finish off that wave, the little fist pump. He enjoyed the weight. He was able just to kind of really apply a bit of pressure to the rail, throw a bit of spray. Adiana represent the Indonesian region. Of course, they got some brilliant young surfers as well. That's been a bit of a story in this junior series as well. Another group coming through together rather than just kind of one surfer making a breakthrough. They got that squad energy, super important.
They do, and Rizal Tanjung traveling with a lot of them too. Bronson Mady surfed in the very first seed of this round right here, going up against a very strong Ryan Huckabee. But I agree with you. They have a lot more to prove. They obviously have the waves and the talent to do so, but just like we normally say with a lot of people from Hawaii, they usually don't want to travel because the waves are so good at home that you don't need to. There's nothing to prove, but here you got to be the best in the world. You got to prove it right here at this event, Paul.
Here we go on the backhand. Just trying to open up really and go up into the lip and use that verticality that the Goofies can do. Unable to find too much there. And at the moment in this one, this last number didn't come in as much. Actually, didn't go in his top two, but he has been able just to kind of nudge this thing away. So far, still plenty of time left to go. Over 20 minutes in this one as we're watching Ariana out in Indonesia take on the local and a good friend of JR we got in the studio with us. Mate, you watch a lot of shortboarding, you watch a CT, like do you find a bit of inspiration from competing? What do you like to do in terms of watching surfing?
Yeah, I used to compete shortboard before too, and yeah, I always watch CT events. I love Janjan and Gabriel's style.
Because we think of like longboarding and everything that the culture that's associated with that, we don't necessarily kind of associate that with competitive intensity. I got to witness the finals over there. I tell you what, it's pretty competitive.
They're gnarly,
There's some really gnarly.
They're worse. They're worse than the snowboarders.
Or better. Like, it depends what you mean, but there's some serious rivalries and some major competitive intensity. How is that, Tor? You obviously enjoying doing it and representing Philippines.
Yeah, I compete with the world's best on the finals, but it's fun for me.
Yeah,
because it's just my second year on the tour, and
nice to see a few events coming back as well, and like a few different locations around the world are all diversity of waves. Let's pick up your mate right now, Toby, hitting it hard. And again, a little snap in the pocket from him. Onto an inside section using the local knowledge, still going here. He'll try and get a little section for a full turn on the inside, a quick adjustment of the feet, very clean. Nice little snap to finish.
Yeah, he needs a mid-7 right now though, so I don't think that's going to be that score, but it's definitely his best, and I can immediately tell the read that he has. He manages the speed very well. He knows when to decelerate and also when to accelerate, and that's one thing that we tend to see with a lot of local surfers. They know those kind of intricacies of a wave like this, which to me, JR, we had a surf yesterday right here on Mona Lisa. It's a really difficult wave to surf. There's a lot of different takeoff spots here.
Yeah, there's a 2 peak section, especially when it's big. Yeah, the deep one will be good for shortboarders, and the second peak will be good for longboarding if it's big.
So like today, where would you be surfing?
If I'm shortboarding here, I'm gonna sit deeper. Yeah, because the steepest section is there, and the second section will be good for longboarding. Yeah.
All right, Leo Casal, the Brazilian with the power and a bit of venom to his surfing as well. Just a late hit, didn't quite get to crack it as he would have hoped to do, and he's some way back in this with a bit to do, a couple of twos, so not a great start from him. He'll definitely want to fire up. There's waves out there to be surfed. He's not got involved in much so far. That's his third wave ridden in this heat, and we've seen surfers get sluggish starts and really turn things around, lock in, find a wave, find that rhythm that we talked about that's been not always easy to find, but so far a little bit of frustration maybe for Leo.
Yeah, I mean, the couple of twos, especially considering how good he is and how many good results he's had at this level before. Made the semis last year in Oceanside. Obviously a very different wave, this one to what we saw at Oceanside here, but we talk about talent. Those guys that are very talented, they can adapt in the moment, and I feel like with 17 minutes to go, he needs really a couple of fives just to be back in the first place right here, Paul, so plenty of time for him.
Yeah, enjoying watching this one as our local contingent as well. Big support for our Filipino surfers. It's great to have JR in the studio with us as well. Mate, I want to sort of tap into some of your knowledge on this wave, because I'll be honest, I don't know loads about this region. You're based here, you're surfing this wave a lot year round. You're surfing here all year, right? There's a couple of seasons and it's really consistent here.
The season here is bare months, like the waves really starting like October, end of the year, and finish until February. So this time is the best season here.
And then in the other season, you're getting swells from a different direction. What are you doing? Are you traveling a bit? What's happening?
There's still some waves here, but not consistent. When it's we have here 2 season, the north swell and the south swell, and the south swell changed the beach here, and the wave changed too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But plenty of spots as well up and down the coast. I was talking to someone.
Well, don't spill the beans.
Yeah,
I mean,
just all
he's
sorts
trying
of
to
ways.
get him out of you. You see that?
But yeah, so much on offer. Great place for a surf trip. We talk about how friendly everyone is here. It just feels like one of those places you can just arrive and you're going to feel really welcome. There's a great vibe up and down. And Filipino people are just known for the kind of love of fun, right? It's something that whatever sport it is, whatever the activity is, it's something that is really done with a lot of passion and feeling. And you really feel that as soon as you step off the plane here, really. Really cool to watch right now. Our Indonesian surfer go at it. Ariana giving it a crack. And on the backhand from him, unable to really just go hard at that. He does have a lead in this one at the moment. 15 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this. It is our Indonesian surfer with the lead. Let's see if Leo Casal can fire up and come back. Also, Toby Espion out in the water. Hasn't got loads at the moment. He's building up a head of steam. More live action from the Philippines when we come back from break.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows here in Ilocos. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Welcome back to live action from the Philippines. It's the WSL World Junior Championships opening day of competition. We've ran the opening round of the women. Right now, Heat 4 for the men. We're watching a surfer out of Indonesia. Ariana at the moment with the best of it. Got a bit of a lead that he got basically first two waves and he opened up. We're still looking for surfers like Toby Espion and also Leo Casal, who finished third in the world last year. Mitch, we know the quality from him in this junior series, but at the moment, looking to fire up.
Yeah, he got a 3.47 on his last, so his best at the moment, still needing a low 7, but has a real low center of gravity, great backhand, obviously knows how to pull an air too, coming out of Floripa, but the most impressive thing about him too is that he has a never real die kind of attitude, and the guy can go out there and get a couple of sixes in a matter of minutes, Paul.
Here's your Heat leader.
Oh,
get a really nice first crack. Then the wave just kind of crumbled a bit, so not cooperative. He wanted another maneuver, but so light on his feet. And the first turn, we're still just kind of feeling that as he looks down the line, does really well eventually to get there. So maybe a finish, not really. Doesn't get to bookend the wave. The first time was great, though.
Definitely was. Here's Leo now.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
using that power and just feeling
See?
it a bit
He
more,
likes
finding a
it.
bit of rhythm, huh?
Yeah.
How do you kind of get yourself pumped up when you need to, JR? Is there like something that you kind of just go to and you're like, this is what I need to do right now?
Yeah, I just focus and wait for the best one, and try to get one of those scores. And try to get busy.
This was nasty though, Paul. I mean,
that first turn.
just one, but pretty darn good. I mean, and could have easily improved on the 4.83. We talk about quality over quantity right there. A lot of it on that one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he does well to stick with this, but the wave just wouldn't cooperate. It's that big section just pushed wide, didn't it? Went a little bit deep for him, but the way he attacked there, love to see that risk taken. This was Leo's wave.
So let's see what he did on the outside. Good start for him, up and over the whitewater with the foam climb right there, and I think this is where he caught up right here. So just trying to generate some speed here on the inside, and was able to get a real good finish too. So stoked on the claim right there. 719, what he needs. I don't think it's going to be enough for him to move up into first, especially after Ariana's last wave. But I mean, making a comeback right here, and he has time. 11 minutes, especially at a wave like this where the paddle back out isn't that bad, Paul. he could easily get 2 waves in 3 or 4 minutes out here.
Yeah, it's plenty of time for him. I think what was really on display there, the ball control, it just the wave was a little uncooperative. By the time he committed to his bottom turns, there was always a little shift in the wave, and it just never really quite sat up completely for him. But he looks super technical. You know, we talk about the power that he's got and the physique, but away from that, a really light touch in terms of his feet, shifting the weight from the front foot to the back foot. I think, you know, obviously he finished 3rd in the world in this event last year, and he, you know, did that by virtue of the fact he's a great surfer. But he gets an improvement, and he's, you know, now he's brought down that number. He's not looking for a huge score. He does need to fire up. Still got 10 minutes.
Yeah, but look at Ariana's last wave, 5.23, so he improved, and that's what it comes down to. You have the one moment that's the spark, and it has that quality in it. You get half of the scale right there for just one maneuver, Paul, so real impressive stuff. And I was just thinking about this a while ago. There's a lot of similarities to this wave, JR, to Karamas in Bali. And especially as a goofy footer myself, I had the chance to compete there. I love those afternoon heats where you kind of get that coping, and it just tells you, like, this is where you need to hit it right now. Goofy footers, I would think this is probably a pretty good place to be a goofy, right?
It's one of the best waves for goofy footers. Doesn't need to do airs, you know, just big turns, and you'll get good scores.
We're having a commentator seat after we work today, so if you want to join us, you can come. What jersey color you wearing, Paul?
I think I'll go red, mate.
Top seed.
Top seed,
Top
bro.
seed.
Yeah, just, you know, a bit of a flex. Yeah, rouge for me. What's Toby, what's he thinking right now? Does he deal well with kind of situations in heats? Is he a cool customer? What's he like kind of emotionally in terms of managing these heats, JR? You know him real well.
I think Toby's waiting for the best wave of the heat.
Well, here he goes.
Oh, here it comes. Yeah, I think he's using my board.
Great looking section for him. Hits it.
Finish it.
Yeah.
Is that actually your board, though?
Yeah, that's my board.
Right
He
on.
borrowed my board because his board got broke on his first few days here.
No way.
Yeah, he serves my board.
That's looking good for him. Really nice opening to that way. Couldn't quite get the finish. And he's going to need to find something here. Still 8.5 on the clock, so he will have time to do it. He'll make his way back out the back. You can hear the support from the crew here in the Philippines, the local squad willing him on, giving him energy. Let's see how he can go about trying to find that number. You can see the requirement there, 713. Prior to that last wave coming in, well, it is in. He improves his backup score. His requirement will remain the same. Still looking for that 7. Doable for sure for him. 8 on the clock, though, and thinking about positions of surfers like Leo Casal, Mitch, who's just kind of starting to head in the right direction. And we haven't seen the best of him at all in this heat so far. And with second priority at the moment, he's got to be a touch patient, but his best you'd feel is yet to come.
It is, but look at where Ariana's positioned on the outside of him. He's keep control with higher priority, knowing that he also has a chance to improve on the low 5 that he has right now. So 7.5, there's time. It would have to be a 2 or 3 wave set for him to be able to have a chance within that time frame right there if Ariana were to catch a wave too. Espejon right now, though, if you're ready, if you're him, especially if you have an air game, you know him better than we do, JR. You have an air game, a 7's attainable with just the one maneuver right there. So you make sure that you stay inside. Any kind of double up that they don't want, you should be on in these next 7 minutes right here.
What is the board, mate? What's he riding? What have you got there? What's the magic weapon?
That board is Cabianca, made in Bali.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a epoxy board, and he loves epoxy surfboards.
Goes Casal, live action right now. The Goofy from deep. So he took your advice, JR, and going deeper, and he managed to kind of get away from Ariana, who did have the priority, but actually a little too deep, and that one just ran away from him. Some of these shallow ones hit the reef, and they just kind of suck out and run away. And he'll have to think on here. He'll still have time in the lineup, but look at Ariana just heading in his general direction at this point. Starting to think about that priority, or still a little early? 6 on the clock, Mitch. When does that come into play?
You move over to Casal right now. He's already done so. He knows where he's at. You want to make sure that this is the moment where you're not only winning the heat, you're controlling the heat, right, JR? Like, you've been in the lead the entire time. You don't want to lose it right now. 11 points, that's a good heat, but remember who you're up against. Remember what event you're at. These are the world's best junior surfers. Doesn't matter where people are from, they're still considered the best in the world. I mean, that's kind of the attitude. You go up against Kai Salas, Ben Skinner, like Taylor Jensen. Those guys are world champions, you know? So for yourself, what kind of attitude do you have to have and just be like, hey, like, doesn't matter if I win or lose, I'm giving my best in that situation.
Yeah, I'm just gonna surf and give all my best and try to win the heat and try to go early and control the lineup if you got the lead, you know.
You like starting earlier rather than later though?
Yeah. I always surf my heat and get the first wave of the heat every time and try to score like higher than the mid-range and get an early backup and wait for the best one.
Sounds really easy when you say it like that, mate. Simple, isn't it? I could score early, start winning early, just win. I like it. Good plan.
He obviously can.
What could possibly go wrong? Here we go.
Here comes Toby.
Looking for that 713. Got some speed. Really nice. Committed carve. Just finishes it on. Breaks the rail line and just releases it. And then gets going again. Another nice turn in the pocket for him. Bit of a setup now and inside. Wow. And he goes to the air. You mentioned that, Mitchell. And he flares up. Doesn't get the completion. And he really did need something like that to go up to the sevens.
He did. Despite him having a couple of good, shots on the outside right here. This carve's really nice. He did lose it just a bit right there halfway through it. But, no, I agree with you. You had to go for something big if you wanted to make sure he was getting the score. But at this point of the heat, 4 minutes to go, like, it's do or die. You'd rather die by the sword than go out thinking, I safety surf it, I don't get the score, and then you're mad, knowing that you had the chance to try to get it.
And there's the chance, so you have to commit.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we see it all the time. Too many people have lost heats by trying to go a little too safe. I mean, just an example, last year at the finals, Griffin Colapinto safety surfed against Italo. It worked way against him, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonder if he spent a little bit of time thinking about that since then.
For sure. I mean, and I think there's too many guys that if they would have had that chance, they're not letting it go.
Yeah.
But that was a situation 2 years in a row. You're competing at home. A lot of pressure on your shoulders, and you're the only American in the draw. People have expectations for you, and you obviously have some for yourself, too.
And, well, there's also, to pile onto that, sometimes, you get what would be a big disappointment from his point of view. You surf another heat and you get to go again. He's had a long time to think about that, and a long time for his next heat. It's coming up pretty soon now. It'll be really interesting to see as one of the real established names now. The up-and-comer energy, that's gone. Now you're established. Yeah. Now you're a major world title threat. How's he going to go? We'll find out soon. Can't wait for the season to kick off.
I almost think, though, and, this is just my personal opinion, for him it's beneficial that the finals aren't at lowers anymore. Like, he's won at Fiji. He knows what to do there to win, and he beat the best surfer in the lineup there at that spot, which was Medina in the quarters, when it wasn't perfect either. So those kind of heats are the ones that you need to make sure that you're winning, because you make a statement with those heat wins right there, Paul.
Yeah, I think everyone's looking forward to finals being in Fiji, aren't they, as well, just for the wave itself and everything that offers. And just this is something new. Obviously, we're stoked to have it back on tour in general, but as a finals venue, it's going to be something brand new that we've never seen before. Just one of a couple of significant changes. Sometimes changes, we see events missing out, which means we're losing events. This year, it feels like all the changes that we've had. Think about Snapper coming back. Think about Jeffreys Bay returning. Finals going to Fiji. Lowers back in the regular season, which is just a great event for everyone, just to really get that level playing field, because a lot of surfers have been watching finals but haven't been able to get there. Obviously, only 5. All the changes that we've seen coming through, I mean, really, this season just looks delightful. Just when you look at it on paper.
No, I'm excited. I think that there's a lot of great rookies too. Joel Vaughn's on tour next year. Obviously, Medina's situation, he hasn't officially pulled out yet, but there's a chance for either Ian Gentile, maybe Alan Cleland to get in there. But opportunities have arisen for a lot of guys that shined at that wave before. Much better for Felipe, having Snapper and Jeffreys Bay back on the schedule, too.
Here goes your heat leader. Just looking to try and defend that lead. Won't do much damage in terms of the surfer there. Just carrying on with that conversation over on the women's side as well. Erin Brooks, of course. We know what she can do at that wave, and just in general. And every year we see these younger new women coming in, and we think, okay, this is going to be the new level. And then each year it feels like it just gets upped again and again. It's just relentless, and that's really exciting.
Yeah, and I want to put JR on the hot spot right here. Hot seat, 45 seconds to go. You got a longboard QS coming up right here at Mona Lisa Point just after World Juniors. When are we going to get an actual World Longboard Tour CT event right here? You think it's happening this year?
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, it's going to be a good event if that happens. And everyone is going to be excited for it.
Well, mate, it's been great having you in, talking through this heat. It's not been amazing for Toby in terms of the scores that he's got. He'll have another shot as well in round 2. But overall, you must be pretty stoked the way things are going for the Philippines as a nation in terms of the surfing contingent. Future looks really bright, mate.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good, good for everyone here that this event happened here. And we are all thankful for the WSL for putting the junior finals here.
Hey, we're thankful for you for having us. Really appreciate it, dude. Everybody's been super nice, so thank you very much.
Thanks, too.
All right, official results. Sadiana of Indonesia. Great performance from him. Leo Casal, surprised to see him. Never really get a chance to go at it and hammer it, but tell you what, he's a great young surfer. Expect to see more from him. Looking forward to seeing him in round 2. Also, Toby Espion, he'll be coming up in round 2. That'll wrap things up. We'll say a big thanks to JR Esquivel coming into the studio. We'll go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll keep rolling with the men. We'll bring in Stace and Jesse Mendez for the call. Stay tuned.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Beautiful afternoon here at Mona Lisa Point. Another cracking heat for us here. This is opening round heat number 5. Kai Oriozola from Spain. He's one of our first ever surfers that's probably been born and raised in the wave pool. More on that later. Francisco Ordonez from Portugal and Tenshin Iwami from Japan. A truly international heat, this one. My name's Stace Galbraith in the heat with former Triple Canada champion, former CT surfer Jesse Mendez. Jesse, welcome to the World Junior Championships. We're stoked to be here, presented by the Tourism Board of the Philippines, and we've had a ripping day one.
I know, and the boys are stepping it up. Like, the first few heats have been amazing. We do have a little bit of texture now with this onshore wind coming, but still, the boys are ripping, and it's been fun to watch. It's been a progressive day. I feel like everyone's stepping it up each heat, and hope to see that keep going.
Yeah, no doubt. Got friends and family from everywhere tuning in and around the world, but I'd like to touch on, watching Kai grow up. What an interesting journey he's had, and what a fantastic young surfer he is. And for those of you that don't know, his parents are part of the Wavegarden technology, and it's really cool to this is the generation of surfers where we will see that. It's happening.
They're a step ahead of us.
They're
right?
way ahead.
They're easier to train, airs and all of that.
Here we go, Tenshin Iwami. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Shades of Dusty Payne. That was sick.
That was very nice.
That was really, really cool.
It's just a bummer when you land those airs into the flats and it seems like your board get a little bit stuck and your body's still moving, so you kind of get your arms that way and you just kind of go over the handlebars. It's unfortunate.
I know what you're saying.
That was huge.
He made it. The board just didn't make it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
A good way to blame it.
Yeah, that's right. Got to blame something. Hey, we're going to catch up with the winner of the last heat with Jess Starling. Jessie.
Thanks, Stace. Pajar, first World Junior Surfing Championships here, and you get your heat win. That's going to be a good start for you.
Yeah, I feel good. Feel good to be back here. And this is my first World Junior. Yeah, feel excited.
And you're from Serangan. We were chatting. It's kind of similar. Is that where you're spending most of your time preparing for this event?
Yeah, I surf every day in Serangan. The wave almost like this. Yeah, same right wave. Good.
You spend a lot of time competing on the Asia Regional Series where we do a lot of co-sanction events, so you get a bit of international flair when you compete. Coming here though and you're having the full international lineup, is it added pressure for you, a little bit of extra nerves?
For me, not really. Yeah, for me, everyone's saying good surfer. That's it.
Keeping it simple. Pajar, we know you got a lot of friends and family back at home in Bali. You want to say anything back to them?
Untuk semua yang di rumah, ibu saya, bapak saya, semuanya yang mendukung saya di rumah. Terima kasih sudah mendukung saya. Ya, terima kasih.
Awesome, thank you so much. Thanks, Stace. Back to you.
Thank you, Jess. Congratulations. That was a cracking interview. As we see Kai out the back. Oh, a little late to that second section there, comes unstuck. And yeah, it's cool to hear, like, you know, everywhere you go to a new spot, you can't help but make comparisons about what wave it looks like, even though no two waves are the same around the world. But yeah, I do get a very Indo feel about this fun right-hander.
And just the beach as well, like that west coast part of it, like kind of like Canggu area and all of that, like dark sand and darker water. Feels at home, man.
Yeah, as he should. And as Jesse mentioned, they do get to compete in this region a lot, and against, you know, some of the surfers from, you know, the APAC region as well, you know, Australia, New Zealand and stuff like that. So yeah, it's cool to see. And we've got plenty of talent from across the world at this event, and all of it on display here this afternoon. We finished up the women's round this morning. A couple of standout performances from some of our Japanese competitors, looking really good on the opening round here today. Some of the bigger names just fallen short, Sierra Kerr and Sophia Medina among them, but we'll get another look at them in round 2. As we mentioned earlier, this is the same format as the CT. Opening round heats with 3 people, and then you'll get another go at it in round 2 or 3, whatever position you finish in your first round heat will dictate that. And it's a great platform for these young kids to see what they're made of, as we see Francisco up and riding here. He's got a nice looking wave, beautiful snap out of the top there. Wow, that was so cool. Oh, just unlucky. Most high risk, low reward maneuver the foam climb, isn't it?
Gosh. And like, in my opinion, sometimes they just got to forget about what's ahead of them. Like, this is a great first setup. The wave it's quite tall for today, and he jams it in a perfect spot. And right here, it's a beautiful turn, but he would have just finished right there and forgot about the end bit. He would have probably get a little bit bigger score. But like you mentioned, because he went lateral and was thinking maybe down the line, it kind of lets it down the judges a little bit. So he learned that and develop into it. But I've been seeing that a lot today. Like, hey, just forget about what's ahead of you. Maybe just finish one big turn and you get rewarded well.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier. It's like an overall presentation of the ride. And finishing looking for a turn, like, all the judges are surfers. They know what you're thinking. That's not how you judge, but you're only human. You can't help but feel, oh, he wanted to do another turn and he didn't, you know.
He should have finished.
He should have finished.
So, yeah, it wasn't going to make that much of a difference, but if you would have just, you know, maybe get low, like kind of Freddie Pish, you know, finish the wave like dramatic, you know, like with intensity, he would have probably got another half point on that.
Totally.
Wave. I
am just the biggest fan of pretty much everyone that comes out of Japan. I can't think of a Japanese surfer with a bad style.
I know, it's crazy.
Tenshin's one of those guys, like, he just looks so like he was born to be on a surfboard. crazy power, beautiful style. He's got all the tricks. And, even though there was nothing much going on that wave, I was just so engaged. You're just so excited to watch guys like that surf.
I mean, let's talk about it, right? Masatoshi Ono, one of the best styles in the world.
Yep.
Shun Murakami, Hiroto, like
Yep.
all these guys are world-class surfers.
Up and riding here, getting another look at it, and it's a similar story to the last one, and it's been a kind of a theme of the day, isn't it, Jesse? Like, few of the young competitors have been coming in and just sort of mentioning feeling a little lost in the lineup, and it's understandable. There's a few different takeoff spots, and there's a few different type and characteristics on the wave, and so it's a tricky spot to get a read on. So I think a lot of learning going on today.
Yeah, and you take off, like the wave is stretching out way down the line, but the wave stretches out not like J-Bay, which is very curvy and coping. Like it kind of dissipates the energy throughout the reef. So it's almost better to forget what's ahead of you and try to get there and just surf what's right in front of you and make the most of that section.
Yep.
Hey, if you ended up, the wave holds back and you ended up getting there and have an opportunity, that's a bonus. But
Totally.
maybe not try and get caught on that.
We saw that with the scale in the women's rounds this morning, and then again in the earlier of the men's heats. One big turn can do it.
Yep.
As we see Kai up and riding here. He's got plenty of spark in that board. Beautiful drone shot here from Rise Photo, Mr. Ryan Williams, as we come back to the land angle, and nice snap in the middle part of that wave for Kai as he just sort of deals with the foam. And no surprise to see his body works in pretty well, perfect form with the wave. He would have had probably more opportunities to do a frontside wrap on a 3-foot wave than anyone in the world.
100%. a lot of chances to do it on a perfect wave over and over again. And that was a different occasion from this wave. That wave kept providing him. Like, it wasn't the type of wave that he had to just finish it up. Like, the wave kept giving him an opportunity. Nothing too major in the beginning, but he surfed it well. He's lively on his foot, like, expressed his body very well. That was a nice turn right there. Lots of spray, which the judges like to see it. And he kept a good tempo throughout the whole wave and finished it off very strong, which was very nice to see it. We haven't seen that many good sections at the end. And as you see it right there, not tall, but it was a great finish.
Well, yeah, we've kind of been waiting for it all day. Like, was someone going to do a punt at the end, like even an alley-oop or something like that from a natural footer, like, but it hasn't really presented itself. So I think, the judges will be pretty happy to give that one a decent score and set this heat up. We haven't really had that breakthrough score yet from any of the gents in this heat. I think that earlier in the day we were working with the low tide. It wasn't running as well, but there were maybe some bigger sections out the back. But this afternoon with the tide coming in, it's a lot of waves going. You're on the wave for a long time.
Yeah,
it's important to really nail those big moments when you get them, which Kai did on that ride. And there it is. There, it's a 5.5, so it's the best wave of the heat so far, and certainly a score that he'll be looking to basically set up the rest of this heat on. And that's one of those waves where you think, for sure I'm catching this wave. We'll see what the judges do, and as expected, they'll flip priority there.
Hey, and this is kind of a big Japanese, yeah? Like, he looks like he's a big guy. Like,
yeah.
Usually you see on the shorter side, and he looks, I've never personally seen him live outside of the water, but he looks like he's a big kid and has some power in him.
He has a lot of power. Yep. He's got plenty of strength and really good boards under his feet, and he just, like earlier kind of with a surfer like Ryan Huckabee, it's like their rails are just so clean, and anytime they go near the lip, it's just like an explosion of water, and they don't even look like they're trying.
And it's so easy on the eye, right?
Yeah.
Like, mostly if you're like, when you're seeing on the screen, you're seeing everything cropped in, everything kind of looks big, but as soon as you're watching it live, it makes so much difference.
Yep.
From a surfer that surfs big and a surfer that surfs small. And when you're watching as a judge, your first instinct is live. It's not on the screen. So that's gonna be in your memory. Like for you to digest, like, it's so much more pleasing in the eye when you're seeing someone make the most use of the wall in front of them.
You mentioned earlier, like, you had the cue to yourself just to breathe and kind of slow it down on the wave. It's easier said than done. But how important is that from a eye-pleasing perspective? Because there's, it's so obvious when someone's frantic on the wave.
100%. And I think for me, as the years went on, it got better. But obviously, sometimes I'll go back and I'll watch every time you will come and go back and watch your heat. And I'm like, how do I look? I look so bad right now. because you're just so anxious. You're trying to make too much out of something that you should just have your board do it for itself, and you're trying to create a speed that doesn't exist on that certain wave. So for you to be calm and just, you know, like, for the judges, like, you want to make sure you mark the important parts of the wave. So when the wave gives you a good opportunity, that's when you got to put it in a show. The in-betweens, you got to make sure you're kind of calm and collective to show that you have the confidence, and and they really remember the moments that matter on that wave.
Especially with the kind of like medium length wave like this. This isn't like the longest wave in the world, obviously, but you are on the wave for a long time compared to, say, like a one section closeout. So yeah, it is important that those in between moments look like you're, you know, engaged. You can't just stand there and do nothing. But if you muck around too much, like some of the goofy footers have today, you miss that section, that's really going to hurt your score.
Totally.
This is Francisco's beautiful turn there. This is his chance to get himself into this heat, and unfortunately, we've seen a few opportunities like that today where quite clearly has the skills and then the maneuvers to get big scores. You kind of just need to find the right wave to get it done on.
And that's the blessing and the curse for being a goofy footer, because it seems like the goofies have been able to do those massive big turns, but they haven't been having trouble connecting two of them.
Yep. Tenchi on a rare wave where he comes from behind the section and absolutely deals with it in that first turn. Beautiful combination. Come on. Wouldn't be the first time today we've seen that. Behind, massive slashing hook from Kai. Oh, man, you got to finish that wave.
I know. I was kind of tripping. I even looked at the scoreboard because for a second I thought he was like had already 2 waves, but that was a big turn. On his front foot, just driving through the turn was very nice. Maybe he thought he caught a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just came out of it a bit too front-footed, but I mean, with such a major turn like that, throw some pizza on that end section and there's your 6.
And that's also a problem as well, that mostly when you're in a young age, you being a coach for a while, you can probably say that for yourself, but when you're young, you tend to judge yourself so much, and you kind of got to forget sometimes. It's like, hey, just surf the wave.
Yeah.
And because sometimes things look better than it actually presented.
Yeah.
And the other way around. Sometimes you think a turn felt good, and then you go look at it, and it's not that great.
Or you're in your heat and you're scoring the fins of the surfer that's on the wave in front of you, and you have no idea what it looks like, but you just see fins, and you go, oh, he must have got a 9. You know, like.
So yeah, like in that example right there, he got a 2.73 on that turn specifically. If you finish it off, you could have got maybe a 5-point ride.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, don't try and not judge what you feel sometimes. Obviously, sometimes it's obvious, but sometimes he's probably going to go back to that. It's like, oh, that turn looked better than it felt.
For sure. A big set wave. He was absolutely flying. Yeah, it looked really good. I'd be interested to see what kind of went wrong with Tenchi's wave. He had beautiful first turn. And now I thought where he was taking off on the wave, I was like, oh, don't do it. Like, you're not going to get around it. But he obviously knew that wave was going to back off. It just held up perfectly. It was so nice to see someone like come from behind the section rather than be in front of it and have to
fade.
To fade, you know, like it's just such a kind of a dream scenario, a little chip in from behind like that. You're so stoked just to see that wall out in front of you. But yeah, unfortunately he fell on the second turn. But that's the kind of attitude we expect out of these juniors, like absolutely going for it.
And it's not an enforced error, right?
Yeah.
Like he went for it. Obviously, you want to land everything mostly on a wave like that was kind of clean, had a good section. But he went for a big turn. He was going to get very rewarded if he landed. I felt like he lacked a little bit of momentum halfway through that turn. When you're doing turns that are very dynamic, you got to keep your momentum with the board. And he did all the way to 80%, and then he kind of let it go a little bit, and I felt like the board just skipped away from him, and he wasn't on top, and it was hard to regroup. Sometimes
think about the 2 waves that he's fallen on this heat so far.
Yeah.
Big scores.
Big scores.
Yeah.
And they're actually decent scores for one-turn waves. You got a 3.67 and a 3.3, so he was probably looking into the 7s in both of those waves.
It's kind of like the situation, Jesse. If you throw enough mud at the wall, you'd hope that some will stick, and he's definitely in that scenario right now. He's only sitting on 2 3s as we see Francisco here looking to get into this heat because he's got these big, beautiful turns as he looks to finish here. He'll be stoked with that just to get in rhythm. And as we see Kai behind, this was the second wave in the set. And again, just nice to see him come from behind the section, but unfortunately that wave just flattened out there. He kind of had to force through the first one. Brings in a second nice turn there, and he'll be looking for a big finish. Beautiful release out of the top there. And he's looking like he's going to have the 2 best waves of the heat so far, but we will wait for the score for Francisco to confirm that. It's Definitely time for Tenchi to kind of get his name into this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit late already. Fortunately enough for him, the guys are not making the most of this opportunity that he's not making his waves because it's still pretty low-scoring heat. But once you start getting 2 steps behind, it's tricky for you to get back in. But he has a good opportunity now.
Tenchi up and riding. He needs to make this wave count, and if he doesn't, he needs to get first priority, which is what he's done there. We might see our first paddle battle of the day as the boys look to negotiate one of these rogue sets. This is kind of a pretty important duck dive, really. We'll get away from the duck diving. It's not a duck diving competition. It's a surfing competition. What did you make of this one, Jesse?
I mean, unfortunately for him, as soon as he got up on that first turn, the wave kind of flattened out, so he caught it, but he finished it up with so much flair, like a beautiful board control right there, was able to redirect that nose, put the fins out the back, and if the boys are looking like you mentioned, you're seeing fins out the back, you're like, oh, he's going to get a massive score. I don't think he will in this occasion because there's only one big turn to it, but he's going to get a good backup, and for the situation of the heat, he's doing just fine.
Certainly no Jack Robbo, Leonardo Fioravanti paddle battle at J-Bay on our hands here.
Or the finals one with Italo and Jack Robbo. That was a good one.
Oh, too. I actually didn't see that one. Yeah, I know I saw it on Instagram, but yeah, I didn't watch it live. But yeah, that J-Bay one was... Here we get into it.
Wait, what happened right there? He just gave up. He thought he had priority, and I think he just realized he didn't, and they're trying to scratch again.
Yeah, I think they got a bit to go, maybe. I mean, yeah, you just got to paddle until you don't...
Oh, he's definitely
you see a colour. Stop looking into the beach. Chin down.
Yeah.
How important was your physical preparation for the tour, and how seriously did you take it?
I could have taken more serious than I did, but
sound like a kid who didn't do their homework.
It definitely, plays a big difference. Mostly, I think the turning point was the generation right before me. Ahead, when Nick Fanning got hurt and came back like a beast.
Totally.
So
Adriano started going to events with the fitness ball, the Bosu balls and stuff.
Yeah. And I think their generation started a little late. My generation, as far as Gabriel, they started very young.
Yeah.
Which I was training, obviously, since young, but I don't think I took as serious as him. As you can see, the physical part of me is way thinner than him. But yeah, I think it's very important, and it's getting more important as time comes. There's no room anymore. You see everyone on tour is very fit, or at least 99% of it.
I was going to say I could probably ask Gabriel next month in the pool, but he's not going to be there. So I'll ask you. I heard he likes to surf a little sore.
Oh, he does?
I don't know if that's true or not.
I think I've heard that before, but I have no clue if it's true or not.
I kind of get that, being just a little bit feeling, not belted, but a little bit kind of like, I trained yesterday, like he certainly put on a lot of muscle and physical growth since obviously he first got on the tour. He's a completely different looking person, but he'd have to train a lot to stay like that.
It's consistent work. Yeah. And I've actually had a talk with him about, I would say 4 years ago during Tokyo Olympics, and we're talking about just our generation. He specifically talking about our generation on the QS, and he mentioned something like, I don't understand. Guys want to get results and they don't train. It was so clear in his head how important it was.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit of a stab on everyone, including me. He didn't mention me, but it's hey, and I totally agree with him.
Yeah.
It's a choice. Everyone has their choice. I don't think there's a right or wrong to the situation, but yeah, you have an advantage if you're training.
Totally.
And your confidence and it
I think it's equal. Obviously, that's probably a longer conversation, but it is the mental aspect of having that stress put on you. Whatever that may be, you're going into a very stressful environment, so
100%.
It's definitely not just the physical aspect of it that I think Gabriel must benefit from that, because he's obviously one of the most headstrong dudes we've ever seen.
Because I think it puts the variables to the side, right? All those thoughts that we were talking about that creeps in your heat, and you're thinking a turn is better than it was, or think it's worse than it was. It takes all of that to the side. You've done the prep and you're 100% ready for what's ahead of you. So you focus only on performing and doing your best. And not to mention, as soon as you start getting tired, you tend to make more mistakes.
Yeah.
So
you mentioned earlier unforced errors.
Yeah, unforced errors.
It's almost like the CT is obviously about the world's best surfing being done on the most incredible waves. But it's the unforced errors that define the heats, because everyone's so good, particularly in that top 10, top 5 onward. There's not many mistakes. There's actually hardly any.
We can probably have one guy each year that didn't qualify for the tour because they failed on one snap.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that I'm sure there would be someone that can look back almost every year and they say I didn't qualify because of a snap. How many times have you done that snap?
Totally.
Like what is the degree of difficulty of an easy snap for in a surfer this level?
Yeah.
Most of the time it's not that hard.
Yeah.
So you want to take all those odds away from you. So
Yeah.
you want to be sure you're 100% confident and present in the moment and fit and mentally prepared for every opportunity you got in front of you because they could cost big time.
Big time. Yeah. It's a good point you make. As we see this heat starting to take a little bit more shape here with Kai's second score coming in. He got a 5.17, but just by way of the first wave in that exchange, Francisco got a 5.27. So it really is those two running away at the minute. I truly believe Tenchi has the ability to, pull off that score that he requires, which is a 7 to get to the lead. But it's just, even if he does, you'd like to think everyone's going to get one more chance. And so that 7 for him to go to the lead right now is probably more likely an 8 or a 9 because the other boys, they're not bettering much.
And that's the problem of being 2 steps ahead. Or 2 steps behind someone because as soon as you get there, most likely they're going to improve.
You got to think as you kick out of your wave, you for sure going to see more than often than not.
Mostly when you have
today's
two
been so
surfers.
Consistent. Like all these guys, like we've ridden like 6 waves already in this heat. So it's there's a lot of opportunity out there today. So it's like those moments where Tenchi did fall, unfortunately.
Cost him so much.
They're at the minute they're costing him, but luckily enough for him, there's still 5 minutes left on the clock, and it's still well within his reach. But at the minute, Francisco and Kai would definitely be feeling like they're in the box seat. And particularly Francisco, he's got priority. But underneath him is Tenchi, and unfortunately it's just sort of one error after another at the minute for this young fella. It's unfortunately having a bit of an impact on his surfing. Just like that's just a turn that he does not want to fall off on. And we talked about earlier just getting one for yourself, a perso.
Yeah.
They don't help those ones.
They definitely don't, and that's an unforced error right there. Like as soon as he took off on that wave, he had potential, maybe not the steepest wave, but it had something lining up down the line, and he went for that cutback. He would have done that in his eyes closed. But the tension starts to build. He saw that he had 2 opportunities that he kind of didn't capitalize on, and you start to have your back against the wall, and sometimes it gets the best of you.
Like we mentioned, we've got a truly international field here, and this heat in particular is a great display of it. Kids from all over the world. Did you have a favourite part of the world you like to compete in, Jesse? We'll get to that in a minute. I think this wave looks really good off the end here for Tension. Oh, I've put the mocker on him again. But yeah, did you have a part of the calendar or a part of the year where you were you're excited to get to?
I think Hawaii. It's my favorite place in the world. I feel like it's a very special place. I've been going there since I'm 11. So it's been a while. I didn't miss one winter.
What Triple Crown did you win? 2016?
18.
2018.
So yeah, I think
Who was it was really close.
It was Joel.
Did he win Haleiwa that year?
Joel won Haleiwa.
That's right. Yeah.
And Zeke, so it was very close. And then Jordy had a little bit of chance on the last event.
Yeah.
But thankfully Gabriel beat him. Or Gabriel, was it Gabriel? I think it was Gabriel, yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, he was kind of.
How do you go in a situation like that? Did you obviously, Gabriel's going to do his job, but did you buy him dinner the night before, or?
He's kind of untouchable when he's like on the run for the world title. You can't even see the guy.
Yeah,
but we had a great party afterwards.
Yeah, true. Sure. Yeah.
Because he won the title that year.
Yeah,
against
of course.
Julian Wilson, and
yeah,
it was a fun day.
Were you on the tour that year?
Yeah.
So you were in the pipeline event.
Yep.
It's always been an interesting one when people like yourself, which you've been in that position likely before, high on the leaderboard for the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Don't get into pipeline. You sit back and you.
They used to put the first place on if the first place was a QS surfer.
Totally.
But
yeah.
Sometimes you're kind of close. I don't think I got that close ever. But obviously I had good results before at Sunset and Haleiwa, but not as good as I was doing before, leading it up to pipeline first on the rankings.
Yeah.
And
he stayed there.
Yeah.
How good. Where's the trophy now?
It's in Brazil, actually.
Beautiful. What, at your parents' place?
No, it's at my place.
Your joint?
Yeah.
Sick. So good. As we see the athletes area here, The local crew have done a fantastic job getting the site ready for us. Had a few of the competitors sort of comment, it feels like a CT, as far as like having the designated areas and different kind of cameras all in your face all day, and that's all part of the experience that we want to, try to create for these youngsters. Is like, as we mentioned off air earlier, like you don't really want to set them up for failure.
Yeah.
You're handing out winners checks to everyone. Like, it's cutthroat on the tour. You learn that when you get there, and you need that at these events. You've got drones flying in the air, you've got cameras in your face everywhere, like media obligations and all these other things, press conferences and opening ceremonies and all that. You have that at every event on the tour.
And it's pretty intimidating itself when you get on tour. It's easier now because I feel like we're so connected with social media, so it feels like you're much more personal to a guy, for an example, grown like him, to a guy like John and Gabriel.
Yep.
But a few years back, it was like, hey, like Andy Irons, Kelly Slater, they're untouchable.
Yep.
You'd see them on magazines and movies. That's about it.
That's it. Yeah.
So unless you live in Snapper Rock or a place that it was a tour stop, and then you see them once a year.
Yep.
But then besides that, you never see the guys. So as soon as you see them first time and you're on tour and they want to destroy you, like, that's why it's great. Like, they should do this as close to the CT event as possible, because otherwise it's setting up for failure.
We're gonna just having too good of a time here waffling on. We're gonna have to take this chat into the next heat. But I definitely want to know who used to get under your skin. We've got 15 seconds here in this heat, and Francisco's chasing a 5-4-1. He does have priority. We will listen for the countdown here because there is a little wave coming. See if we can hear the beach announcer. Yeah, by my calculations, this ride will score. It does sound like it. A 5-4-1 is the number. He will likely have to go to the sky, and unfortunately just doesn't quite get it on that occasion. But it was very much the tale of Kai from the start there, Jesse. He was pretty flawless in his execution and the ways that he rode. He didn't make many mistakes, and these other two competitors, both Francisco and Tenchi, will need to clean up their acts in round 2. We saw flashes of brilliance, but we will need to see more if they're looking to go any deeper into this draw when we do run round 2. They're the results of Heat 5. We are going to take a short break here at the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. We're stoked to be at Mona Lisa Point, and we'll bring you more action coming right up.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point here in San Juan in the Philippines. There's World Junior Championships presented by Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. My name's Stace Galbraith. Joined alongside the 2018 Triple Crown champion Jesse Mendez, and we've had a fantastic opening day here. We're up to Heat 6 of the men's. Heitor Mueller, Blair Barton and Lennox Smith, aka The Beagle from Australia. It's a lovely afternoon here. We've just seen a bit of sea breeze come up, but it hasn't stopped our competitors. We saw exciting action in the last heat, a couple of unforced errors, and then we're pretty excited to bring some replays to you from the first exchange from this heat. Got to see a couple of great opening rides, particular Lennox Smith in the white. We'll just wait to see if anything from these sets eventuate. Looks like we'll have Heitor Mueller up and riding, flying down the line. Ooh.
We've been seeing quite a bit of
We have,
board slits right there.
There's like, you can see the boils kind of coming up in the reef out there, and there's like a fair bit of seaweed that kind of comes up with it. So I don't know if that's sort of playing a part. Were you a wax in the pocket kind of guy in your heats?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Were you?
I mean, I was kind of always had the fin keys in the wax on the beach, really,
beach.
you know, but I don't ever recall many people doing it. Lennox Smith up and riding. Beautiful first turn there. He did really well to kind of keep his speed down the line, and then a massive layback to finish. It's a great replay there. And while we look to bring you some more action, we're going to take a minute to jump on the sidelines with Jessie Starling. Jess, take it away.
Thanks, Stace. Kai, you'll take the win. You got the heat win in your first round here, but we're just talking. It's pretty hard out there right now.
Yeah, it looks a little like Ribera de Illas. It's a hard wave. All the waves look the same, and you don't really know which one is going to have a good open face. But yeah, I was lucky to get a couple okay waves and surf them the best I could, and yeah, make it to the next one.
Talk to me about you. Give me a little bit of competitive insight on yourself and paint a picture for our audience as well. Do you have any rivals here that you're really looking forward to matching up against, or someone that you really want to get the win over?
I don't know, like this year I've been competing in the Challenger, and I was always like competing against guys way older than me, and it was like I had like a little bit of an excuse here. Everyone is same age as me, and the level is really high, so I don't know, I don't have a particular name, someone I want to really beat, but I want to beat the hit I had in front of me and try to make the next hit.
So pretty much everyone is what he was saying. As well, like, where you live, it's quite cold this time of year. This must be a bit of a luxury to come here and surf in boardies and have this gorgeous weather.
Yeah, ready to be here is a win, because now it's freezing cold at home, and now to be here surfing good waves and with warm weather and with a really good level in the water, which is something I don't really have at home, or not this type of level. So it's a really good training, and then if I do a good result, then it's even better.
Talk to me about home. I'm sure you got a lot of people who love you back there and are supporting you right now. If you want to say anything, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, hola a todos que estáis viendo. Mucha suerte a Hash con el examen que tenía ahora, y a todos que estáis viendo. Y bueno, vamos a por la siguiente y a ver si pasamos unas mangas.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Stace. Jessie, take it away.
Thank you. Well, that kind of messed my brain up a little bit there. Stace, Jessie, you're on the screen. Oh, well, Jessie, you're also next to me.
She's talking to me or
yeah,
talking to
whoa,
herself?
whoa, whoa, yeah. That's something I would do. Mention me in the first person. But yeah, good to catch up with Kai there, all the way from the Basque Country. And stunning part of the world where he spends his time. But yes, I'd imagine right now it would be freezing. So yeah, he's stoked to be out here in the warm weather, and enjoying himself here in the northwestern part of the Philippines, as we see a couple of the local forms of communication getting around. I had an excellent transit in from the airport at 1 a.m. The other morning. Got here in record time, Jessie.
I know, I heard about it. Like about half of what I've taken to get here.
I was religious after that drive.
It was tough, yeah.
Spiritual, yeah. It was. Luckily enough, there wasn't too many people on the road, but it's a good start to the heat for Lennox Smith, and a good start to the heat as well for Blair Barton. A 5.33 for him and a 6.17 for Lennox. So definitely Lennox in the box seat at the minute, just with that higher score, but there's still plenty of time remaining. And we finished up that last heat, Jessie, just talking about favourite places to compete around the world, and I know that a lot of the crew would be loving being here. Leno opting for the Big Larry as he brings that one through the inside. It's a bumpy looking ride, and he's going to get out of there. It's kind of easy money, that turn, but it's going to always need to be followed up with something, and he didn't quite get the opportunity there, young Leno, but I'm sure he'd be stoked just to keep the ball rolling. I know, pretty similar to Bronson, he'd be wanting to ride waves. He's not going to sit around and try and pick the two best waves that come through in this 30 minutes. He's just going to roll the dice on a couple and let his surf and do the talking.
And I don't think that's a very good strategy for a day like today. Like the waves, there's waves up the point, middle, and down the point, and it's hard to figure it out which wave's actually going to be steep and nice. So
I completely forgot. We saw our first left.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I didn't want to say it all day. I didn't want to say it until someone went left, but this is for sure got a massive ramp. Oh, whoa, speaking of massive ramps, make that. Come on. Yes! That was mental. Heitor Mueller, thanks for coming.
I knew he had something in him. Like, he's such a progressive surfer.
That was
amazing
sick.
on rail as well, and that was good to watch. Mostly starting off with that slid felt on the second wave, and this is a very big section, and the judges are going to love that. Look, one of the tallest waves in the tallest sections we had. Massive punt, bringing it all the way around. Almost felt like he was going to get stuck there, but he managed to pull it off. This is going to be this has to be big from what they've been judging throughout the whole day.
For sure. Really excited to see where they go with that. And we saw Blair going left, which yesterday when it was a little bigger, that was for sure with the wind puffing up. Like, I'm thinking Jarvis Oil, Blair Barton,
Luke Swanson.
Luke Swanson, of course. How could I forget him? Like, I was just looking at them going, it's going to be a air off.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to turn this right that the locals have been, enjoying for the, however many decades they've been here. They're going to turn it into a left.
It was just a matter of time. And actually, I've seen lefts that were actually rippable as well. They're a little bit steeper. So they go into the bank. They're shorter, but they have more energy on them. And that was very close from him landing a massive air on that left he got.
Yeah, that was sick. Really, really keen to see what the score for Heitor is. There's a big heat on paper, and it's good to see. It's good to see it delivering now. 6.83 for Heitor Mueller there in the red. One big manoeuvre was the score. I would have to think they're clipping him on the landing and the ride out, and it not being completely smooth.
It had to be, but I don't think you should have taken that much out of it because he ended up. It's a high degree type of turn, so you're gonna get a little bit stuck sometimes. And he came out with speed, and he was clean in front of the whitewash. And I would have thought this was gonna be a little bit higher. But
I'd have to agree with you. But much like the judges, Jesse, here in the commentary booth, we're just warming up. It is day one.
It is, yeah.
And I think everyone's finding their level. And I think that all of these surfers, like throughout this first round, are going to be really keen to see at the end of the day what the common themes have been. And we still have a lot of surfing left today. It's not just this heat in the water that what you think of when you're trying to build a scale out for the day.
Yeah.
And so it's understandable that maybe. And they did list it in the criteria and what the judges' notes were for this morning. It's pretty much like its own separate point. Any radical manoeuvres that are completed must be completed with, clean forward momentum. And he had the forward momentum, but it wasn't necessarily clean. So, you and I probably agree on that. I wouldn't have docked too much, but hey, the guys throwing the score did think that wasn't, as smooth as it could have been. And they're not wrong. It definitely had a bit of a wobble in there, but
totally.
Pretty
and I think
cool.
That's where he got taxed on.
I was going to mention your John heat at Kramis earlier. It kind of feels like a perfect moment.
Yeah.
The wobble didn't cost you.
I know, it didn't.
No.
It was a 717. See? That's what it should have been right there.
Yeah, no, it's a good score. He's got the highest score of the heat so far. And it's interesting to see how this will now play out. And the other surfers who kind of got a good start would now be thinking, oh, okay, hang on a minute, we're all in this heat.
Yeah, and it's good for his confidence as well. It started off very bad, slipped off the board.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you had the knock that looks worse than what it is, kind of thing.
And now he's he's like, hey, regroup, reset, turn the page, and he has to actually do that once again because you can't really just think that score is going to be enough for it. So you got to regroup and make sure you're in the right wave next one.
Beautiful drone footage here of Mona Lisa Point. And, Lennox Smith, nice looking wave. And now he's coming to the party. He's not going to sit back. Okay, thanks for coming. I think we'll wait and see, but I think the judges are going to prove their point there with that score.
Yeah,
combination of massive maneuvers with no downtime.
That's the first thing that comes into test. Like, you got variety, you got progression, and you connect that wave very well. Like, it was very progressive surfing, attacking the whole, the critical section of the wave, and is a combination of major maneuvers. Like,
and all the risk is in the first turn.
Yeah, and which that's even better, right?
That's the hardest way you can do it, and he absolutely nailed it.
Well, because you have so much to lose if you risk it on the first one. You know, it's they tend to. I mean, everyone actually. Yeah. It's so much harder for you to take off on a wave, generate the energy and the speed and generate the pace in order for you to go that big on a turn on the first turn.
I'd love to know your thoughts on when you throw yourself that hard at a section. Do you think it's harder to continue the spin, or let the spin come back the other way?
I think it would be, each section would be a different case scenario,
Yeah.
but it tends to be easier for you to spin all the way around.
Yeah.
Because you just keep the body with the momentum all the way through. So this one, you kind of have to just push enough and have a little bit more control.
Yeah.
So, yeah, easier to go all the way around most times.
Mm.
There's going to be that odd section that will be probably harder, but most times I'd say easier. And in that situation, I think it was harder to actually do what he did instead of keep the momentum all the way around. It's almost like you just kick it and let the board do the talk, and this
Yeah.
one you have to control it.
Proper control it, and just the no downtime in between.
And finish it off strong, too. The last turn was, like, solid.
We got one. 7-0-3, Lennox Smith.
You went over to 7
We
point
just got
right. That's
there.
great. But, yeah, that's...
You see the same thing on the CT. You know, we're talking a lot about the tour. We want these kids to get ready for the tour, and you do have to fight out these scrappy heats. You could kick out of that way and go, I'm sweet, I got an 8. You got to paddle out the back, here you got a 7, and stay like locked in, because you don't see the other waves. So you don't really truly know until you come in how the whole heat has played out. So, you know, the opinion to the surfer, it is kind of irrelevant.
No, it's 100% irrelevant, and that's what the best do. They're able to recognize, it's like, hey, they're able to recognize why that score wasn't as high as I thought, and they're going to adjust that to the next wave.
Yeah.
And they're going to ignore the fact of what happened.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll carry on. They'll carry on for times, and that's just going to tax their confidence, and it's not going to be good for yourself. So you really got to turn the page and move forward.
As we see one of those rogue sets coming through, just wiped everybody out. And, you know, it's a day like today where the positioning's super important. It's not only a matter of, like, where you sit on the bank, but in and out is really, really critical. If you paddle out those bigger sets, you know, you will. We have seen a lot of surfers today miss pretty regulation waves. They look like they're on the spot, but they're just, you know, 10 feet too far out. And just with that wind chop and you know, the positioning of that and not being under it, we have seen a few good waves sort of go unridden because of that.
Yeah,
so
we have seen plenty of those.
there's not only the element of how deep on the point you can get, but where are you in relation to the deep water and the inside is also been super important today. So these youngsters look like they're well and truly onto it, though. At the minute, they're kind of sitting in the foam of that last set, but this will clean up, and then when the next set comes through, it looks like they'll be right on the spot and ready to roll. As we mentioned, everyone's got a good score in this heat so far. But, yeah, just by way of how it's been rolling, it's probably Blair's turn to kind of get back in the chat here and get his own, you know, good range score in the number column for him, because Lennox and Haytor certainly have done that. The 6.83 for Haytor and the 7.03 for Lennox are going to be, you know, very healthy in their score lines as this one counts down.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice last 14 minutes of this heat. Haytor might have an opportunity. No, the wave was a little bit deeper.
What did you like better, red or blue? Oh, excuse me, red or white's wave?
The situation that we see right now.
Yeah, 6.83 to 7.03. Like, arguably that's the same score.
Lennox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mostly on a day like today, like if you're thinking about a perfect day, like maybe J-Bay, you'll be sitting pretty comfortably in Haytor's position with priority, because you know the next set is going to come. It's probably going to be pretty good. It's just a matter of time, and if it's going to come in time with 13 minutes, yeah, you'll be probably sweet. But on a day like today, it's not easy to find that 6.38, and he also has a chance to defend himself and better that 6.17. So, yeah, Lennox definitely has the edge on it.
Totally. We're going to take a short break here at the World Junior Championships presented by TPB. Don't go anywhere. Next 30 minutes of this heat, surely some action to come.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time.
Back with live action, Heitor Mueller, sensational first turn, maybe one of the best we've seen today. He would just be stinging for a backup turn on this wave. He hasn't really had it yet. Oh, wow, love it. The Revo in the foam, fully fins exposed. That was the best way to extract anything out of the end of that ride with how sick that first turn was
that
on that
might have
wave.
been one of the biggest nose picks Revo,
a gutless whitewash section going into a channel. Take it away, Jesse.
That was a massive first turn. That's what you're looking for right now. Unfortunately for him, that wave was one of those big wide ones that just goes flat. But he definitely made the most out of this rebound right here. Look how much pop he got out of that. It was a full-on nose pick.
Wow.
You usually see those flat ones,
Yeah.
bouncing off the whitewash after a cutback. Like, that was impressive.
That was next level.
Unfortunately, that very hard to do, but it's not rewarded that much.
No, it's not. But it's kind of like eye-catching. You know,
It's
like
super
you're
cool.
you're gonna write a number down. You're gonna he's gonna make him think about it, and it's
Yeah.
like, you know, what's he looking for? 6.38. I mean, he was on his way with that first turn. I don't think he's going to get all the way there, but yeah, it was frustrated for him there wasn't another turn on that wave. We saw a pretty cool air attempt from Lennox Smith in the break. That would have been massive, huge score if he was able to land it, but unfortunately couldn't quite get that one down. As we see some action, some waves coming in and out the back. And Lennox is going to keep his momentum going up. He can quite clearly tell he's really excited to ride as many waves he can on this fun right-hander here at Mona Lisa Point. Whoa, the crew are just belting it. Massive turn there from Lennox. Similar situation here. He really needs to back it up with another strong turn because he's got that big one in the middle of the wave, and unfortunately tried to get a bit of Simpo Pizza action going on there and didn't quite get it done. Unfortunately for him. One beautiful turn, but not much after that. And Blair is going to kick out of that one unless we missed something at the start there. There wasn't a lot on offer in the mid part of that wave, as we will wait for the scores to drop. It looks like a 5.27 from Heitor. It won't be enough. He's still chasing the 6.38. We'll wait for a score for Lennox and Blair to set up the final 9 minutes of this heat.
That was a massive turn from Lennox. That was a very big turn. And I loved how he used the pace of the wave and how the wave bounced to his advantage. You know, that could be your best friend or your worst nightmare. And he used it to the advantage, and that was an incredible turn.
Currently, that's where we are right now. Red still in second.
As we see right here, the wave starts a little bit flat, but he did well. And then he died it down this section here, and as he's going to hit it, there's a bounce to it. You see right there, and it kind of lifted him and took it to the advantage. Looks like Blair was on the back with a nice vertical first turn. Unfortunately for him, he missed time on that closeout because there's a little bit of an opportunity there because he was so close from getting that 6.17 better. I think he's still very close because that turn was pretty big.
Yeah, it's a huge middle turn here, and this is Blair's wave from the start, Jesse.
Taller wave, got nice and vertical there, but just not enough time. If he was able to hit that second section, would have helped him a lot. Then went a little bit later on that one. The wave was flatter as well, didn't give him much opportunity. And then now it's just, yeah, that's all she rode.
Gosselman vibes.
I'm not even going to mention, like, I was actually researching about him a little bit yesterday, and my notes was like Evan Geisman.
Even how's the left at the start of the heat?
Yeah, 100%. I was just waiting for the moment to say, like, that really looked like him because I saw a few clips from him. I was like, this looks like Evan so much.
The left at the start of the heat, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Like, that would be Evan's strategy,
100%.
That was, in a day like today, he could get, I remember that event in the Azores where he just went absolutely ballistic.
When did he not, right?
Yeah, that's his bread and butter. He could do that with his eyes shut. As we have Heitor Mueller here, he's kind of got a similar approach to Ryan Huckabee. He's big, tall, different styles, but similar approaches. And they're big, tall, strong natural footers are throwing plenty of spray. And we've already seen the progression from him in this heat as well. Unfortunately, his back foot just slipped off the tail pad there and wasn't able to finish that ride. But as far as, suiting the wave and the overall appeal, he's absolutely ripping.
He is, and I just love how he's generating speed off the bottom turn. Like, the bottom of the wave here doesn't have too much curve, so it's hard to generate speed, and he's like keeping that flow very nicely and actually getting momentum to the bottom turns and coming up with a lot of speed to the turns, which it helps him, makes it look better, faster, and the turns look bigger. And Lennox got a 6.1 on that wave, so if you would have finished that wave off strong, you would have been looking in a healthy score.
How's it look from the drone, Jesse?
Yeah, you're going to see it right here. Look how flat the wave is, but he does the bottom turn very lightly and generates speeds to perfect timing. And once again, but then, yeah, just should have put some wax on tail pad right there.
You wax on the tail pad? You don't have a tail pad anymore. You're a 20 guy.
I know, I'm a 20 guy, yeah.
Straight 20. You and Paul Evans, just 20 guys.
But I used to.
Yeah, I love it. But what about your feet?
No, I never did.
Ever since Andy did it
you had to, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't even jump off rocks most of the time where I surfed, but I would do it.
Just because.
Oh, you just copied anything he did.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I've done it a few times, but yeah, I wasn't really a guy that would.
I reckon you could do it here. I don't think it would be the worst call to do it here.
That is true, because you're walking through the reef and you probably have that like weird kelp that makes your feet all oily and
yeah. It's kind of got like a Winky Pop vibe to it, where you walk out across the rocks and there's a bit going on. A bit of kelp, like you said, and a few other little assorted, rock surprises.
Yep.
But yeah, works really well if you've got hobbit feet, hairy feet.
It does, because it sticks to it, right?
Yeah. You can hold half a cake of wax on the tops of your feet.
Like added like another kilogram.
Yeah. It throws more water.
It throws 100%.
Yeah. 5 minutes remaining. Lennox Smith in a good position at the moment. I was about to say commanding. He's definitely not in a commanding position. He's got Blair and Haytor breathing down his neck. Haytor has been looking electric every time he stood up, but he really does need a second wave here. He needs a 6.38 to go to first, and at the minute, Jess, he kind of looks like the surfer that he's not aiming for the 6.38. He's looking for the knockout punch.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, because you expect Lennox to get something better as well. He's almost did on the last wave, so you can't leave the gap open when the heats are so good like that. It looks like he might find a wave underneath.
It's kind of like weird positioning for first priority. He looked like he had third priority. Wow, crazy first turn there. Heaps of spray flying down the line. The finish is going to be important, and unfortunately just comes unstuck. But again, you can see the attitude. Like he's really going for it. He's definitely not thinking 6.38. He really wants to try and put some pressure back on Lennox.
And I like that. I like that mentality. I think it works to your favor. Obviously it's going to bite you in the butt sometimes, but I think that's the right way for you to do it. Mostly if you want to be on tour. If you hold back, yeah, it's done.
How's the feeling walking up the beach when you've held back versus going for it?
Oh my gosh, it feels so bad. Like your confidence goes down as well. It just doesn't feel the greatest.
Not a lot of chat at dinner when that happens.
Oh my gosh, it's brutal. Because you just know you let yourself down. You have so much more to show.
Beautiful timing again, but just probably a little too wide to really have any more steepness on that wave. But you can understand why a lot of these surfers are like choosing to roll the dice on a wave like that, because as Kai said in the last heat, it does present itself, or at least it's sort of tempting you in, going, I got plenty to work with here, but it's lying to you.
Yeah, it is. And that's what makes it very tough on surfing, and specifically on this wave right now, how the conditions are. You need to find that critical section. You need to find a steep wall in front of you, because that's what the judges are going to eat it up today. Otherwise, everything's kind of going to look the same.
They're not eating anything up.
They're not.
They're not. They're being so stiff.
They have, huh?
Can't wait to have a beer with them tonight. They're keeping it tight, which is cool. Like we said earlier, they're not. You don't want to set these kids up for failure, but there's definitely a bit of a jam at the minute in that, like 583, 683, 7, 617. Like it's all there, and I think like it's a tricky wave to surf because there's in heaps of waves, like one really good turn and then not quite getting the second one. So, it's like we mentioned, the attitude that you have in the Haytor and like really going for it, like. That's how you want to lose if you are going to lose. Obviously they're going to try and win, but if it doesn't come off, you can know that like that was what you left on the table.
And not to mention, like those are the best surfers in the world on their age, they're very good at what they're doing. So if they're going for it, actually their chances to making it are better than holding it back, because when you're holding it back, you're tight, you're thinking too much, and it makes you just commit mistakes. So if you're going for, if they're free surfing, they would go for it, and they usually landing it. So their percentage of making it happen, it's pretty big. Obviously, sometimes on Hater's situation on the last wave, he went for it, but the section wasn't there, but he had to no matter what. That's why he felt. But if the section was there and he went for it confident, most likely he was going to make it. Those guys are so consistent. They do it that every day, and the eyes closed. And we see that consistency. Like, Lennox has 3 very good waves today. Like, could have been even higher. Like, they're pretty tight on those scores, on, like you said, on a good range. But, yeah, they're ripping.
I wonder if maybe we've got a little
1 minute and 20 seconds.
Digitech error here, because it kind of looks like Lennox is kind of coming over to cramp down on Hator. And I kind of think Hator did ride that last wave, so he might be in third priority. Lennox might be in second.
Correct.
Unless we've missed something else.
And I feel like Lennox wouldn't be pulling the move if he actually felt like he was in third priority.
I kind of love it, though. Like, I think people could do it more in slow, weird situations. Even with third priority, go, you know what? Like, you got to make a decision. If you don't go, I will. Like, I know I'm in third priority. You know, kind of
added pressure
in a 3-man heat. You know, it doesn't really make any sense. But I would love to see, you know, like in these kind of heats, a little bit more of that.
But the fact that it doesn't make sense, it's gonna annoy.
It's going to annoy the shit out of someone. Like, what are you doing on me?
What are you doing here?
What
you
are you
third
doing?
priority. What are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, hang on a minute. Like, I got to go. Here we go. Hator up and riding. He's going to have a chance here. Wow, he is incredible out of the lip. He's had a couple of amazing moments so far in this heat. And again, he's definitely got the right approach. We just have to wait and see what the inside section does on this wave. He's got a 6.38, and in this heat in particular, the 6s have been incredibly hard to come by. We've got a couple of really good scores already in this heat in that range. And unless we see a miracle here on the inside, I don't believe that Hator will get the score. But nevertheless, he can walk up the beach. Really proud after that heat. He had an amazing battle with Lennox. Blair Barton, had a few exceptional moments as well. First left of the event that I'd seen anyway, and I'm sure he'll be looking to capitalise on that tomorrow. But at the moment, it's the Aussie moving through heat number 6 of the opening round of the men's here at Mona Lisa Point. This is the World Junior Championships presented by the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines. We're going to take a short break here and bring in Paul Evans and Mitchell Salazar to round out the day. Heat 7 and 8 coming right up.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you and gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things and conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things and in the sweetest little moments, but always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Welcome back to the World Surf League's World Junior Championship, live from the Philippines. Having a look at the American Owen Moss taking on Ryan Kainalo out of Brazil. Marlon Harrison from Australia. I'm Paul Evans, joined once again by Mitchell Salazar. Great looking heat here, mate. Look at the talent.
It is. I mean, a lot of guys who have Challenger Series experience. Mossy coming from North Carolina over there on the east coast of the United States. Really accustomed to surfing all different types of conditions over there. Kainalo's, to me, one of the best competitors we have in the draw right now. And Marlon Harrison, he's been on a tear lately. Obviously, one of the best surfers coming out of Snapper Rocks right now, originally from Victoria, but made the move east over there in Australia. But once again, it just goes to show you the depth of talent that we have in the opening round right here, Paul. A lot of these surfers have had major moments and bigger events. Everybody wants to be a World Junior Champion at the end of the week, though.
Yeah, that's the glittering prize that awaits surfers. I think, including this one, if you win this, five heat wins from here.
Yeah, basically
you're
10 waves
you're
if you break it down.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Sounds that way, yeah?
But yeah, I like the look of the talent in this. Pretty diverse as well in terms of their approaches. You're thinking of Ryan Kainalo, he's been at it since he was so young. One of those surfers you literally watched kind of growing in his singlet, and he had to have quite a big knot in the back doing QSs. He was over in Europe competing a number of years ago, and he was tiny and already ripping, but just like a tiny kid. And you just see him kind of literally grow into that role, and he's going to be a big part of the push from Brazil for the coming years.
Yeah, and comes from a great surfing family. Of course, you know, not only hyped as one of the best junior surfers to come out of South America in recent years. I think another big thing for him, as you said, a lot of maturity at his young age, so excited to see him in these next 26 minutes.
Let's go check in with the winner of the last heat. Lennox Smith is with Jesse.
Thanks, Paul. Lennox, second time to Philippines. We're starting off on a better foot this time, getting the heat win. It was a bit hard out there, though. You're a bit out of breath.
Yeah, pretty puffed about that one. Holy crap. That many sets coming through.
They were like the biggest clean-up sets we've seen of the day. That was a pretty back-and-forth heat between you and your competitors. Any nerves kind of filter in, or were you just copping sets the whole time, didn't have time to think?
No, I was pretty nervous, actually. Like, I was happy with my first one, but then after that I was like so jittery. But yeah, pretty happy with that.
We were chatting. You've done a lot of the co-sanctioned QS events that we have back at home, but this is kind of your first real proper international event. Does that kind of come into your mind at all? Couple nerves come into play with that, or does it excite you to see how you go against the rest of the field?
Yeah, pretty big comp this one. I was actually late call up, so I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest. So when I got the call, I was like, holy crap, I'm in. But yeah, just trying to just take it heat by heat and stuff.
So from cruising in Byron, now here to La Union, what was the quick little change for you? What was the program like?
Pretty much just packed me boards and came over as soon as I could. I was, literally just cruising, and then all of a sudden I'm over here.
Forever the free surfer with great competitive ability. Well done, Lennox. Anyone you want to shout out to back home?
Same. My little brother was watching, so shout out to him. My girlfriend as well, Kaya. And yeah, everyone watching.
Awesome. Thanks, Lennox. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Love that energy. Just stoking. See, some people post hits, kind of playing it cool. I really like that from Lennox. He's just vibing it.
Well, and he has that free surfing style, as Jess was mentioning right there. As seems like Kainalo was able to get a wave during the interview right here. Nice setup carve. Look at how tall that dude is, too. Lays it on rail for the second one. Just great composure. I love the wide base, too. I mean, your make rate when you have that wide of a base is usually as high as it could possibly be. It's going to be a solid foundation and starting point for the young Brazilian surfer in the blue jersey, Paul.
Getting sort of shades of Kick-Ass there, Fred Moraes.
Yeah.
Some similarity with the stance, those long legs and the way you kind of got to arrange them on the board with the stance.
Yeah, and both came through the Billabong program, too, so he's probably spent a good amount of time with Frederico. But, of course, I think the most important part of that is that he spent a lot of time in Europe. So being able to see a lot of those guys, Jeremy Flores, of course, Thiago Pires with the base, very much like that, too. And you have to adjust when you're a guy that tall. I can tell you from experience, the higher you are, the higher center of gravity you have, which is very bad for you. And you got to make way with what you have. And having that low center of gravity has obviously facilitated things for him.
Yeah, looking good on that with a decent number, 5.67 for the carve and snaps, just really creating his own energy. We saw just bombs coming through. Lennox was talking about me. It was huge sets, just kind of steaming through in that last heat. Got to maybe just kind of put that in your mind a little bit. I think that's Doesn't feel like where the scores are going to come. Even if they do happen, do a bit of duck diving, but doesn't really feel like that's where the energy is in terms of getting good scores in the heat.
Yeah, I think especially based off of the last two ones, you saw Kai Drosola with the win. You just saw Lennox with the win right there. They had diversity in their maneuvers. Their attack was just a bit different too. You saw them go to the air, lay it on rail when they had to. I will say, though, the last heat that we just saw had some of the biggest sets we've seen since we've been here.
Yeah.
So there's opportunities for you to get one big score with a single turn as well, too. I think if you do go up into the lip and risk it just a bit more, there's always going to be that X factor, especially with the right section, Paul.
Owen Moss with the 4-5 in for him. Surfer out of North Carolina, which has had some talent down the years.
Oh, plenty. Fisher Heverly, among others. I mean, I can go on and on with all those surfers over there from the East Coast. Actually, first time ever, I think, at World Juniors, all the qualifiers, including Huckabee, the wild card, none of the males are from the West Coast. Blair Barden from Virginia Beach, who was our champion for the North American Junior Tour. Ryan Huckabee from Flagler Beach in Florida. And, of course, Owen Moss from North Carolina. Got that little southern accent going, too, Paul. And it's nice to see diversity. We need that in the U.S., and I feel like had a real strong season, both juniors and, of course, on the Challenger Series, too, making his debut there. Alan Cleland's played a big part in that, coming from Mexico. And you see a lot of Canadians doing well very now, too, Paul.
Yeah, in terms of like that identity, East Coast surfers, that's something for them that's pretty big for them as well to represent their region. Like versus the California traditionally kind of like having it all.
They're dominant, yeah. And for the most part, everybody knows that Kelly's coming from Florida. He's the greatest surfer of all time, but people forget about how good CJ Hobgood was, Damo, all those guys, Corey Lopez, Shea. Of course, Lisa Anderson come from Florida originally, too. Like, East Coast has a lot of great quality waves. The only issue is that in the summertime, tends to be quite flat until you get those hurricane swells and tropical swells in the back end of the season over there.
Having a look at a pretty tropical shoreline right now in La Union in the Philippines, playing host to the World Surf League's World Junior Championships. Will be crowning world champs here. A historic moment for this part of the world, the Philippines, with absolutely blessed with surf and really quality surfers as well. A whole new generation being inspired at the moment, competing as well from this region in the event, but just watching some of the very best going at it right now. It's been really fun in terms of performances, pretty much what we expected to see, right?
Yes.
We knew we were going to have quality. We know quite a lot about a lot of these surfers from young ages now with the way broadcasts work, but it's been pretty much on par in terms of how good the surfing is.
And I'd even say, diversity has happened in multiple of the big nations too. Australia, a lot of the best surfers and heavier waves were always from WA. Now there's a lot of good guys coming from the East Coast, especially over there on the Gold Coast. I have to say that Jack Robinson might be the most complete surfer out of the region right now, though. But when it comes to Brazil, Italo's from the north, and a lot of people aren't that successful coming from that part of the world. Most of them tend to either be from Rio, Sao Paulo, of course, the hub, which is Florianopolis. But the rest of the country has plenty of waves and plenty of talent. The issue is they don't get as much exposure because there's not much of the industry over there, Paul.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see some of that diversity, and sometimes all it really takes is like one surfer, right?
Yes.
Someone kind of shows the pathway, and everyone else like, okay, that's how you do it. And then when their career maybe winds up, they get into that role of giving back and helping out, and that's been something that's really cool to see. Having a look at a paddle here, live action, it goes Harrison with a ton of speed, loading up. A little roof ride float over a section. Doesn't get much through the inside. Doesn't have much on the board either. Just the 1.5 so far. It's been slow start from him.
Yeah, but I mean, Moss only has the 4.5 right now. Kainalo only has the 5.67. You're in the heat. All it takes is one decent score, as we see Ryan here.
Kainalo opens up, just kind of taps that lip line with the back foot, and then having a little look around as he makes his way into the lineup.
Mossy.
Start afresh. Nice little skid there from Owen Moss. Playing it pretty cool. That narrow stance across the foamy section. Now he'll adjust the feet, and he'll snap one into a little bit of a crumble, and then double up will present itself. Nice carve tight in the pocket. Really nice as he releases the tail and just drifts. Always a good combo to see. And managing to finish kind of strong as well. After he was kind of speculating for a section. It wasn't there. He stuck with it. Did well to find one. Meanwhile, much better lift. Double up. Big turn with power. Massive spray from the Brazilian Kainalo. Check the speed. He is absolutely caning down the line. That's a massive hammer at the end. Cool head flick as well. Best wave of the heat.
Oh, no doubt. And just real good composure. Excellent attack. But more than anything, a lot of great pacing on that one. And We talked about his development throughout his youth, and of course, traveling that early with great surfers makes a big difference. But I think the most important part is that you get introduced to different cultures at a young age. You get comfortable with traveling to venues like this, someplace you've never been before. Next thing you know, you have to be independent and really rely on just your own instincts. He's had that for many years. He's applying it to this heat right now, Paul.
Yeah, looking really good in terms of where this score's going to put him when it does come through. But it's at that stage of the heat, as no one's really got a stranglehold on it, and it's kind of up for anyone. If someone's kind of take the impetus, you really feel like when the number comes in, that's exactly what Ryan's done there. Yeah. And well deserved as well. Just finding that wave, and you could see as he paddled in, there was much more quality to it. But that's half the job done.
Yes.
You've got to surf it well as well, and particularly when there are fewer opportunities. I was really impressed with that. Where do you think it will go numbers wise?
At least in the good. I don't think it'll touch excellent yet. It's right around there, I feel, but you still got to reward him based off of what he did. I mean, just the timing alone was great. The power. Obviously, you don't want to push that hard because it's still one of your counting scores right now. But I feel like at least in the upper good, as scores coming through right now, Paul seems to be indicating some good stuff for Kainalo.
Looking very healthy. There it is. Drops in 7.5 for him. A great number. And very much in the driving seat now. And he can focus on his backup number, think about improving on that, which is a mid-5, 5.67 actually. Owen Moss, he's in second position at the moment with a little bit of chasing and an excellent number. That's the order of business. Martin Harrison.
Yeah, Marzi.
Combo at the moment, but with all this time left, a couple of waves, it's just about finding something, really getting a bit of flow, getting a bit of mojo going.
Yeah, it has priority, couple sets rolling through right now, and I had the chance to speak with him in the lineup yesterday. And what a rad kid. I've known him for a few years. Sister Piper, also a great surfer, but we were just chatting about life, and he's had struggles to be able to find his consistency as of late, but told him, there's so much more just outside of competitive surfing that you want to focus on, and you got to remind yourself how fortunate you are to be able to do this as a career too, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Owen Moss. Nice stinging turn for him on a crumbly
Oh,
section.
man.
Full hammer, back foot pressure. Very nice. A shorter wave, but real impact, physical, and also kind of visual on that last turn.
Yeah, and one of the all-time great basketball players, I don't know if I'm going to say LeBron James, but, Michael Jordan from Wilmington, North Carolina, where Mossy's close from, and, he throws that kind of Hail Mary stuff in the sky, too. I really like the approach right there. Shorter sections had a lot much more to do in the compact style of surfing. Easily going to replace the 3.6. Don't think it's excellent surfing, but it should be replacing the 4.5 as well.
Yeah, really cool to see that strong finish. And kind of learning as we've seen throughout the day, and different approaches to this wave. A lot of venues where you're talking about maybe head high surf. That finishing turn is where it's going to come. Maybe
yes.
You try and get something that closes out, build up a load of speed, but there's definitely different ways of doing it here. It's been nice to see that bit of variety. On a tight shot, you could be at a beach, but you can see that kind of reef point aspect to it, certainly, as we pan back a little wider. It feels like maybe one of those ways you can kind of find in it what you're kind of looking for. You can kind of choose what style of wave you want to surf. It's been one of the cool things about watching this venue.
And it's a nice thing about a point break, too. You can't necessarily do that at a beach break. It forces you to surf a certain way. The one thing I will say about this spot in particular, though, is that it forces you to surf at the tempo. So the way you accelerate and decelerate still is very much dependent on what the wave's offering up. But the way you approach it in terms of attacking the lip or either surfing on the actual face of the wave, that changes from your different perspectives. So, yeah, I totally agree. Scores in, it's his best.
Yeah, good stuff. It's healthy. It's a 6-point ride. It keeps him in contention.
Ooh.
And with that extra energy, he'll go, you know what, let's go again here. Wider one. Just a little bit woolly around him, and he'll be unable to get into the open face until the wave eventually will just kind of fizzle out a bit for him. But you can see that little extra pep that he's got, getting that number, just getting a bit of energy, and didn't need to make it all the way to the peak. If a wave pops up, why not? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I like this. Good timing on the first one, more of a setup, though. But, well, actually, this is the last wave, so just really the one spike at the beginning and then the foam climb at the end. But, no harm, no foul. You're catching that wave on the paddle back out. Could potentially be a double up on the inside that offers you up the 7-1-8 scoring opportunity. So right now, with just over 13 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time. And if you're Kainalo, you want to work on bettering that 5.67 because after hearing the 6, that his approach is healthy. he got that with basically just one turn on the end section. So he gets 2 of those. He's moving in first place, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Ryan made a move. It's just a small throwaway for him, so he'll have to try and get second priority. Harrison from deep at the moment with a bit to do, but, you know, the combo, we won't get too excited about that. It's a couple of mid-sixes at the moment.
It's attainable.
High sixes. It's totally doable. Couple of ways. Time will be the factor, and you start to break down just under 13. Actually, you know what? Plenty of time. It is a short paddle out here. Harrison just try and find a little bit of energy and a little bit of quality now. We've seen that 6.75, that 6 come in. And no point really kind of scrapping around. You really need to find a wave that just stays open, basically. Let's see how he goes about doing that. 12.5 on the clock. A little paddle, nothing too committed.
Might be a good wave here, though. It seemed like Owen was trying to get into it. Those are the ones that are sneaky. They kind of have a lot of that white water from the wave before on it, but all of a sudden they double up and they end up offering up a lot of scoring potential on the inside.
Luke Thompson with a vigorous warm-up. A couple of South Africans in that heat. Also featured Dan Emsley.
How's the difference in the preparation right there?
He's Dan full zen. He's in the Lotus. Just controlling the breathing.
It's a good heat to finish off the round, too. Luke Swanson's
Love it. What a
amazing
ripper.
surfer.
Yeah, it's going to be really entertaining to round out the day. Here we go, live action with Harrison off the top and flowing down the line.
Much better.
Really clean wave. Super clean surfing as well. I like the technical finish. That was decent.
Yeah, the kick out was cool, too, huh? Back in the day, they used... Well, actually, I still think, I got to correct myself, that it still goes into the judging criteria of longboarding just a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, it's in the criteria. How good you kick out?
Yeah. Well, it's the presentation, as Jesse was saying earlier. The way you finish off a wave, it instructs the judges on what kind of to do as well.
Just over 11 to go in this little set. Way outside of everybody. Harrison's down on the inside, paddling back. He'll get a number to come in. Probably before he makes his way back out the back. Judges will deliberate on that, see where it puts him. See if he can get himself in a better position. All smiles from Luke Swanson. And he's been watching the day unfold, knowing that he's going to surf at the end of the day. And, you know, that can go a couple of ways for people in terms of energy. It's warmer. It's not like crazy hot. It's not one of those draining kind of beach days or that blazing sun where you just kind of want to get out of it. It's nothing like that. It's actually also quite an easy wave to watch, I would say.
Yep.
From the context there, it's pretty close in. You can figure out the lineup pretty well when you're straight in front of it.
It's still, you know, it can be draining, though. Imagine you have to wait 15 heats to be able to surf. Very last heat of the day, you probably want to paddle out relatively early just to be able to get your feet on the wax, maybe surf a second time, just catch a couple of waves to get that warm-up going again. But, you know, Thompson and Emsley, they were just at home watching Netflix for the majority of the day, so it seems like a cruisy way to just kind of enjoy it.
You and Jesse Mendez were talking earlier about what you asked him what time he wanted to surf, ideally, right?
Yeah.
It was 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I like that, just before
Midday.
lunch. You come in, have your lunch,
Yeah.
celebrate your win, or otherwise. But yeah, there's not many sports that start in the morning that early, are there? Sport generally happens kind of later in the day. It's more of an afternoon, evening affair.
I used to play a lot of soccer growing up, and a lot of our matches actually tended to be like 7:30 in the morning. I don't know if that's just in Mexico, but like I feel like we did a lot of stuff early.
I would say that's probably more something at the amateur level. I doubt that the professional games start at 7:30. No, I
that
mean,
was like a direct shot. You made eye contact with that one too.
All kind of kids sports on the weekend start in the morning, mate. But I'm talking about like professional sports. There's not loads that happen at breakfast time, are there?
The way you mentioned amateur though, and you were like looking at me straight in the eye.
Yeah, just to sort of, you know. Yeah. But you know what amateur actually really means? It means someone that loves something, doesn't
Right.
it? It doesn't mean
Thank
you're not good at it.
I appreciate
it means you're
that.
really passionate about it.
You made up for it.
In fact,
after
in
the
French,
fact.
that's what they call someone who's an amateur. Is someone who's really passionate about something. So
I'm an amateur at many things in life.
yeah. I've been called it before, not in that context. Yeah, under 9 to go here. Kainalo, he's looking very professional indeed. 7.5, his high number. He's also got priority now as well. Did we get a payout for Harrison? We did. 5.77 for him. Still chasing, but now
He's in the heat, though.
Yeah, it's a game of 7. It's totally gettable for those two.
Yeah, and especially considering how good Moss is, the amount of experience he got on the Challenger Series this year, went to each and every event. And for Marlon Harrison, I mean, you got a 5.77 on a wave that maybe had a 3.5 or a 4 on it for a majority of surfers worldwide. So to be able to get close to a 6 on this one, very well surfed wave, and has time, 8 minutes. you get at least 2 more waves in this heat right here, Paul.
Colourful scenes in the pallets at Mona Lisa Point as we fly high above and have a little look north up the coast now. Checking out our view straight out onto the peak where the action's been going down. Action's been great. Had some big moments from an opening day competition here to get pretty excited about. Ooh, waves up the coast.
I know. Where's it left at? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, mate. I'm with you. We sort of feel like left, maybe not necessarily on the correct side of the island for that, are we? Just the way the swell comes in. But, hey, there's plenty of kinks in the coast, as we can see right here.
More than 7,000 islands, too. I feel like we could eventually find a lot.
There must be one.
Beautiful is that shot, though.
There we go. Oh, Moss. Really nicely done with the opening carve. Great looking section. And times that turn into the lip to full impact. Dynamic finish. With the blowtail out of the lip. Ain't done yet. Great surfing there from Owen Moss.
It's close. I mean, after he got hung up on the second turn, I was doubting myself a little bit. Made up for it with the throw to reverse, though. And obviously a really nice finish towards the end, though. 7 minutes to go. And Kainala couldn't really do too much right there. He had priority. He was on the outside of him. But Moss went so deep right there that he just broke away from him. So kind of a missed opportunity right there for Ryan to maybe play a little bit more defense. But considering that Marlon only needs a mid-7 right now, you couldn't really choose to sit on one person rather than the other at this point of the heat. So could potentially be the score right here, Paul.
Yeah, interesting to see where this goes. You think about his high, that's 6. Was it just over a point better than that? You could certainly make an argument to say that for sure.
Well, it's definitely better.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
definitely better. I really enjoyed. There's a lot of surfing that happened. I thought it was all pretty smooth and well joined up. Let's see what the panel thinks. We check out Sierra Kerr with the dad Josh there enjoying themselves.
One of the best and most talented surfers in the world was Josh Kerr back in his day on the championship tour, and Sierra now second generation pro, our defending and reigning world junior champion, Paul. I feel like Josh almost even got better surfing on just his twin fins now.
Yeah, he's
and
loving it.
That's saying a lot because he was already like very, very good.
Yeah, he's definitely found some new lines, some new energy, and that different equipment. It's been entertained.
He's got him pushed by his daughter too. He's
How cool is
surfing
that?
better
Yeah.
because his daughter's getting him to that level. Ooh, score's coming through. It's going to be close, but it might be under, Paul.
Owen Moss's number, just a reminder for first, it's a 718 that he needs.
Ooh.
It's going to be really close, actually. 683, so just under. And you'd have to say it's probably pretty fair, actually. It wasn't kind of definitely the number.
Yeah,
It's always
it
gonna
was
be
close, though,
close, maybe a bit under, and that's actually how it's turned out. So he'll stay in second. That's his high score now, so he will bring his requirement down. 5 minutes, that's actually kind of plenty of time out here, obviously assuming that waves come through. Meanwhile, from deep, Harrison, you have to try and find something.
Ooh, that might bowl up well, though.
Here we go, way deep. Here he goes. Marlon Harrison, the Australian. First turn, pushing it. And then a fluffy section. He'll wrap things up. He will get a completion. I don't think that's going to be anything like the number that he needs. To probably have more work to do ahead of him here. Could improve on his 5.77, the high score,
Maybe.
to bring the requirement down, but a little bit of time's going to tick away as well here, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seemed like Kainala was up and riding too, so priority with Mossy right here with 4.5 on the clock. And if Ryan did improve on the 5.67, which on our screen, everything's indicating that he didn't, doors open right here for both Harrison and for Moss, and now needing just under a mid-6. That's really an attainable score with 4 minutes on the clock, Paul. And I think the one little mistake that Moss made on that wave was a small hiccup on the second turn. It took him a little while to ride out of it. But as I said before, made up with the throw toe reverse and got the hit at the end. But just think the quality of the wave let him down just a little bit. Kainala's been on the 2 best waves quality-wise so far in this heat, the 7.5 and the 5.67.
Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit of a difference in the shape, quite significant between the good ones and the kind of like all-right average-ish ones. You did really feel that on Ryan's wave, just how steep it was and kind of meaty with the push as well and the power. Like the surfing that Owen did, really neat and tidy. Kind of exciting at the same time.
But the wave wasn't there.
Wasn't loads of power, was there, to kind of get you on the edge of your seat. Still, tell you what, getting the 6.83 out of it, it's decent. And let's see where he goes now. He's got priority. He's got over 3 minutes, 3.5 on the clock now.
Good heat, though. I mean, everybody's in double digits. Harrison, had a couple of ones at the beginning of this heat. He's now up in close to 11 points. Mossy almost 13 points, and Kainala just over that.
Are you nervous if you're Ryan now?
Not yet. I'd be nervous if both guys were like right on my heels, but a 6 is still a good score, and of course Harrison needs the second best wave of the heat. I wouldn't be too preoccupied at the moment, no.
All right, 3 on the clock.
Because especially the way I look at it, if Moss is on a wave, I need to be on a wave too. So there's still a chance I could potentially improve, but he's still the one forced to get the score.
Yeah, all right, let's see how that plays out here. We will need sets in order to see if we get a dramatic finish to this one. At the moment, just a little pause for everyone just to reflect on exactly where they are. No real problem getting the scores as well. We mentioned it's pretty close in, so everyone will know where they are. Obviously, they've got the priority information as well on our big display, so they very much know where they are in terms of the scoreboard and all that sort of stuff, but maybe a little just chance like, what kind of wave do I need? How do I visualize that? All of those things that you try to kind of make happen, whether it's dialing into the breathing, that sort of stuff.
And don't oversurf it either. Make sure that you're surfing the wave the way it should be surfed.
Okay, 2 on the clock, just over that little lump. Owen Moss heading towards a position to take off, which he doesn't do because it's soft. Ryan Kainalo leading the heat will say, yeah, I'll have that.
But see, now you're in a position where you're the one that could potentially improve on the score, because that was in the 6.35 right there. And you can improve on the 5.67.
Really dynamic finish from him. And pushing really hard. Didn't get much done before that, but it was a nice turn.
It was.
On a tricky section as well. And that technical surfing from him, it's paid off for him.
How impressive has today been, though? I mean, the venue itself, being in the Philippines the first time for an event as big as this and as consequential as this one, and the talent level nowadays, dude, there's not really much of a difference between the CT surfers and these kids on screen.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see the way everyone's gone at this in terms of their approach. I've really been impressed with the relative sort of lack of claiming as well.
Yeah,
I'll say.
Surprising.
I mean, you know, maybe it's a bit reflection on scores as well, but I mean, in the challenges these days, everyone gets over a sort of 5. You're seeing like fists.
I claimed plenty of 5s in my day.
Yeah.
I knew how to claim a 5. When I needed a score, I was going all out on it.
Maybe the new generation are getting all cool again.
It's like you're claiming, or not claiming is actually a claim, you know? So you're too cool for school every now and then.
40 seconds on the clock, right?
This is the wave.
Kainalo of Brazil is still in the lead. Owen Moss has still got priority. 6.45 is his requirement. Here goes Marlon Harrison with a paddle, a soft one.
Now or never. This is the wave for Mossy right here.
One behind. So here we go. Owen Moss. 6.45 he needs. A late takeoff from a little bit behind. And it holds him up a touch. First turn's got a bit of spark to it. What's he got here? Steep, critical section. Gives it a flick. And flares up with a reverse out of the lip. Mitchell Salazar is fired up. Owen Moss is looking so light on his feet. He's still going here. And down for a finish. Just carving. Hitting the lip. Still swinging through to an inside. There's the horn. We wanted a strong finish as a neutral. As a spectator, you love to see situations and waves come through. And that's exactly what we got. Where's this going to go number-wise?
What a great heat. What a great heat. Everybody had moments. Kainalo surfed really fantastic heat. He did improve on his last one, by the way, just slightly. 5.77, so just little by little was increasing on a lot of his scores right here. But to me, I mean, he surfed this wave as good as he could have. Under pressure, obviously the moment wasn't too big for him, and just getting into the lip multiple times, throwing in the variation and the progressive factor, too, with the air on a really difficult section. It was meaty, had a lot of white water. It was difficult.
Yeah, it was a super steep kind of one of those draining sections where the water just goes out the bottom of the wave. And
look at that. You see Josh kind of look over at him and be like, hey, like, good job. That was a tough one to serve.
I think this is going to be a really interesting one for the panel right now. Let's see where they go with this. But he's definitely asked that question of him. And obviously no one's getting eliminated at this stage. So, yeah, nervous moments for sure, but you get a win. You get to sit out round 2. But if you do get the win as well from that kind of position, it's going to give you a lot of confidence as well. Being there with a little debrief as well, which is always good just to get like a surfer's and a fellow competitor's view on the way things went down.
And they're going to be honest with you, too. You know, those are your peers, guys that have been here and done this for a ton of different times. I mean, to me, I think he gets it. You need a mid-6. It's right around your 6.83.
Well, yes, that's what I was going to think about the 6.83 and the surfing that he did on that wave.
Yeah, super similar waves.
Yeah, he needs marginally less than that. I thought it was exciting, dynamic. He could be a judge, man, because they're going to make this call and kind of look at everything, really take factors in, think about exactly.
You look at Ryan's waves, the 7.5, you can compare it to that. The 5.77 really just came off with a one layback at the end, but you know, props to Kainalo too. The kid surfed an amazing heat, and overall, it's going to be close.
It's so close. He gets a 6.57. It's just enough. He goes to first place, so absolutely delighted. The East Coast is stoked. A great heat, Ryan Kainalo ripped. Let's be honest about it. He ripped that heat. Yeah. The 7.5. Look forward to seeing him in round 2. But well done, Owen Moss.
Now look at the reaction right there. Not getting overhyped. He knows how important that heat is right there, and straight into round 3 right here, Paul.
Really good finish. Just one more heat to bring you from the World Juniors in the Philippines. We're going to do a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the day. Stay tuned.
All right, surfers, we are underway. Heat number 8, the final heat of the night.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. Because when it's love, you feel it.
The World Surf League World Junior Championship welcomes you back to the beautiful shores of La Union, Philippines. Have a look. A couple of South Africans, Luke Thompson and Dan Emsley, taking on the Hawaiian Luke Swanson. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitch Salazar. Great looking matchup for a final heat, mate.
It is. Thompson, a couple of really good results on the Challenger Series so far. 30 in a row. He's competed here at the World Juniors. Impressive stat just right there alone. Emsley, a lot of experience in major events too. And Luke Swanson, we all know him from social media, just as equally as talented going right as he is left, and one of the best aerialists in the world, I'd say, Paul.
Straight into it. Here we go. Backhand attack from him. First turn just kind of nudges it. This place is a bit of what's a sluggish wave there. You can see he's just having to be patient. Generally not what you want to do. Just kind of wiggle around and link things up through it inside. So not an amazing start from him, but he'll get in motion, he'll get going, and just try and get involved. Let's go and speak to the man of the moment. Owen Moss is with Jesse.
See you all in the morning. And here's Red.
Owen, that was a really good heat for you. It was a bit stressful, though, we were just talking about, but for you to hold your nerves from start to finish descent and get that execution right at the end must feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it was the first heat I surfed in like 3 months or so. So honestly, I'd rather surf a heat like that where I had to kind of fight from behind and get started again like that than just like go out there and win the heat with the first 2 waves. Sometimes it feels a little bit better.
We're just talking about the travel here, 30 hours for you to get here. But now you're here, you're on one of the biggest stages in the world, competing for a world title. How do you kind of maintain just no added pressure on yourself and just know that you can come here on the other side of the world and do your thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just stoked to be here, and it's the first time I've gotten to do World Juniors, so I'm just trying to enjoy it, and that's pretty much it.
Thoughts on the Philippines so far? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I like it. It's a sick place. The food's good. The people are cool, and yeah, stoked to be here.
You mentioned you had 3 months off. What did that 3 months kind of look like for you? Was it hardcore training, or was it really just tuning into what surfing is to you?
It was a little bit of everything. I kind of spent like a month and a half training, and then went and surfed about like some waves kind of similar to this in Puerto Rico for a few weeks, and then went home for Christmas and stuff like that, and then now we're here, so that was pretty much it.
And what's on after this? Are you going to Hawaii for the season over there?
I might go in February, but we got a QS 3000 in Pismo like right after this. This ends the 19th, and then that starts the 20th, so we're going straight there after this. So.
Beautiful, straight back into it. Congratulations, that was a big heat win, especially at the last minute. We'll let you get ready, enjoy the afternoon here in the Union, but yeah, we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks guys, back to you.
Great stuff. What a cool customer.
Yeah.
Owen Moss, love his vibe.
He's a simple dude, you know, and I think a lot of people, especially blue-collar people, can appreciate where he comes from. Not a lot of financial support and has to make do with what he has, and just really appreciative of everything and any kind of chance that he gets. And, of course, surfing in the first time ever. He earned a spot to be able to compete here, though, at World Juniors, so congrats to both him and Blair Barden. They actually tied for the North American Junior title, but I think it actually came down to heat wins, and Blair Barden just got the edge over him.
And he's from Virginia Beach.
Yeah. I'm telling you. Flagler Beach, Florida, Huckabee, Virginia Beach for Blair Barden, North Carolina for Mossy. We got 3 East Coasters on the men's side from the U.S. this time.
Really cool storylines unfolding here at the World Junior Championships right now. A couple of surfers out of South Africa. One of them has posted a number of 5.33 for previous to last. That's for Dan Emsley from East London. And that's the best of this so far in the opening. 6 minutes and change in this. We got another wave, reasonable one from him actually. He's opening wave 4.67, so that's why he's got a bit of a lead at the moment. Luke Thompson showing us sort of a little glimpse just so we went to break of that style that he's got so good.
Yeah,
flowing down the wave, which you kind of expect from the South Africans. It is actually a bit of a different approach from Daniel. Much more kind of energy in his stuff, but very different sort of approach between those two, contrasting approach. But the South Africans have been, you know, perennially just so much talent from that region. In terms of opportunities for travel and stuff. Sometimes that's been the thing that's held them back a bit, but I feel like at the moment with these two and a bunch of others actually, and surfers in the women's side of the draw as well, it's a really exciting new generation coming through.
Yeah, and they bring a lot of positive vibes too. Always very appreciative and happy to be at different locations worldwide, and especially Thompson, dude. He comes from Cape Town, which is one of the coldest places, especially water temps worldwide. 52 hours for them to be able to get here to the Philippines, right here at Mona Lisa Point. But overall, like, he talked about his style. That's what stands out from Thompson surfing. Sneaky good on the backhand, too. People underestimate how good he is going left because people always think, oh, South Africa, it's J-Bay. And look at the tall right-hander, lanky, regular footer. You're thinking, okay, he's great at the point breaks. He's really good on the backhand. And I feel like if he gets on a beach break roll on the Challenger Series, that guy could make a push for qualification towards the end of the year.
Yeah, had a chance to surf in the CT as a wild card at JB back in 22. He absolutely ripped. I tell you what, the waves were amazing. He looked really good at that wave. And then just trying to really get it done on the Challenger Series. We talked about how hard that is to do and the sort of surfers you're going to meet coming off the championship tour. All the best up-and-comers as well. But, yeah, looking forward to see his career and watch what he can do and see if he can get representing at the very highest level at the moment. It is his fellow South African Emsley with the lead in this as things just sort of settle down a touch here. Swanson just got that soft wave early on. Since then, he's not really found much, but we know about his quality as well and what he can do. Just got a diverse surfer in a range of conditions.
And excellent sparring partners, too. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson works a lot with Ross Williams over there on Oahu's North Shore. And, of course, 3-time world champ John Florence, one of his primary sparring partners. But once again, his bread and butter is really the air game. People forget how good he is going on the rail, though. And Sunset Point, a lot of similarities to this wave right here. You obviously have Rocky Rights, Turkey Bay, all those other kind of beach breaks that you have at Eokai Beach Park, too. But when he finds a ramp, Paul, and I assure you, if he sees a left out there, he'll be going on it because there's opportunity out there for an excellent score just with one air.
A little bit of a gap in the action so far in this. We saw the opening exchange, and then it's just gone a little quiet. Looks like there's a few more lines approaching, though. A little bit of repositioning energy from our surfers in the lineup, just trying to make sure they stay in the spot. I mean, we had the official intel from J.R. Esquivel, our local knowledge from him. Just you want to get deep. Obviously, you're thinking beach breaks, some of the ways they kind of come straight towards the beach. This one, it will just break in one line on that reef shelf, and it will run. So if you can get in deep, you'll get a runner with speed. You'll have steep sections. That's the game plan going out before you take to the water. When you're out there, well, it's all about actually finding something that comes through. Right now, these guys still just kind of figuring out exactly where they want to be. They have had all day to kind of look at things.
Sometimes it's worse that way, though. Because then you start seeing things, and then everything changes, and your mind's completely in the gutter at that point.
Swanson backhand, loads more speed, massive huck from him.
I'm telling you.
That looked easy, so much pop. Here goes Thompson. First snap from him. And then just a little tentative, kind of a little stiff in the body, wasn't he? Just to be able to get that. I mean, he did well to launch it, but just didn't quite look like he connected with the board and everything.
Yeah, I think he got kind of caught between maneuvers right there, too. Was thinking maybe down the line, commit to the air right there. So an unforced error for Luke Thompson. And, it kind of resembles their personality, too, the way they surf. Emsley, much more happy-go-lucky kid on land. You talk to him, he's always super stoked, and Thompson's always like that calm, chill guy, much taller. And Swanson, just telling you, he has that pop, and not many people worldwide have that ability to get to the lip and then have that extra lift once they actually attempt an air. So he lands one of those. We're seeing a big score out of it.
Real close quarters between these three at the moment as they sit there just checking things out. Nothing of major significance added to our scoreboard from that last exchange. A small number from Lee. A little count for him for the moment. He won't be thinking about holding on to that.
You been to different parts of Africa too, by the way, outside of SA, or not much?
Not loads. I've been to Morocco.
Yeah.
A long way away. I've been to Kenya as well.
Ooh.
I haven't. There's a lot in between those places.
There are.
I'd like to check out, and a lot of amazing surfing potential as well. We really kind of focusing on the spots that you know about, but there's a lot in between. I know that South African surfers are pretty dialed into everything that happens. They're they're essentially watching two oceans the whole time.
Yeah.
And just seeing swells kind of ping up both ways, and there's all sorts going on. Here we go, live action. Swanson, as he'll just click off the top, keeping it really smooth. But look how meaty this section is. It's hard to get that board sort of liberated, kind of release it, and then also to land it as well. So smooth surfing. Not going to change the world in terms of the numbers that he's going to get, but he just looks really good value.
Yeah, and his best wave by far, needing close to an 8 for the lead right here. That's obviously not going to be it, but still, you start building your house, getting a few scores on the board, and making sure that you're actually completing and finishing your waves off too. So it's a start for him, and there's plenty of time. 17 minutes, especially with the capability that he has to switch kind of everything with one maneuver. That's really what you want to start doing. Build your foundation, get something in the fours. The ramp comes, you go for the air, you land it, you go straight to first. And 10 points right now is what you're trying to beat. Easily attainable in a couple of minutes right there, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. This one still very much anyone's really. So who's going to click in, find that little bit of energy, that bit of quality from the ocean. It will provide it at some point, and there is always that element with any surf event. Sometimes it's just your turn, right? The good one, I'm sure you're in the spot. It's not a super tricky lineup to figure out, right? We're kind of talking about where to sit and everything. It's pretty straightforward where you're going to sit here.
You say that, but then you paddle out. I guarantee you're probably going to struggle the first hour.
But that's more of a case of where the waves come rather than where you don't really need to be looking at markers too much. I wouldn't say it's a relatively small kind of playing field. compared to a lot of places people compete
It
at.
seems that way, though. I'm just telling you from what I surfed yesterday. I had a real bad surf. I felt horrible when I came in, but then everybody told me, like, yeah, I had a shocker too.
It was kind of maxed out though, wasn't it?
It was.
I mean, on a regular day like today, I think you're pretty much straight out the front and just wait for your opportunities. You don't need to overthink it or change.
You'd hope
or
so.
You're not looking for someone on the beach pointing a nose of a board to go and paddle somewhere. Meanwhile, live action. Luke Thompson with speed, with a section. That was
Solid.
nice,
Yeah.
really high, and he enjoyed that as well, as he should. That was cool.
Yeah, lofty air. Kind of a non-landing right there. Took him a little while to ride out cleanly of it, but still it's going to score well, and especially when you talk about the height and the hang time in this air, real impressive stuff. So just really the one setup carve, and look at how lofty he gets in the air right there, especially when you consider how much white water on that big foam ball that's coming at him right there. The landing makes it much more difficult, so good job halfway through the heat. He's going to be right back into it here.
Yeah, I like the approach. I think, everyone's sort of realised, what, 2 heats ago, there was like 8-footers kind of detonating outside. That's not what's happening
Rogue
right
sets.
now. So,
Yeah.
like, you know what? You go a little bit inside, find something, maybe get an air and kind of sort of surf up the potential of the wave. I like it. That was exciting. It's a good number as well.
Yeah.
6-1-7 for Luke Thompson. Goes to first. He's tied with his mate Dan Emsley, but by virtue of the fact he's got that 6-1-7, the highest score, he'll be in first place position. We'll get another look here, Mitch.
Well, and in all honesty, there wasn't another way that you could have surfed this wave either. You go for a turn right there, you're getting a 2 or a 3. So the only way you're getting a counting score, which is the 6-1-7 right now, is you go for something bigger right there at the end. Props to him. He made something way out of nothing right there. So Thompson from third all the way to first right here, Paul.
Here goes Emsley. What's he got for us?
Ooh.
Really aggressive, yeah. Put the board up super vert and tight. Just got away from him a little bit. He was a long way back in terms of where that section was and the whitewater in front. So it would be just a throwaway, incomplete stuff from him. 4.68 is the number he needs. Not a lot at all. Meanwhile, here goes Luke Swanson. Backhand attack. Nice first turn. And he just waits low really patiently, and that means he arrives late, and that means that turn is really well timed. Gets that kind of sweet hang time up the top, which makes it look really cool. And he does rebound out. Those young knees look great, absorbing impacts, and he rides out of it clean.
Jealousy a little, Paul? Needs a new pair of knees.
He just looks real smooth, doesn't he?
And he's loose, too.
Unhurried approach to surfing. He's not caught great waves in this, but you can just tell in like real quality waves, he's going to be one of those surfers that his timing will be really sweet, which always looks good.
Yeah, I know, and has surfed plenty of different waves throughout his young career, too. Spent a lot of time in Fiji. Of course, growing up on Oahu's North Shore, you have good variety and diversity of waves over there. And I think the power aspect of growing up over there, too, makes a big difference when you start traveling worldwide. It's always better to grow up in just a bit more power than growing up in softer waves, because then you eventually make it to this one. Your boards have to change. You might need just a little bit more foam. So you're accustomed to that growing up. It's much easier to go down than it is to go up, Paul.
Just under 13 minutes to go. It's still Luke Thompson with that lead he just got for the air at the end of a right-hander, and it's put him in a better position. I like, on that replay, saw a vision of him, and he a little look in and just a little bit of fire from him. There's just a chance for him just to kind of, like we mentioned, you wait around all day. It's just, there's a world title at stake, not today, but here in this event. And he hadn't really kind of been able to show anything of himself so far in this heat. And, time's ticking away, and you could just see him just start to feel it. I think it'd be interesting to see how he approaches his next wave. Meanwhile, Swanson loading up. Just drifts above that section.
Oh.
And there's the pop again. That one not quite as clean. Definitely didn't have the amplitude of previous effort from him, but nevertheless, it's complete. So he uses that to try and link through.
And it was creative, too. Not a whole lot you could have done with that section right there, so props to him for making something out of it. It doesn't need a whole lot for the lead now, because last score comes through, Paul. It's a decent one.
Yeah, he got a 5.17 prior to that. Brings it down to 4.84. So, all right, let's have a look at Dan.
Yeah, and waiting on the score right here, so use priority on it. Little catch of the rail right there when he's coming through the carve, and it's just really an in and out for him, so that won't be a big factor in terms of the difference of this heat towards the end. 11:30, though, this is the interesting one. Up and over, Look at the creativity there. I mean, there's maybe, a couple dozen people on the planet. A lot of flexibility in those knees to be able to ride out of that the way he did. Needing a high 4, it's going to be close whether he gets it or not here, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, just the sort of audacity as well in a high-stakes heat. All right,
Yes.
there's not elimination here,
Yes.
but, on the backhand, you're going quite fast. You just put the board up. It's going to throw spray. It's going to be a turn. But
What did you mention, though? World Championship on the line. Maybe not today. You should approach it that way, though.
Yeah.
Because every heat counts.
Yeah, sure.
Like, next thing you know, you go to the elimination round, you're thinking, I have a much easier heat than I'm thinking. You don't get any waves. Ocean just goes flat, so it counts from the very start of the event.
Loving the approach from him on that drone angle as well. You just see the whole entire bottom of his board just offered up to the gods as he gets that rotation.
What kind of gods?
Just all sorts. Anyone's that are watching. And, just so sprightly. It's great to see that approach. Doesn't come through as the number he was after, 397. So a little bit under, but you can just see he's got so much creativity and spark to his surfing. He'll be third prio now. Still 10 minutes to go, Mitch.
Yeah.
Loads of time.
Well, everybody's got 5 waves.
Look how close the scores are. There's half a point between third and first.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Thompson. Went for it when he needed to, got the 617, and as I said again, that wave didn't even have a 3 on it. Went up and beyond, really, to be able to surf that wave up, and the low backup right now is really what's costing him. He's in the lead, but look at what Emsley needs. Look at what Swanson needs. Those are low scores with their capabilities and their abilities, too, so better make sure to use priority well in this next exchange.
I'm going to make a really bold prediction. I think we'll see a lead change or two before the end of this heat.
I would expect so. With the talent in the water out there right now, and especially you're usually much more competitive with your good friends and your travel buddies than you are with anybody else.
Yeah, let's see. Let's hope we get waves for everybody, because right now it is wide open, this one.
We've seen that the last few heats, too. I mean, the one between Moss and Kainalo, the last heat, I feel like Lennox Smith and Heitor Mueller had a real good back-and-forth battle, too. That's what you want to see. World's best surfers, world's best wave, and in the end, you're only as good as the people that push you.
Yeah, I think also just the sort of geography, the topography of this spot as well. If you need a number and the final 5 minutes or so and it doesn't work out, you just punch your way. You can just will your way into the line and get yourself another one. It's like you might get a couple of cracks at it as well. It's not just all going to come down to the vagaries of how that one decision you make, how that wave breaks. So that short paddle out really does kind of level the playing field in lots of ways as well. Opportunity to pop up a little bit wide possibly as well, find something else. Let's see. Priorities with Luke Thompson also at the lead. So left of shot there, he's in the red. Everyone heading a little bit deeper, heading towards the north, right of your shot. Some energy standing up. You can see way outside a few lines coming through. I think if you stare at the ocean long enough, you always see a few lines, don't you? We've all been guilty of that.
Are you going through the last heat of the day? It is, right? Heat 16, it's getting to you now.
If you just stare at it, mate, no, you don't start to see waves eventually?
Sometimes.
Just me?
I actually think if you start seeing monsters when you look at a certain point of a room for that long, it's actually an indication that your brain's healthy.
Right.
So
okay.
If you see Michael Myers or something,
am I the one that's losing it? If you see monsters, you say?
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Yeah.
I'm just talking about books and psychology that I've read before and stuff like that. Maybe everybody's different. Who knows? Watching a lot of movies lately too. I saw Gladiator 2, by the way.
Disappointing.
It was much better than I thought it was going to be, though.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was crap, mate. Really bad.
What we do in life echoes in eternity.
Oh,
what are you talking
awful. It wasn't even a movie. I went to the cinema as well. I was really disappointed. 7.5 on the clock here. It's still Thompson with the lead. Here's Emsley. Here he goes. With speed. Just drifts the first one. Doesn't do loads. Gets a bit more of that. Gives it a good crack. There's that energy, the full-bodied approach. And he'll keep swinging through here and eyeing up a section on the inside. He'll try and just squeeze every last drop out of this. Daniel Emsley on and inside with some speed. A little section for him as well to hit. And we watched that from a pretty tight angle. And we can appreciate the speed, not really looking so much at the section in front of him, but it's exactly what he needed to do, is find a wave and just surf it to full potential.
There's times where you got to grind out a score, and that was an easy indication of that right there. I don't think he gets the score without the last end turn. Beginning was okay, a bit conservative, but obviously surfing the wave to what it was offering up until that point. But well surfed, really, by how difficult it was to be able to get out of that.
Swanson from deep. Here he goes, looking for a number. First turn is incisive, but it sets him
Whoa.
up for this. And he basically comes down fakey, and he so nearly hung on to that. That was super technical, Mitch.
Yeah, he's just so explosive when it comes to those maneuvers. I mean, he looks at a lip and he sees just a little bit of extra pop that you can get out of it. There's Thompson now. This is an important wave in this heat.
Yeah, he always just looked pretty uninterested with his stance there, didn't he? He kind of stood up and was just like looking at the wave, almost challenging it to do something, which it didn't do. The good news, I think everyone else is on the inside. He'll probably pick up priority again, Willie. Let's get another look at Luke.
Yeah, well, and this was a decent wave, too, further up the point. As JR was saying a few heats ago, you want those steeper bowling ones, especially if you're a goofy footer. Once again, I mean, just the ability to stay glued to your board like that after barely riding out of it. Really difficult stuff. Oh, scores, and it's just under for Emsley. Literally just under, Paul.
4-6-3 for Daniel Emsley. So not quite there to go to first. It will still remain with Luke Thompson. He's also got priority as well.
It was a split decision, too. 2 judges said yes, and 3 just under.
Narrow margins right now in our final heat of the day. 5 on the clock. It is Luke Thompson in the red with that priority. He just stood up, realized not a lot doing. Did well just to get out, to get back and try and control things. Luke Swanson's dynamic surfing. I mean, that turn that we saw that last, he did about, what, 3/4 of it?
Yeah.
He's a little way off from the landing, but, you know, he pulls that for sure, he's getting the number.
Well, and he added a little bit of drama to it, too, which always looks good in the judges' eyes, too, but there's a really close heat right now. As you said, just over half of a point separating third all the way to first. Thompson and Emsley, they're tied, but the tiebreaker goes to Thompson because he has the best wave of the heat. They need a couple of high fours. That's attainable right now with the amount of time that we have on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I talked about, we thought we might see a lead change. I haven't seen it yet, and that's good news from Luke Thompson's point of view. He's still hanging on at the moment.
There's still time, though.
There is still time. He does have priority, but he's got 2 surfers that, you know, who you cover.
I wouldn't yet. I wouldn't yet, and was about to mention that you still try to improve on the 3. There's just too much time. You know how talented these guys are. If Swanson goes left and he gets around, it's almost a guarantee that he's getting the high 4 that he needs.
There goes Emsley. What's he got for us here? So he just grubs up a wave, really. Just decides to go. I don't mind the approach, but that wave just didn't quite have it in it.
Thompson needs, look at him. He's searching for a wave desperately. Heat's wide open right now. Everybody needs a 4. I mean, you're literally 1 turn away from moving into the lead right here, Paul.
Super nervy to round out a really fun day of competition here at the WSL World Juniors. We're absolutely delighted to be in the Philippines. It will be a historic moment to crown world champs here. And the local surf community really stepping up, help put this event together, been really welcoming to us as well. It's epic to be over here. Really enjoyable day. Just the beginning as well.
It's our event director, Jerry, right there, and local, really pioneer of La Union right here, Luke Landrigan.
Local ripper.
Staying at his place, by the way, San Juan
Yeah.
Surf Resort. Really appreciate them. Great staff. Food's been awesome, Paul. I'm
Could
stoked on it.
be in a better position as well. We're looking straight into this wave from where we're staying, just down the beach here.
I know on a
Dreamy.
production manual said, like, 8 to 10 minute walk. I timed it yesterday. It's like 4.5 minutes if you're actually walking at a decent pace. It's sick. One of the few spots worldwide that we get to go to that's that close to the actual event site.
Yeah, beautiful. In a really cool community with good energy, just kind of perched over the beach here, just checking it all out. With different waves up and down, bunch of spots. Right now, all attention is focused on Mona Lisa Point and focused on Dan Emsley. Still looking for 4.68. It's a smaller wave. He'll go to the air and he'll land it. He'll just collect that landing. You see a little wobble go through the wave. And he'll do well just to keep the speed up. He still wants more. Will he get a section provided? Just being a little bit patient. Then it'll stand up. Little slash off the top. A smaller section. Again, nice carve opens up. He's done exactly what he needed to do. Still going here, which is just find himself opportunities. Here he goes again onto the inside.
Wow.
Very well surfed. We just touch upon the point that he got away before that didn't offer it, and he got himself back in the lineup to find that. His competitive intensity, his tenacity, all of that's there, and it's important.
Never give up, never die attitude, and love to see it from a kid as passionate as him. It goes to show you as well, 52 hours to get here. They want it just as bad as anybody else, Paul.
Swanson again looking smooth.
Yeah, maybe a bit too late with that wave right there, though. Needs his second best ride, a 4.84. It was good. I don't know if it's close to a 5, though. It's right now coming down to Emsley's wave.
Yeah, it was nicely done. Sort of lacking content a little bit, wasn't it, there from Luke Swanson?
Really not a spectacular moment on that wave, and to get a 5 today by the judges' standards, pretty good score.
1 minute.
You know, I was thinking to myself, after this air, it was cool. It wasn't great, but it was functional, it was dynamic, put him in a real good way, setup for the rest of the wave. Took him a little while just to get back to the open face, though. Props to him, though. At this point, your legs are super tired. You already had to deal with the landing of the air. Barely makes it out of that wave, out of that turn, excuse me, but then carves it back. And luckily for him, this wave just gave him 2 more sections. They weren't the steepest. They weren't the best. They were enough, though, to be able to get another scoring opportunity. And now it's up to the judges again. Is this better than the 4.63 that he had a couple of waves ago?
I mean, you can't do much more, really. I mean, so much effort and endeavor goes into that ride. Full energy approach. We're going to count down here.
Always
Luke Thompson.
He might be up to his feet in time.
Let's see. We're going to count down last couple of seconds. This wave's not going to get there. We're not going to see another wave from Luke Thompson. So really, it's going to come down to we're still going to get a score for Luke Thompson. I don't think it'll be the number he needs as well. Just watch from above. Luke Thompson doing what he's been waiting a while to do, which is surf, because he's been just waiting for the opportunity. It hasn't come. So it's all about really that last wave from Dan Emsley. A lot happened. He went lots of different places. He went far on the wave. Is it a 4, 6, 8? It's so close.
Oh.
And our scores coming in. And he doesn't quite get there. It's a 4, 5, 3 for Dan Emsley. And we do still have a number to come in for Luke Swanson. Now let's just see where that goes before we put this one to bed. But Luke Thompson at the moment still hanging on. And really, since he got that 6.17, he's not done a lot, has he, Luke? He's done nothing. But no one unable to really take opportunities. Bit of a surprise given the amount of talent in the water, particularly this guy and how dynamic he is, Swanson. But just his opportunities, he just had sort of softer ways. His number will come in. It's way under as we anticipated. You have to say, well done, Luke Thompson. There were a few opportunities. He got that one come through, that forehand air, nailed it, gets the win.
Made a big difference in the heat. It was the best wave of the heat and got him the tiebreak over his good buddy Daniel.
So a really entertaining heat with good talent out in the water to wrap up a really fun day of competition. We're going to go to a break, but when we come back, we'll be breaking down all the big moments from the day in the post-show. We'll be right back.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa. The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa. The best part? A a dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
And a very warm welcome back to the World Junior Championships from the Philippines. It's been a really fun day of competition, and we talked about world titles up for grabs here over the next few days. Today it was really a chance of kind of assessing, taking the temperature really of the talent, best under-20s from around the world. What do we reckon of it, guys? What do we think? Mitch, first I'll come to you. What do you think of the day?
Really impressed. Obviously, the wave has a lot of potential. I think we haven't seen the best of it so far, but just in terms of the talent pool, maybe the best I've ever seen at World Juniors. I always say this is my favorite event. We get to see a lot of future potential surfers that make it onto the championship tour and eventually will become world champions themselves. But overall, I think it was a great day one, and for our first major event of the year, really awesome to see this kind of level here.
Jesse, you've been down on the beach with the post-heat. Obviously, people come out of the water, they're all stoked, so winners are grinners, right? But what's the energy been like down there in general? What's your take on things, particularly this morning and this afternoon?
It's actually really interesting to see how much emotion goes into the wins and losses. And I think the competitors who win actually feel for the people who lose as well, because it is straight to the elimination round. And I was just saying, it is crazy how good this draw is, because the elimination round is just as stacked as the first round. And they're man on man, which is even more pressure. But the vibe, all in all, has been amazing. People have been absolutely loving the Philippines and La Union and this event. And I think it didn't feel like a junior event. It felt like a challenger series, and that was the level we got today.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about pressure as well, and how, there's a lot at stake here. It's huge to win a World Junior title, but at the same time, I felt like just the way people competed today, and there's the general appearance of crew around. So when you got your parents here as well, you got your support network, that helps too. But I just thought everyone kind of looked like they were surfing without too much pressure generally throughout the day.
There was joy, and I think that's a major part of being able to travel and do this as a profession, especially as a junior. You really got to appreciate what you have in front of you and not get ahead of yourself. And I feel like, especially nowadays, social media, a lot of different things, people try to do that too much. Make sure that not only are you enjoying it, you need to appreciate this right now, because you don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah.
So make sure that you're doing it right now at this moment, especially with your best friends traveling worldwide, Paul.
Well,
couldn't really ask for a better job for me.
Well, the other cool thing, Jess, where the regional QS is now, in a lot of surfers in the draw here, they'll be very familiar with surfers from their regions, but to take on the best from the other side of the world and kind of gauge your performance against them, for sure, some people surfing the challenges, they'll have had a go at that, but this level in the age group as well is a really chance to see how you measure up, which is pretty cool and a great opportunity.
I think as well, like take Lennox Smith, for example. He is so well known around the world, whether it's for his free surfing or maybe some cool one-turn heat clips that he's had, but he's never actually had an international event, because since it changed and we've gone to the regionals, to the challenges, he's never really got to see how he's measured up against the rest of the world. Came in today and absolutely killed it. He's just the first person that came to my mind, but I feel like a good 80% of the draw is probably the same since their juniors, and their junior career and QS career pretty much started when it was that change, So this is kind of a lot of the people's competitors' first time really measuring themselves up, and not a bravado thing, but I honestly do feel like everyone was really evenly matched. I don't think there was one region that pushed harder than the other, and it was just a matter of who had put the time in and figured out this wave, because it is a little confusing out there.
Speaking of evenly matched, the last heat was super tight. Ultimately, it was Lukey Thompson that got the win. He's standing by with Stace.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that might be the closest heat in professional surfing history between three people. Two tied for 10 and 1.994. Can someone please belt one?
Yeah, geez, we were all waiting around the whole day. Tension was building up, and people were dropping scores after score after score. And then we all paddled out, and I think all of us are in agreement that we couldn't tell what a good wave looked like. But we were all super nervous, and that first heat's kind of just you want to go for it. My whole plan was I'm just going to go for it in every wave, and then ended up getting a 3 and a 6, which is the opposite of going in for every wave. It's the most mediocre you can get. But yeah, it's always nice to get the first heat out of the way. This is my fifth time doing this comp. I've been doing it since I was 14, and I think the only time I won around one heat was when I was 14. So it's nice to get this one out of the way and skip around tomorrow. I've been surfing all day in this heat, and I've been so poked. I woke up this morning, felt like I had a broken back. So it's nice that I get a day of rest.
Yeah, you got to earn yourself a day off. Look, the South African contingent here every year, Super Song, like you mentioned, you've been surfing this event since you were 5. It's time.
Yeah, I know. Dan, it's actually funny. Dan and I are staying together, just him and I. And when the heats came up, he was like, "Have you seen the heats?" I was like, "Oh no, I haven't even looked." And that was like 4 days ago. And he was like, "Yo, we're in the same heat." And it's pretty funny because like we're just cruising together, walk down together, like surfing together. So it's pretty grindy. Like you obviously both want each other to do as best as you can. But in a heat like that, you kind of just got to get it done. But yeah, hopefully we can get the ball rolling this year and take one out for the Sappers.
So what you're saying is you didn't have dinner together every night after that?
Yeah, I know. I said whoever won the heat was sleeping outside tonight. So I might be on the couches.
Well done, Brew. Stoked to have both you guys here and everyone from South Africa. And of course, yes, shout out back home.
Thanks to everyone watching at home. Appreciate all the messages. It's been super supportive and getting me all amped up. And yeah, hopefully I'll put on a more of a performance in round 3.
Yeah, Brew. Thank you, Paul.
Great stuff.
That's a rad kid.
Bit of stoke, bit of relief as
Yeah.
well mixed in there. And, you know, no, that's a tie. It's going to feel great to get that win.
Yeah, and shout out Surfers Not Street Children, too.
I was reading that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great foundations over there in South Africa. Thompson, Emsley, all those guys, super nice kids. And they try to do a lot for the surfing community back home, too, and try to promote it in underprivileged communities. And, you know, they do a lot for the community, so shout out to those guys.
Yeah, once again, it's been a really good day. Stand out for you. What have you liked? What's been your highlight?
Winter Vincent, no doubt. I thought Heitor Mueller, despite losing and being elimination round, I thought he surfed great. Lennox Smith, of course, too. I feel like a lot of the women surf to their standards, but there's still an extra shift for them to go to, and I feel like once the waves turn on, we're probably going to see better performances from them.
How about for you, Jess? What did you like?
I couldn't be more on the same page with Mitch if I tried. I think the women have another gear in them. I think we didn't really see anyone quite get out of first gear. Jarly Stokes would be the one person who I think she did really connect beautifully.
Yep.
Not to say the rest of them didn't, because they did, but I just think it was that round one. I think we're going to see it lift as the event progresses. But yeah, I can't go past Winter. That was CT surfing in my eyes. It was so strong, so much flow, and just I heard everyone just go, whoa, like it took the breath away from everyone today. So yeah, that would definitely be my standout.
Yeah, he took it all in his stride as well. His energy is so, I mean, you just feel like you're looking at someone who's definitely going to be among the elite there. Let's see. Hey, tell you what, there's a lot of surfing yet to come in this one. It's been a really fun day. We're going to come back at 7:30 tomorrow morning for the call and see exactly where we are. I reckon there's still going to be some swell in the water, so fingers crossed we get some good conditions. Thanks for tuning in. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll see you tomorrow, 7:30.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you. And gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things and conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things. And in the sweetest little moments, but always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go as you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love, you feel it.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.